Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for waking up with us as we are live Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, what a game we saw on Sunday Night Football in Big D. We'll talk about the tie between the Packers and the Cowboys in the Micah Parsons revenge game. In 20 minutes, we've got not one, but 2 Monday Night Football games on the docket. We will tell you the bets we like in both. Of course, Chelsea's going to have plenty of props, as she always does in those games. And we'll hand out our favorite wagers of the day and make the card official at 8:40. Right now, we are streaming on X, so check us out there. Or you can stream us on Stadium during our final hour. We do that each and every single day. You can go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. Let's get right into Sunday Night Football, and I don't know if a tie in overtime was on anyone's bingo card, but that's what we get. The Packers tying the Cowboys 40-40. Nice night for the books because they needed the Cowboys. The Cowboys cover the number at +7. Total set at 47 and a hook the over hits. We get 7 lead-changing touchdowns in this game. Dak Prescott, 31 of 40, 3 touchdowns, and Jordan Love with a big night as well.
Flip sides. Cowboys bringing 4. Love throwing end zone. Touchdown! Romeo Dobbs again!
Packers go on top 13-0 in the second quarter. Call courtesy of Mike Tirico on NBC. A 31 of 43 night for Love. He also racks up 337 yards in the air along with 3 touchdowns. All of those to Dobbs. But then Prescott would answer in the fourth.
Answers down the field.
That got rid of it. Here's Pickens inside the 10. Pickens to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown.
That excitement warranted an unbelievable catch by Pickens. Cowboys go on top 37-34 before Green Bay's Brandon McManus ties the game with a 53-yard field goal to send it to overtime. In the OT, Micah Parsons gets a sack, a game-saving touchdown, preventing the Cowboys from getting into the end zone. So he forces a field goal, Dallas up 3, and then with 1 second remaining in overtime, McManus again from short range.
This for the tie, 34. And this one is good, and this one ends in the second highest scoring tie game.
So after all of that, after all of the Micah Parsons revenge talk, after all the hype and the lead changes, we get a 40-40 tie. I don't know what to feel about this game. Kind of like the players. They were like, I don't feel great. I don't feel awful, but I don't feel awesome about it. A tie is a tie, and here we are. I guess Parsons got his, Chelsea, but what do you take away from this game?
I feel like it's still a big disappointment for the Packers. Like, this is a game that they were supposed to dominate. The hype was off the rails for this defense and Micah Parsons, and you gave up 40 points for a team that has the second shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, tied with the Eagles. Like, that's my overwhelming thing. It's not that I think the Packers are a bad team. I still think they're one of the best teams in the NFC. I just feel like the hype has kind of gotten out of control. Like, we love to poke holes in the teams that are, like, the reigning champs. Like, how many times are people saying things about the Eagles? Well, their offense is kind of boring. We should ban the tush push. But at the end of the day, the Eagles are undefeated. And, like, the Packers just went nose to nose with a bad Cowboys team and did not pull off the win. And last week, they lost to the Browns. Like, it was a wild finish. I will give them that. But still, these are the teams you're supposed to be dominating. And for a team, again, with the second shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, it feels a little disappointing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think the Cowboys are starting to sort of write the narrative on what kind of team they're going to be this season, which is, even without CeeDee Lamb, I will say Dak Prescott was very good last night, right? Like, he and George Pickens were hooking up, and Dak was making great decisions. I think the Cowboys are going to be that team that on any given Sunday can score a lot, but their secondary is so bad. They made some changes in the secondary, brought in Trayvon Diggs off the bench to try and mix things up a little bit here, and nothing has really worked. And certainly when you can't stop opposing teams, you're not going to win many football games. I think I'm a little surprised that Micah Parsons only had 1 sack. My expectations were probably just way, way too high. He did get that one tackle, I will say, where Dak had a straight line into the end zone, and if Parsons doesn't tackle him in the OT, then that game is over and the Cowboys win. So he really saved the Packers from losing that game, but only 1 sack, and I thought he would be more of a force, I guess. At the same time, with a guy like Micah Parsons, you don't necessarily have to rack up sacks to be a force, right? You can chase someone out of the pocket. We saw him do that a few times. You can add pressure. So just because he doesn't necessarily have 2 or 3 sacks doesn't mean he wasn't impactful. I don't know what I was looking for. I think I just wanted him to take down Jerry or something.
Right? Just go rogue.
Yeah,
after the
I
game
think that's what I was looking for.
Make a beeline up to the owner suite. But again, I think this is where it's important in betting to separate like the narratives and like the fun stories from like what's actually happening on the football field, because I think that's why you're not getting a ton of value on the Packers, because the Micah Parsons deal was such a massive storyline that it gets a lot of headlines and it gets a lot of attention. And to me, it just doesn't feel warranted for these odds. And I will say in the NFC North, the odds have shortened for the Lions, because for a while it was the Packers as big favorites. And we were 2 games into the season. So now the Packers just plus 110 to win the NFC North. Lions plus 120. And again, they do have another head-to-head matchup later on in the season. Then the Lions look like they have found things out on offense. So it's just one of those things where championships are never won in September. And I know that feels like it's been the case for the Packers, at least the first 2 games of the season. But we're already seeing, that kind of unwind. And again, I'm not saying that the Packers are a bad team. I'm not saying I'm going to be shocked if they're one of the contenders at the end of the season. I am just saying I think the narratives and the storylines have pushed some of their odds a little bit too far. And you have to be careful with that in betting.
Yeah, you just have to understand that the betting markets can change quickly, and how you look in the NFL can change quickly. And the Packers are a perfect example of that, right? Where that's why we always caution, if you're going to make a futures bet, that's fine. You certainly want to find value. But when the Packers overtook the Eagles immediately as the favorite to win the NFC East, we were like, I don't know about that. And what are the Eagles doing? They're playing like the best team in football. If you don't think the Eagles are the best team in football, okay, top 3 at worst. Like, they just find different ways to win games, and they just keep winning, which is what great teams do. Whereas the Packers look to have the tools there, but haven't done it yet. And also, I think there's something to be said for having already gotten it done. Like, if you're the Eagles, you know how to win it. You were there against the Chiefs, 2 or 3 years ago, faltered, then you came back and you finally went over the hump, and you're a champion, and you know what it takes. You know the medal. You know the resolve that you have to do that. The Packers haven't done that yet. Not to say that they don't have the talent, but it's also a cautionary tale. If you're going to just go all in on a team after 2 weeks, be careful, because this is a 17-game season.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're still sitting in the month of September, even though I patiently await October as my Halloween decorations are already up. Did that this weekend. But Jenks, what's the pecking order in the NFC for you? I think we can both agree that the Eagles deserve their due credit at the top. And I will say it's weird that the odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 350 as opposed to the Packers at plus 375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like, on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, like the Packers, who are getting too much credit, I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucs should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out. Their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucs, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucs are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation. But let's talk about a team that I feel like we haven't talked about a ton, and I feel like I have to hammer this into my brain that the Niners are 3-1. Like, they were 3-0 going into yesterday's game against the Jags. They did lose that one 26-21. But as far as the odds go, like, they're one of the contenders, according to the Bucs, in the NFC. But the problem is, like, Brock Purdy looked terrible yesterday. Maybe there was some rust that is involved, but two really bad interceptions for somebody who, once played in a Super Bowl. But should we be talking about the Niners? I feel like my narrative on the Niners is that their championship window has closed. But, I mean, they have the easiest schedule in the NFL this year. So they're probably going to at least have a chance.
Well, I think that's it, is that they're going to look better than they are and maybe a bit of a paper tiger throughout the year. I mean, yesterday, just another example of injuries. Ricky Pearsall got injured. Juwan Jennings got injured. And they lose that game. Nick Bosa is out for the season. Brock Purdy, was meh at best. I think your best case is, okay, we get healthy at the end of the year. We do have talent. We have one of the better head coaches in the game in Kyle Shanahan, and Brock Purdy has all that talent in him. We've seen him perform at a high level before. But I think when you think about the Niners, for me, they've had skill positions, and even if they don't necessarily, even if they're not as explosive as they were a few years ago, it was the defense that really carried them, right? That was such a good defense where they were top three and they could shut you down and didn't necessarily need those playmakers on offense, even though they had them. Now they don't have that defense, and certainly Bosa being out for the year is a huge step back. I think they're going to go through the year and they're going to look better than they are because of that schedule, and then ultimately they're not going to have the horses come the postseason.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like they're going to have a good regular season, but it's not going to be a team that I want to put my money on in the postseason. And you just talk about that defense. I did think it was fitting how Eric Armstead was one of the guys who forced a fumble in this game. He's now playing with the Jaguars. So a lot of those big names on the defense that you remember from that Niners team that was so good are now playing for other teams. So it's not a team that I'm super high on. If you want to bet on them to win the NFC West, they're plus 160, because maybe you could sell me on a regular season bet, because I know like Matt Stafford is still being held together by Gorilla Glue, but the Rams feel very well coached to me. But I don't know. I feel like the NFC West is tough.
Also, the Colts gave that game away yesterday. Like Adonai Mitchell, did you see that one play? Holy Lord. That's a nightmare game. Like, oh my God. And he went to Texas. He was awesome for us in his final season after transferring over from Georgia. But he had his first ever touchdown in the bag. What, a 79-yard touchdown, holds the ball out as he's crossing the goal line, and it flips out before the goal line, back of the end zone. That's a touchback. And then Jonathan Taylor had a touchdown run penalty on Adonai Mitchell. So not only did he have a short touchdown, then when the Colts scored again, there was a flag on him. Like, that is a nightmare fuel of a game where you yourself, based on your actions, you are responsible for 2 touchdowns off the board. That is brutal.
Yeah, usually we're like, it's a team sport. No, that was on him.
No.
I don't know if they do SportsCenter not top 10. That has to be number 1.
Yeah, Shane Steichen. Guys, it's a team sport. But not today. Adonai, you lost this game for us. What are you doing? Oh, it's brutal. Coming up on the show, speaking of brutal, 2 games on the schedule tonight, including Miami, where the Dolphins are facing the Jets. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. Is there a harmonica coming? That's right. I'm blowing this popsicle stand. I'm headed out west. Back of a train. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show. How about this? 2 games on the slate tonight in Monday Night Football, and we will start in moments with the Dolphins hosting the Jets. I think I saw D-Day retweet this not long ago. Miami is wearing these sweet uniforms tonight. Oh, these are good looking.
Nice black uniform with like teal and orange trim. It is sensational. Sensational.
And I'm not I knew you would do that. I'm not a big black uniform guy. Like all black, I'm like, all right. But there's something about these neon colors. I think that's what it is. It's the black with the, sort of the neon teal and the orange. It pops. What are they calling these bad boys? Did I send this to myself?
It's the rivalry edition, right?
The rivalry edition?
Isn't it the rivalry series?
Yeah. Dark water.
The Dolphins and the Jets.
Dark water.
Oh,
when the night falls, it's dark water in Miami. Yeah, I think they look sharp. Yeah. And I'm not a big black uniform guy, like I said. But I like these. These are sharp.
I don't love them. And I think it's because, this is my overarching theory on uniforms. If you have a cool traditional jersey, don't go away from it. I like the Dolphins' normal jerseys and even the throwback ones. Their colors are already cool enough. I like the white iteration with, the teal stuff, or you do the teal ones or aqua, whatever,
Aqua.
Actual color name, aqua. So I don't really love the black. Maybe I don't have, a good way to articulate it, but, I am a traditionalist. When I look on my TV, I want to know who's playing. And I feel like black with the Dolphins,
So if the Titans, maybe they've done this once or twice. I don't think so. If they wore red jerseys, would you just lose your mind because they have a pop of red?
These.
I started to say you did, right?
They were bad.
Ooh.
So it was this. I don't even think it was normal red. I think it was a shade darker. It was almost like crimson and navy.
Okay.
And you're just what is this? At least the team was good back then, but the uniforms were atrocious. We looked like the Texans. You don't want to look like one of your division rivals in an iteration of your jersey.
Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. This is a picture of Derrick Henry back in the day. It's not terrible, but it's not great. I see what you're saying. Every now and then, I'll see someone mock up my Texas Longhorns in black jerseys, and it's just or a burnt orange helmet. I'm absolutely not. It looks terrible. It depends on the color scheme. It depends on the tradition as well. If you have a team like Oregon, they're known for that. But if you're a traditional college football team, I don't want to see a Penn State or a Bama or a Texas or someone like that go with alternate uniforms. But I guess with the Dolphins have a great history too. A little weird. I like the name, Dark Water. Dark Water. Yeah.
Sounds like a sewage problem.
That's a sexy
cologne. It sounds like something
dark
that should
water.
be done in Detroit.
Oh, God. Stay out of the dark water. You don't want to know what's in there. You don't want to know. We had a sewage line break at 3:28 this morning. Do not go close to the dark water. Well, we're going to dip our toe in the water when it comes to some bets tonight. That's what we're going to do. So let's start. We got 2 games on the schedule. We had the Bengals at the Broncos, and then the early game is the Jets at the Dolphins. So let's start there. And by the way, if you want to bet on these games, we can help you out. You can go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. A Pro Football No Sweat token is yours at BetMGM, and you get your stake back in bonus bets, even if you don't win. Tonight in Miami, where the Dolphins will be wearing their dark water uniforms. The Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. They're minus 150 on the money line. The Jets are plus 125, and the total is 45. Chelsea Messenger, let me defer to you here. I like a total in this game. I'm not crazy about a side. I might lean to the Jets. I don't believe in the Dolphins at all. It certainly helps New York that they get Justin Fields back at quarterback. But when it comes to a side, not particularly something I'm thrilled about.
I'm not thrilled about it either, but it does make me kind of shake my head that the Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody been watching this team? The defense is a disaster. Tua looks like he's seeing ghosts, and the culture is absolutely terrible in Miami, to where players aren't even showing up on time to meetings, even though they're getting fined. They're still showing up late. So it just feels like Mike McDaniel has kind of lost control of this team. So when you're telling me this team needs to win by a field goal for me to win my bet, I'm not so sure about that. I understand some people are going to say, okay, desperation, they need to win this game. We've seen this story before. Just because you're losing game doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're going to figure it out just because you're desperate. He's been desperate the whole season. Mike McDaniel, have you seen him? He looks like, he's a dead man walking on the sideline. So when you add Justin Fields to the mix, and we've seen this Dolphins struggle against mobile quarterbacks. I understand Josh Allen is one of one, but Daniel Jones as well in the first game of the season. I think it's going to be a big game for Justin Fields. And I do think if the Jets are playing in a game script that's a little bit more positive than some of their other games, Breece Hall might have a big night as well, because I do think this is a Jets team that wants to run the football. Aaron Glenn said that at the start of the year. He said this is a team that's going to run the football. But the problem is they have been playing from behind in a lot of these games. So I don't think it's going to be the case in this one. But, Jenks, I just cooked this up, and word of advice, same game teasers are not the most plus EV bet.
Here we go.
But if you're trying to get creative, Jets plus 8.5 over 39.5. What do we think?
I'll play that. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a good one, because I like the over in this game and I like the Jets on the money line. So I'll absolutely play that. Okay. You want to make that a squad play? You're probably going to have some prop bets. I'm not a big prop person, as we know, but I like that a lot. Use that.
Yeah. My one reservation is that it feels like it makes too much sense. And here's where you have to be careful on same game teasers, because one side can be a runaway winner. Say the Jets win this game outright and you had your 8.5 points that you paid for. But then what about the Dolphins offense? If the Dolphins offense can't get anything going and Tua looks again like he can only throw to his first read, and usually that read is Devin Achane, and he's going to run it for -3 yards.
Yeah.
There is a problem, and that is a problem with your total at 39.5. I do think we see points in this game, though. It feels like it makes sense, but Jenks, how many plays, quote, made sense over the weekend that didn't hit? As somebody who was on a teaser on both the Packers and the Chargers, neither of those teams even won. So, chaos has been ruling supreme, so I don't feel great about it.
No, I hear you. My card on Friday had 5 plays, and I loved that card. I parlayed them together. I did a ton of research, 2 and 3. Just that's the way it goes. That's sports betting. But I play them again. When I look at this game, I also think one thing you can't quantify is the head coaches and where each team is heading. And look, neither of these teams are good. I get that. But if you're the Jets, you knew it was going to be a long season for the Jets, right? And, well, maybe you could say that about both teams. But the difference is, Aaron Glenn, that great shot of him running down the sidelines last week against the Bucs when they had that blocked field goal for a touchdown and it looked like they were going to win, and he's doing high knees down the sideline. You know that he still feels like he has this team. It's too early for him to have lost them. Whereas with Mike McDaniel, it's just story after story after story. I mean, look at the guy. He looks like he's ready to take a cyanide pill and end it. He's over this team. They're over him. They're not showing up. They don't play hard. Tyreek Hill or whoever it is wants to be traded. Their secondary is completely different than the one they had last year. They're one of the worst defensive teams in the National Football League. So if you're talking about one team which is motivated versus one team which is not, it's definitely the Jets who are more motivated because they still feel like they're playing for the head coach. I don't know if you can say the same about the Dolphins.
They have major culture issues
in
Miami. So I don't know who they're playing for. Maybe they're just playing for themselves at this point. But I do think from a prop standpoint, as far as plays that we're going to play in this game, let's start with Justin Fields, because I do think he is a big X factor in this game. You mentioned this, the fact that you can get plus 250 on him to score a touchdown, plus 240. That's a great play. He has been a touchdown machine. He has hit this in 50% of his games. And we've seen him have big days against the Dolphins. Like, I know the last time he faced the Dolphins, I can't remember if he was on the Steelers or the Bears, but he had a massive day in that one. And even if you look at his rushing attempts, it's 8.5. I think that desperation certainly goes into this game handicap. And usually when desperation is a thing, that's when we see quarterbacks run the ball even more, especially when you have the legs of Justin Fields. We saw him again against the Steelers have 12 carries for 48 yards. His only other game this year was a blowout loss to the Bills. So obviously you're not going to run your quarterback into the ground when you're not, even close to winning the game. But I do think this game is going to be close, and I do think Justin Fields should get a ton of rain in the run game, because why would you not use him? The Dolphins have been susceptible against running quarterbacks, and I do feel like he is the best weapon in your toolbox right now. So why not run him? I think over 8.5 rush attempts is a solid play as well.
Yeah, love that, and especially the anytime touchdown at plus 240 for a running quarterback. Just even if it's not a lot, less than a unit, whatever, a little sprinkle worth your time when it comes to Justin Fields and his legs down in Miami. How about the other game? Bengals at the Broncos. The Broncos are laying 7.5. The Broncos are minus 400 on the money line. The Bengals are plus 310, and the total is 44. I have to say, I am not interested in laying 7.5 with the Broncos. And this really isn't me trusting Jake Browning for the Bengals, but I will say this. If you look at his history in filling in for Joe Burrow, he's very much hit and miss, which is what you would expect. He looked awful against the Vikings last week, and he faces another big challenge in that Broncos defense. But also, there is the talent there, and there is a receiving core for him to play well, or at least play well enough to keep it within 7.5 points. And not only that, on the other side, even though the Bengals defense is not very strong this year, can Bo Nix take advantage of that? I'm not quite so sure. He was definitely better than we all expected last year during his rookie season, but he hasn't taken that next step this year. Can he score enough points to get the Broncos over the hump and have them win by more than 8 points? I don't know if I see that. I would leave Bengals here.
Right, because based on what we've seen this season, this does not look like a Broncos team that's capable of blowing people out. I understand you see, the first game of the season, you're like, oh, they beat the Titans by 8. Have you seen the Titans lately? The Titans are a terrible team, and plus they only scored 20 points in that game. And I think the most alarming part of Bo Nix is the fact that he has had time to throw. He is playing behind one of the best offensive lines in football, and he's still not making the throws. As opposed to Jake Browning, who I know doesn't have good numbers, but also he's playing behind one of the worst offensive lines in football. So it's just not an apples to apples comparison, because Jake Browning is just playing with far less in front of him. And that's the question. Even if you have great receiving tools like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, if you don't have time to get the ball down the field, you can't take full advantage of guys like that. And plus on the secondary, Pat Surtain, the second reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year, is probably going to be tasked with slowing down Jamar Chase, even though in the last matchup, Jamar Chase had his way with him. But remember, that was a game in which Joe Burrow was the starting quarterback. So this is a tough one for me. I think at the end of the day, in no world am I 7.5 with the Broncos. I think it's going to be a stay away from me.
Yeah, me too. I will say I would also lean towards the under in this game. And, we mentioned the Broncos defense. It should be better than what we've seen thus far. I think they can mitigate the effectiveness of Jake Browning and Bo Nix. Will he light up the scoreboard? I don't think so. We know primetime unders. They hit more than 60% of the time. They have for the past 4 years. So in the other game, I like the over. I think we see some points based on the skill sets of each offensive team, Dolphins and Jets. But here in the Mile High City, where defenses tend to dominate and where I think we can see Patrick Surtain lock down Jamar Chase, at least with Jake Browning under center, and where I don't know if I trust Bo Nix to really go to town, then I would lean under here. Do you like any props in this game?
I think if you're looking at somebody, and if you do believe in the Broncos, I think J.K. Dobbins is probably the play. He's had a relatively high ceiling this year, 63, 76, and 83 yards, averaging 5.4 yards per carry this season. I think that's the play if you think this game gets out of hand. The Bengals have not been especially sound on the defense in any way, shape, or fashion, and it does feel like J.K. Dobbins has the lion's share of the targets when it comes to attempts as a running back. Plus, tonight you get him at, 64.5. I think you hit the over there.
One other one I'm curious about, and it's tough with Jake Browning at quarterback, but if you think that the Broncos are going to focus on Jamar Chase along with Surtain, and they probably should, then maybe you look at T. Higgins, maybe his yardage prop or an anytime touchdown plus 275. Do they pivot there because of the focus on Chase? Maybe so, but you are getting some plus money and maybe something worth a look. Coming up next year on the show, it is a new week, so we are ready to get in the win column on this Monday, find out what the Dogster is up to. It is next on the Daily Tip. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. Thanks for being along with us. Start your week here on the show. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger on the Daily Tip. Time to win some bets. We'll get to those in moments. Chelsea, on Friday night, myself and the lovely Catherine went to a concert here in D.C., saw a guy by the name of Johnny Stimson, and he was awesome. I was not aware of his work. I'm sorry I was not familiar with your game. I wasn't familiar with him until he got here. But he is from Dallas, lives in New York City, and is an R&B artist who has, some pop sensibilities to him, but he was so cool and the vibe was so awesome. And at one point, he comes out and he was just like, I just want to spread a lot of love tonight. I've got some great music for you. Is there anyone here who's getting married soon or spending some time together? And we're like, raise our hands. We're like right there next to the stage. We're like, we are. We're getting married in April. He's like, are you really? That's awesome. I wrote this song. It's called Honeymoon. This is for you guys. So he plays this song live, and it was such a good song. And everybody's just it was such a positive environment. Like, it wasn't a huge crowd, but it was big enough where there was a lot of energy there. Great song. And I think, I'm not positive, that might end up being the song we danced to at our wedding because it was such a good memory.
That is a cool one. And I think people like to choose like songs for their first dance that have some sort of a memory attached to them. Mm-hmm. So like, unless you had something else, that you guys had in mind, it does feel like a good one.
Yeah, maybe we'll go with that. I mean, we're caught up in the moment, too, so you never know. Once the dust settles and things calm down, I'll ask Catherine again, like, we still going with this? But, man, we got some swag, too. Met the band when it was over. Got T-shirts, albums, a couple albums that we can play on the record player. Are you a big swag person? Because whenever we go somewhere, we're always, especially Catherine, she's like the swag queen. We're always going to end up getting merch every single time we go somewhere.
No, I'm not somebody who's big on like graphic t-shirts. And here's the thing, like most of the time you get swag, like especially free stuff, it's like, hey, here's this free t-shirt that's size extra, 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 extra large. And you're like, where am I going to wear this other than to bed? Like
right.
Maybe when I'm going to pick up a pizza at Domino's. It just, I don't know. I'm not a big graphic t-shirt person.
That's fair. It's a pretty cool t-shirt because this guy's not mainstream, which I hope he does because he's crazy talented. Like, his live band was something else. But a lot of times when you have someone who's not mainstream, sometimes some of the stuff you get isn't so polished. It's a little more original because they don't necessarily want to appeal to the masses. So we got a couple of cool shirts. And then because we're going to Madrid for the Commanders game, Catherine also bought like this old school starter Commanders jacket, but it's like oversized because that's the style. And then she was like, you should try it on. I was like, I don't know, honey. Guess what? It fits me too. So now we have a jacket we can both wear. Like, she puts it on. It's like the style that I put it on. It fits like a regular jacket. I don't know what that says, but now we have a jacket that both of us can wear if needed.
So you guys need a picture for your, like, I don't know if it's something you come out to your reception in, but like maybe just a small photo shoot of both you guys in matching Commanders starters jackets. That would be really cool. Like, is she as much into the Commanders as you are? Probably not, huh?
No, she's not. But she loves being a part of it, if that makes sense. Like, she likes going to the games. Yeah. She loves kind of being a part of it because, we have our own little group and, people who are covering the team and the different athletes that she's all met. And we go out to different gatherings and stuff like that. So that's a lot of fun. And obviously she's going to Spain as well. So I think she follows the game and she can name different players and she'll watch the games, but she's not like hardcore. Like, if I'm not there, she's probably going to put on Below Deck or something.
Below Deck.
If we're being honest.
Yeah, but like, even if you don't love football, like the culture around it is fun.
Yeah.
Like being a part of a community. Like,
Yes.
I think that's why a lot of people love sports, is because it's a built-in friendship that you have where it's ride or die. Even if the team wins, even if the team loses, you guys can commiserate, and it gives you something in common to talk about, as opposed to, I don't know, anything else that's going on in the world right now, which is a great respite, because you're like, sports, we're going to stick to sports, and we can all agree that that was a terrible call on 3rd and 1, right?
No.
I'm like, right.
Right. We're all in this together, right? Yeah, let's boo the officials. Okay. You're right about that. So I think that's exactly what it is. Coming up next on Bad Sweats, Joe O. Bad Sweats. Joe O. Sammy P. Recapping a weekend of football in the NFL and, of course, the college game as well. I know Sammy P is happy about that Ty Simpson Heisman future he put in. And then Jason Lockenford will join the show at 10 o'clock. Coming up tomorrow on this show, how about this? Britt Giroli from The Athletic will join us at 8:20, and we will talk about the upcoming playoffs in Major League Baseball. The postseason is finally here, and so are our best bets. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
Elsa, we begin with you. Please give us a winner.
Well, I'm hoping so. All right, best bet of the day for me is Justin Fields, quarterback for the New York Jets, over 8.5 rush attempts for -118. So I feel like the theme of this game for both sides is desperation. Both the Jets and the Dolphins enter this game without a single win. They're both 0-3. So for me, desperation is a great thing when you're talking about quarterback rush props. Because obviously, if you're not a desperate team, you're not going to run your quarterback into the ground. But when you need a win in prime time, this feels like a great spot for Justin Fields. And plus, in 2 games this season, he's gone way over this in the one game script that was remotely positive. And I do think the Jets have a chance to, at least make this a ball game. They're only 2.5-point underdogs to one of the worst teams in the league. So you look at that game against the Steelers. So the Jets lost it 34-32, but Justin Fields had 12 carries for 48 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. You look at the matchup here in the Dolphins, on paper, as far as yardage go, have not been too terrible at stopping the run when it comes to opposing quarterbacks, but they have given up the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks of any team in the league. So I do think there is still a recipe for Justin Fields to, get those rushing attempts in, especially when this team is so desperate. And plus, if Justin Fields has great memories of running the football against any team, it should be against the Dolphins. Back in 2022, when he was playing for the Bears, he carried 15 times for $178 against the Dolphins. Now, granted, these are 2 different teams, but still, I do think Justin Fields has a big game on the ground. Let's go over his attempts at 8.5 for -118.
All right, Chelsea. I thought about your teaser, which I like quite a bit. So if you want to play Chelsea's 6-point teaser, which is playing the total down and betting the over and then adding points to the Jets, I don't mind that. I think that's a great idea. I'm going to go over 44.5, though. I mentioned how bad the Dolphins defense is this season. They are dead last in the NFL in expected points added. They're just awful. And the Jets aren't a whole lot better. Also, when you think about 2 bad defenses and you think about all the potential playmakers in this game, be it Tyreek Hill, Devon Achane, then you go to the other side, you got Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, Justin Fields with his legs. There's just too much individual offensive talent on both sides of the football against these 2 really putrid defenses that I think the over is definitely the play here. So we saw that the Jets can put up points, right? You think of the Jets, you think of a bad football team, but ultimately they scored a lot against Buffalo, a lot against Tampa. They can score here against this putrid Miami defense. And then conversely, I think Tua can dial up enough plays to help us hit the over. So that is the play. We're going to go over 44.5. Yeah?
Yeah, I like it. I think if we really believe in our hypotheses, and I know we're pretty conservative on the show, but the Jets money line, and you combine it with the over 44.5, that's plus 310.
Oh, that's nice.
Like we're talking about value. I feel like that's in the realm of possibility. So I think I might use one of my free bets or something on that.
Do it. BetMGM is great about when you log on. There's all sorts of tokens and same-game parlay and parlay boosts. So you'll be able to find at least one of those online if you place your bets on Monday Night Football, no matter what game you're going to bet. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with every show on the BetMGM network. Like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. All right, before we find out what's coming up from one of the hosts on Bet Sweats, let's check in with the Chalk Donkey. He's here, Donkster. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I didn't watch anything but the Ryder Cup this weekend.
Oh, well, you were probably disappointed then.
Not at all. I tuned in just for the chance. Here's some of my favorites. USA! USA! USA!
Okay, well, that was very popular.
What about this one? F.U. Roy! F.U. Roy!
Hey, Donkster, come on. Now, I talked about that. That's crossing a line, so let's pull it back a little bit.
But this one was my favorite. Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!
I don't think anybody was yelling that. Do you have a bet?
I do! Flipper! Minus 2.5, hosting the Jets.
Okay. Nice reference. What's coming up next to BetSwitz? For that, we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning, my friend.
Always love a Jerry Springer reference. I think that's what Taking Off was from.
Yeah, it had to be.
My first media job, I was working at 670 The Score in Chicago. We were in NBC Tower. And in that building, they filmed the Jerry Springer show.
No.
And oh yeah. The people that you would share elevators with that would come from Kentucky or South Carolina for the weekend to hang out at ESPN Zone in downtown Chicago. Oh boy.
Downtown.
Not many.
They got an Applebee's here or something?
Oh yeah. And I when I was a server, like in my young 20s, living downtown, going to college, I worked at ESPN Zone as a server. So I would wait on these people as well that would go to the Jerry Springer show because they would give them a gift certificate to the ESPN Zone to go have dinner. So like I had a lot of ties to these people. A lot of ties.
I'm sure they were great tippers.
Oh, you know. You already know. I will hold back.
LOL.
On that.
Oh, man. I need to hear more Springer stories. A whole hour I tune in for that. Joe, great to see you. Have a great show. Have a great Monday. Well, unfortunately, we have run out of time. No more Springer stories here on the show. Maybe another day. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network with Chelsea Messenger and our fantastic crew. I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Monday. Have a great week. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Man, do we have a lot to get to on the show today. We got a Monday night doubleheader, Jets, Dolphins, Bengals, Broncos. We'll dive in to both of those games, talk about some bets that I like for the two Monday night football game matchups that we have. Also, we got to look ahead to the following week, as we always do on Monday. Got a couple of college games, 3 NFL games that I've already bet that I'll give out here on the show that I'll talk about with you guys. On this Monday, like we always do, we'll look at the top 10 teams in college football. A lot of shuffling with all the marquee matchups that we had. Penn State out of my top 10. So disgusted with them. And then we'll talk some Heisman Trophy coming up later on in the show. That market has also seen plenty of adjustments. And then finally, MLB postseason starts tomorrow. We're going to look at the futures market. I'll tell you guys who I think is going to be playing in the World Series. So a bunch to get to on the show today. As always, any questions that you guys have, it's only going to be me today on the show, no guests. So please, anything that you guys have, any bets that you have for the MLB postseason, whether it's in the games tomorrow, whether it's in futures bets, let me know. Anything college football, NFL, let me know. And we'll get to everything that you guys have on your mind over the next 30 minutes. And if you miss any part of the show, as always, check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. And let's start with a little primetime Peach Monday Night Football. First game up tonight is going to be the Jets and the Dolphins. Miami, a 2.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game, 44.5. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Of all the games that we had in week 4 in the NFL, this was probably, of like the sides, the game that I feel the least confident on. You could convince me to take Miami. You could convince me to take the Jets, and I could be persuaded. I really have no thoughts on the side. If I absolutely had to pick the game, I'd probably lean Miami just because they're at home and their offense, I think, is better than the Jets. Both defenses are terrible, but 2 is 6-0 against the Jets. So he's been great in these matchups, and the fact that you're getting them under 3, I'd probably lean towards Miami. I was considering the over in the game as well, because I do think both teams are going to be able to score tonight, but with Justin Fields back from injury and going to start, I mean, we've seen the Justin Fields experience so far. Looked awesome against the Steelers, looked terrible against the Bills. Just no idea what we're going to get tonight on the road in Miami. So I'm staying away from the side and the total. Couple of props that I'm looking at in tonight's game. The first one going to be Devon A-Chain longest rush, over 14.5 yards. This Jets defense just has not been good this season. They haven't been good against the pass, and they've also given up some explosive runs this season. And with A-Chain's speed, he's always a play away from taking one to the house. So I think over 14.5 longest rush for Devon A-Chain, worth a look tonight. And then also Ollie Gordon, anytime touchdown is plus 310. I'm targeting both Miami running backs. A-Chain to have the big explosive plays, and then Ollie Gordon when we get closer to the goal line to punch it in. I think plus 310 is a nice price on Ollie. So that's really all I have for tonight's Jets and Dolphins matchup. As for the Bengals and the Broncos tonight, Denver 7.5-point favorite. The total is also 44.5. I do like Cincinnati plus the points in this game, plus 7.5. Denver, I worry about them psychologically, right? It's very similar to like the Rams yesterday, where I understand why most people were on the Rams because the Colts had this 3-0 start. They very easily could have lost to Denver. They hadn't really played anybody, and it felt like that was a good spot to back the Rams. But I worried about the emotional letdown from LA after blowing that game against Philly and what that would look like. And if it wasn't for an 80 Mitchell fumble, or if it wasn't for his hold on that Jonathan Taylor run, they probably end up losing that game. So now here's the Broncos, who have lost back-to-back brutal games on the road, right? The game against the Colts, and then last week blowing that lead in the fourth quarter against the Chargers. They come back home as a big favorite. And when we saw them in week 1 as a favorite of about this size against Tennessee, they did not look very good. Tennessee had opportunities to try and win that game in the fourth quarter. You're getting Cincinnati off of a horrendous performance where they didn't score a touchdown. They lost by 40-plus points. I think this is a good bounce back here for Cincinnati, so I do like them plus the 7.5 against Denver. Some props that I would look at: Will Lutz over 1.5 field goals for Denver at minus 125. If you like the Bengals like me, plus the points, We know that Cincinnati defense is not good. They have to bend, not break tonight. They have to be able to give up some field goals. Denver's going to be able to move the ball, but can Cincinnati keep them to field goals? If they do, I think Cincinnati does have a great chance of covering the spread, so I like Will Lutz over field goals. Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions at -120. I think one of the big takeaways, obviously, from that first game with Browning starting without Burrow is you've got to find a way to get your playmakers the ball. They just have not been able to run the ball this season with Chase Brown, but you have those two elite wide receivers on the outside with Higgins and Chase. Higgins is more the down-the-field type guy, the 50-50 guy, the jump ball guy, even though obviously Chase makes plenty of explosive plays down the field. But Chase is the more in between. He's the more screen pass, slants, those kind of things. Yes, he's going to have Pat Surtain on him most of the night, but Chase did pretty well in that matchup when these two played against each other last year. I like Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions. I think there's going to be a lot of easy rhythm throws for Jake Browning tonight. Do whatever they can to get the ball in the hands on number one. So we'll take over 5.5 receptions for Jamar Chase. And then I think you're getting some good prices on some anytime touchdown scores in this game. T. Higgins is plus 275. Bo Nix is plus 280. And Jake Browning is plus 800. I think all those bets are worth a look. Browning does have some mobility, but look, if they have an opportunity to QB sneak it, they are going to do it with Jake Browning, so I think that's a good look. Bo Nix is obviously mobile. He can scramble. I think plus 280 is a nice play as well. And then T. Higgins plus 275. I think that's a great buy, especially with Surtain going to be on Jamar Chase just about the whole night. So those three guys I'd take an eye on for the anytime touchdown market, but I do like the Bengals to cover the 7.5. As I see we got some comments here from you guys tuning in about Monday Night Football, moist cupcakes. Between the two Monday night games tonight, only like a few player props. Waddle over receiving yards, Garrett Wilson over receptions, over 64.5, and Breece Hall over 80.5 rushing and receiving. I think the Waddle look is a good one, moist cupcakes. I like that. I think your looks on Garrett and Breece Hall are good. Again, with Fields just back in the mix, coming off the injury. I'm not taking anything with the Jets, but you're getting some good prices on those top guys, and Miami might have the worst defense, the worst secondary in the NFL, so understand why you like those bets. All right, let's get to a BetMGM promo, a Pro Football short game parlay boost token. You've thought out the parlay, now boost it. Use this boost token on any Pro Football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's get into some games I would bet right now here on Send It In. And let's start in the college game. Vanderbilt and Alabama, one of the marquee games of the week coming up in week 6 of college football. And this is such a fascinating game for a number of different reasons. The first one being the line. Okay, so the look-ahead line in this matchup between Vandy and Alabama, before these two teams before Bama played Georgia this past Saturday, the look-ahead line was Bama minus 11.5, okay? So think about now the fact that we're down to Bama minus 10.5 after Bama beats Georgia. Vandy didn't cover in their game either against Utah State. That was one of our favorite plays from last week. I think it's telling, though, that Bama beats Georgia outright and the spread goes down from what it was in the look-ahead line. It's obviously a revenge game for Alabama. It's the same spot as last year. They beat Georgia in Tuscaloosa. Then they go on the road to Nashville, lose outright against Vandy. This year, they go on the road to Georgia and then come back home and play Vandy. Now, playing at home is certainly going to be beneficial to Alabama, no question. All week, you're going to hear, well, it's a revenge game for Alabama. They lost to Vandy after the Georgia win last year. They're going to be focused. They're going to be ready to go. I think that's true. I think there absolutely is some truth to that because after a big win like Bama just had, you do worry about an emotional letdown. But the fact that they lost to Vandy last year, I definitely think is going to help them. So even though they probably are going to be more prepared and more focused than they were for this game last year, it's still a tough matchup for Alabama and their defense. The last 3 or 4 years, anybody who's a Bama fan or has really watched Bama football knows that offenses like Vandy, with the schemes that they run, has given Bama's defensive fits. It was the same type of stuff you saw with Gus Malzahn in Florida State in week 1. That's why we talked about it last week, why I like Bama so much against Georgia. Yes, it was a desperation spot. Yes, DeBoer's been good in big games. Yes, Bama's been good against Kirby Smart. But it's because Georgia, the offense that they run, is a good matchup for Bama's defense. Vandy's offense is a bad matchup for Alabama's defense. Whenever they face a team that has a mobile quarterback that wants to run the zone read and these jet sweeps and all this pre-snap motion and everything, their defense really struggles against that. Now, the game being at home definitely helps them. But I think it's going to be close. Also, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's quarterback, 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy. And he's 3-0 against the state of Alabama. He's beaten Auburn twice, one with Vandy, once with New Mexico State, and then obviously beat Alabama last year. And they got a ton of confidence, and they are really good. I know a lot of people are looking at Vanderbilt, undefeated, number 18 team in the country, whatever it is. They're legit. Their offense can put up points, and they are confident. So it's going to be a tough game. I know, look, me personally, we're all excited. Bama won the game, right? They're in the driver's seat to make it to the SEC title game. They're right back to where they want to be in the national championship conversation. But they better be focused and prepared for this week because Vandy is going to be a tough opponent, and I think it's very telling that the look-ahead line of this game was 11.5. Bama beats Georgia outright, and it goes down. It was as low as 9.5 this morning, got bought up a little bit. This line was actually as high as 13.5, too, before it got bought all the way down. So that's going to be a close game. Anything north of 10, I think, is worth a bet on Vandy. I like them plus the points against Bama. I also like Maryland's team total under 23.5 against Washington. So I really want to bet Washington in this game. Maryland has lost 10 straight games out of their bye week. 10 straight out of their bye, and they're 1-9 against the spread in those games. The problem is this is just a brutal spot for Washington. You played the Apple Cup rivalry game against Wazoo 2 weeks ago. Then you have the number 1 team in the country in your building on Saturday in Ohio State. You lose to the Buckeyes, and now you got to get on a plane, 6 hours, travel across the country, and take on the Terps in College Park. So it is a tough spot for Washington, which is why I don't want to lay the 5.5. But if I know anything about Maryland football, these kind of games, they're always sloppy. They never look crisp. It's always ugly. So I'm looking at Terps team total under 23.5. I think that is the play in this game. You should be good betting Washington on the money line. But again, it is a tough spot for the Huskies. The Terps have just been so bad, though, out of bye weeks in the last decade. It should be an interesting game. I think Maryland team total under is the way to go. As for the NFL, 3 games that I like. First one, Niners plus 3.5 against the Rams. I bet it now so you get the hook with San Fran. Look, the Niners and Indy, probably comparable teams. Maybe Indy is a little bit better, maybe a half point better if you're looking at power ratings. So when you look at the fact the Rams were favored by 3.5 against the Colts, now they're 3.5 against the Niners, I think that makes sense. But I love betting teams when they lose at home outright as a favorite, and then you get them on the road the next week as an underdog. Usually very profitable in the NFL, and that's what we're getting with San Francisco, who just lost outright to Jacksonville yesterday at home. Now they go on the road to take the Rams. Historically, Shanahan's been very good against McVay. And again, the Rams, man, they've been playing some tough teams the last couple weeks. You got to play Philly, and then you had to play the Colts. Now you get another tough game with the Niners. I think it's going to be close. I think San Fran's live. I like them plus 3.5. I also like the Saints plus 1 against the Giants. Let's go dumpster diving, right? 2 of the worst teams in the NFL, but I think there's a big advantage here with New Orleans, and I bet them at plus 1 because I think they're going to close as a favorite in this game. This is just classic NFL, right? Giants are 0-3. They look lifeless. They put in their rookie quarterback. Jackson Dart does great things. They pull off the upset. Now the perception is that the Giants might be a decent football team. They're feeling good about things. And now they got to go on the road and play a winless Saints team who, again, hasn't been awful this season. They could have beaten Arizona. San Francisco, they were hanging around with the Bills yesterday for just about all 4 quarters of that game. So New Orleans has been competitive, and now they see an opportunity, a big opportunity, to win a game this season. I expect a max effort out of New Orleans. I think there's going to be some big regression for the Giants. Jackson Dart making his first career road start in the NFL. I think New Orleans closes a favorite in this game. I like the Saints +1. And then I also like Tampa +3 against Seattle. Look, I've talked about it a lot here on this show. It's pretty simple for me. If Seattle's on the road, I'm probably going to bet them. If Seattle's at home against a competent team, I'm probably going to fade them. For whatever reason, under Mike McDonald, Seattle just has not been a good home team. Bucs are coming off a difficult loss to Philadelphia. And that turnover regression finally hit for the Bucs in that game against the Eagles. They're playing another good defense against Seattle, but I think it's a nice matchup for the Bucs. I like the fact that we're getting a key number here against Seattle. I think Baker Mayfield's going to play well. Tampa Bay, I think they have a chance to win that game, so I'll take the Bucs +3 against the Seahawks. All right, you guys, let's talk about my top 10 teams in college football. We'll start with Ohio State. They're still number 1. They're +500, the favorites to win the Natty, and I agree with it. Very good win on the road in Seattle against the Huskies. Their defense doesn't give up a touchdown. Julian Sayin took care of the football, had some adversity early in that game, but good teams find ways to win games, even when they're ugly. That's what Ohio State did, so they're still the number 1 team. Miami, I'll still put at number 2. I think both lines of scrimmage, Miami is elite. My concerns are the head coach and the quarterback, which is not necessarily the concerns you want for a team in the national title market, but it really looks like this ACC, with Florida State losing to Virginia, Georgia Tech nearly losing to Wake Forest. I mean, it really is Miami's to lose. They are clearly the best team in that league, so they should get one of the top 4 seeds in the playoff, be in a nice position, and I really like their team. It's all about Carson Beck and then Cristobal, obviously, as well. Number 3, I'll still put Texas at number 3 at +700. I think I'm higher than most on Texas, but it's that defense, man. I think that defense is so good. And it's funny because with the Sark coach team, you think it'd be the other way. The offense would be great. The defense would kind of be the shaky part of the team. A lot of these elite teams, though, in college football, they mostly, all of them, have great offenses, but it's all about the defense. For Texas, it's kind of the opposite. And with that being Sark's bread and butter, Arch still being talented, and with them having a lot of talented pieces on that offense, we get to see him in the swamp on Saturday, which is going to be fun. Texas at Florida, but I'll have Texas at number 3. Put the Ducks at number 4. How can you not be impressed with Oregon going on the road in the whiteout, in overtime, and beating Penn State? They blow the 14-point lead in the 4th quarter, but they regather, they convert a 4th and 1, and then in double OT, they end up winning the game. Dan Lanning's a madman. He's a great coach. Dante Moore is a very talented quarterback. He's only going to continue to get better. Ducks, number 4. Bama, we'll put them at number 5 at +600. Great win for Bama. Again, Kellen DeBoer is nothing if not consistent. He's not good on the road as a big favorite, but man, is he good in ranked matchups. He's good as an underdog, and he's good in these big games. And he's got another one coming up against Vandy. I'll keep Bama at 5, but I'm very concerned about this run defense, and Vandy, again, is the kind of team that usually gives them issue. Georgia, I'll put them at 6. They're 10-1 to win the national title. Georgia could easily have 2 losses right now. They easily could be undefeated right now. So it feels right that they're about 1-1. I think the issue with Georgia is that you think Kirby Smart, you think Georgia, you think these elite defenses, and they just do not have that this year. Gunnar Stockton has been very good. I don't think you can take too much out of the Georgia-Bama game, though, because Bama really was the desperate team in that game. And Kirby Smart has just had an issue with beating the Tide. He beats everybody else. He just can't beat them. So I'll put Georgia at number 6. A&M, I'll put them at number 7. They're 25-1 to win it all. Defensively looked much better against Auburn. They have that great win on the road against Notre Dame. Mike Elko's got a very good team. I don't know yet if they're national championship good, but definitely good enough to make the playoff. Ole Miss will put them at number 8. Still have my concerns about the Ole Miss defense, but offensively, Trinidad Chambliss looks really, really good. Kiffin, excellent play caller. I'll put the Rebels at number 8. Tennessee, still going to be number 9 for me. They're 50-1 to win the national championship because they still have some tricky games upcoming on their schedule. But offensively, they're elite. It really comes down to their defense. They give up 34 to Mississippi State after giving up 38 to Georgia or 41 to Georgia, whatever it was. So their defense has gotten shredded here a little bit, but I'll put Tennessee at 9. LSU is number 10 for me at 25-1. LSU's defense is very good, was impressed with what they did against Ole Miss, but Garrett Nussmeier, it feels like, has regressed a little bit this season. I don't know whether he's hurt or it's just these new playmakers he's not gelling with, but LSU's got to figure it out offensively. They still have some tough games left on their schedule. They still have to play A&M. They still have to play Bama, so tough schedule remaining for LSU. That was a tough loss, but their defense is, I think, legit at this point. We can say all going to be about Nussmeier and the offense. And then you guys might have noticed Penn State was not in my top 10. And as you guys listen to the show every day, if I ever come on here and I have Penn State in my top 10, I want you to call me out. Because unless they beat a top 10 team, I will not put them in the top 10. They have shown us time and time again they can't beat elite teams. That Oregon game was the final straw for me. I still am shocked, to be honest with you, that they lost that game. So until they beat a top 10 team, I will not put them in the top 10 because they beat up on bad teams. They can't beat good teams. So we're not putting them in the top 10. All right, let's talk Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. After Oregon and Dante Moore got that big win against Penn State, he is plus 750 to win the Heisman. Ty Simpson is 10-1. Carson Beck 9-1. Jeremiah Smith 10-1. To me, Dante Moore and Ty Simpson amongst the favorites should be the guys that you're probably looking at right now. Dante Moore and Oregon have a favorable schedule the rest of the way. They get Indiana and USC at home, Iowa and Washington on the road. As long as they go 2-2 in those matchups, they're going to be in the college football playoff. They might even be playing for the Big Ten championship. Dante Moore is only going to continue to get better. And this offensive system that Oregon has with Will Stein as the OC, we saw Bo Nix, Dylan Gabriel flourish in it. And right now, Gabriel's doing the same thing, or Dante Moore's doing the same thing, and he's going to have opportunity to put up some big numbers. So Dante Moore plus 750 to win the Heisman Trophy. I think that's he should be the favorite. I wouldn't bet that, but I understand why he's the favorite. I'd probably rather bet Ty Simpson at 10-1 to win the national championship, just because Bama has more marquee games. He's playing under a great offensive system with DeBoer and with Ryan Grubb. They were terrific against Georgia. And Ty Simpson's been awesome this year. 11 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's got a great receiving core with Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard, and Isaiah Horton. So you got to see Bama's offense a little bit against Georgia. I think they're going to be able to put up some points in a lot of these other SEC games. He should play really well against Vanderbilt's defense. Ty Simpson 10-1, I think, is a nice look as well. And then two guys down the board I think are worth mentioning. The first one, Arch Manning's now 20-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. And I know Arch hasn't looked good, but they're coming off a bye week. They got a chance to reassess the first 4 games of the season. You're going on the road. You're playing Florida this week, a very good defense. I mean, the talent is there for Arch. The receivers are there. Sark is a play caller. To me, this is a lot about Sark, too, because in a lot of these big games, Texas has just not been scoring the football, and it just feels like Sark still has the training wheels on Arch and Quinn Ewers and a lot of these players in these big games. I just hope he just lets it rip against Florida and Oklahoma coming up next week. If he can do that and Arch starts putting up some big numbers and Texas starts looking good offensively, I mean, it's still Arch Manning at the end of the day. So 20-1, I think, is a decent price. And then the other interesting guy, I think, is Notre Dame quarterback C.J. Carr at 25-1. I don't think C.J. is going to end up winning the Heisman because I think dropping both games against Miami and Texas A&M are going to hurt his case. But if they win out and they go 10-2, Notre Dame, I think, is going to be in the college football playoff. And right now, Notre Dame is like the college version of the Dallas Cowboys or the Baltimore Ravens, where they are all offense and no defense. But their offense is really, really good, and they're going to score about 40 points in every game that they play this season. So when you have an offense that is that prolific, and you're the quarterback at Notre Dame, and you have a chance to win 10 games in a row, and you're just going to continue to climb up the rankings, and you're going to put up great stats every week, and your team's going to put up a lot of points every week. Again, I don't know if there are going to be enough marquee wins on that schedule for him to jump enough guys. Who knows how the rest of the season is going to play out. It would have been nice if he would have won one of those games against Miami or A&M. But again, the price would not be 25-1 if he did. So 25-1 CJ Carr to win the Heisman. I think the stats and the numbers might be there. If Notre Dame can jump into the college football playoff conversation, if you get some of these top guys to drop off a little bit, I think maybe CJ Carr can get in there. So 25-1, I think he could be worth a look as well. All right, you guys, let's talk a little MLB here on Send It In. We got the postseason starting tomorrow. Can't wait. We're going to break down all 4 of those games coming up on the show tomorrow. But today, I wanted to look big picture, wanted to look futures markets, AL, NL, and World Series. Okay, we'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at plus 200, followed by Toronto plus 275, Yankees plus 340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees, Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick, and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. 2, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric. But then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here. And they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo. And if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series, because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again, just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League, I think is a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exacta. All right, you guys, quickly, let's get to our favorite plays of the day. See, we have a Monday Night Football comment here as well. Moist Cupcakes, FYI, Jets haven't won in Miami since 2015. Matt Fitzpatrick was the quarterback for the Jets. Tannehill for Miami. Love that stat, Moist Cupcakes. That tells me if the Jets are up big tonight and we can get Miami to nice plus number over a touchdown, I'll be all in on Miami live. So good stat there with the Jets. Jose Ramirez is going to go up against Tariq Skubal tomorrow, and he's 12 for 36 in his career against Skubal. 333. Jose's a great hitter, Hall of Famer in my opinion, and he's great in the postseason. So take Jose Ramirez to get a base hit tomorrow. Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions at -120 is going to be my prop lock today against Denver. Yes, he's going up against Surtain, but they're just not running the ball with Chase Brown. They got to find a way to get number one involved. Dog of the day is going to be Cincinnati plus the points against the Broncos. And then my best bet, Saints +1 against the Giants. I think New Orleans closes as a favorite in that game. Giants, it's a good time to fade them right now. Buy low, sell high in the NFL. We're selling high on New York. That'll do it for us here on Send It In. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate the comments. Tomorrow, playoff baseball, more NFL, college football conversation. We'll see you guys then. Happy Monday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Man, do we have a lot to get to on the show today. We got a Monday night doubleheader, Jets, Dolphins, Bengals, Broncos. We'll dive in to both of those games, talk about some bets that I like for the two Monday night football game matchups that we have. Also, we got to look ahead to the following week, as we always do on Monday. Got a couple of college games, 3 NFL games that I've already bet that I'll give out here on the show that I'll talk about with you guys. On this Monday, like we always do, we'll look at the top 10 teams in college football. A lot of shuffling with all the marquee matchups that we had. Penn State out of my top 10. So disgusted with them. And then we'll talk some Heisman Trophy coming up later on in the show. That market has also seen plenty of adjustments. And then finally, MLB postseason starts tomorrow. We're going to look at the futures market. I'll tell you guys who I think is going to be playing in the World Series. So a bunch to get to on the show today. As always, any questions that you guys have, it's only going to be me today on the show, no guests. So please, anything that you guys have, any bets that you have for the MLB postseason, whether it's in the games tomorrow, whether it's in futures bets, let me know. Anything college football, NFL, let me know. And we'll get to everything that you guys have on your mind over the next 30 minutes. And if you miss any part of the show, as always, check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. And let's start with a little primetime Peach Monday Night Football. First game up tonight is going to be the Jets and the Dolphins. Miami, a 2.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game, 44.5. I'm going to be honest with you guys, of all the games that we had in week 4 in the NFL, this was probably, of like the sides, the game that I feel the least confident on. You could convince me to take Miami. You could convince me to take the Jets, and I could be persuaded. I really have no thoughts on the side. If I absolutely had to pick the game, I'd probably lean Miami just because they're at home and their offense, I think, is better than the Jets. Both defenses are terrible, but Tua is 6-0 against the Jets. So he's been great in these matchups, and the fact that you're getting him under 3, I'd probably lean towards Miami. I was considering the over in the game as well, because I do think both teams are going to be able to score tonight, but with Justin Fields back from injury and going to start, I mean, we've seen the Justin Fields experience so far. Looked awesome against the Steelers, looked terrible against the Bills. Just no idea what we're going to get tonight on the road in Miami. So I'm staying away from the side and the total. Couple of props that I'm looking at in tonight's game. The first one going to be Devon A-Chain longest rush, over 14.5 yards. This Jets defense just has not been good this season. They haven't been good against the pass, and they've also given up some explosive runs this season. And with A-Chain speed, he's always a play away from taking one to the house. So I think over 14.5 longest rush for Devon A-Chain, worth a look tonight. And then also Ollie Gordon, anytime touchdown is plus 310. I'm targeting both Miami running backs. A-Chain to have the big explosive plays, and then Ollie Gordon when we get closer to the goal line to punch it in. I think plus 310 is a nice price on Ollie. So that's really all I have for tonight's Jets and Dolphins matchup. As for the Bengals and the Broncos tonight, Denver 7.5-point favorite. The total is also 44.5. I do like Cincinnati plus the points in this game, plus 7.5. Denver, I worry about them psychologically, right? It's very similar to like the Rams yesterday, where I understand why most people were on the Rams because the Colts had this 3-0 start. They very easily could have lost to Denver. They hadn't really played anybody, and it felt like that was a good spot to back the Rams. But I worried about the emotional letdown from LA after blowing that game against Philly and what that would look like. And if it wasn't for an 80 Mitchell fumble, or if it wasn't for his hold on that Jonathan Taylor run, they probably end up losing that game. So now here's the Broncos, who have lost back-to-back brutal games on the road, right? The game against the Colts, and then last week blowing that lead in the fourth quarter against the Chargers. They come back home as a big favorite. And when we saw them in week 1 as a favorite of about this size against Tennessee, they did not look very good. Tennessee had opportunities to try and win that game in the fourth quarter. You're getting Cincinnati off of a horrendous performance where they didn't score a touchdown. They lost by 40-plus points. I think this is a good bounce back here for Cincinnati, so I do like them plus the 7.5 against Denver. Some props that I would look at: Will Lutz over 1.5 field goals for Denver at minus 125. If you like the Bengals like me, plus the points, we know that Cincinnati defense is not good. They have to bend, not break tonight. They have to be able to give up some field goals. Denver's going to be able to move the ball, but can Cincinnati keep them to field goals? If they do, I think Cincinnati does have a great chance of covering the spread, so I like Will Lutz over field goals. Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions at minus 120. I think one of the big takeaways, obviously, from that first game with Browning starting without Burrow is you've got to find a way to get your playmakers the ball. They just have not been able to run the ball this season with Chase Brown, but you have those two elite wide receivers on the outside with Higgins and Chase. Higgins is more the down-the-field type guy, the 50-50 guy, the jump ball guy, even though obviously Chase makes plenty of explosive plays down the field. But Chase is the more in between. He's the more screen pass, slants, those kind of things. Yes, he's going to have Pat Surtain on him most of the night, but Chase did pretty well in that matchup when these two played against each other last year. I like Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions. I think there's going to be a lot of easy rhythm throws for Jake Browning tonight. Do whatever they can to get the ball in the hands on number one. So we'll take over 5.5 receptions for Jamar Chase. And then I think you're getting some good prices on some anytime touchdown scores in this game. T. Higgins is plus 275. Bo Nix is plus 280. And Jake Browning is plus 800. I think all those bets are worth a look. Browning does have some mobility, but look, if they have an opportunity to QB sneak it, they are going to do it with Jake Browning, so I think that's a good look. Bo Nix is obviously mobile. He can scramble. I think plus 280 is a nice play as well. And then T. Higgins plus 275. I think that's a great buy, especially with Surtain going to be on Jamar Chase just about the whole night. So those three guys I'd take an eye on for the anytime touchdown market, but I do like the Bengals to cover the 7.5. As I see, we got some comments here from you guys tuning in about Monday Night Football, moist cupcakes. Between the two Monday night games tonight, only like a few player props. Waddle over receiving yards, Garrett Wilson over receptions, over 64.5, and Breece Hall over 80.5 rushing and receiving. I think the Waddle look is a good one, moist cupcakes. I like that. I think your looks on Garrett and Breece Hall are good. Again, with Fields just back in the mix, coming off the injury. I'm not taking anything with the Jets, but you're getting some good prices on those top guys, and Miami might have the worst defense, the worst secondary in the NFL, so understand why you like those bets. All right, let's get to a BetMGM promo, a pro football short game parlay boost token. You've thought out the parlay, now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's get into some games I would bet right now here on Send It In. And let's start in the college game. Vanderbilt and Alabama, one of the marquee games of the week coming up in week 6 of college football. And this is such a fascinating game for a number of different reasons. The first one being the line, okay? So the look-ahead line in this matchup between Vandy and Alabama, before these two teams before Bama played Georgia this past Saturday, the look-ahead line was Bama minus 11.5, okay? So think about now the fact that we're down to Bama minus 10.5 after Bama beats Georgia. Vandy didn't cover in their game either against Utah State. That was one of our favorite plays from last week. I think it's telling, though, that Bama beats Georgia outright and the spread goes down from what it was in the look-ahead line. It's obviously a revenge game for Alabama. It's the same spot as last year. They beat Georgia in Tuscaloosa, then they go on the road to Nashville, lose outright against Vandy. This year, they go on the road to Georgia and then come back home and play Vandy. Now, playing at home is certainly going to be beneficial to Alabama, no question. All week, you're going to hear, well, it's a revenge game for Alabama. They lost to Vandy after the Georgia win last year. They're going to be focused. They're going to be ready to go. I think that's true. I think there absolutely is some truth to that because after a big win like Bama just had, you do worry about an emotional letdown. But the fact that they lost to Vandy last year, I definitely think is going to help them. So even though they probably are going to be more prepared and more focused than they were for this game last year, it's still a tough matchup for Alabama and their defense. The last 3 or 4 years, anybody who's a Bama fan or has really watched Bama football knows that offenses like Vandy, with the schemes that they run, has given Bama's defensive fits. It was the same type of stuff you saw with Gus Malzahn in Florida State in week 1. That's why we talked about it last week, why I like Bama so much against Georgia. Yes, it was a desperation spot. Yes, DeBoer's been good in big games. Yes, Bama's been good against Kirby Smart. But it's because Georgia, the offense that they run, is a good matchup for Bama's defense. Vandy's offense is a bad matchup for Alabama's defense. Whenever they face a team that has a mobile quarterback that wants to run the zone read and these jet sweeps and all this pre-snap motion and everything, their defense really struggles against that. Now, the game being at home definitely helps them. But I think it's going to be close. Also, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's quarterback, 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy. And he's 3-0 against the state of Alabama. He's beaten Auburn twice, one with Vandy, once with New Mexico State, and then obviously beat Alabama last year. And they got a ton of confidence, and they are really good. I know a lot of people are looking at Vanderbilt, undefeated, number 18 team in the country, whatever it is. They're legit. Their offense can put up points, and they are confident. So it's going to be a tough game. I know, look, me personally, we're all excited. Bama won the game, right? They're in the driver's seat to make it to the SEC title game. They're right back to where they want to be in the national championship conversation. But they better be focused and prepared for this week because Vandy is going to be a tough opponent, and I think it's very telling that the look-ahead line of this game was 11.5. Bama beats Georgia outright, and it goes down. It was as low as 9.5 this morning, got bought up a little bit. This line was actually as high as 13.5, too, before it got bought all the way down. So that's going to be a close game. Anything north of 10, I think, is worth a bet on Vandy. I like them plus the points against Bama. I also like Maryland's team total under 23.5 against Washington. So I really want to bet Washington in this game. Maryland has lost 10 straight games out of their bye week. 10 straight out of their bye, and they're 1-9 against the spread in those games. The problem is this is just a brutal spot for Washington. You played the Apple Cup rivalry game against Wazoo 2 weeks ago. Then you have the number 1 team in the country in your building on Saturday in Ohio State. You lose to the Buckeyes, and now you got to get on a plane, 6 hours, travel across the country, and take on the Terps in College Park. So it is a tough spot for Washington, which is why I don't want to lay the 5.5. But if I know anything about Maryland football, these kind of games, they're always sloppy. They never look crisp. It's always ugly. So I'm looking at Terps team total under 23.5. I think that is the play in this game. You should be good betting Washington on the money line, but again, it is a tough spot for the Huskies. The Terps have just been so bad, though, out of bye weeks in the last decade. It should be an interesting game. I think Maryland team total under is the way to go. As for the NFL, 3 games that I like. First one, Niners plus 3.5 against the Rams. I bet it now so you get the hook with San Fran. Look, the Niners and Indy, probably comparable teams. Maybe Indy is a little bit better, maybe a half point better if you're looking at power ratings. So when you look at the fact the Rams were favored by 3.5 against the Colts, now they're 3.5 against the Niners, I think that makes sense. But I love betting teams when they lose at home outright as a favorite, and then you get them on the road the next week as an underdog. Usually very profitable in the NFL, and that's what we're getting with San Francisco, who just lost outright to Jacksonville yesterday at home. Now they go on the road to take the Rams. Historically, Shanahan's been very good against McVay. And again, the Rams, man, they've been playing some tough teams the last couple weeks. You got to play Philly, and then you had to play the Colts. Now you get another tough game with the Niners. I think it's going to be close. I think San Fran's live. I like them plus 3.5. I also like the Saints plus 1 against the Giants. Let's go dumpster diving, right? 2 of the worst teams in the NFL, but I think there's a big advantage here with New Orleans, and I bet them at plus 1 because I think they're going to close as a favorite in this game. This is just classic NFL, right? Giants are 0-3. They look lifeless. They put in their rookie quarterback. Jackson Dart does great things. They pull off the upset. Now the perception is that the Giants might be a decent football team. They're feeling good about things. And now they got to go on the road and play a winless Saints team who, again, hasn't been awful this season. They could have beaten Arizona, San Francisco. They were hanging around with the Bills yesterday for just about all 4 quarters of that game. So New Orleans has been competitive, and now they see an opportunity, a big opportunity to win a game this season. I expect a max effort out of New Orleans. I think there's going to be some big regression for the Giants. Jackson Dart making his first career road start in the NFL. I think New Orleans closes a favorite in this game. I like the Saints plus 1. And then I also like Tampa plus 3 against Seattle. Look, I've talked about it a lot here on this show. It's pretty simple for me. If Seattle's on the road, I'm probably going to bet them. If Seattle's at home against a competent team, I'm probably going to fade them. For whatever reason, under Mike McDonald, Seattle just has not been a good home team. Bucs are coming off a difficult loss to Philadelphia. And that turnover regression finally hit for the Bucs in that game against the Eagles. They're playing another good defense against Seattle, but I think it's a nice matchup for the Bucs. I like the fact that we're getting a key number here against Seattle. I think Baker Mayfield's going to play well. Tampa Bay, I think they have a chance to win that game, so I'll take the Bucs plus 3 against the Seahawks. All right, you guys, let's talk about my top 10 teams in college football. We'll start with Ohio State. They're still number 1. They're plus 500, the favorites to win the Natty, and I agree with it. Very good win on the road in Seattle against the Huskies. Their defense doesn't give up a touchdown. Julian Sain took care of the football, had some adversity early in that game, but good teams find ways to win games, even when they're ugly. That's what Ohio State did, so they're still the number 1 team. Miami, I'll still put at number 2. I think both lines of scrimmage, Miami is elite. My concerns are the head coach and the quarterback, which is not necessarily the concerns you want for a team in the national title market, but it really looks like this ACC, with Florida State losing to Virginia, Georgia Tech nearly losing to Wake Forest. I mean, it really is Miami's to lose. They are clearly the best team in that league, so they should get one of the top 4 seeds in the playoff, be in a nice position, and I really like their team. It's all about Carson Beck and then Cristobal, obviously, as well. Number 3, I'll still put Texas at number 3 at plus 700. I think I'm higher than most on Texas, but it's that defense, man. I think that defense is so good. And it's funny because with the Sark coach team, you think it'd be the other way. The offense would be great. The defense would kind of be the shaky part of the team. A lot of these elite teams, though, in college football, they mostly, all of them, have great offenses, but it's all about the defense. For Texas, it's kind of the opposite. And with that being Sark's bread and butter, Arch still being talented, and with them having a lot of talented pieces on that offense, we get to see him in the swamp on Saturday, which is going to be fun. Texas at Florida, but I'll have Texas at number 3. Put the Ducks at number 4. How can you not be impressed with Oregon? Going on the road, in the whiteout, in overtime, and beating Penn State. They blow the 14-point lead in the 4th quarter, but they regather, they convert a 4th and 1, and then in double OT, they end up winning the game. Dan Lanning's a madman. He's a great coach. Dante Moore is a very talented quarterback. He's only going to continue to get better. Ducks, number 4. Bama, we'll put them at number 5 at plus 600. Great win for Bama. Again, Kellen DeBoer is nothing if not consistent. He's not good on the road as a big favorite, but man, is he good in ranked matchups. He's good as an underdog, and he's good in these big games. And he's got another one coming up against Vandy. I'll keep Bama at 5, but I'm very concerned about this run defense, and Vandy, again, is the kind of team that usually gives them issue. Georgia, I'll put them at 6. They're 10-1 to win the national title. Georgia could easily have 2 losses right now. They easily could be undefeated right now. So it feels right that they're about 1-1. I think the issue with Georgia is that you think Kirby Smart, you think Georgia, you think these elite defenses, and they just do not have that this year. Gunnar Stockton has been very good. I don't think you can take too much out of the Georgia-Bama game, though, because Bama really was the desperate team in that game. And Kirby Smart has just had an issue with beating the Tide. He beats everybody else. He just can't beat them. So I'll put Georgia at number 6. A&M, I'll put them at number 7. They're 25-1 to win it all. Defensively looked much better against Auburn. They have that great win on the road against Notre Dame. Mike Elko's got a very good team. I don't know yet if they're national championship good, but definitely good enough to make the playoff. Ole Miss will put them at number 8. Still have my concerns about the Ole Miss defense, but offensively, Trinidad Chambliss looks really, really good. Kiffin, excellent play caller. I'll put the Rebels at number 8. Tennessee still going to be number 9 for me. They're 50-1 to win the national championship because they still have some tricky games upcoming on their schedule. But offensively, they're elite. It really comes down to their defense. They gave up 34 to Mississippi State after giving up 38 to Georgia or 41 to Georgia, whatever it was. So their defense has gotten shredded here a little bit, but I'll put Tennessee at 9. LSU is number 10 for me at 25-1. LSU's defense is very good, was impressed with what they did against Ole Miss, but Garrett Nussmeier, it feels like, has regressed a little bit this season. I don't know whether he's hurt or it's just these new playmakers he's not gelling with, but LSU's got to figure it out offensively. They still have some tough games left on their schedule. They still have to play A&M. They still have to play Bama. So tough schedule remaining for LSU. That was a tough loss, but their defense is, I think, legit at this point. We can say all going to be about Nussmeier and the offense. And then you guys might have noticed Penn State was not in my top 10. And as you guys listen to the show every day, if I ever come on here and I have Penn State in my top 10, I want you to call me out. Because unless they beat a top 10 team, I will not put them in the top 10. They have shown us time and time again they can't beat elite teams. That Oregon game was the final straw for me. I still am shocked, to be honest with you, that they lost that game. So until they beat a top 10 team, I will not put them in the top 10 because they beat up on bad teams. They can't beat good teams. So we're not putting them in the top 10. All right, let's talk Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. After Oregon and Dante Moore got that big win against Penn State, he is plus 750 to win the Heisman. Ty Simpson is 10-1. Carson Beck 9-1. Jeremiah Smith 10-1. To me, Dante Moore and Ty Simpson amongst the favorites should be the guys that you're probably looking at right now. Dante Moore and Oregon have a favorable schedule the rest of the way. They get Indiana and USC at home, Iowa and Washington on the road. As long as they go 2-2 in those matchups, they're going to be in the college football playoff. They might even be playing for the Big Ten championship. Dante Moore is only going to continue to get better. And this offensive system that Oregon has with Will Stein as the OC, we saw Bo Nix, Dylan Gabriel flourish in it. And right now, Gabriel's doing the same thing, or Dante Moore's doing the same thing, and he's going to have opportunity to put up some big numbers. So Dante Moore plus 750 to win the Heisman Trophy. I think that's he should be the favorite. I wouldn't bet that, but I understand why he's the favorite. I'd probably rather bet Ty Simpson at 10-1 to win the national championship just because Bama has more marquee games. He's playing under a great offensive system with DeBoer and with Ryan Grubb. They were terrific against Georgia. And Ty Simpson's been awesome this year. 11 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's got a great receiving core with Ryan Williams, Jeremy Bernard, and Isaiah Horton. So you got to see Bama's offense a little bit against Georgia. I think they're going to be able to put up some points in a lot of these other SEC games. He should play really well against Vanderbilt's defense. Ty Simpson 10-1, I think, is a nice look as well. And then two guys down the board I think are worth mentioning. The first one, Arch Manning's now 20-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. And I know Arch hasn't looked good, but they're coming off a bye week. They got a chance to reassess the first 4 games of the season. You're going on the road. You're playing Florida this week, a very good defense. I mean, the talent is there for Arch. The receivers are there. Sark is a play caller. To me, this is a lot about Sark, too, because in a lot of these big games, Texas has just not been scoring the football, and it just feels like Sark still has the training wheels on Arch and Quinn Ewers and a lot of these players in these big games. I just hope he just lets it rip against Florida and Oklahoma coming up next week. If he can do that and Arch starts putting up some big numbers and Texas starts looking good offensively, I mean, it's still Arch Manning at the end of the day. So 20-1, I think, is a decent price. And then the other interesting guy, I think, is Notre Dame quarterback C.J. Carr at 25-1. I don't think C.J. is going to end up winning the Heisman because I think dropping both games against Miami and Texas A&M are going to hurt his case. But if they win out and they go 10-2, Notre Dame, I think, is going to be in the college football playoff. And right now, Notre Dame is like the college version of the Dallas Cowboys or the Baltimore Ravens, where they are all offense and no defense. But their offense is really, really good, and they're going to score about 40 points in every game that they play this season. So when you have an offense that is that prolific, and you're the quarterback at Notre Dame, and you have a chance to win 10 games in a row, and you're just going to continue to climb up the rankings, and you're going to put up great stats every week, and your team's going to put up a lot of points every week. Again, I don't know if there are going to be enough marquee wins on that schedule for him to jump enough guys. Who knows how the rest of the season is going to play out. It would have been nice if he would have won one of those games against Miami or A&M. But again, the price would not be 25-1 if he did. So 25-1, CJ Carr to win the Heisman. I think the stats and the numbers might be there. If Notre Dame can jump into the college football playoff conversation, if you get some of these top guys to drop off a little bit, I think maybe CJ Carr can get in there. So 25-1, I think he could be worth a look as well. All right, you guys, let's talk a little MLB here on Send It In. We got the postseason starting tomorrow. Can't wait. We're going to break down all 4 of those games coming up on the show tomorrow. But today, I wanted to look big picture. Wanted to look futures markets, AL, NL, and World Series. Okay, we'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at plus 200, followed by Toronto plus 275, Yankees plus 340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees, Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick, and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. 2, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric. But then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here. And they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo. And if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series, because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again, just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League, I think is a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exacta. All right, you guys, quickly, let's get to our favorite plays of the day. See, we have a Monday Night Football comment here as well. Moist Cupcakes, FYI, Jets haven't won in Miami since 2015. Matt Fitzpatrick was the quarterback for the Jets. Tannehill for Miami. Love that stat, Moist Cupcakes. That tells me if the Jets are up big tonight and we can get Miami to nice plus number over a touchdown, I'll be all in on Miami live. So good stat there with the Jets. Jose Ramirez is going to go up against Tariq Skubal tomorrow, and he's 12 for 36 in his career against Skubal. 333. Jose's a great hitter, Hall of Famer in my opinion, and he's great in the postseason. So take Jose Ramirez to get a base hit tomorrow. Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions at minus 120 is going to be my prop lock today against Denver. Yes, he's going up against Surtain, but they're just not running the ball with Chase Brown. They got to find a way to get number one involved. Dog of the day is going to be Cincinnati plus the points against the Broncos. And then my best bet, Saints +1 against the Giants. I think New Orleans closes as a favorite in that game. Giants, it's a good time to fade them right now. Buy low, sell high in the NFL. We're selling high on New York. That'll do it for us here on Send It In. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate the comments. Tomorrow, playoff baseball, more NFL, college football conversation. We'll see you guys then.
Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
We landed on the moon! It started with me telling Joe that I just blasted a game to the moon.
You have an Aries sun and a Libra moon, so that means that the sun and moon are opposing each other.
Fade them to the moon.
Why some say the moon?
It is juice to the moon.
Can we talk about Gore Moon?
We choose to go to the moon.
Pacers, moon.
We choose to go to the moon because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept.
Monday moon. This is Best Bet. Every Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern, we give out our moons. And I'm glad we heard from Gracie there because a lot is happening on Sunday morning. Like we each have our show normally, and then you get the injury report. Lines are moving. People very active on social media. At one point on Sunday morning before the games, we got a link to Gracie's video. And all I see before I realized it was Gracie's video, her pregame for the Ravens-Chiefs matchup and her thoughts on all the numbers was, I just see the reply from you. Cliff notes, please. Because I click on the video. It's 2 hours.
Yeah,
2 hours,
long.
Moons and numbers and everything in her background. I gotta look. I actually wrote down the numbers somewhere if I could find it. That she was talking about that would have an impact in the game. She kept bringing up Noah Gray because I fast forwarded to the very end. I was trying to get a summary. But she's only given the Chiefs side of things. I don't think she hit on anything really, but maybe I'm wrong. Did Noah Gray do anything in the game? Because she kept bringing him up.
I don't know anything that happened yesterday.
I was just pulling up the box score. Noah Gray, did you do anything? He had 1 catch for 1 yard on 1 target. She did say 1, which is Worthy's number. I do remember that. But I think that was pretty obvious that he was going to be involved. Okay, really, if you're talking about any team in the NFL and you're saying, okay, these numbers are going to be involved, and you name off 6 numbers, aren't you like covering all your bases?
Yes. So here's why I responded, Cliff notes, please. I was not watching the game. I did not have time to watch a live stream, nor did I have the connectivity to watch anything back there. So Kelly tagged us in the video. Yes. So I did pull up Twitter, and I saw that I was tagged in it. And at this point, I was like going loony in this back room at the golf club with no TVs and just banquet chairs. So I said, I need to make a bet here. I'm going to trust Gracie Moon. But I didn't have the time to watch the video. So I called Kelly. She's like, "What's up?" I said,
"You called her?
What did Gracie say?" And she said she likes the Chiefs in a shootout. And I'm like, "Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like the Chiefs too." So I just went to town. I went to the moon on the Chiefs. And Kelly's like, "I'm going to do it too." So then that's how I started. Like, people were asking, like, "What are we doing? What's the bet?" And I was like, Chiefs. Moon. Yeah. and of course, I'm not watching most of the game. I saw a couple plays in the third quarter when it was pretty out of reach. But I followed the first drive where the Ravens went right down the field. I'm like, oh, great, perfect. Now everybody at the wedding's going to hate me because I told them to bet Chiefs, and they're going to get torqued here. But she hit it. I mean, Chiefs in a shootout, 57 points.
No doubt. Any other moons that you want to hand out? Or any? I don't know if Gracie was a moon there.
I'll give Gracie, yeah, she deserves a moon for sure. I'll give her the waxing gibbous moon for giving the wedding party and friends Chiefs yesterday. I'm going to go half moon to Brett Bielema. I think a lot of teams would have faltered after losing 63-10 and just fallen apart and not been resilient enough to bounce back in a big way. I mean, you got a USC team that's pretty highly regarded in a lot of circles with a quarterback that a lot of people like, including you. And I think Maeva's a really good quarterback. For them to win the way they did on homecoming, to move to what, 4-1 now, Jake? Illinois, 4-1? We made fun of Illinois a lot in the summer. Here they are, 4-1. Only lost Indiana. Indiana's very good. So let's give Bielema and the Illini football team a half moon. And the full moon for me, or the new moon, or whatever, as long as it's lit up very pretty. Kalen DeBoer. This guy now, as a dog, is 10-2 ATS, and 9 of those games he won outright. 10-2 ATS when catching points. 9 wins outright. They do it again. And that guy took a lot of it early in the season when they lost to Florida State. A ton. And deservedly so. You're a 14-point favorite and you lose by 14. They showed us a lot. And I know the game tightened up later. The defenses made the adjustments at the half. But Ty Simpson had 3 touchdowns in the first half. And Ty Simpson is the first real quarterback that Kalen DeBoer has had to really work with at Bama. Because Milroe wasn't his guy. Simpson is like his first creation. And Ty Simpson is now the second favorite for the Heisman. And Alabama just went into Georgia and snapped that 30-some game winning streak in Athens. That's a huge win for Bama.
All right. Very good. Those are Sam's moons. I'm going blue moon. It is also my son's favorite ice cream. But Kay Hilmers sent the screenshot to us over the weekend. Secures it. Mets missed the playoffs. We gave that out on the show at 6-1. This loser team, it happens again. They lose 8 in a row in the beginning of the month. And in the last week, they lost 2 out of 3 to Washington. Then they played the Cubs. Then they lost 2 out of 3 in the final series of the weekend against Miami. So they're getting my blue moon. And I saw that the Mets TV broadcast was very upset because, the Marlins are acting like they're going to the playoffs because they played spoiler and they knocked the Mets out. So they were celebrating and they didn't like that. So I loved it even more. Blue moon, let's go to the Mets missing the playoffs at 6-1. Let's hand the Beaver moon out to the room, going 0-for-5 in the NFL. Big Beaver moon there. Let's go. Let's go.
That's a thing? Beaver moon is a thing?
I looked up kinds of moons, and Beaver was on the list.
Okay.
Beaver moon. Let's see. Does it explain it? November Beaver moon. The full moon in November is the Beaver moon. Named for the active beavers preparing for winter.
Beaver moon. Last week you gave pink moon. This week it's blue moon and beaver moon.
Beaver moon so far. I'll go half moon on Survivor. I feel like everybody's still alive. I think for the most part, 75% are alive, but yeah, still alive with all the entries. So that feels good. But here's the full moon. And I thank you for this, Adonai Mitchell. Oh, what the hell are you doing? That was in danger of not covering. And I talked about the 88-yard touchdown or whatever it was that the Rams got late to cover. But you can't forget Adonai Mitchell makes the catch, running down the sideline. Sam, as he's about to enter the end zone, he starts his celebration, fumbles the ball.
No.
Touchback, Rams ball. It was a 75-yard touchdown, and he was more worried about his celebration. So as he's entering the end zone, you see the ball, like he's at like the 1-inch line. He loses the grip of the football, and like he knew it right away. And touchback, another game changer there. Man, I see why they're betting the Colts at home. That they hung with the Rams. I mean, that was their toughest test by far, and that was against a really good defense. Like this Colts team, even though they lost yesterday, they're for real.
They're good. I got plus money on them to win the division. I feel really good about it.
Yep. So, we're going Blue Moon Mets, Beaver Moon Room, Half Moon Survivor, and then Full Moon Adonai Mitchell. There you go. Anybody else have anything? Any moons? Paul, you got a moon?
Oh, Paul's got moons.
I can't believe you stole the Beaver Moon. I can't believe
this is back-to-back weeks, right?
Yeah.
What was it last week? It was
Pink
like the
moon.
exact same thing. Pink
moon. Beaver Moon goes to someone else on my board, so maybe we can have multiple Beaver Moons. But I'll start out with some moon cheese for Devin Dampier and Utah bouncing back. Curb stopping West Virginia, 4 touchdowns from Dampier. Good get-right spot for Utah after that Texas Tech loss. I was going with the full Beaver Moon for setting the trap, Lane and Landry. Kiffin for winning the psychological and physical battle, Ole Miss against LSU. And then Lane with the hard launch of the relationship with the LSU linebacker, with his daughter. Lane giving the business afterwards, Jake, if we've got that.
Please hold.
I love the upset.
Well, here tonight. Trinidad made up for running out of bounds. So, we believe in our players. We go for it on 4th down a lot. And glad they made plays. I'm looking for Witt right now to see if he covered over.
Not even
They
close,
did not.
right?
They did not cover the over. Yeah, not close.
little
But
scoring
Ole
game.
Miss winning and covering short spread at home against LSU. And then the full Wolf Moon for old man Matthew Stafford to Tutu Atwell, streaking down the sideline for the cover, survivor win, Colts fade, Rams, and Stafford, the full Wolf Moon.
There you go. How'd you do in the media pool?
Felt like it should have been 4-1 Raiders, but 3-2.
3-2 Raiders. I did 4-1. See, but the Rams, it was like I feel like I got one there.
That's true.
You're getting one back. Yeah, you're getting one back from earlier in the year. My loss was I took Browns plus 10. That was my L, but other ones were good. I feel like I was mad at myself for not doing Seattle on time. So I guess it balances out that way because I meant to get.
Can we, real quick before we get to Jake, can we be done with the Panthers and the Titans?
Yes.
As
I'm
dogs?
down for that.
Oh, as far as betting on them? Yeah. Sam, you took the plus 7, right?
In the Chicago contest, I went 2-3, and 2 of my losses were Titans and Panthers, exactly. And then I had Raiders who should have won, but Ben Johnson willed that field goal block. So I'm Ben Johnson. I'm so tired of Ben Johnson already, man.
I'm so ready for a Bears bye week where the vibes are up here. Ready.
It's here. It's here.
Yeah, he's running around that locker room. I'm like, oh my God, right off the Dan Campbell tree.
Uh-huh.
Giving some attitude to the sideline reporter too.
I saw that. Who they have off the bye? They have Minnesota.
Commanders.
They at Minnesota right now. It's Washington -4.5. Daniels should be back then.
Yes, Bears vibes are so high. Never mind, we got it right. The quarterback decision, we got it right. And dead.
That number's gonna
Caleb
come down.
against Jaden Daniels, huh?
Hail Mary revenge game too.
Yep. You're saying the Bears' revenge? Like they're going to be?
That's what everyone's going to
down?
say. Everyone's going to say it's the revenge game for last year's Hail Mary.
This game's not going to come down to a Hail Mary.
Yeah,
my
exactly.
thoughts.
Exactly.
Jake,
I would
Moon.
agree with that.
My only moon is Sam in studio moon. Just this show gets so stupid when Sam is in the studio, and it's so outrageous.
Well, nothing ever works. The elevators don't work. The ring light's falling apart.
How do you think it feels to be here every day?
The camera's crooked, and so am I. Everything. Yeah.
That's my only moon. No Madison Moon this week. No updates.
Did she call?
Womp womp. She did not call. Sad.
Damn.
I think that's a band or something. Madison Moon. I'm looking up right now.
Joe, are you on drugs today? What is happening?
Google Madison Moon, and it's going to bring you to the Instagram of a singer.
I'll take your word for it. I'm good.
Should I Google
Is
this
this
on
her?
the work computer or not?
No, it's safe. It's just a singer. She's interesting, but Madison Moon.
Speaking of,
Good name.
actually, never mind. I'm not even going to go there.
Speaking of what?
Nope.
No, you have to.
I
Gert, show
I
us
have a
the
feeling I know
beaver
where this
moon.
is going.
Gert has the
I
beaver
just-
moon ready.
When are we getting Lisa Ann on the show? That's all I need.
Oh
to know.
my god, that was not what I was expecting.
Yeah, that's not what I had a different guess.
0 for 2 on reach outs. Other things.
Yeah, but she's
Were they
she's
both
promoting
show related,
something.
Paul? That's my follow up question.
We tried
They
to book
were,
her for chicken dinner a long time ago. We tried so hard. Yeah. Did not happen.
You want to
Paul,
read
please
Gert's
answer the question.
comment?
I
What?
didn't read
No,
it.
I said they were. It's very professional over here, Jake.
Yeah,
Never doubt.
she is. I saw her promoting something. Like she's doing these meetups with fans.
All right, Jake.
Let's get on
I think I saw Paul online for that actually.
Make it happen.
Oh, we'll get to that coming up. All right, the room. You want to be here. Find out where the room is at for both games Monday Night Football. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
The room lost in college football. A 2-3 weekend. The room got destroyed in the NFL. 0-5. Most popular plays. So we want to find out on the 2 games tonight where the room is at. I know we've got player props. Not sure about sides. I think that's out as well. Like the side totals, money line bets, and all that, which might be kind of interesting. We bring in Paul Aspen. This is what people are waiting for. This is what they been hanging out the last 2+ hours for. They want to know where the room is at tonight so they can go the other way.
All right, let's start with the props, which I have right in front of me. Most bet props between both games at BetMGM for tonight's Monday Night Football slate. Number 5, kind of correlated to something we saw before in a previous primetime game. It's Devon Achane. In the past, they bet over his receiving yards. Tonight, they're going under 12.5 rushing attempts at plus 105.
Okay. Why? Are they thinking Jets win? Okay, I'm not sure about that one. All right,
I'm gonna say, based on how the rest of this list goes, they're thinking Jets win.
Okay. Oh, good.
Yeah.
What else you got?
All right, number 4, same game. Braylon Allen, over 16.5 rushing yards at minus 115.
Please read the next one.
Number 3, I'm dead. Yeah. This should be number 1, probably. The other game, the Denver-Cincy game, Evan Ingram, over 1.5 receptions made, minus 200.
Oh, he's not going to have a catch.
Yes.
Yep, that's the bet. Under 1.5 catches.
We don't even need 1 and 2. We don't need 1 and 2. You bet Ingram. Wow. That is amazing.
Hold on. I might cut him from my fantasy team.
Let's see where he's at.
I guess
last
I can't cut
week,
him today.
And he had 1 catch last week on 2 targets. Against Tennessee, week 1, he had 3 catches on 4 targets. Oh, no, last week he was injured. This was in week 2. He probably got injured in that game. So this is the first game back from injury, and they're laying $2 on over 1.5 receptions. Okay.
That's just gambling, I guess, that he's going to be part of the game plan. He's healthy and whatever. All right. Number 2 seems more room-esque. Popular player going over. Garrett Wilson, over 5.5 receptions made, minus 115.
Mm-hmm.
You got to bet the concussed quarterback's number 1 weapon over, for sure.
Bad secondary, so I get it from that standpoint.
And another pro Broncos prop. Man, this prop is going to be sweaty as hell. J.K. Dobbins, over 64.5 rushing yards, minus 115. Great. A guy with knee injury history. Yes, let's make him the number 1 bet prop.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the backup there? Harvey? Load up on Harvey.
Yep. We'll probably fumble a couple times, like in the red zone.
See, Paul, you're already making peace with this Broncos loss tonight.
Yeah, it's been a good run. Made it a month.
Do you have any – so let me ask you this. Do you have any interest in like the emotional financial hedge where you take the Bengals money line? Has that ever crossed your mind or no?
No.
Okay.
No. Sam, sometimes you just got to wait, watch, and let it happen. Even though you know how it's gonna end.
Is that the name of Lisa Ann's book?
I haven't gotten that far. Despite what Jake might tell you, I was not lining up. I was not in a fan line looking for an autograph.
I don't know. I heard some rumors.
Wait, watch, let it happen. That's a title.
I wouldn't. But to the other side of that, I would not necessarily say no to Bengals plus 7.5 just because I have a Survivor entry.
Oh man, there's a plus 380 out there for the Bengals money line.
Oh, this is classic me as a mush. So a buddy who's a Packers fan talking a bunch of crap yesterday. I'm like, fine, give me the Dallas money line at plus 275, and it lands on a tie. I was like, perfect.
Wow. Oh man.
Yeah.
Did you see the room sides totals money line?
I can give you like the splits percentages that are in this same tweet. But if you
I saw Ewing just post this. So Ewing put it out there. I don't think BetMGM sent it out yet.
All right, so John Ewing,
we'll start with
our guy. Yeah.
Yeah. You see it?
Oh,
put it out
boy.
there like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Read it. Start with number one. Start with number
Do
one.
I have to? Do I have
yes,
to?
you do. Tell them.
Broncos minus 7.5 is the most bet side at BetMGM tonight.
Oh no, Paul.
Tell me what number two is.
Most bet side total money line. Broncos minus 7.5. Number two, Broncos money line minus 450. You ever watch a man die in real time? Because that's kind of what's happening right now. Interesting. A lot of Jets props, but Dolphins side money line.
What did Mr. Wannabet say? Bo Nix gets right tonight?
I don't remember.
And I've been the most like in a summer of Broncos hype. I was on the fade the Broncos island, and this is how
you
I
were
get with the ship.
You were. Yeah. I was surprised that you took them with the. Were you talked into that, or was that you?
No, that was me. And my original plan was using them against the Giants in a couple weeks, just because in Denver, Russ. But then once it went to Dart, I was like, I don't know if I'm necessarily going to get there then. So I figured use it now.
All right. So I now have my lightning bets.
I'm going to definitely do the Evan Ingram under. No doubt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's a crazy bet. And laying $2 on that, I don't understand.
If you really think about it, remember when we were younger and we had like cafeterias? Like you have to like slide the tray and like I'll have that and that and that. The room should always be just give me everything, but I continue to just pick and choose when I should probably just fade all five. What is it?
The room is the kid with the fruit punch stain on his shirt after lunch. You know, the fruit punch cartons at lunch. That's the room.
Because he got it because he poked the straw through that little foil. Yeah. The straw was too close. It dripped down on his shirt.
Well, we had Wawa products, I believe, and it was like it wasn't a straw. It was like the open it up and spout thing, and yeah, just like kids would just have fruit punch go right onto their shirt.
Of course, yeah. Doesn't mean the Broncos won't win, but
here's what I'm thinking. This is going to be a brutal backdoor cover. I think anyone laying Broncos, that's what I'm talking myself into. They get out of there with a win, but it's kind of like, what was it? Seahawks, Philly, 50-yard Hail Mary. Seahawks are 6.5 in prime time, and it lands 6 because of like some garbage Hail Mary catch or something at the end.
Yep.
I'll say what everybody's thinking, but doesn't want to say it. These games suck tonight.
Yeah.
They're horrible.
I'm going grocery shopping.
They suck. They suck. Yeah. No, I didn't hesitate. I had to reschedule a game, and I usually stay away from Monday Night Football. I'm like, oh yeah, fine, we'll do 7:45. That's fine. Like, I don't care. I'm going to be in your position tomorrow, where I'm going to miss the majority of this. I'll watch the highlights and all that, but I'll probably see the end if there is a sweat there with that Broncos game. It looks like there might be. So, which one's going to be better? I know what the point spread says, that Jets Dolphins should be more competitive, but I don't know. I'll guess that the second game is better, the Broncos Bengals game.
You have better players, I would think, in terms of like breaking big plays in the second game.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Chase.
Yeah. I don't know. I have the ability. I'll be on a plane, and I will have the ability to watch one of the games, not both, and I'll probably watch a movie.
So what happened? You sent a picture on your flight in. What happened when you were trying to watch college football?
Oh, the TVs weren't working and the Wi-Fi was down.
Dude, is anything working in your life right now? Like everything you do, something goes wrong.
Well, that's not my fault. The plane isn't.
No,
my
I'm not
fault.
saying it's your fault. I'm just saying like something bad is happening.
If you want, I can lay down on the floor and we can all talk about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Elevator.
I thought we were going to do that in 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
The warden.
Yeah, so I basically got Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt because, of course, I get through the pregame show fine, and then the games start, and I have Gus Johnson like the Trojan, like the thing just starts going haywire. And it sounds like he's short-circuiting. No, that's the Delta television. And then could not watch anything from that noon to 2:30, 3 o'clock window. Nothing. And then the flight attendant said, "I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" And I don't know. I don't know if there's anything you could do. Can we get the game on? Oh, we're flying too low. It's a lower altitude flight. Like, oh.
What does that mean?
Apparently, if you're not high enough, it doesn't get the signal.
Yeah, I was thinking the other way. It's like, yeah, well, you're closer to like the houses that have cable. Like that should work. But then I guess the satellites are up here. So you're
Cable's bouncing off the houses into the plane.
When he said, "I can get you a drink," I said, "Yeah. Do you have any Clorox? That would be great.
Yes.
I would love a shot of Clorox."
I'm sorry. I'm not over ricochet satellite TV.
That's how it works, right? And then I realized, closer to the satellites, I guess, if you're further up.
Yeah. Man.
And that was Talking TV with Paul.
Talking TV. Correct. Correct.
Okay, so our favorite room fade tonight is what? Is it Engram?
So the current number BetMGM is 2.5. So, I mean, the over is plus money. And the under is minus 145 under 2.5 receptions. So is that how you would? If you can find it elsewhere, I guess maybe go under 1.5 plus money.
He did say that Dobbins is the most popular prop, and the Dobbins prop opened at 59.5. It is now 64.5, and it's 99% of the money is on the over.
99%.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Final answer for me. I'm going to go under on Dobbins. That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's gone up 5 yards. It's probably going to keep on climbing. Everybody's betting the over. That makes sense. But are you betting Ingram too? Or we can talk about it in a few minutes.
Not at 2.5. So, I mean, at under 1.5 plus money, sure. Under 2.5 minus 145, no.
Sure. All right. It is official, by the way. The announcement just came down that Malik Neighbors torn ACL, so he's done for the year. That kills it. That kills a dart ticket. It hurts it a lot. But they did win without him. He ran 10 times. But yeah, that's brutal, man.
Does it actually, in a weird way, like on the surface, obviously, in a weird way, does it help if he still keeps performing and winning a little bit without his best weapon?
Maybe. We can go over this tomorrow. The offensive rookie of the year race had a lot of activity this weekend. So you have Dart with his first start. He wins as a big dog against the Chargers. You had Genty score 3 touchdowns against the Bears. And Sam, your guy, Omarion Hampton, had his best game. He was awesome. He had like 127 yards or something. I think rushing yards over expectation. He was number 1 in the NFL this weekend. And Ibuka had over 100 yards. So
Ibuka's awesome.
Like, a bunch of these guys had big weekends. Yeah. Offensive rookie race, I'm telling you, that's going to be the best awards race this year.
I got a text from Big Cat. We have Hampton together. Not together, but we bet it at the same time. And he texted me yesterday, finally. That's it, one word. And it was, I had later learned, I'm like, I texted back a little bit later. I'm like, this could be anything. I have no, because I don't know what this is. And he goes, Hampton. And then I looked at the box score. I'm like, oh, Hampton had a long touchdown run. Nice. But you look at the board right here, MGM, if you're watching along, Ibuka 250, Genty 4-1, Hampton 5-1, Dart 450. You got 4 guys right there.
And Judkins, my other guy, had a big weekend. He got a ton of carries, got into the end zone against the Lions. So I think this is going to be a fun race. I don't recall Tyler Warren doing anything in that game. Cam Ward's down to 20-1. He's outside the top 5-6. it's going to be tough for him to get into this race. They're going to have to start doing something, and he doesn't have any help, as you mentioned, down in Tennessee. All right, Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats on a Monday. We just did Where's the Room? We did Monday Moons. Case of the Mondays. A lot of fun planned every single Monday here on the show. Coming up next, we've got our lightning bets. There are 2 Monday night football games. Maybe people are taking a look at the wild card round of the MLB playoffs. We'll get to all that coming up next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
derecha. Stafford se planta en la bolsa. Tiene tiempo el pase flotadito. ¡Tutu! Completo a la 50 y se va a escapar. A la 40 del otro lado, a la 30, a la 20. Va a llegar a la yarda 10, a la 5. ¡Touchdown! 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 ¡Rams! ¡Tutu!
That's us after the room. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We have lightning bets coming your way. Way too much Telemundo going down this morning. You know what they don't have? Here's what I meant when I said this is not the Telemundo that I grew up with. As I've learned this morning, I finally found the channel, turned it on. Did you ever watch it when you were a kid? You ever turn it on?
No. As a white male, no. No.
Joe, what did you think the answer to that question was going to be?
I would have thought he would have run into it at one point in his life because a lot of people knew, Jake, like it was wild. Do you know what I'm about to reference? Like the morning show on Telemundo?
Nope.
Jake, you have no idea? Okay.
Not a
Keep
clue.
your mic on. Listen to this. You would turn on Telemundo and they have their morning show. I think it was their version of the Today Show, right? And it would be this obese man in a hot tub, no shirt on, with hot chicks. That was the morning show. This big man, shirtless, hairy, in a hot tub with hot women. That's
how
what it
big?
was.
300? 400?
At least 3 bills.
Damn.
Yeah, he may have been 3-4. He may have gotten to 400. Yeah, that was the show. And then in the afternoon, I think they did like soaps, right? Like where you see the dramatic acting and slapping each other in the face.
I love that just like right as if anybody else has the answer to these questions.
No, we did not. Believe it or not, we did not watch Telemundo at our house.
Oh, that's it. Here, I just found the name of the show. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't. What is
Gordo means fat. El Gordo
the
means
fat
fat
man.
guy. Yeah.
Wyla Flocka. So it was the fat man and the skinny woman.
Yeah.
That was the
Pretty
name
much.
of the show.
What was the middle? What was the something Flocka?
I don't know. I don't know Spanish. I have no idea.
No, I know. What's the Spanish word?
It says Y and then L-A, Flocka.
Oh,
Flocka.
yeah.
Y is E, which is and.
Yeah, and
the
the fat and the skinny.
The fat man and the skinny woman.
Yeah.
That's my guy. We should get him. Is he alive? He's probably not alive.
That's my guy.
I mean, the life. That's a life. I'm gonna go in my morning TV show in a hot tub. Like that's what was going on.
The best is that Joe thought we watched Telemundo when we were younger.
And then there was the soaps, right? Any of us know.
I can't believe
The
you never saw
telenovelas.
it in your life. You never saw it once.
I had an uncle that
Not
used to watch Telemundo with the sound off, if that makes you feel any better.
Say this makes a lot of sense to me. I totally understand that. I feel that. All right. Before we get to our lightning bets, is there an MLB matchup that we're excited about? A specific
Whoever
one,
the Cubs are playing, I'm excited
whether
about.
it's Cubs Padres. Yeah, that was planned for a while. It was a match. The only question was where are they going to play? And they're going to play the series at Wrigley. So the wild card round. Yep, that starts Tuesday, 3:00 Eastern. So that's the other thing. On Tuesday, the first one, of course, Detroit, Cleveland. Oh, there you go. They're matching up again. That's your first one. Then second, they go San Diego, Chicago. Then Boston, New York, and the Reds at the Dodgers. I can't say that I'm super thrilled about Reds, Dodgers. I think Red Sox, Yankees is pretty interesting. But you've got a couple of matchups where these teams battled all year in the division, and here they are facing each other in the wild card. Boston, New York, and Detroit, Cleveland.
I have a text from a buddy of mine that I wanted to get to today. I forgot that he sent it yesterday, and he I'll just read it verbatim. Bleep the Yankees. those bleeps. I had under 93.5 wins, and those bleeps went 14-3 in my bleep to ruin my bleeping
Jesus.
under. So he's sitting 93.5.
Yeah.
And the Yankees win 14 of their last 17 games to land on 94.
Man.
Yep.
Brutal. That was the best price on any division winner was Toronto. Of any of the six that ended up winning. No surprise there. But yeah, that gets going on Tuesday. We'll all have a lot of bets. We'll start to break down those series coming up tomorrow. Obviously, today dedicated a ton to the NFL and college football. All right, Sam, lightning bets. I assume you're going to focus on Monday Night Football. We've got two games. Where are you going?
I'm going to take the points with the Bengals plus 7.5. I do think it's a decent play north of 7. Understand that there's built-in respect for the Broncos, but then when you hear that the Broncos are the number one side, it all lines up for an anti-room night. So let me take the points with Cincinnati, and I'll take the Dobbins under. What's the best number? 65.5 now? Count me in.
64.5. I think that's, if you wait, that might keep climbing. It's not going to come back, right? They're just going to keep betting.
Okay. So 64.5 then is the best number. I'll do that. Under.
Yep. We've got show bets tonight. I was leaning the Broncos way, and then I see, rather the Bengals way, and then I see that, the most popular side, Broncos, most popular money line, Broncos, and those are the top two bets between the two games tonight with the sides, totals, prop, the money lines and all that. So, yeah. Look, I mean, it was awful last week, 46-10. The Bengals are not that bad. And yeah, it's a tough matchup. It's a tough road environment again. You go from playing in Minnesota to Denver. That's not easy to do. But Bo Nix laying more than a touchdown. This Bengals offense is not as bad as they've shown. You just got to calm down on the turnovers. And I'm looking forward to seeing that Jamar Chase against Patrick Surtain matchup. There's stuff to look forward to as opposed to the Jets-Dolphins game in this matchup. But bottom line, 7.5 is way too much for me. So I'm going to take the dog. I'm going to take the Bengals as well. And yeah, Dobbins, we were talking about Ingram, that being a possibility. But I looked at under 2.5. That is so juiced. I'm not betting that. He might not have a catch. That would be my expectation. But let's go Dobbins. And I think if we wait, that number is going to continue to climb, but it's already gone up 5 full yards. I think that's a good look, taking the under on Dobbins. So we're on the same page here, Sammy. Paul Aspen, what do you have for Monday Night Football or anything?
How do I fade the room without losing my survivor pick? So, you know what's going to suck? When the Bengals get into the end zone first. So, how do we do that? So, I am thinking...
Who's it going
So,
to?
Noah Fant's out. Who's he going
Not
to?
Chase Brown. Not Chase Brown. He's been awful.
Not Chase Brown, not Jabbar Chase, not T. Higgins, which it'll probably go to one of those three, let's be honest. But if you're going to go elsewhere, looks like Drew Sample got a look in the red zone last week. And with Noah Fant out, could be a little bit more of a target in the tight end game. So we'll go Sample at 25-1 for the first touchdown.
First touchdown. Ooh.
There's a 50. Never mind. Sample 50. First touchdown.
What's Browning first touchdown?
That was
30?
my other look, Sam, to be honest. 40. So you want to throw those two in there? Or you want Browning? I think Browning's worth a look. Miss of the weekend for me personally. Jackson Dart first touchdown. Did you play it, Joe? By any chance?
Did not. Should have. Dang. It had to be a good
Browning.
Nobody
Making
knew.
something happen makes sense.
I thought you were going to go with, I'll mispronounce his name, their third receiver. Alcivas.
Those are literally the three names I looked at. Browning, Iasovis, whatever.
Yoshivas, I think is how he
Yoshivas, you're right.
55.
Sam might not have the Telemundo, but he's got the pronunciation in his bag.
Yoshivas.
All right, so what are we doing for first touchdown then?
Oh, first touchdown? I mean, I think we just do the guys that Paul brought up, Browning and Sample.
Okay.
All right.
I like them all.
I will say, in the very limited NFL action I saw yesterday, Scatterboo and Jackson Dart might be a thing.
Yeah.
Might be a thing. Might be a fun team, if you know what I mean. Might be covering some spreads.
Yeah, I could see it. Who's the worst team in the NFC East?
Yeah. I don't know.
I can't say Cowboys with that offense. It's tough. You got the Cowboys laying 2.5 at the Jets next week. Whew.
By the way,
where's Dallas?
They're very much a play the level of their competition team, right? They can shoot it out with anyone. You know where I thought the Packers could have stepped on the gas was, what was it? The second drive, they're up 7-0, 4th and 2 at like their own, or like near midfield. I was surprised they didn't go for it.
Are we taking the Giants -1 at New Orleans?
I would, for sure.
Survivor.
For Survivor? I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Woo.
How about the bartender coming in late last night with a little Packers bailout? Nope.
I mean, that's not a surprise. Yep. Good job, bartender. Appreciate it. All right. Jake, do you have anything? You want to wait on baseball until tomorrow or anything for Monday night?
No, I'll throw some serious bets in. I'll take the Red Sox +145 over the Yankees to win that series, and the Padres are +105 over the Cubs. Immediately,
what?
Yes. Yeah. So I will immediately take the Padres. Also, there's an 80-1 on Jackson Merrill World Series MVP, so I will slide that in there as well.
Ooh, yeah. We'll talk about that tomorrow as well.
Who's
yeah,
pitching for
that
the
was
Cubs? Like
me.
Like who's in the
They've
rotation?
nobody. Yeah, they've nobody left.
Get
That was my
ready to
10
learn
toes
Colin
down.
Ray, Game 2 starter, buddy.
Barf.
Yep. Yeah, I know, and they're excited, and it's a toss-up. Like, come on, I don't understand that at all. All right, this has been Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure you tell a friend about the show. A lot of fun every single day. Good luck tonight with Monday Night Football. Got a double dip. We'll talk about it all tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. This is the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
You ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Monday. We got Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addy Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs beating the Ravens yet again. Or as I should phrase it, the Ravens losing to another contender. What a game yesterday in terms of what Kansas City was able to do. Baltimore, not so much. Chiefs getting back on track. 0-2, now 2-2, very much alive in the AFC West after the results from yesterday. But Nick will give us his thoughts on Chiefs over Ravens and what we saw yesterday afternoon at Arrowhead Stadium. But as always, because we're going to talk a lot of NFL on this Monday, we're going to get to some college football as well after the Saturday that we saw. Just a banger Saturday slate that lived up to the hype. How about the game at Happy Valley? Oregon beats Penn State in double OT. You see Alabama get the win between the hedges against Georgia. The road teams, baby, they were the ones that were getting it done. And we will get into all of that throughout the course of the show. In addition to Major League Baseball, we have a bracket, folks. We have the postseason bracket. October is not necessarily here, and the wild card does begin on September 30th, but damn it, October is here as far as I'm concerned, because the playoffs are here, and we will talk some baseball a little bit later on in the program, giving out our bets for the wild card round, and we have winning the whole damn thing. We'll get into that across, these 4 hours. So if you do miss anything, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. You know the deal by now, but it's my job to go ahead and remind you, for those who might be forgetful, subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have one guest who will be joining us because we have too much to get to. So we only have time for one guest, and it is our buddy, BetMGM Network teammate, Sam Panayotovich, who will be joining us at 5:20 Eastern. Obviously, Sam does great work as a co-host of Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski, 9 to noon Eastern. You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff, 11 to 1 on Sundays. Awesome stuff for Fox Sports Digital, Bear Bets Podcast, Chicken Dinner Podcast. We're going to recap college football, the NFL, and also get some baseball playoff thoughts from Sammy P coming up at 5:20 Eastern. But because it's a Monday and we don't have an island game, we got 2 island games going on. The island is a little bit larger on this Monday night with 2 Monday night football games. And we want to know from you guys, the real ones, watching, listening, consuming this You Better You Bet Wagertainment. What is your best bet for tonight's Monday night football double doozy as we have the Jets and the Dolphins, the Bengals and the Broncos? Let us know your best bet. Could be a side, a total, a prop, a teaser, a money line parlay, whatever you want to do. Let us know and why. Drop it in the YouTube chat, drop it into the Twitch chat, and we will give you a shout out. You out there, the real one, listening and watching, give you a shout out later on in the program. But let's go ahead and get into what we last saw in the National Football League. And
Like, all you can do is laugh, right? Sunday Night Football, all this buildup. I'm watching the pregame show. They got Jerry Jones sitting at the desk because it wasn't your traditional football night in America. Oh, they were in Jerry World. The whole crew down there in Dallas for the game. Got Maria Taylor, Jason Garrett interviewing Jerry Jones, the whole spectacle of it all. Micah Parsons in warmups. Parsons made his return down to Dallas, and the game was not what anyone expected. I don't think many people expected the Cowboys to be competitive, and I know for a fact no one expected for this game to end in a tie. 40-40, your final score, second highest scoring tie in NFL history. And it really does leave you feeling empty after a game like that. I mean, this game went on for 4 hours, damn it. Because the offenses were going up and down the field, a lot of pass plays. This was a long game in general, just in regulation. But then by the time we got to OT, I'm looking at the clock, I'm like, damn, man. It's like 8:30 or so, 8:45. I'm like, usually Sunday Night Football is done by now. All right, let's play OT. Let's see what happens. And of course, we play the entire 10-minute overtime period as we end in a tie. And after all that buildup, all the hype, Micah gets his revenge. Jerry wants to stick it to Micah. All that buildup, the two sides walk away kind of feeling how they felt about each other going into it. Just very weird and a very strange breakup that was completely unnecessary, which we'll get into a little bit later on in this segment. But that game, entertaining, but also unfulfilling with the way that it ended. And I'll say this too before I really get into the game, because, and this is not to pat myself on the back, this is not to take a victory lap, this is not to do any of those sorts of things. This is just to let everybody know that, hey, we were right on this one way back when. So I guess I am doing some of that stuff a little bit to an extent, because when we saw the reporting of the NFL's new overtime rule, I talked about it on this very show in this hour. You better you bet at 3:20 during our headline segment. Me and Billy Z, our executive producer, talking about the new OT rules that were proposed back in February that the NFL wanted to do this. And I said on that show, I said, you know what? We're opening ourselves up to more ties. This is going to allow for more ties. The fact that we're giving both teams possession in a 10-minute overtime. And you know what happened last night? We got the tie. And we said it even at other points in the offseason, once it became finalized that we would get this. Do you guys like these new OT rules now? Is everyone cool with this? Are we all good with everybody gets a possession? You don't need to get a stop anymore because you're guaranteed to get the football. You guys like how that works out? We can't play limitless football. That's not going to work out with the TV schedules, which is why overtime has been reduced from 15 minutes back in the day to now 10 minutes, because they want to get the damn games over with, because they don't want it to bleed into the late slate if you're thinking about those early slates on a Sunday. So they got to get the game over with. And it's harder to do that when you have both teams guaranteed to possess the football. And the overtime rules definitely impacted the decision-making of both teams. I mean, just look at the coin toss. Green Bay wins the coin toss, and usually back in the day, it's, all right, great, we want the ball, we're going to score. To go ahead and take a page out of Matthew Hasselbeck's playbook. It's like, all right, we won the coin toss, we want the football. Not in these rules. We won the coin toss, we would like to go second. We will go ahead and kick off first because we want to know what we need to ultimately win the game. So Green Bay wins the coin toss. Dallas then gets the ball first in overtime. And I thought this, because I don't think a whole lot has been made about how the Dallas Cowboys handled overtime. I thought they were a little bit slow with their possession. Now, I'm sure they were thinking we would obviously like to score a touchdown, and we were hoping that maybe there's 4 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left, so where Green Bay needs to drive the length of the field to score a touchdown and do it with a limited amount of time. I'm assuming that's what went into their thought process. But I think as well, if you're that team that starts first, you kind of need to be thinking, okay, obviously we want to score a TD, but in the event that the other team scores a touchdown as well, or if we kick a field goal and we hold them to a field goal, we'd like there to be some time for a third possession in the overtime. The Dallas Cowboys never put themselves into that spot. And also based on the fact that these are the new rules, I do think that had this been the older rules, the Cowboys with first and goal at the 5-yard line would have been approaching that like it was 4-down territory as opposed to a traditional just goal-to-go scenario. I do think you would have seen a difference in play calling to where it's like, okay, if we get this thing to 4th and goal at the 2-yard line or at the 1.5-yard line, we're going for it and we're going to try to win the football game, because with the old rules, the team that got the ball first, if they scored a touchdown, the game was over. I do think these new rules impacted the decision-making. That's just on the Dallas side. We don't have enough time to get into what the hell Green Bay was doing, but we'll get into it nonetheless. The Packers, with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field, the Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams. Now, I want to start with Green Bay first, because this is the team that I felt can win the Super Bowl. I predicted them before the year to hoist the Lombardi Trophy, beating the Buffalo Bills. For the first time this season, and it's early, so it's not like it's saying a whole lot. For the first time this season, acting like it's December or something like that. But honestly, for the first time through this first month, I'm a little bit concerned about Green Bay. And it's not because of the defense. I know the defense got lit on fire last night, and you could poke holes at it. And, I thought Michael's going to make them a good defense. They had a bad game. The first 3 games were whooping everybody's ass, all right? Like, what are you going to do, throw out the first 3 games and just focus on that? That seems pretty stupid if you ask me. But I will say this. Matt LaFleur is an issue. And that's the scary part about Green Bay. Because in the regular season, they're going to be okay. I think they're going to win their 12, 13 games, whatever it ends up being. They'll probably win the division, in my opinion, although Detroit, they're nothing to scoff at. They're really good, but we saw what the Packers did to Detroit a few weeks ago. I think Green Bay can still win this division. I think they will win this division. But when it comes to January and those pressure moments, and last night, not like super pressure, like season on the line, but, it was a little bit of chaos. How do you operate in crisis? We saw Matt LaFleur operate scared. And that kind of in-game decision-making is what can prevent you from beating good teams in the playoffs. And we've already seen this with Matt LaFleur in his tenure as Green Bay Packers head coach. I mean, 2020, they're taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Team didn't look like they were ready to roll that day in the NFC title game, falling behind 28-10 before a furious comeback, only to lose 31-26 at home. 2021, the divisional round, against Jimmy Garoppolo as the 1 seed. They lose 13-10. There's a little bit of a resume here with Matt LaFleur in January in the playoffs. And if that's how we're going to be thinking about Green Bay, and I think it's how we should be thinking about the Green Bay Packers, that has to concern you. So did we crown them too early? I don't think so, because I still think this team is really good. But I will say LaFleur has me concerned as somebody who is invested in Green Bay winning it all. Now, we are running up against the break here a little bit, but I do want to say this as it pertains to the Dallas Cowboys. And it's something that we've said already through the first few weeks, so it doesn't really warrant that much time. But the Cowboys, I mean, for the foreseeable future, these games are going to be electric. like we saw opening night against Philly, week 2 against the Giants, which probably should have ended in a tie if Russell Wilson didn't lose his mind throwing that late interception there, thankfully, with our survivor play on the line there with Dallas. But like, these games are going to be electric with the Dallas Cowboys. And what truly makes this frustrating as a Cowboys fan, with the way that Dak Prescott has played through the first 4 weeks of the season, statistically best offense in the league, had they just held on to Micah Parsons and let him play on the 5th-year option, this is a playoff team. To have that performance against that defense in a big spot, Dallas should be proud about what they did on offense. And as for the defense, well, they're still the slump busters that we all talked about last week. On the other side, we'll get to the top headlines from around the National Football League here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Especially, like you mentioned, Bo Nix has not been super trustworthy this
Right.
year. And even in situations where he's had time to throw, like, that's the craziest part. It would be one thing if he was under fire all game long and he had a bad offensive line, but the Broncos have one of the best offensive lines in football. So it's not apples to apples when you look at Jake Browning versus Bo Nix in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Jake Browning has a much worse offensive line. And I'll say this, like, simply from the numbers, Jake Browning's career record in the NFL as a starter is 7-7. Bo Nix is 5-3. So
Right.
it just doesn't feel like there's that much separation, or at least from a prove it standpoint. Bo Nix had some good games last year, but still he is on a much better team. And I think from a prop standpoint, this one's difficult as well, just because if you look at the Bengals, traditionally you would say, okay, here's the losing side. They're going to be playing from behind all night. And T. Higgins has had some massive games against the Broncos in the past. But if Jake Browning's going to be under duress the entire night, it's just, we've seen this. Like, I've taken props in games where a quarterback hasn't eclipsed 100 yards passing. So it just doesn't feel like a safe bet to me to play any props in that game. Plus the total's 44. Odds makers are not really expecting a big game. Maybe you could expect a big game from J.K. Dobbins, though. If this one gets out of hand, his rush total is set at 64.5, and he's had some big games against the Bengals. Because remember, he's played on some teams other than the Broncos, played for the Chargers, played for the Ravens. So he's faced this team quite a bit. But to me, this is not the bet-worthy game. I know we laugh about Jets-Dolphins, but I do like the props in that game better as opposed to this one, just because the Broncos are a really tough, on paper, defensive matchup.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebfe hanging with you guys here on this Monday afternoon, reacting to what we saw over the weekend in football. Last segment, breaking down the Packers-Cowboys tie on Sunday Night Football, 40-40. I mean, sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. You just got to laugh and shake your head when you're watching the NFL. But a really entertaining game, a really unfulfilling result with it ending in a tie after 4 hours of football, but entertaining nonetheless. 40 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs win over the Baltimore Ravens. Everybody was panicked about the Chiefs. 0-2 start. Oh my goodness. They lost to the Chargers. They lost to the Eagles. What's happening? Is the dynasty dead? 2 weeks later, looks like we're just back to Kansas City being Kansas City. Awesome victory by the Chiefs against the Ravens yesterday and all the ramifications coming out of that game, including the injury to Lamar Jackson, leaving the game with a hamstring issue. We'll get into that here shortly. So Nick will talk about that in 40 minutes. We'll get some NFL quick hits and college football takes coming up in 20 minutes at the bottom of this hour. But joining us right now at 3:20 Eastern, like he does each and every weekday, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how was your football watching experience this past weekend, man?
Watching football, Femi, was great. Unfortunately for me, the profitability margin was a little worse than yours, but that's okay. We move on. We look to recover tonight on Monday Night Football.
Hey, we got two of them bad boys tonight. We obviously got some action coming up on Thursday Night Football, Ramley hosting the night. I mean, if baseball playoffs, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to go ahead and get it back. And like you mentioned, like yesterday was a great day, and the weekend was great. And we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the program, but a hell of a day filling in for Sammy P on Countdown to Kickoff. All we did was just give out 19-1 on the underdog money line parlay. Bang, that hits. That was a lot of fun, though, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Bill, let's get to more pressing items, though. What's the number one thing people need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, the reports of the death of the Kansas City Chiefs were greatly exaggerated after the Chiefs starting off 0-2. They have evened their record to 500 after crushing the Baltimore Ravens 37-20. And really, it wasn't even that close of a game. Chiefs dominated this one, outscoring the Ravens in the second and third quarters 27-6. Patrick Mahomes tosses 4 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson was basically a no-show in this one, just 195 yards of total offense from Lamar before he exits with a hamstring. Now, Lamar's status is in doubt next week against Houston. We're not sure exactly what's going on there. Plus, Femi, the Ravens have multiple defenders dealing with injuries. It is a giant mess in Baltimore.
Yeah, Marlon Humphrey hamstring, Roquan Smith hamstring. Both those guys expected to miss a few weeks. Nnamdi Madubuike, neck injury, now on season-ending IR. He is done for 2025. So a defense that has been bad through 4 weeks, now in a world of hurt from an injury standpoint. It feels like Kyle Hamilton's the only good defender they have left that's healthy right now. Knock on wood for him that he can stay healthy and stay that way. But all bad for the Baltimore Ravens. But I want to start with the Kansas City Chiefs because there was so much time and energy spent burying Kansas City and saying that this team was done. And this was the Super Bowl hangover, and maybe it's a year from hell with all the injuries that they have at wide receiver and the suspension to Rashee Rice. Man, this is fine. Like who knows? If Travis Kelce doesn't take out Xavier Worthy week 1 in Brazil, maybe they beat the Chargers. And maybe we're talking about the 3-1 Chiefs. Maybe they beat Philly. And we might be talking about the 4-0 Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs are fine because the Chiefs, at the end of the day, have the best player in the sport, and that is Patrick Mahomes. And Mahomes said it, too, after the game. He said Xavier Worthy being back, that opens things up for everyone else. And it's what we've been talking about for the last few weeks on this show. Xavier Worthy is the field stretcher. He's the fastest guy in the league, running like a 4.140 at the combine. You have to respect him as a defense. And what does that mean? He's drawing eyeballs. He's drawing attention. That means other guys can kind of go underneath, and those alt passes now are a little bit more wide open. Now you can hit Travis Kelce. Now you can get to Juju Smith-Schuster and these other pass catchers who don't have like that vertical ability to really scare a defense. It all works together. And this is just with Xavier Worthy back. What happens if they all stay healthy and Rashee Rice comes back from his suspension? Because Rashee Rice is their best receiver, by the way. Like, he just hasn't played since last year in week 2, had the knee injury, and obviously suspended for the first 6 games of this season. But when he comes back, now Rice is working the middle. Now Worthy's taking the top off. Travis Kelce can go back into his preferred role as kind of like a chain mover. This offense will work. This offense is too good. Reed's too good of a play caller. Mahomes is too good of a quarterback. These guys will make it work. And defensively too, like Spags, he's still dialing it up. And he had Lamar in the torture chamber yesterday afternoon. Throwing blitzes at him on 4th and 1. Lamar looked frantic throughout the game. Maybe that was just like big game jitters as he usually has. Or it might have just been Spags having a really, really good game plan. And I do think as well on the Baltimore side of it, like some of those things what Baltimore was doing, just completely galaxy braining 4th and 1s. All right, here's 4th and 1 in shotgun with Derrick Henry on the sidelines. What the hell are you doing? like you get the Derrick Henry. Just give him the football, or at least have him on the field so you have the threat of him potentially running the ball. He's on the sidelines. You're running shotgun with Justice Hill in the back. Like, come on. Like Todd Monken, you've been really good as an OC, but your galaxy brain that one there on that 4th and 1, and Spags brought the pressure, and Lamar just threw the ball away. Like, this was a complete team win by Kansas City, and I also think a reminder to everyone out there that Kansas City is still that team. If you want to win the AFC, and all the praise we have for Buffalo, all the praise we have for the Chargers, which not so much after yesterday, but just in general, like it still rolls through Arrowhead, it still rolls through Kansas City. And for the Ravens, I mean, you want to talk about potential season from hell? This might be the team, unfortunately. Because now with this Lamar injury, and I don't think we're going to really find out concrete information until Wednesday at the absolute earliest. But if Lamar misses this game against Houston, and they're already 1-3, and this is a Texans defense, which, say what you will about Houston, that defense is elite. That pass rush is fierce. They can make life hell for Lamar or Cooper Rush or whoever they put behind center for Baltimore this Sunday. And also going forward in the division, hey, you got Pittsburgh that's now 3-1. Obviously, you probably don't have to worry about Cincinnati or Cleveland, but you're going to be worried about winning that division. And if you lose the division, now you're in the whole tiebreaker mode, fighting it out for a wild card spot. This is a bad, bad situation for Baltimore because as we outlined at the top of this thing, there's so many injuries on the defensive side of the ball. If they're already struggling with those guys, what do you expect to look like without those guys? So for the Ravens, man, better put on that cape, Lamar. You want to be the MVP and be that dude? They're going to need that dude whenever he's back and healthy with that hamstring issue to carry this team to the postseason, because I don't think you're going to rely a whole lot on that defense as they look to be the AFC version of the slump busters here in the NFL. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, how about the Philadelphia Eagles? They hold on for the win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 31-25, moves them to 4-0. And Femi, the Eagles had a 31-13 lead in this one before the Bucs started chipping away. Again, this wasn't a pretty one for the Eagles. That seems to be an evergreen statement for this year. They had just 200 yards of total offense, but they did get the victory in the turnover margin 2-0. And somehow, some way, Femi, the Eagles just keep ending up in the win column.
So what a funny team, right? like what a funny team to talk about, the Philadelphia Eagles. And I go on every Sunday with WIP in the morning. Went on with those guys yesterday before the game started, and they asked me about the Eagles game. And I'm like, hey, I think Philly's going to win the game. I actually think Philly's going to cover the game. I wouldn't lay 3.5, but if I had to bet the game, that would be my bet. And for much part, if you laid 3.5, you were feeling great. And all of a sudden, you were feeling a little bit nervy with how that second half played out. But, Bill, I believe it was you who put into our text chat with the crew yesterday during all the games that the Eagles are just, like, trolling everyone. I feel like they're trolling me personally. Like, because I talk about this team. And I'm just looking at it objectively. If you watch the games and you see how they're playing and you see the inability to throw the football, there's no way you come away saying, this is the best team in the league. This is the defending Super Bowl champions. That's one side of the equation. On the other side of the equation, they beat everyone. They beat Kansas City at Arrowhead. They beat Tampa, a team that I'm high on, at Tampa. They beat the Los Angeles Rams, a team that a lot of people like. Like the Eagles' resume, it's without question. They are that team. When you look at the resume in terms of the scoreboard, wins and losses, who they have beaten. But when you go under the hood, and you realize they had 200 yards of offense yesterday. What are we supposed to do with that? That's why I feel like I'm in this conundrum when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, because part of me is like, dude, all of the metrics, the underlining stuff, it says that this team is not that good. But then eventually, when they play these other good teams, and at the end of the game, they have more points than they do. Like, they just keep winning. And there is something to be said about winning and getting it done. And Jalen Hurts is a winner. Dating back to high school, college, in the NFL, all the guy does is win. He knows how to win football games. Now, going forward, though, there is still a problem, and it's the passing game. And there's no, because I know A.J. Brown's been getting a lot of flack for his tweets about doing the cryptic wide receiver nonsense like wide receivers always do, but it comes from a place of reason, because there's no way you can watch the passing game and be like, oh yeah, checks out, all's good here. Like, he's a wide receiver, one of the best receivers in the league, and the passing game stinks. Of course he's going to be frustrated despite the fact that they're winning. Like, if they were winning and it was just Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert getting their game off and he wasn't doing much, I don't think you would have really much of an issue, because the passing game would have been clicking and they would have been winning games. But the passing game is not clicking. And at some point, it's going to need to click in these spots. Now, you might point to, well, when they were pushed up against the wall last week against the Rams, they got it done with the passing game. Early on in this game, in the first half, they got it done with the passing game. And I get that. And that shows you what the potential is, which is why you see the frustration when people talk about this team, because they're capable of second half Rams, first half Buccaneers. But why can't they put that together for an entire game? But if they ever did, look out, because the talent on that roster, they are as good as it gets, and that team will steamroll a lot of other teams. But as it stands right now, it seems like they're just content winning these ugly football games, and I get it, 4-0's great, but you play ugly football, eventually you're going to get clipped by somebody along the way. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, how about the New York Giants? They win Jackson Dart's debut 21-18 over the LA Chargers. Dart has just 111 passing yards in the win, but he does just enough, as Justin Herbert was a hot mess in this one, throwing 2 interceptions and averaging less than 5 yards on a passing attempt. Femi, but big news in this one for the Giants. Wide receiver Malik Neighbors out for the year with a torn ACL.
Yeah, that was a bummer. Malik Neighbors, obviously one of the bright young stars at wide receiver in the game. The fact that he's going to miss the rest of the season, it sucks. It sucks for Neighbors, obviously, like him in his career. It sucks for a guy like Jackson Dart, who, hey, you're a rookie quarterback. You have a stud wide receiver one. That's the guy that's going to help you develop. And now he's no longer out there. This passing game for the Giants is going to be horrendous. And like even watching Dart yesterday, we're all excited about him. Hey, they get off to their great start, and Dart wins his first, hey, he wasn't good. 111 passing yards, 13-20. I watched a lot of that game because I had Giants on the money line and the underdog money line parlay. I was locked in on that bad boy. The Giants are not good, and the Chargers actually outplayed them. Unfortunately, those 2 turnovers proved to be costly. Shout out to Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence, with the big man interception. Almost had the fix 6, but he unfortunately got clipped inside the 5-yard line. Giants, though, able to cash that in for a touchdown. Also, the pass rush for the New York Giants, it's the one thing that they're good at. And for this game to play out the way it did, it was just goes to show you that the game is still won in the trenches. Because we saw, of course, going into the season, Rashawn Slater out for the year for the Chargers, but then they lose their left tackle, Joe Alt, who had to be carted off with an ankle injury. Now you're down both offensive tackles against that pass rush with Thibodeau and Carter and Lawrence, and what those guys can do. At that point, you knew the Chargers were in trouble. 21-10, they were down. I'm like, I don't think they're coming back in this one unless the Giants do something stupid. And believe me, at times, it looked like the Giants were trying to do stupid stuff, but luckily they were able to hold on here. For the Chargers, I think they should be fine as long as Alt is not out for the foreseeable future. If he can just maybe miss a game or two, they'll be okay. But if he's out for a long time, I would start to be a little bit concerned about this Chargers team, because offensively, they already struggle to run the football, and now if the O-line's going to be banged up, that's not a good recipe in a tough AFC West. So Chargers, let's just be on standby with them. As it pertains for the Giants, feels like just a good day to have a win and everyone's feeling good, but I don't really buy into this team long term. Maybe they can win this week against New Orleans, but after that, the schedule is still pretty difficult. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, the Colts lost to the Rams on Sunday, 27-20, but I think even in the loss, the Colts showed they are a legitimate playoff contender. Colts had a 20-13 fourth quarter lead before the Rams had a furious comeback. Daniel Jones throws for 262 yards, but unfortunately for Indy, Matthew Stafford tosses 3 touchdowns and 375 yards. 170 of those went to Puka Nacua and Femi. Now the Rams and Colts are both 3-1 on the season.
Yeah, I mean, how about this Stafford and Nacua connection? I mean, my goodness. Puka Nacua, the amount of targets that he's getting, and it's not like they're just force-feeding him the ball. It feels like he's always open. Stafford and Nacua just have this uncanny ability to just be on the same page at all times. The chemistry is very evident. They are awesome. And this Rams team, if they can stay healthy, will be awesome. And they have a clear path now to win the division, especially with them hosting San Francisco, who's banged up on a short week this upcoming week in week 5. For the Colts, I did come away impressed. I thought the Colts held up pretty well. Unfortunately for them, Adonai Mitchell's going to be the story of this one. With the fumbling the ball out of the back of the end zone as he's about to score a touchdown. He was also called for the holding penalty, which brought back a Jonathan Taylor touchdown. Just an insane, unfortunate turn of events for A.D. Mitchell. It was one of those days, but I think the Colts proved going across the country, taking on a contender, and playing them pretty much neck and neck, the Colts are a legitimate good team in the NFL this year. Just so happened the ball didn't go their way, and they lost to one of the great teams in the NFC. On the other side, we will tackle more of the games from yesterday's action in the NFL, as well as our recap in college football. What a Saturday it was in Week 5. We're breaking it down next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And let's start with a little primetime Peach, Monday Night Football. First game up tonight is going to be the Jets and the Dolphins. Miami, a 2.5-point favorite at home. Total in the game, 44.5. I'm going to be honest with you guys, of all the games that we had in week 4 in the NFL, this was probably, of like the sides, the game that I feel the least confident on. You could convince me to take Miami. You could convince me to take the Jets, and I could be persuaded. I really have no thoughts on the side. If I absolutely had to pick the game, I'd probably lean Miami just because they're at home and their offense, I think, is better than the Jets. Both defenses are terrible, but 2 is 6-0 against the Jets. So he's been great in these matchups, and the fact that you're getting him under 3, I'd probably lean towards Miami. I was considering the over in the game as well because I do think both teams are going to be able to score tonight, but with Justin Fields back from injury and going to start, I mean, we've seen the Justin Fields experience so far. Looked awesome against the Steelers, looked terrible against the Bills. Just no idea what we're going to get tonight on the road in Miami. So I'm staying away from the side and the total. Couple of props that I'm looking at in tonight's game. The first one going to be Devon A-Chain longest rush, over 14.5 yards. This Jets defense just has not been good this season. They haven't been good against the pass, and they've also given up some explosive runs this season. And with A-Chain's speed, he's always a play away from taking one to the house. So I think over 14.5 longest rush for Devon A-Chain, worth a look tonight. And then also Ollie Gordon, anytime touchdown is plus 310. I'm targeting both Miami running backs. A-Chain to have the big explosive plays, and then Ollie Gordon when we get closer to the goal line to punch it in. I think plus 310 is a nice price on Ollie. So that's really all I have for tonight's Jets and Dolphins matchup.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe, hanging with you guys this Monday afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Chiefs beating the Ravens, Kansas City, flexing their muscles with Xavier Worthy back in the lineup, beating the Ravens 37-20, what it means for KC going forward, and what it means for Baltimore going forward. The Ravens, of course, now having to deal with this Lamar Jackson hamstring injury. His status for Sunday's game against the Texans appears to be in doubt, but I'm sure we'll find out more information either later this afternoon or maybe not even until Wednesday. That's a little bit more concrete on Lamar Jackson and what he might be able to do this week against Houston. So Nick will give us his thoughts on that coming up in about 20 minutes. Also, we want to know from you guys and get your thoughts on what you're betting for Monday Night Football tonight, because we got not one but two of them things tonight. A Monday Night Football double doozy, with the first game being Jets at the Dolphins, and then not even really a nightcap. This game is going to be kicking off at 8:15 Eastern, but the other Monday Night Football game between the Bengals and the Broncos. So let us know, favorite bet for either game. You could do side, total, prop, teaser, moneyline parlay, whatever you want to do. Let us know your favorite bet and why by dropping it into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat, and we will give you a shout out later on in the program. So always good to hear from the real ones. I'd like to see who the real ones like later on tonight. Of course, Femi's Island Prop King coming up a little bit later on to wrap up the show at 6:40. But let's get into our NFL Week 4 quick hits before tackling college football here. But I want to get and start off this segment talking about the game that we saw in the Bay Area yesterday afternoon between the Jags and the 49ers. Jacksonville beat San Francisco 26-21, and what a win for Jacksonville. I don't even know if Jacksonville thoroughly outplayed San Francisco, but they made the plays in the game. What do I mean by that? The Jags forced 4 turnovers. And this has been some kind of a heater by the Jacksonville defense early on in the season, because in every single game, they have forced at least 3 turnovers. That's insane. But sometimes you have one of those units that just gets hot. I remember back that Dan Quinn defense for the Dallas Cowboys when Trayvon Diggs had 11 interceptions, and it felt like they were having 2 takeaways a game. That was pretty insane back in 2021. This might just be that for Jacksonville this year. And if they have that and they kind of catch lightning in a bottle, they can win the AFC South. They can be a contender in the AFC. Now, does that stuff tend to come back down to earth? Usually. Because if you strip away those turnovers, what are the Jaguars? But you can't just do that. The turnovers mattered. They happened. In football, they were able to win the game. So I think you got to give Jacksonville a lot of credit, even though at times it felt like they were looking to cost themselves and blow the game. Trevor Lawrence running out of bounds. Bro, you're up by 5, man. They have 1 timeout left. Just stay in bounds. That's the only thing you need to do. Oh, no, I'm going to run out of bounds. Come what are we? You played too much football, Trevor. Let's reel it in. Let's get it together. Let's not be crazy. But Jacksonville gets the win nonetheless. And I also did love how spicy it was at the end there between Liam Cohen, the Jags head coach, and the DC of the 49ers, Robert Saleh. After what happened last week, and Saleh saying that they have a sophisticated legal sign stealing operation that they had going on. Shanahan talked about it as well. There was a little bit of a bad blood, and Liam Cohen was out there with something to prove. And he was out there trying to go at Robert Saleh, which I don't know if I would recommend if I were Liam Cohen, but he got no back down, and I think his team appreciated that after what we saw in the game yesterday afternoon. So shout out to the Jaguars, one of my favorite bets last week in the moneyline parlay as well. They get it done. They beat the Niners. And for San Francisco going out of that game, with all these injuries, Brock Purdy kind of complaining about some toe soreness. Juwan Jennings got absolutely lit up on a 2-point conversion. He is now in doubt for Thursday's game against the Rams, already with all the injuries that they have on top of that, Ayuk and Bosa, et cetera, et cetera. You look at this Niners team, it's man, are they going to be able to make it to the end of the season? Are they going to get these guys healthy? All of their key players are hurt outside of Christian McCaffrey. And he was the guy that we were most concerned about heading into the season. Ricky Pearsall, I didn't even mention him. He's banged up as well with a knee issue. He's got a PCL injury. So the Niners injured and also 3-1 now after losing to Jacksonville. How about the game that we woke up with, though, in Dublin? The Pittsburgh Steelers beating the Minnesota Vikings 24-21. And we saw a little bit about what Pittsburgh wants to do this year with this Rodgers and DK Metcalf connection. Metcalf was amazing in the game. 126 yards, 122 of them at halftime with the long 80-yard touchdown that he had on the connection with Aaron Rodgers on that catch and run. Kenneth Gainwell was running the football pretty well. Pittsburgh kind of being able to run the ball down Minnesota's throat. But I would say the big story for me from this game, it's not that like Pittsburgh all of a sudden I now elevate into this contender status. I mean, yeah, I watched the game. They're not that good. I'll just be quite honest. I don't think they're that good. I think they have a very limited ceiling. 10-win team, maybe 11 if the ball bounces their way, and they probably get bounced in the wild card round. But I will say this, their defensive front did a hell of a job taking advantage of that Minnesota offensive line. Like Minnesota's O-line going into the game was banged up. They lose their starting center, Ryan Kelly. They lose their starting right tackle in Brian O'Neill. Like that O-line was in shambles by the time we got to halftime. And with a backup quarterback behind that O-line, it was never going to go well. Pittsburgh hangs on to beat Minnesota. And for Minnesota, they got to get healthy before we can really like kind of judge what the Vikings are going to be this year. But hopefully they get healthy before they run out of time because at 2-2, kind of up against it in that competitive NFC North. How about the Chicago Bears staying in the NFC North? The Bears beat the Raiders, stunning Las Vegas with the game-winning blocked field goal near the end of regulation. Chicago winning it 25-24. Of course, the Raiders in the game, if you watched it, they thoroughly outplayed the Chicago Bears. But as often the case in football, turnovers dictate who wins games. And I don't know what the hell is wrong with Geno Smith, but he needs to get it together. Because what we saw yesterday, what we saw against the Chargers on Monday night, it has been brutal for Geno Smith. Just a horrendous performance. Credit to the Chicago Bears defense, credit to Dennis Allen and what they were able to do. But man, Geno was awful, and he cost his team the game, because what we should be saying out of that one is that, wow, Ashton Genty is that dude that we all thought he was coming out of Boise State as a 6th overall pick. Instead, it's Bears win. Geno, what's wrong? But you do want to give Chicago some credit. Caleb showed some flashes as well, more of what we want to see out of him. But man, hard not to think about what the Raiders gave away in that game as opposed to what Chicago did in winning it. But credit Chicago, 25-24, they get it done. The Patriots, we will survive. They embarrassed Carolina 42-13. Imagine us debating that one and thinking that was going to be a sweaty experience. The game was over within like 20 minutes of real time. Like, it was done. And you just knew New England was the right side. New England was going to win it going away. Shout out to Marcus Jones. Might be the greatest football player ever with what he can do as a return man. He's amazing. New England bounced back in a big way. Carolina, they're just horrendous. Buffalo and New Orleans. Wasn't impressed by the Bills for a second consecutive week. They beat the Saints 31-19. New Orleans covers, by the way. Shout out to them. But Buffalo's defense. And we sure? Because this is a team that everyone expects to be there in the end. You know, win in January, maybe get over the hump. I thought the defense was bad again for the Buffalo Bills. And once they start playing better teams, which there's not a whole lot of them on their schedule, they can get exposed. So Buffalo, I don't feel that great about the Bills coming off of these 2 wins, one over Miami, one over New Orleans. And for New Orleans, I mean, like, it's probably just time to play Tyler Shuck. We know what Spencer Rattler is. Like, this is probably the ceiling for him. Let's get Shuck out there. Let's see what he can do. The Atlanta Falcons, they hold off the Commanders 34-27. Love that. One of the bigger bets of the week for yours truly. No Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin. The Falcons did what they needed to do. They got the job done. The win was probably not as close as the score suggests it was. Like, the Falcons were awesome. Bijan Robinson was awesome in the game. Kyle Pitts with the touchdown. Shout out to Kyle Pitts getting things done. Nice bounce back for Michael Penix Jr. Let's see if he can stack those days going forward, because what we saw last week was hideous against the Carolina Panthers. The Houston Texans, they blanked the Tennessee Titans 26-0. Not more else to say about that game. Tennessee, just like one of the worst coach teams you'll ever see. 3-18 against the spread with Brian Callahan as their head coach. That's hard to do. Like, that's really, really bad. Houston just seemed like a get-right spot. We'll find out more about the Texans when they take on Baltimore this Sunday. And finally, Detroit just suffocated Cleveland. This is going to be what it is for Cleveland. The defense hangs in there for a lot of the time, but eventually the dam will break when you play a good team. That is what happened. Detroit got it done. They made it look easy in the second half in particular. And at this point, we're now just waiting to see when we're going to get Dylan Gabriel out there as the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. But a nice win for the Detroit Lions to cover that big point spread of 9.5. So those are the NFL quick hits from what we saw over the weekend in week 4 of the National Football League. Let's get to college football, though, while we have a little bit of time here left in the hour, because what a Saturday that was. Oregon beating Penn State in double OT You have Alabama beating Georgia between the hedges. And I really want to focus on this Oregon-Penn State game because it had all the stuff, huh? James Franklin against a good team, get off to a bad start, 17-3. It's just like, dude, is Penn State really going to do this again? And then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, here come the Nittany Lions. Drew Aller was a disaster in the game. But in the fourth quarter, he looked like the guy that everyone had been telling us is like this future first-round pick, maybe a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. But at the end of the day, at the end of regulation, Penn State, with 30 seconds to play, I'm not going to forget this because this was massive. They had a chance to go for 2 to try to take the lead and win the game. And at home, I'm assuming because there was a whiteout, and they're like, hey, we're going up against a quarterback in Dante Moore that's never played in an environment like this. Let's roll the dice in OT. But like, my God, the cowardly decision-making by both coaches in the game. Because Franklin does that at the end of regulation. Dan Lanning, at the end of the first overtime, Penn State scores the first touchdown. Oregon has to respond. I'm like, bro, just go for 2 and try to win the game here in the first OT. No, we're going to kick the extra point and go to the second overtime where we have to go for 2. Like, you're going to have to go for 2 eventually, bro. Just do it right now where the other team can't respond. These coaches, they're such like, for all the toughness stuff that they spew. Oh, man, we got to be tough in the line of scrimmage. We got to, like, and then all of a sudden, now it's time to make a tough decision. Time to roll the dice. They're like, just kick the extra point and extend the game. Like, come on, guys, roll the dice, man. Although Dan Lanning, I guess he was rewarded. I guess he knew Drew Aller was going to throw the ball right to his linebacker to start the second OT or whatever. So he ended up winning the game. But I thought it was pretty poor from the decision-making standpoint. But not too much to knock for the Oregon Ducks. I actually think that they just made the CFP on Saturday with winning that game. The rest of the schedule is not difficult. Indiana's their toughest game on the schedule. I think they'll beat the Hoosiers. I think they're going to beat everyone else that is on the schedule. As for Alabama, Ty Simpson, you have my attention. What a performance on the road. The Tide were cooking on third down. Like, Georgia could not get them off the field. Alabama was that good. Kalen DeBoer, I know we have all the trends. Like, we talked about the Franklin trends throughout the week. We should have been talking about the Kalen DeBoer trends, about him as an underdog. They are nails in that spot, and they were nails once again Saturday night between the hedges as Alabama got it done, kind of re-announcing themselves as a legitimate national title contender this year in college football. On the other side, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs flexing their muscles and letting everybody know they're still that team in the AFC.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
So we have some really interesting line movement in a couple of these games for next Saturday, and one of them is Alabama-Vanderbilt. And, of course, Vanderbilt has had a very easy schedule so far, some would say. Alabama, though, at Circa opened 12. They put this up at 1 o'clock give or take, in the afternoon. And now we see 10s and a 9.5. They are taking the points with Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt. I don't know that I agree with that move. I also think there will be a corresponding move the other way if it continues to come down, because Bama looked really, really good in that first half, at least. I mean, Ty Simpson had 3 touchdowns in the first half. But when a number opens 12, goes through the 10, and now we're sitting here 10, 9.5, probably on the way to 9, how low does it go? And at what point are you interested in laying it back with Alabama, if you are?
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch for sure. I got another one that is already on the move. They're betting Notre Dame. Got a coach fired over the weekend. Pittman is out. Look, hand up. I did not see that coming. Like, Notre Dame, they're an over team. We've gone over that a bunch. They have 2 losses, but they were against very good teams. Arguably, I don't know if they are right now, probably top 10 teams. And it came down to one possession, or you could say one key play, one key call in both of those. They start 0-2 on the year, and they smash Arkansas on the road, 56-13. The sharps were betting Arkansas. I was looking at Arkansas on this side. Goes from 6 down to 4.5. As we were getting closer to the game, though, it was creeping back up, Sam. It was in that 5.5 range. That was the closing number. But Notre Dame destroys. The run game was phenomenal. It was like they weren't facing an SEC team. It was impressive, man. And so what they're doing now is they're coming in and they're backing Notre Dame. It opens 18. It is now 19.5. They host Boise next.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
For the people out there that have trouble sleeping, my suggestion would be fire up a clip of the Arizona Cardinals offense for the first 3 quarters of this game. You'll be out before halftime. Trey Benson, George's grandson. Lots of music in the air and lots of loving everywhere, so give me the night. All right. I think we finally reached the point, and it's taken me a long time to get here. We all need to start talking about Sam Darnold. He's better than we all think.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Football Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, at YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe to us there. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe to us there. Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, told me earlier this morning on a phone call that we had a couple people in the Twitch chat. We appreciate everyone that watches the show. A couple of people that watch religiously on Twitch complaining. Why is YouTube getting all the love? To which I say, I think it's because more people are on YouTube. Like, that's the actual answer to the question. But also, we don't want you to feel left out. So youtube.com/@the BetMGM Network, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe to us there to watch the show on video. You can also listen to us on radio stations nationwide. And we are always in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we are going to get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win on the Major League Baseball Playoff Wild Card Series that start tomorrow. I had to tell my wife earlier that, you know, how Tuesday nights, how we usually try and hang out and, like, watch a show, like Only Murders in the Building is back, like the new season came out. Hey, honey, we can't laugh at Steve Martin and Selena Gomez for an hour on Tuesday night. I got to watch Yankees Red Sox. These conversations never go great, and they creep up every single October. We're going to get everybody set to bet the Wild Card Series in Major League Baseball. 4 games coming up tomorrow. We've got thoughts on all 4 game ones, all 4 series, and any futures bets that we've got as well as the baseball playoffs start tomorrow and not a day too soon. We absolutely cannot wait for it. We will also recap what was a sensational college football Saturday. We'll hit the results from the big games, including Oregon taking down Penn State. Who could have ever seen that coming? James Franklin losing a big game. Me. I saw it coming. We'll talk about Oregon beating Penn State. We'll talk about Bama taking down Georgia. And the player that I think is most likely right now to win the Heisman Trophy, that's coming up later this hour on the show. As always, on a magnificent football Monday, Femi and yours truly, we will give you our betting recap from the weekend that was. And I will tell everybody why it is impossible for a sports bettor to ever be happy. The only way we can ever be happy is to win every single bet, which means we are never going to be happy. We'll talk about that next hour on the show. We look forward to it. One wonderful guest will join us today on the program. That is our friend Sam Panayotovich from the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Sam will talk college football, the NFL, and bets for the Major League Baseball playoffs. Always love having Sam on the show. And we will close today's show with all our bets for the Monday Night Football doubleheader. The Dolphins currently 2.5-point home favorites against the Jets. The total there, 44.5. And the Broncos, 7.5-point home favorites against Jake Browning and the Bengals. The total there, also 44.5. We're not really watching anything from an injury perspective in these 2 games, so we think these markets will remain relatively static. We'll see if the Dolphins go to 3 at any point in between now and the end of the show. If that happens, we will tell you about it here and how we want to bet the game, the Dolphins and the Jets, along with the Broncos and the Bengals. Side total and props will close the show in the final hour, in the Power Hour. And today's social question, people watching on YouTube, people watching on Twitch, type it to us. Your best bet for the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Could be a side, could be a total, could be a prop. Jets and Dolphins, or Broncos and Bengals. What's your best bet? Why is it your best bet? Type it into the chats, and Bill Zimmerman will shout you out, and we'll read the responses later in the show. YouTube and Twitch, your best bet for tonight's Monday Night Football doubleheader. But we officially begin the magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with the Nick Kostos Bowl. Yesterday at Arrowhead was basically my Super Bowl, the Nick Kostos Bowl. And fortunately for me, and unfortunately for the Baltimore Ravens. The game was played at Arrowhead and not on a spreadsheet. I absolutely nailed the thoughts on the game. Absolutely nailed the storylines heading into and out of the game as the Kansas City Chiefs destroy the Ravens 37-20. An absolute ass-kicking from Kansas City to Baltimore. The Chiefs improved to 2-2. I remember a couple weeks ago, everyone wanted to bury the Chiefs. Is their time over? Does the AFC West now run through the Chargers? Chargers lost to Jackson Dart yesterday. We'll get to that game as we move along. Me as a Giants fan and my thoughts on the Giants upsetting the Chargers. I mean, come on, everybody. The Chiefs improved to 2-2, and the Baltimore Ravens fall to 1-3. We'll get to the Ravens in a little bit, but I want to start with Kansas City. Now, I said on the show the Monday after Kansas City lost to the Philadelphia Eagles, Week 2 NFL Sunday to drop to 0-2. Kansas City still making the playoffs. Not that that was the hottest take of all time. Kansas City was still a minus choice to make the postseason, but you had some people saying look at the AFC. The Chiefs' offense stinks. How are they going to make it? I never wavered. I never lost faith. In fact, I did make one mistake in my prognostication for the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs following the 0-2 start. I said they were going to make the playoffs. What I should have said was, they're still going to win the AFC West. Because I firmly believe that. And we'll get to that price coming up in a little bit. Just curious for everyone out there listening and watching. Sure, you watched the game yesterday. Chiefs feel like the Chiefs again, right? Didn't that game feel like the Kansas City Chiefs? You think Xavier Worthy makes a difference? Wait till Rashee Rice is back. But for now, Xavier Worthy returns to the lineup and immediately is the leading rusher and receiver for the Chiefs yesterday as Kansas City beats the Ravens by 3 scores. 121 total yards for Xavier Worthy. And it's not just Worthy when he has the ball in his hands that makes such an impact for Kansas City. Just his mere presence on the field, his speed, dynamic playmaking ability, forces defenses to respect him, and opens up the middle of the field for Travis Kelce, opens up the middle of the field for Juju Smith-Schuster, and creates more lanes for Hollywood Brown and Tyquan Thornton. Both scored touchdowns yesterday to catch the football. That's the impact that Xavier Worthy makes when he's out on the field. Of course it matters to have him back. Patrick Mahomes, 270 yards through the air, 4 touchdown passes, no picks. I'm being serious when I say this. Even last year, when the Chiefs were racking up wins in the regular season, 15-1 basically in the regular season, lose to the Broncos in the finale when they didn't play anyone. The game meant absolutely nothing to them. We have been saying for years, collectively, make the Chiefs fun again. Because while they were winning games, they were not especially fun to watch. How'd yesterday go? Unless you bet the Ravens. And I hope you didn't if you watch and listen to the show. I hope you bet the Chiefs. But let's be objective, right? That felt like the old Kansas City Chiefs, right? And that's terrifying for the rest of the National Football League and especially the AFC. Now, I still believe that the Eagles are the best team in the league. Make me pick a Super Bowl winner right now, I'm going to take the Eagles. The Eagles get another dub yesterday against Tampa. Cash another bet for yours truly. It's like the DJ Khaled. All this team does is freaking win. It's unbelievable. I'll still take the Eagles as the best team in the league. As far as the AFC goes, the Chiefs are the third choice to win the American Football Conference. Now let's have a serious conversation here. And I'm going to lay out at points in the conversation, and I will let the silence be filled with the thoughts in your head. You, the listener, you, the viewer. Let's really think about this. The AFC. There's the Buffalo Bills. Notorious playoff chokers. And I'm not even talking about the 90s. Notorious playoff chokers, the Buffalo Bills, with Sean McDermott as head coach. There's the Baltimore Ravens. Please. And we haven't even gotten to the Ravens and the litany of injuries and everything they're dealing with outside of, being unable to stare down and beat the final bosses. I love me some Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you think the Steelers can beat the Chiefs in January? The Colts have been awesome to start the season. The Jaguars will get a crack at Kansas City next Monday night. Come January, are you betting Daniel Jones or Trevor Lawrence to beat Patrick Mahomes if it comes down to it? And the Los Angeles Chargers, who can't pass protect to save their lives. Justin Herbert is under siege. Joe Alt's got a high ankle sprain right now. That team's in trouble. The Chargers are in trouble. This is a betting show. On a non-betting show, someone can make the case and say, you know what? I think the Bills will beat the Chiefs in January. I think it's Josh Allen's time to get over the hump. And things are what they are until they're not. Peyton Manning couldn't beat Tom Brady until he did. It happened. So why can't the same thing happen for Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes? Hell, you could make the case that the Ravens are going to get healthy and round into form and get hot entering the tournament, and that this is the year for Lamar to finally get over the hump and beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Or you want to make the case for the Colts or the Steelers or whatever team you want in this conference. You can make that case in a conversation with your friends. You can make that case if you're doing regular sports radio, regular sports television, no problem. You can make that case. But this is a betting show. And the question that I'll ask everybody, with your money on the line, your hard-earned money, unless you're some lazy slob who just coasts through life collecting a paycheck, I don't respect you. Unless you listen or watch the show, in which case I do. Then I do respect you. You want to take your hard-earned money and bet on the Ravens in January against the Chiefs? The Bills in January against the Chiefs? The Steelers? The Colts? The Jaguars? The Chargers? Get the hell out of here. Plus 425 to win the AFC. What a joke. Like dogs to win the AFC West behind the Chargers. I don't care that the Chargers beat them head-to-head and are up by a game. We're going into Week 5, everybody. Just remember that the Chiefs still rule the roost in the American Football Conference. On the other side, we'll talk about the losers of that game, the Baltimore Ravens.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, best bet of the day for me is Justin Fields, quarterback for the New York Jets, over 8.5 rush attempts for -118. So I feel like the theme of this game for both sides is desperation. Both the Jets and the Dolphins enter this game without a single win. They're both 0-3. So for me, desperation is a great thing when you're talking about quarterback rush props. Because obviously, if you're not a desperate team, you're not going to run your quarterback into the ground. But when you need a win in prime time, this feels like a great spot for Justin Fields. And plus, in 2 games this season, he's gone way over this in the one game script that was remotely positive. And I do think the Jets have a chance to, at least make this a ball game. They're only 2.5-point underdogs to one of the worst teams in the league. So you look at that game against the Steelers. So the Jets lost it 34-32, but Justin Fields had 12 carries for 48 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. You look at the matchup here in the Dolphins, on paper, as far as yardage go, have not been too terrible at stopping the run when it comes to opposing quarterbacks, but they have given up the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks of any team in the league. So I do think there is still a recipe for Justin Fields to, get those rushing attempts in, especially when this team is so desperate. And plus, if Justin Fields has great memories of running the football against any team, it should be against the Dolphins. Back in 2022, when he was playing for the Bears, he carried it 15 times for $178 against the Dolphins. Now, granted, these are 2 different teams, but still, I do think Justin Fields has a big game on the ground. Let's go over his attempts at 8.5 for -118.
Rolling out, flinging it, Pacheco. Pacheco finds his way to the end zone and a Kansas City touchdown. Looking to strike, pass, caught. Juju Smith-Schuster and a Kansas City touchdown.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Jim Nance with the call yesterday on CBS as the Chiefs obliterate the Baltimore Ravens. We'll get to the Ravens in just a second. We'll talk about the Packers and Cowboys and whatever the hell that was on Sunday Night Football. 40-40 tie that ended at midnight. I'm watching this game. It's like 6 hours long, and I will watch this full game for a tie. I will say, given that we coasted with the Patriots and Survivor, was happy to see all those Packers entries get bounced last night. Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money and in our Survivor contest. Just before we get to the Ravens, just last note on the Kansas City Chiefs. Because again, like the question that I asked going to break, are you really going to bet Buffalo in January to beat the Chiefs? If things remain static, like if Mahomes gets hurt, obviously, right? You're going to bet Baltimore, the Colts, the Jaguars, the Chargers. So, I say to the Allens, to the Herberts, to the Rodgers, to the Lamars, Now it's Patrick Mahomes. And y'all pay homage to the man. Woo! As for the Baltimore Ravens, 1-3. And I'm actually, I usually only do this on Sunday mornings because things are, during my show on Sunday morning, things are usually moving. But we have gotten a ton of injury news as it concerns the Ravens over the last half hour or so. So I want to make sure that these futures markets are remaining static at BetMGM as it concerns the Ravens. So Baltimore remains right now at BetMGM. Make it legendary. The second choice to win the AFC. They are a -200 favorite to win the AFC North, despite being 2 games behind the Steelers, which I think is fair if you're not considering all the injuries. -400 to make the playoffs. The win total remains 10.5 right now for Baltimore. And we'll talk about their game against Houston this weekend in a little bit. So the Ravens are still favored to make the postseason, right? And the injury situation is not great for Baltimore. We just found out literally in the last hour or so, Nnamdi Madubuike, season-ending injured reserve with his neck injury. A terrible blow for this Ravens defense. Kyle Van Noy remains out right now with this hamstring injury. We'll see about his status for Sunday. We got Ardarius Washington out for the season. Broderick Washington on injured reserve. How many Washingtons are there? Roquan Smith is going to miss multiple weeks. Marlon Humphrey is going to miss multiple weeks. I haven't seen an injury update on Nate Wiggins. He left the game yesterday also. So for Baltimore, yes, I liked Kansas City in the game, and I think the Ravens are January choke artists. They are January jokers. Sultans of spreadsheets, dominators of DVOA, excellence of EPA, January jokers. This goes way beyond just me saying, I told you so, as far as a Sunday in September goes. This is now way beyond that, with all the injuries for the Ravens, and how bad this defense has looked with most of those players I just gave you in the lineup. And how a bunch of them are going to be out for multiple games now. So this is, again, way beyond the Ravens are going to be there at the end and they're going to lose to the Kansas City Chiefs or lose to the Buffalo Bills. And I'm not insinuating the Ravens are going to miss the postseason. Baltimore, in what has been an extremely, let's be fair, extremely unlucky season for the Ravens to date. Extremely unlucky. They are very lucky in that their bye week is in a couple of weeks. Week 7. So 2 more games before the bye for Baltimore. Houston this weekend and the Rams in 2 weeks. If I'm the Ravens, you want to win one of these two. Obviously, you want to win both, and you want to get back to 500. They got to win one of these next 2 games. 2-4 into the bye. Get everybody healthy as you can, and you can make your run in a bad division with everything still in front of you. Now, you could say 1-3. Look at who they've lost to. Buffalo, Detroit, Kansas City. Okay, that's fair. 3 of the best teams in the league. I still think the Ravens are going to go to the playoffs, but guess who you're playing in the playoffs? Teams like Detroit and Buffalo and Kansas City. You're playing the best teams when you get to January. They just got to survive this next little bit. You need to survive the next couple weeks if you're the Baltimore Ravens. And they will survive the next couple weeks and win at least one of these 2 games. But you absolutely have to have Lamar Jackson healthy. And he left yesterday's game against the Chiefs with a hamstring injury. And John Harbaugh literally spoke to the media 40 minutes ago. Which is all developing right now. And this Ravens-Texans point spread, the moves throughout the last, let's call it 12 hours, have been crazy if you've been following them. And of course we have, because this is what we do and this is what we love, right? So John Harbaugh says there's no way Lamar could have gone back into the game, even if the game were close with the hamstring injury. Felt like a pull in his hamstring. The Ravens, this morning, were 9.5-point favorites against the Texans this week. Then it was 6.5. Now it's 3.5. And Femi tells me in our chat that there are even some Ravens -3s on the board. And if Lamar gets ruled out, We are less than 3 for sure if Cooper Rush is the quarterback and we have all these injuries on defense. Not a great position to be in. Not a great position to be in. And when the defense is healthy, it's not good. And the problem with that cascades into the offense. Because it's like, what's the point of Derrick Henry if you're down in games and you can't even use him? Who was playing for Baltimore yesterday when they were in catch-up mode? Justice Hill's playing. Justice demands retribution. You can't play Derrick Henry when you're down multiple scores. First off, he's putting the ball on the ground every game practically, and he can't play when you're throwing the ball constantly. He's a weapon when you're ahead. You think the Ravens are going to be ahead with the state of their defense, especially if Lamar Jackson's not playing? I think they're going to be fine. You got to get Lamar healthy. Lamar's got to play in these games. Because you run the risk here big time, where if Lamar's got to miss time, they could easily lose these next 2 games. If Cooper Rush is the quarterback, they could easily lose. So still a lot to be figured out. 1-1 in the next 2. Get everybody back and healthy. Get Roquan back. Get Marlon Humphrey back. Lamar to 100%. And I'll feel good about the Baltimore Ravens making a run. Probably, honestly, still winning the AFC North. At the very least, claiming a wild card spot in the AFC. And then when they get there, of course, they'll lose. And they may not even see the final boss, the Kansas City Chiefs. They can't even get past the Buffalo Bills. So I still don't like this team, even if they get to January. And if Lamar's going to be out the next couple weeks, and we have no idea if that's going to be the case yet, they may not even make it to January. So a critical 72 hours or so coming up for the Ravens. And for us as sports bettors to find out about Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury and the severity of it. Last note on the Ravens, and then we'll talk about Sunday Night Football. To everyone out there, and you know who you are, who told me that I was nuts over the last couple years when I said that the Ravens need to move on from John Harbaugh. That this iteration of the Ravens would never win with Harbaugh and Lamar. And it doesn't mean that John Harbaugh is a bad coach. He's a great coach. But that the expiration date has long since been reached, and we're all drinking sour milk. You all said I was nuts. How do you like me now? Would you rather have, let me ask you all a question. Pigs, I love you guys. Who would you rather have as Ravens head coach right now? Answer, be honest. Tell the truth. John Harbaugh or Mike McDonald? You bet on this magnificent football Monday. Sunday Night Football last night was an absolute spectacle. And if I'm being honest, I had a hard time staying awake. Not because the game wasn't great, but because we had a game at 9:30 in the morning. And now a doubleheader tonight. I love football. I'd love to be able to stay awake for all of it as an East Coast dad. I'm just saying. I think a lot of people can sympathize with me. No one loves football more than me. You can love it as much. I don't know about more. It's hard to stay awake for all these games. Last night was a great one. Cowboys 40, Packers 40. And I got 2 big takes coming out of this one, and neither of them revolve around the overtime debate and the game ending in a tie. I'm tired of this. The overtime rule gets changed every year. We've all collectively been beaten into submission. Like, I'm done caring about this. Do I think it's stupid? Yes. The fix is just make it 15 minutes. And I think everything else is cool if it's 15 minutes. Other than that, I have no desire to really get into the overtime rule. It's like, whatever. 2 big takes from the game. Want to start with the Cowboys. And this is really like low-hanging fruit. But it's so true. Why did they trade Micah Parsons? Why did they do this? And I'm going to say this, and It's not the setup for a joke. Like, I actually think there's nothing funny about this. I'm being serious. Over the years, and for some reason it's like always on Sunday Night Football, when there's a Cowboys game, especially when it's in Dallas, and the Cowboys are losing, or at the end of the game, like they have lost, and the camera shows Jerry Jones in the owner's box. He's got that look on his face, and everybody has like a big laugh at Jerry's expense. I actually don't think it's funny anymore. At the end of this game yesterday, as the Packers are driving at the end of overtime to tie or win the game, Jerry is like, he's like his hands are scrunched. He's grabbing things. He's so nervous. And he's really old. And this is all just, it's kind of sad to me. I'm not trying to be an ageist. Like, that's not what this is about at all. It all makes me uncomfortable. Like, I don't find it entertaining anymore. Like, it made me uncomfortable watching this old man as stressed out as he was. And I'm not saying old man in a derisive way. It actually makes me a little uncomfortable. And the more he opens his mouth about Micah Parsons, the more out of touch you realize he is. And I'm not saying that to be funny or to be glib or to make anyone laugh. He goes, yeah, Dak's indispensable, Micah's not. Like, he can't stop taking shots at Micah Parsons. Like, why is he doing this? Like, what's there to gain from this? I think the situation's starting to devolve into being like the theater of sadness right now with the Cowboys. And as it concerns Jerry Jones. There was no reason for this to happen. I don't care about salary cap, the 50% of the cap for 3 plays. Figure it out. Other teams figure it out. Why couldn't the Cowboys figure it out? Because Jerry wanted to gamble and trade like the best young pass rusher in the league. Do people like it? I know everyone knows it's crazy. Everyone knows. I know. But do you really know? Because when you watch this team, I am not stunned, but I think I am taken aback on a weekly basis by how good Brian Schottenheimer has been in his first season as Cowboys coach. And how awesome Clayton Adams is as the offensive coordinator and what he's transformed this run game from last year to what it is now. And how this offense absolutely cooks every week and that they flambéed the Green Bay Packers defense last night. Dak is playing at an MVP level. Last night was one of the best quarterback games of his entire career. And we've said that a couple times already this season. He's been magnificent. Imagine if they had Micah Parsons. I know it's in vogue to bang on Matt Eberflus, the terrible head coach in Chicago. And he's an easy piñata, right? An easy whipping boy, an easy person to say, like, to take the slings and arrows. What's he got to work with? I'm not looking to make excuses. I'm not saying he's the greatest. But could you imagine how much better this would be with Parsons? This would be a playoff team in the NFC with Micah Parsons. He's a transformative figure for a defense. Look what he's done to Green Bay. Last night, I think, is way more about the Cowboys' offense. And Jerry Jones' ego made it all go to hell. What a shame for Cowboys fans. On the other side, we'll talk about the Green Bay Packers and college football from Saturday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
right, best bet of the day for me is Justin Fields, quarterback for the New York Jets, over 8.5 rush attempts for -118. So I feel like the theme of this game for both sides is desperation. Both the Jets and the Dolphins enter this game without a single win. They're both 0-3. So for me, desperation is a great thing when you're talking about quarterback rush props. Because obviously, if you're not a desperate team, you're not going to run your quarterback into the ground. But when you need a win in prime time, this feels like a great spot for Justin Fields. And plus, in 2 games this season, he's gone way over this in the one game script that was remotely positive. And I do think the Jets have a chance to, at least make this a ball game. They're only 2.5-point underdogs to one of the worst teams in the league. So you look at that game against the Steelers. So the Jets lost it 34-32, but Justin Fields had 12 carries for 48 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. You look at the matchup here in the Dolphins, on paper, as far as yardage go, have not been too terrible at stopping the run when it comes to opposing quarterbacks, but they have given up the most rushing touchdowns to opposing quarterbacks of any team in the league. So I do think there is still a recipe for Justin Fields to, get those rushing attempts in, especially when this team is so desperate. And plus, if Justin Fields has great memories of running the football against any team, it should be against the Dolphins. Back in 2022, when he was playing for the Bears, he carried 15 times for $178 against the Dolphins. Now, granted, these are 2 different teams, but still, I do think Justin Fields has a big game on the ground. Let's go over his attempts at 8.5 for -118.
Flip sides. Cowboys bring it 4. Love throwing end zone. Touchdown! Romeo Dobbs again!
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Mike Tirico with the call last night on Sunday Night Football. Get to the Packers in a second. We'll get to college football in a few here. Oregon's win over Penn State on Saturday night. Who could have seen that coming? Everybody. Finish the thoughts on the Cowboys in a moment. But first, we want to tell you, BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. So I'm looking at the futures market at BetMGM, looking at Dallas Cowboys stuff. Do I want to bet anything? What are we going to talk about on the show today? Dallas's adjusted win total now. So remember, like, they didn't lose last night, but also didn't win the tie. 6.5. I want to bet the over. The problem with that, the defense is so bad that there's no margin for error. None. 0. They scored 40 points last night on the Packers and still didn't win. Their one win this season, they needed to score 40 to beat the Giants. I'm not trying to Femi's Cowboys. Listen, the Giants fan in me does. There is a little bit of glee I take in this, honestly, growing up a Giants fan. This was not a real life sin. I don't want to equate, get involved in that kind of thing, that kind of talk. It actually kind of is, honestly. Honestly, like when Jerry Jones kicks the bucket and has to answer for everything he's done negatively in this world. You know what? I don't even want to do this joke routine. I don't even want to do it. But trading Micah Parsons is one of the great sports sins of all time. This is a playoff team with Parsons, and without him, they're going to win 6 games. It's really ridiculous. Now, as far as the Green Bay Packers go, I have been watching football. I got a lot to say here about Green Bay. I've been watching football for 35 years. And I have seen, in my time watching and being obsessed with the National Football League, it's been my favorite thing since I was 7 years old. I have seen a lot of mismanaged endgame situations. I've seen a lot of brutal coaching decisions, a lot of brutal punts and field goals, brutal where teams go for it and they shouldn't. I have seen the full gamut. I think the worst I had ever seen until last night was the 2020 NFC Championship game. Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady on the road at Lambeau Field against Aaron Rodgers, Matt LaFleur, and the Green Bay Packers. Now, if you don't remember how this game ended, I'm going to refresh your memory. Because I had Tampa in the game, and I absolutely loved it. And I actually tweeted in the moment, this is the worst coaching decision I've ever seen in all the years I've been watching the National Football League. At that point, 30 years. Now we're at 35. 31-23 at the end of the game. The Bucs are winning. Green Bay has it with 2:05 to play. It's 4th and goal from the 8. Tom Brady's on the other side. Packers have 3 timeouts. Matt LaFleur kicks the field goal to make it 31-26. Loser. In the moment, you know they lose. Because you ain't stopping Tom Brady. If only you had had literally 20 years of evidence at that point to tell you that you weren't stopping him. But no. Kick the field goal. You kick off to Brady, and he gets the first downs needed, and of course they win the game. Of course, and I won my bet, and I was still furious. Do you imagine the chutzpah, the grapefruits, the unmitigated gall, the balls on this guy to say, you know what? I trust my defense to stop Tom Brady. What an idiot. And of course they didn't, and they lost. The common denominator with that game and last night is Matt LaFleur, who is an awesome head coach, a great play caller. And I'm jealous of his fade. I wish, honestly, he's way better looking than me. Just being honest. Good looking guy and a great coach. But when it comes to managing the ends of games, this dude's Edward Scissorhands. Just blades everywhere, destroying everything. He sucks. Does Matt LaFleur know a touchdown at the end of overtime wins the game? You win if you score a touchdown. Did he know that? Does he know the rules of overtime? Playing for a field goal against that defense that you've bombed all night. What the hell is he thinking? And then at the end, Jordan Love has a mental, one of the great mental breakdowns you'll ever see. What's happening with coach and quarterback there, where they don't clock the ball, they run a play, and somehow, some way, the Cowboys clock operator doesn't run it out to 0 when Love throws it to the back of the end zone incomplete. Like, wait till it comes out that clock operator grew up in Wisconsin as a Packers fan. Or he's like Mark Murphy's grandson or something. Or like one of the policies. Or like his last name's McCarthy. Or Lombardi. How does there 1 second on the clock? What's Jordan Love thinking? What's Matt LaFleur thinking? They got away with it last night and they didn't deserve to. Everyone wants, and I'm going to do another Eberflus. Everyone wants to talk about Matt Eberflus on Thanksgiving last year, right? As that's the worst managed endgame situation like we've ever seen with Eberflus and Caleb Williams. Here's the difference. We knew Eberflus stunk, and that Bears team was terrible. It's not a surprise that happened. This is one of the Super Bowl favorites, and they can't handle an endgame situation. Absolute mental meltdown. This is like pimply-faced 13-year-old Nick Costos face-to-face with the hottest girl in school. Total mental meltdown. Don't know what to do. Should I call timeout? I'm in school. There are no timeouts. What does this say by the bell? Jordan Love, let's say he wants to call timeout like he's Chris Webber in 1993. It's unbelievable. And you, the listener, you, the viewer, you want to trust this team in January? This team's going to beat the Eagles? Come on. Packers are going to be fine, grand scheme of things, over the balance of the season. No doubt. And I'm willing to say, last night, way more, like this Cowboys offense is electric. Like Dak's playing at a ridiculous level. Green Bay's defense will be fine. Packers will be good. Going to the playoffs. Maybe they win the division. Detroit's awesome also. I can't wait for that rematch. We'll see. Green Bay will be there in January, assuming health for all the principal players. But man, like playoff game against the Eagles. Are you real? Like, Fem, I can't wait to ask Femi this later. Like, you're gonna take this team after that end game last night, with the history that we've got with LaFleur in these spots, and Jordan Love apparently has got the same lacking brain activity issue at the ends of games that LaFleur has. That was so bad, and we don't need to sugarcoat it. It was horrific, and they're lucky to get away with it, and they shouldn't have. I can't believe that clock operator didn't run it out. I can't believe it. And honestly, it's not even like it was close. I thought the game was over, and there's still a second left on the clock. I mean, like, if I were a Cowboys fan, I would want that clock operator sent to Guantanamo Bay. It's a war crime. Unbelievable. Please. In the same way that I am, please, I don't ask for much. In the same way that I'm dying to bet the Chiefs against the Ravens in January, or the Chiefs against the Bills, please let me bet the Eagles against the Packers. Please. You bet on this Monday. We'll wrap up this hour with some college football. Femi and I betting recap from the weekend that was to start next hour. Oregon beats Penn State in double overtime. Final score 30-24. If you just looked at the box score on Sunday morning, you would think, wow, what a back and forth competitive game. It wasn't. This was like if Cardinals Seahawks had somehow managed to go to double overtime on Thursday night. Oregon beat the crap out of Penn State in this game. And Drew Aller, to his credit, comes alive in the closing, but at the end of the fourth quarter, they score 2 touchdowns, they force overtime. And Dan Lanning gets conservative. Okay, I understand. Also, Oregon was the way better team, and James Franklin proved to be a big game dud once again. Don't believe me? Ask him. He'll tell you. He said, I get the narrative. This is his quote. I get the narrative, and it's not a narrative. It's factual. These are facts. He's saying it so we don't have to. And Drew Aller's a big game loser. Right? Am I saying anything that's unfair? Not saying he can't go to the NFL or that Penn State can't make the college football playoff. Of course they can. You want Drew Aller in a big game? I say good luck. Now, I don't think that Dan Lanning is exactly Nick Saban. But he's got a damn good quarterback. Take a look at Oregon's schedule rest of season. They are not losing until maybe the Big Ten title game. And I would like Ohio State in that game if that's the matchup. They ain't losing. Oregon's quarterback Dante Moore is the Heisman favorite right now at BetMGM, plus 650. That's a bet for me. Because I think they're entering the Big Ten title game undefeated, and I can figure out what to do then if I think they're going to lose. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Femi and I talk the weekend that was from a betting perspective. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Now, playing at home is certainly going to be beneficial to Alabama, no question. All week, you're going to hear, well, you know, it's a revenge game for Alabama. They lost to Vandy after the Georgia win last year. They're going to be focused. They're going to be ready to go. I think that's true. I think there absolutely is some truth to that because after a big win like Bama just had, you do worry about an emotional letdown. But the fact that they lost to Vandy last year, I definitely think is going to help them. So even though they probably are going to be more prepared and more focused than they were for this game last year, it's still a tough matchup for Alabama and their defense. The last 3 or 4 years, anybody who's a Bama fan or has really watched Bama football knows that offenses like Vandy, with the schemes that they run, has given Bama's defensive fits. It was the same type of stuff you saw with Gus Malzahn in Florida State in week 1. That's why we talked about it last week, why I like Bama so much against Georgia. Yes, it was a desperation spot. Yes, DeBoer's been good in big games. Yes, Bama's been good against Kirby Smart. But it's because Georgia, the offense that they run, is a good matchup for Bama's defense. Vandy's offense is a bad matchup for Alabama's defense. Whenever they face a team that has a mobile quarterback that wants to run the zone read and these jet sweeps and all this pre-snap motion and everything, their defense really struggles against that. Now, the game being at home definitely helps them. But I think it's going to be close. Also, Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's quarterback, 11-2 against the spread as an underdog since he's been at Vandy. And he's 3-0 against the state of Alabama. He's beaten Auburn twice, one with Vandy, once with New Mexico State, and then obviously beat Alabama last year. And they got a ton of confidence, and they are really good. I know a lot of people are looking at Vanderbilt, undefeated, number 18 team in the country, whatever it is. They're legit. Their offense can put up points, and they are confident. So it's going to be a tough game. I know, look, me personally, we're all excited. Bama won the game, right? They're in the driver's seat to make it to the SEC title game. They're right back to where they want to be in the national championship conversation. But they better be focused and prepared for this week because Vandy is going to be a tough opponent, and I think it's very telling that the look-ahead line of this game was 11.5. Bama beats Georgia outright, and it goes down. It was as low as 9.5 this morning, got bought up a little bit. This line was actually as high as 13.5, too, before it got bought all the way down. So that's going to be a close game. Anything north of 10, I think, is worth a bet on Vandy. I like them plus the points against Bama.
The biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
Great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, Sam Panayotovich joins us, our teammate from the BetMGM Network, talking everything that happened in the football betting weekend that was, spinning it forward, and thoughts on the Major League Baseball Wild Card Series as well. Sam Panayotovich joins us in 20 minutes. 40 minutes from now, we will give you our thoughts and our bets for the Major League Baseball Wild Card Series starting tomorrow, including, oh man, I mean this. As a Yankee fan, I'm not ready yet. Like I'm not in the headspace yet to deal with Yankees Red Sox. I'll get there. It hasn't really hit me yet that I have to, oh man. Like, my stomach's going to be just in knots tomorrow. We love the baseball playoffs.
It's the best, isn't it?
It is. I don't know if it's my favorite thing, but it's really great. Our bets coming up in 40 minutes for the Wild Card Series of Major League Baseball. Final hour, power hour. The bets that we've already placed for the coming football weekend. And all our bets for tonight, Monday Night Football at the doubleheader. And just to get everybody set with where we're at on the betting markets here, everything is static. Dolphins remain a 2.5-point home favorite, 44.5 against the Jets. Justin Fields back and starting for Gang Green. Denver holding as a 7.5-point home favorite against Cincinnati. The total in that game, 44.5. Nothing injury-wise that we need to be watching. Like, we know everything that's happening in both games, barring a surprise. We will break down the games at the end of the show, side total, and props. All right. Betting recap from the weekend. It feels good to win. About time. About time. Yesterday, the NFL was awesome. It wasn't perfect. Took some L's. But overall, like, hell yeah. Like, that's what I'm talking about. And this is what I wanted. Like, I wanted to have one weekend where things go well. One weekend where the bounce of the ball goes my way. And we got it yesterday. Had the Steelers in the game in Dublin against the Vikings. And man, they tried hard to yak that one away. And if they had, I would have been catatonic. right? Basically for the entire day. Thankfully, Pittsburgh did not yak that game away. The Steelers should have won that game by double digits. They had no business, the Vikings did, potentially tying at the end. No business. So cash the Steelers. We cashed the Patriots in easy fashion. We'll talk about Survivor in a few minutes. I texted the guys, and this doesn't help anyone, but I'm just saying, like I'm always honest about bets that I make. When Joe Alt gets injured for the Chargers, I bet Giants live money line because the Chargers can't pass protect. Can't protect Justin Herbert. The Giants end up cashing. The Eagles end up cashing against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers no matter what number you bet. The Kansas City Chiefs obviously get home against the Baltimore Ravens. And here's like the sick thing about sports bettors. If you're watching and listening to the show, I'm guessing you're going to agree with me. And if you're really new to this, feel like this is, like an initiation to some sort of society where, like, you got to take some lumps if you want to be part of this crew. Everybody has to take them. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us, all of us. So my final game of the day yesterday is Raiders. I've got the Raiders against the Bears. If you were just to look at the box score of the game this morning and not look at turnovers, you would have thought that the Raiders won by 17. They killed the Bears in this game. Except for turnovers. If I have to, and I did this in the offseason as well, leading up to the start of the year. I meant it then, and I mean it more now. If I have to listen to, watch, or read one more all 22 monkey firing up, let's watch the film, everybody. All 22 moron. Tell me that Geno Smith is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And that our eyes are wrong. Like, we see a quarterback, I think he's above average. I'm not even saying he's bad. I think he's one of the 32 best quarterbacks, for sure. For show. If I have to watch, read, or listen to one more film analyst, and Femi wrote this seems pointed at someone, it isn't, because it's everyone does it. If you are like a film person on social media, you think Geno Smith is, and I respect a lot, like, I'll say a name, and I love him. He comes on the show, like Greg Rosenthal of NFL. I respect Greg. He comes on the show. I've known him for a long time. Greg loves Geno Smith. I think he's dead wrong. And I would say that to him. It's not a personal insult. I can't handle it. I can't, like, you actually watch the game. It's like, well, who cares about the interceptions? Did you see how he stepped up in the muddy pocket? What are we talking about here? Like, come on. This guy stinks. He was horrible yesterday. 3 interceptions literally lost them the game. If he plays even like a slightly below average game, the Raiders win by 10. He had to be as horrible as it gets for them to lose by 1. So I win all these other bets, and now I've got the Raiders. And the Raiders lose, and my day's ruined. I'm being honest with everybody. I won money. I had a really good day. I got off the schneid. I'm feeling confident today. But last night, I got to sit in it, man. I'm furious that the Raiders lost. As sports bettors, we can't have nice things. The only way that we can ever be happy as sports bettors is if we win all our bets. And sometimes we have days where that happens. Or a couple days where that happens. Maybe you even have like a week where you win like all your bets. But waiting just around the corner. Geno Smith. You make a good bet, and it doesn't matter at all. Because he throws the ball to the other team 3 times. And to add insult to injury, you have to watch, listen, and read as everybody, like we're in 1984 by George Orwell, tells you to ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears and that this guy is actually elite. What an absolute joke. You bet on this Monday. Femi Abebefe with me. Femi, you smoked it this weekend, man. Like, you had one of the great betting weekends probably of your life.
Oh, it was a phenomenal weekend. Cleaned out the board in the NFL, had a great college football Saturday. But the NFL is like, college football, my bets are a little bit smaller because that's not my expertise. It's hard to be an expert at both. Like, there's not enough hours in the week to be able to tackle both Saturdays and Sundays. But the NFL is where we put some serious coin down. And to have the day that I had yesterday was phenomenal. Was filling in for Sammy P, who's going to be joining us in the next segment on Countdown to Kickoff. Gave out the underdog moneyline parlay. People were tweeting that when I was like, guys, let's not celebrate yet. Like Jacksonville can still mess this up, guys. Like, let's get this home first. Let's get it going. And they got it done. Jacksonville, Kansas City, the Giants in the early window, which is funny because like watching that game, your team, I was locked in, of course, because I had that in the underdog moneyline parlay. And the game's playing out like how I need it to play out. Chargers behind, needing to throw against that pass rush. And the Giants close it home. And for the fact that like Jacksonville was the one leg that was so sketchy because I was never worried about Kansas City. Like Kansas City was just like, hey, I'm getting this plus 135 with Mahomes. Like I have to throw this in the parlay. I think they're going to win regardless. But Jacksonville was the one where I'm like, okay, I know they're going to cover, but are they going to actually win the game? And at some points they tried to kind of, trick it off a little bit, but they got home. The pass rush was awesome, forced 4 turnovers as they continue to be this opportunistic defense, and it gets home. So awesome all around. And it wasn't even the biggest part of it, which was the New England Patriots, baby, covering the number, and we are on to week 5 in Survivor. An absolutely phenomenal Sunday. I loved every bit of it outside of my team playing to a tie.
Yeah, that was rough on Sunday Night Football, and obviously I know you agree with me on the part. Like, why did they trade? It's inexplicable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So be honest. Mm-hmm. Panthers go up 6-0 early, score a touchdown, miss the extra point. What is your level of concern at that point?
Honestly, it wasn't high. Like I was like, because
Tyler texted me separately and said,
"Look at you guys panicking."
Tyler texted me separately and said, "Are you ready to get Shep off the show?" That's actually, he didn't do that. I'm kidding.
Yes, I know you texted all like, "Hey, are we going to be in trouble here?" I'm like, "No, it's too early to tell. Let's see what happens."
Tyler's right. I texted at 1:13, so the game is like barely started. I texted Tyler and Femi, and I wrote, "We are effed," right? And I obviously spelled effed out what it actually is.
Yeah,
we're down 6-0.
Yeah, we're down 6-0. Too early to tell. Like the Panthers are a joke. Like come on.
But at that
they're
point,
an absolute joke.
They just beat the Falcons 30-0. Now they're up 6-0. Game just started. Like, oh no, that's unfair.
I felt that if we were gonna lose, I at least knew it was gonna be a close game and it was gonna be a real sweat. So like go down 6-0. I'm like, all right, let's see how it plays out. Like you never know what's gonna happen. And like was I concerned? Like my concern level on a scale of 1 to 10 was like a 1.5, 2. Just because we were losing in the game. But I was calm the whole time. And then Marcus Jones, maybe my favorite player in the league now.
Can we talk about Marcus Jones? Can we talk about him for a second?
He's phenomenal. He's unbelievable.
He has the punt for a touchdown. I'm like, what were the like? Does Dave Canales, like, what does he do during the week?
He's lucky that we all like him because like he's I think he might be really bad.
Do we like him? Who likes him?
I mean, he's a likable guy. I mean, he's not a good coach.
He's a terrible coach. He even said, he goes, I need to prepare the guys differently. Like, duh. I mean, like.
You're too, buddy.
Like, they thought that Marcus Jones, like, fair caught the ball. He runs right by 2 players. It was awesome. So when we were in, Mike Brown will remember this because he was there also. Mike Brown's like 6'8", by the way. He's like huge, tall. When we were in National Harbor, around Thanksgiving a couple years ago. Great company idea. Like, Thanksgiving weekend, let's all go to National Harbor. So the Patriots played the Jets, and me and Ken bet the Patriots. And Marcus Jones returned to punt like as time expired, like to win our bet. Yep. And Mike Brown's a big Jets fan, and he had to watch us celebrate in his face. In your face, Mike. That's what you get for not getting Rob Bizzola on video. So Marcus Jones has been getting this done for us on the show for years. So I just wanted to give Marcus Jones his followers a little bit here.
he was awesome. And once again, like we didn't have like the massive survivor sweat that like most people have been having. And like honestly, because like we were texting like, hey, like maybe this game is a blowout. Like foot to neck was what I kept texting. Foot to neck, like 21-6, 28-6, like foot to neck. Let's go. Let's leave no doubt. And the Patriots did that. The biggest sweat of all was sweating the other games and hoping people would lose. Like the Giants game, like in addition to the underdog moneyline parlay, you had 784 entries on the Chargers. I'm like, please don't screw this up. And I mean, Western New York, for a second there between the Bills and the Saints, it got a little bit hairy to where, like New Orleans is driving to potentially take the lead. What's going on here? Down by 2. But of course, as you texted, Nick, you're like, well, the Saints are going to find a way to screw it up as they did, losing the game by 12. But like that was the survivor.
If Chris
sweat for
Olave
us.
doesn't screw up that, like the Philly special.
Oh my God.
Like the Saints probably still like never win, right? But it would have been nice to find out what would have happened.
It might have been like, this is coming down to the final drive, as opposed to like Buffalo just kind of like salting the game away or whatever.
For what it's worth, but yeah,
they did. Yeah,
would have been nice
and
if
they were within the number the whole game. Which Buffalo, by the way, like I'm kind of glad we kind of got them out of the way. Like I don't know if I like what I'm seeing from the Bills.
Yeah,
like,
I still like they're going to win a ton of games and they'll lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs. Like business as usual.
With that defense, man, I feel like they're going to play in a lot of tight games. Maybe as early as this Sunday. I know some people have been saving them for this one, but I don't know about that.
We'll talk about that game next hour. And I do think, and I said this, I think I said it last Friday, like the defense is going to get, I don't think it's championship level, like at all.
No.
But when they get Oliver back, they'll get Milano back, and especially when Maxwell Hairston comes back the first round corner in his window. So that's like all the players that started the year on IR, like their windows are open to return to practice now. They have 21 days, all the teams now, to activate those windows for players to come back. So their defense will get better. I don't think they're winning the AFC or winning the Super Bowl, but I do think their defense will get a little better. And we'll talk about the game against the Patriots next hour on the show. Like you and I may be mano on that particular game. We'll get to baseball coming up in 25 minutes. Our bets on the Wild Card Series. But on the other side, our friend Sam Panayotovich joins his betting recap from the weekend that was in football and his baseball bets starting tomorrow.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And, you know, I read this stat and I did not believe it, but we haven't had, at least this century, we haven't seen a back-to-back champion. And the Dodgers, again and again and again, have been, you know, that one team. They have been the dominant team this century, right? Certainly a better roster than anyone else on paper, but they don't have, I think, as many World Series titles as maybe we thought they would. And when they went on this spending spree, right, where they just bring in talent after talent after talent. So it just goes to show, A, how hard it is to win a World Series, and that, B, there are always teams that are willing to step up and raise their level of play when we get to playoff time in Major League Baseball. I mean, but are you going to be shocked if the Dodgers win it? No, but I also don't think that the pressure is on them because they have that title. I think the pressure is really on the Phillies more than any other team, and Bryce Harper in particular. You know, you've got guys on that roster like a Kyle Schwarber, like a Trey Turner, and they've won it all before. But if you're looking at the greats in the game who need that one world championship to sort of solidify their resumes, like Bryce Harper is up there, right? He's been a generational player, but has not been able to come home and win a World Series, where the Brewers, I feel like, are playing with house money. They're not, I don't want to say they're lucky to be here, but I don't think anyone expected them to be the 1 seed in the National League. The Dodgers, yeah, the Cubs have done it, but the Phillies are the one team that have been so close and haven't been able to get over the hump. And so I think that's the team that, when it gets down to it, is going to sort of feel the screws tighten a little bit if they get deeper and deeper into the postseason.
Tied with a 1st and goal. Fake it to Miller on the run. Simpson launches end zone. Touchdown, Isaiah Horton.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Friend of the show and a Tim Scanlon client. Chris Fowler with the call on ESPN and ABC on Saturday night as Alabama. And we thought it was just Nick Saban that owned Kirby Smart. Now here's Kalen DeBoer, 2-0 against Georgia. And it feels like a long time ago that Bama lost that opener at Florida State. Bama statement win on Saturday night on the road in Athens, ending Georgia's 33-game home winning streak. Joining us right now to talk about that, the rest of what we saw on the football weekend, and some thoughts on Major League Baseball and the postseason there, is our friend Sam Panayotovich on Twitter at SBShoot. Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon on the BetMGM Network. And will rejoin me on You Better You Bet's countdown to kickoff this Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Sam, before we talk about Bama, before we talk about the football weekend, I think our audience knows that you were officiating a wedding yesterday. How did the wedding go? What was your football Sunday like?
Beautiful wedding, nice venue, horrendous football experience, no Wi-Fi. Wow. Let's see. I saw about 4 plays during the whole day, and 3 of them were Geno Smith interceptions, which I thought was pretty funny in real time. Like, what are the odds that you only see 4 plays and 3 of them are interceptions by one quarterback? Of course, I'm in Chicago, so it was a big Bears contingent. I don't ever, and I say this as I said to the bride and groom, I never want to do a football wedding again on a Sunday, ever. But having said all that, I love them dearly, and the Reverend who officiated them was very handsome, I heard.
Yeah, I heard heard that he might co-host a show on the BetMGM Network, and his name might be Sam Panayotovich. So great job by you. You're a much better friend than me, and me and you will be back together on this Sunday on Countdown to Kickoff. Sammy, anything coming out of the college football weekend? This can be Alabama. You loved Bama. You had them plus the points and money line. Great job by you. Could be the Heisman market, Oregon beating Penn State. What interests you coming out of the college football betting weekend that we can spin forward?
Well, I think it's just important to understand that early in seasons, you can pinpoint the right team and even the right player and jump in either on a future bet or the Heisman market, because we have now seen 5 different favorites in 5 weeks. If you start with the beginning, you had Arch Manning, of course, then Carson Beck, then John Mateer, then Mendoza, and now Ty Simpson. But, Simpson was 22-24-1 coming into that game against Georgia, and Bama's like 450 to win the SEC. And if you liked Bama, Nick, you and I talked, we had people that we respected really liked Bama. Not only the +3, but how about a Simpson bet for Heisman? How about a Bama bet to win the SEC, win the playoff? Before big games, whoever it may be, you can really, if you do it right and pick the right horse, you can put yourself in a great spot. Like in a couple of weeks, Texas and Oklahoma are going to play. And I don't think John Mateer's back, but if he does come back and he's cleared for the game, that might be an entry point on John Mateer for Heisman if he comes back. This Alabama-Vandy game, if Vanderbilt can pull this off somehow, how do you not look at their quarterback potentially for some Heisman stock? You want to get ahead of the big moment and the big game. You don't want to bet after a guy throws 4 touchdowns. Like, everybody likes Ty Simpson now. Well, where were you last week? You have to get ahead of it, and that's what we've learned. You've been able to do that in the Heisman market. You jumped in on Beck. You got a good number. I jumped in on Simpson a little bit. If you can pick the right person at the right time, that's often more than half the battle in this racket.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because the guy who is now the buzz of the Heisman Trophy market is Dante Moore after Oregon beat Penn State. Dante Moore now your +750 favorite over at BetMGM. Oregon wins in double OT in Happy Valley 30-24. What was your biggest takeaway from watching that game? Is it as easy as like, all right, it's the Nittany Lions, LOL, James Franklin once again? Or is it more on the Oregon side of maybe going into this season, Oregon kind of not seen as that big-time contender, sort of kind of re-announcing themselves as that sort of national title powerhouse as they might be this upcoming season?
Probably a little bit of both buckets, Femi. I will say, after watching the Big Noon Kickoff show with Urban Meyer, and he's talking about how dangerous the whiteout is and how valuable it is, and just the environment, how stingy and how sturdy that fan base is and how raucous the building is. I don't know, guys. We all watched the same game. Did Oregon look phased at all? Not to me. They were moving the ball pretty well in the first half. They just couldn't get in the end zone. Their defense was unbelievable. Their secondary, they got 2 guys that are going to play on Sundays really soon. And I think, I'm a big advocate of line play, O-line, D-line. I said a couple weeks ago on the show, I think Miami's the best. There's a chance Oregon's the best, O-line, D-line. They just dominate on the line of scrimmage. And we've said this now for 3-4 years about Penn State. Well, this is his best chance. If it ain't this year, well, we're going to say that again next year, and the same thing is going to happen. The definition of insanity is believing the same thing and doing the same thing over and over again. And I did it. I bet Penn State like a fool. Laid 3.5. I thought, this is a good bet because I can trust this guy, even though he's given me no reason to trust him. At the end of the day, though, Oregon looked like the better team, and they look like the more composed team in a whiteout, where Penn State's supposed to have the big advantage there. Oregon looks like a real, well-coached, disciplined, physical, tough football team. They are legit.
Yeah, no, the Ducks look like a machine, as like we saw last year and a couple of years before, and once again this year, Oregon looks like one of those kinds of teams. How about the team that they're likely going to be competing with in Indianapolis? Like, let's just fast forward to the end of this thing. Ohio State, they go to Seattle, they beat Washington. Not the prettiest victory, but they cover nonetheless, winning 24-6. What are your interpretations of the Buckeyes, who it feels like we haven't really talked a whole lot about since that win against Texas week 1? But like, once again, they were on the national scene and they take care of business in a pretty big game in a tough environment in Seattle.
Their defense is so good, and I think they made one of the best hires of the offseason to bring in Matt Patricia, who made a living erasing NFL quarterbacks and Pro Bowl quarterbacks, and now he's doing it to college kids, and looks like he's having a blast there. I mean, they just took away the wheels for Damon Williams. All you heard coming into the game was, dual threat. He can do everything, and they completely erased his running game. And they turned him into a passer, and I thought he played fine, but they were never going to move 70, 80 yards on Ohio State's defense because of the game plan. And, I don't know about Julian Sayin. I don't know that we've really had to learn that much yet because he's mostly played from in front. I'd like to see him maybe push the ball down the field a little bit more because they do have, as we know, NFL receivers, at least 2 of them, maybe 3 of them. I'd like to see Ohio State play from behind at some point this season and kind of see what they've got. But with that defense, even though they lost 8 guys off a national title team, they have the best defense in the country. And it speaks to the recruiting, the development, and also Matt Patricia. I mean, this guy just erases that side of the ball for the other team. And they're my number 1 team in the country in power rating. That's not exactly a hot take. New numbers have Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Alabama 3. That's the 1, 2, 3 right now for me.
Wow. Last question from me here, Sam, before we get back to Nick. Do you think Notre Dame can run the table, go 10-2, and push for the playoff?
If they go 10-2, they're in. There's too much money to be made there if Notre Dame's in the playoff. And, I was bouncing around X as much as I could on Saturday with traveling back for all this stuff. But I saw 2 people I really respect say that C.J. Carr is the best quarterback prospect in the country. And I'm like, all right, we always have to do this, right? Like, you can't just, appreciate what he did. He's got to be the best. I don't know if he's the best, but scouts are salivating. There's a guy, you talk about changing the identity of Notre Dame in 1 season. Last year, they are just power run it down your throat, play good defense. This year, they throw it, and they throw it a ton. The ability to throw also opens up the lanes for Jeremiah Love. That offense is very, very good. And I'll tell you what, guys, a 10-2 Notre Dame team, very, very possible with very, very close losses to Texas A&M and Miami. That's a playoff team, especially with the caliber of a program Notre Dame is.
You better you bet on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, talking with our teammate on the BetMGM network, the great Sam Panayotovich. Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon with Sam and Joe Ostrowski on Twitter at SPShoot. Sammy, let's turn our attention to the National Football League. I know you had the Chiefs yesterday. I did as well. The Ravens fall to 1-3. Lamar Jackson nursing a hamstring injury. We don't know his status for Sunday's game against the Texans. Roquan Smith out multiple weeks. Marlon Humphrey out multiple weeks. Nnamdi Madubuike, season-ending injured reserve with his neck injury. Is there anything to do, Sam, with the Baltimore Ravens right now from a betting perspective with Baltimore at 1-3?
Geez, man, it's such a good question. Every bone in my body wants to say, let's start hooking some Ravens division with other things. We talked about this on this very show 2 weeks ago with Kansas City, like Chiefs to make the playoffs with this, with that, and I think those are going to pretty nicely for us. I want to say Ravens minus 200 win the division with this, with that, but injuries are the great equalizer, guys. And if the quarterback's hurt, you got a bunch of injuries you just chronicled on defense. Harbaugh looks a little lost. I mean, I don't remember a John Harbaugh team being this bad. It's been a while since they've started 1-3. Maybe they've never even started 1-3 with Harbaugh.
Twice in the last 25 years for the Ravens, Sam. They've had to start this bad in the regular season.
So there you go. It felt weird to see that 1-3 record next to their name. We know they're talented, but I think a lot of this stuff is skewed on what they've done and not what they're doing. You know, I had a guy this morning say, well, they're still the number 2 team in my power ratings. I'm like, fix your power ratings. It's a you thing. It's not a them thing at this point. They're just not healthy. But when you go back to the division, who do you trust? It's not Cincinnati. It's not Cleveland. You really go Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Are you going to bet Pittsburgh? I'm not. So I'm inclined to buy low and think about some Ravens division prices with maybe, I don't know, a team to win the World Series or win the pennant or whatever. Let's remember, Baltimore was minus 500 2 weeks ago. Now it's 200. This is literally the buy point if you can get there.
One more NFL question, Sam, and then I want to get your thoughts on the wild card rounds in the Major League Baseball playoffs. We've had you on the show for years, like in a weekly capacity during football season. And every year, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm right on this, you at some point will bring up, now's the time for us to bet Kansas City to win the AFC. Like, there's always a buy point for you with the Chiefs, and it's something that served you very well, obviously, as the years have gone on. I'm thinking this morning, and as we're leading up to the show, I wouldn't bet any team in the AFC against the Chiefs in January. I think the time's now, Sammy, to bet the Chiefs Do you agree with Kansas City to win the AFC in about a minute so we can save time for baseball?
Yeah, if you haven't done it, I would certainly consider it. Now, I haven't done it myself, but this would certainly be probably the last chance you want to get in there, because if they beat Detroit coming up real soon, I mean, you could kiss those prices goodbye, and then of course they get Rashee Rice back in a couple of weeks, so they're going to be as fully healthy as one would think on the offensive side, with a defense that's been very, very good for them. So this would be the time. I've done nothing with them yet. I just bet them to make the playoffs at -190 a couple weeks ago. I have Buffalo, but at the same time, Nick, like having a Buffalo ticket, having to face Kansas City in the playoffs, I'd be terrified. So maybe I should jump in with you.
I would, well, I'll just say this, buddy. Water's fine. Major League Baseball playoffs start tomorrow in the wild card round. Tigers and Cardinals, Padres and Cubs, Red Sox, Yankees, Reds, Dodgers. Any bets, Sam, for game ones? Any series bets? Any Major League Baseball futures for our listeners and viewers? We have a solid 90 seconds for the answer.
So, sharpest guy I know likes the Red Sox. He told me that about 2 hours ago. He's betting the plus price on Boston. Okay, we'll see. I basically follow his lead. He says jump, I jump. So that was very easy for me to get to Boston. I personally like San Diego. I think you get a cheap price because they continue to falter in the postseason. I mean, they've been everybody's dark horse for a long time now. It feels like 3-4 years, and just haven't been able to put it together when the pressure rises and all that. But the Cubs rotation is so banged up right now, and with Cade Horton out with the rib, like they're going to go to Colin Ray in Game 2. That's a problem. I can't believe this is like a pick'em price, and maybe I'm just way off here, and maybe I respect the Padres too much. But Padres over Cubs in that round, like the series price there on San Diego, that's my favorite look. And my baseball guy says Red Sox plus the plus price is the move. So I guess I'm Red Sox Padres. I guess I'm going with the Don Orsillo series parlay. Red Sox Padres.
I don't know how many people in the audience get that reference, but I want you to know that I do, and I really appreciate it. I'm sure your friend is a really nice guy, and you know I love you. I really hope you guys lose. Go Yankees. Sam, we love you, buddy. At SB Shoot on Twitter, Bet Sweats, Bear Bets Podcast, Fox Sports, Chicken Dinner. Good luck with the bets, except for Boston, and we will talk to you next week, Sammy. And I'll talk to you on Sunday morning.
You got it. Off to the airport. See you, boys.
Our friend Sam Panayotovich joining us here on You Better You Bet.
Moving and grooving.
Don't tell me you like the Red Sox too, Femi, against my Yankees.
I'll say this, and we're about to talk about baseball in the next segment. I think the AL wildcard series between the Yankees and the Red Sox is actually the ALCS. I think the winner of that series is going to represent the American League. And I'm a Mariners fan. Doesn't sound great coming out of my mouth. I hate the sound of it, but
I think
just keeping it a buck.
I think you're being we ass.
We not ass, but we got some dumper.
We'll talk some. I think it's the lowest moment in the history of the show. We'll give you some baseball bets coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
the Packers with their possession in overtime. Because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that, and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there, and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
And now Lindor, who's been on base 3 times today, a double and 2 walks. And he pulls one on the ground, a chance for 2 to second one, back to first. And the Mets' agonizing 3.5-month slow motion collapse is complete.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Gary Cohen with the call on SNY. Just for people that are keeping track of these things, Jake could have done that fade a little better with the audio. Just saying to the crew, we've got like that number. We got cue the ludicrous. The number 1 spot's open right now for the crew power rankings. We'll give those out at the end of the week. We'll figure. I think I want that to be a new bit on the show. Who is number 1 in the crew power rankings this week? So.
I just love that for those keeping track in the audience.
Those keep. I like to think people will at some point. Maybe this week. 83 wins made the playoffs in the National League. 83. In an expanded postseason, the Mets did not get in with their ginormous payroll. And this is not like a New York show, but I would just like to say, I'm being serious right now. Like there's something really important that I need to say about what happened with the Mets. Because I know like a lot of people, Femi, had Mets futures, and I have a lot of like really close friends who love the Mets. I have family members who love the Mets. And maybe you in our audience, maybe you love the Mets. Maybe you bet the Mets. I really just need to say one thing. Oh man, but we were so upset that we didn't get Juan Soto. Mets got Soto. It's a Mets town now. Enjoy Cancun. Losers. All right, let's talk the Major League Baseball. Femi, I'm sorry. Like, you were collateral damage there. Like, I really didn't mean that. As far as you're concerned, I didn't mean it. To a lot of people, I did.
It was an investment that was made. And it was a bet that was lost. You
didn't even get to sweat it in the postseason. And I'm being serious. Like, I don't like the Mets. And I really don't like the Mets because Mets fans hate the Yankees. Like, I wouldn't care otherwise.
Yeah,
but I do.
Crosstown rivalry.
And look, I bet the Mets last year. I bet them against the Brewers. I bet them against the Phillies. I had them against the Dodgers. They obviously lost that. So I'm not like a total Mets hater, but like when you talk all this smack and you don't even make the playoffs, you turnabout is fair play, right? All right. So sorry for your Mets stuff. Good news though, we got more opportunities to make money on the Major League Baseball postseason. Yep. So we got Cleveland and Detroit, Yankees, Red Sox in the wild card series in the AL, Dodgers and the Reds, Padres and the Cubs in the National League. Femi, any bets for you for the game ones tomorrow? Series bets for the wild card? Anything else that you like in the Major League Baseball playoffs?
Yeah, I'm going to like a pretty decent amount for these wild card matchups because I think they're really fascinating, especially in the American League. I'll start off with the big series in the American League. Game 1, 6 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. Yankees hosting the Red Sox. I'm sorry to say it, Nick, to your squad, but I think you're on upset alert. I do think Boston's going to win the series. I like this Boston pitching staff quite a bit. They're the best rotation in the American League. And in these short series, a rotation like that is incredibly dangerous. And we're going to see tomorrow night, Garrett Crochet on the mound against Max Fried. Yeah, I'm taking Crochet all day long. Like, Crochet is a stud. He can get it done. And Fried's had a hell of a season. But also, like, in these post-game or postseason scenarios, give me the guy that has the better stuff. That guy is Garrett Crochet. And also, like, even though the Yankee lineup is really good.
No Giolito, though. Giolito hurt. So we don't know who would pitch game 3 for the Red Sox.
No Giolito. But, like, they still have, like, pretty – I mean, like, Bayo, it's like we can laugh about it, but he was at least productive this season. Like at least that's a guy that you can throw out there on the mound. I just like at price, if you're going to give me the best starter by far in the series and you're going to give me plus 160 in a place where the Red Sox are pretty comfortable playing, I will take that all day long. I was telling you this during the break and I'll just say it now here for the audience. I think that this is actually the ALCS. Like the winner of this series, I think is going to represent the American League. I like Boston in this particular matchup.
You are hurt.
I mean, how could I not be hurt?
I understand. And for people that don't know what that means, Femi is from the Pacific Northwest and is a lifelong Mariners fan. Just my opinion, and I'm a Yankee fan. I think you are, I'm not saying that like the Yankees or the Red Sox can't beat the Mariners. The Mariners can't lose. I think you are big time shortchanging your own team and their chances here.
So here's why I don't think I am. Because I guess part of me is hurt, but then also a part of me looks at what they did on the road this year, where they were below 500. Now they have the 2 seed. They're going to have home field advantage in the ALDS, but in the ALCS, they depending on who they face, they might not. I guess if it's Toronto, that's the only way they wouldn't have it. But also, too, the pitching, the names are there. And if this was 2 years ago, if it's even last year, I'm going to war with this pitching staff. But this year, it hasn't been good. Like, Brian Woo's been the best guy in the rotation, and that's no shade towards him. But I think a lot of people would point to Castillo and Kirby and Gilbert. They just haven't been what they've been in the past. So I think a lot of it is just kind of like blind faith on, hey, they're going to go back to their old form and what they were in 2023 and 2024, as opposed to what they actually were in 2025. That's where I have my hang-up with the Seattle Mariners. It's the pitching staff and it's the road woes. Now, the lineup, I'm right there with you. The Mariners, their lineup is sick. and it's led by Cal Raleigh, and Julio turned things around in the second half. Polanco's been good. The two Diamondbacks, like Naylor and Suarez, like Gino's back, so the vibes are good. Like that lineup is sick. But I'm just worried about the pitching staff. So that's where with Seattle, I don't know if I can get there with this team doing it. So I think that the winner of this Red Sox-Yankees series is going to be the team that gets it done. If there's a way that you could point holes in Boston, poke holes into them, it would be that maybe in a longer series, 5-game series, 7-game series like the ALCS, that lineup might not have enough juice in it to get through that. That's where I would be a little bit concerned about Boston. But the rotation, I'm not concerned whatsoever. I think that rotation is ready to go win a pennant. I think they're going to do it this year, and it starts on tomorrow when they beat the New York Yankees.
Tyler, what would former WWE wrestler Zack Ryder, now known as Matt Cardona, say about Seattle's best starting pitcher?
You lost me on this one. I'm gonna know the attitude era. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anyone know the answer to this question? His name's Brian Wu.
I'm assuming he just says Wu. Woo. I don't know this.
I really thought
it's a Mike Brown question.
Right. That's my bad. I should have just done. You know what? If you want something done right, you should do it yourself. That's my
tap
bad.
the chest.
I apologize.
Maybe for good measure, tap the chest.
We are no. Tyler is ineligible to be the number one crew member this week. So he's been eliminated. He's off the list for blowing that. Tyler wrote in the chat he wants to be last. I've got good news for you, buddy. You bet on this Monday. All right, so Femi, you like the Red Sox tomorrow to beat the Yankees. Any other game one bets for you?
No other game one bets. I got some series bets, though. I'm going to rock with the Cleveland Guardians. I mean, I know they're up against it tomorrow against Skubal. Skubal's amazing. He's going to win the Cy Young again. But outside of Skubal, I don't know what Detroit has. Like, you're not selling me on that rotation. You're definitely not selling me on that lineup. The Guardians, they have been on fire, and I think they have the psychological edge over Detroit as well, with Detroit collapsing and what Cleveland was able to do over these last 30 days. So at plus 105, I'm betting Cleveland just to win the series. And maybe that doesn't age well after Skubal wins tomorrow. Don't care. But there's also a chance, too, that Skubal just loses. Like, he hasn't been untouchable in the last month either. So I think if Cleveland wins tomorrow, they're definitely winning the series. And even if they lose to Skubal, I still like the Guardians to get it done. So I think it's Cleveland advancing. I got Boston advancing as well in the American League. And in the National League, the Dodgers are going to win, but the Reds just kind of give me that vibe of maybe they string this out to 3 games. So I actually like the series total over 2.5 between the Dodgers and the Reds. I'll bet that plus 105. Hunter Green on the mound for Cincinnati tomorrow. SoCal kid going back home. What a spot for him to kind of do it in front of the people that he grew up with, to go against the Dodgers in that ballpark. And also, let's keep an eye on this Will Smith injury. I know he had a batting cage session on Saturday dealing with a hand injury, has been on the IL, hasn't played since September 9th. He's been awesome for the Dodgers. Cooled off a little bit in the summer months, but was really great in the spring and heading into June. I think this is a longer series, but the Dodgers get it done in 3. And then I just think the Cubs just win. I'm out on the Padres. I'm not doing it with San Diego. I know Cade Horton's hurt, but give me Chicago minus 125 to win the series.
I'm contemplating. I like the Guardians to win the series against the Tigers. I don't even know what the case is. I guess the case for Detroit is just that, Cleveland sucks.
Yeah.
And they got hot
maybe
at the
Skubal
right
gets
time.
game 1.
Well, if you wanted to make that bet, Tigers to win game 1, Cleveland to win the series, plus 425 at BetMGM.
Ooh.
It's not bad. The Yankees tomorrow are minus 135. I will be betting the Yankees. That game starts while we're on the air. I can't wait for that. That's going to be brutal. So are we betting the Cubs tomorrow in game 1 against the Padres as a show bet?
I'll bet Chicago.
Jake, what do you like in that game? Jake,
I already bet the Padres to win the series.
Ooh.
Okay. So, what do we like, Jake? What else do you like tomorrow? Just in game 1s.
You're not going to like the answer.
Okay. So, what else do you like besides
Boston.
for Boston? Okay. What else?
Yeah. Crochet on the mound.
Just Padres, Red Sox for me tomorrow.
Oh, the Orsillo special. Are you the person that Sam was talking about that he really respects?
I don't think so, but I did say that to him earlier, Padres and Red Sox, so could be.
I'd actually like to know the answer to that question. Maybe that's true.
Yeah.
Jake is a stud baseball player.
Maybe. Baseball aficionado.
I'll bet the Cubs with you guys tomorrow. Why not? And I'm going to bet the Yankees.
All right. We'll be mano a mano, Apo Taco in that Red Sox-Yankees game, but expecting nothing less. That's your squad. You want to go down with them. That's all fine and dandy. Anything for you with Dodgers and Reds? Like, you have an opinion on that one? Like, Cincinnati's pitching staff is legit. It could get weird
bet the
for the
Dodgers
Dodgers
to sweep. I want to bet the Dodgers to win plus 140 for the Dodgers to win in 2.
Jake, do we know anything on Will Smith yet? Has that come out? Like, is he going to be fine for the series, or like what's going on with that? Because like, I know Dave Roberts said he was responding well, but that could mean a bunch of different things.
I have not seen anything yet. I also think Cincinnati gets at least one between Hunter Green and Andrew Abbott.
I
think it's going 3.
When is he allowed back at the Academy Awards, Jake?
When he formally apologizes again to Chris
Did
Rock.
he apologize to Chris Rock or no?
I think he might have. I feel like he did, didn't he?
And then Chris Rock, I'll tell you what. If Will Smith were a real man, he would slap Chris Rock again. What Chris Rock
Keep
said
my
about
wife's name.
I mean, to be fair, I would want to kill someone for talking about my wife. Power Hour, Final Hour coming up on the other side, featuring all our bets for tonight's Monday Night Football doubleheader.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
As for the Bengals and the Broncos tonight, Denver 7.5-point favorite. The total is also 44.5. I do like Cincinnati plus the points in this game, plus 7.5. Denver, I worry about them psychologically, right? It's very similar to like the Rams yesterday, where I understand why most people were on the Rams because the Colts had this 3-0 start. They very easily could have lost to Denver. They hadn't really played anybody, and it felt like that was a good spot to back the Rams. But I worried about the emotional letdown from LA after blowing that game against Philly and what that would look like. And if it wasn't for an 80 Mitchell fumble, or if it wasn't for his hold on that Jonathan Taylor run, they probably end up losing that game. So now here's the Broncos, who have lost back-to-back brutal games on the road, right? The game against the Colts, and then last week blowing that lead in the fourth quarter against the Chargers. They come back home as a big favorite. And when we saw them in week 1 as a favorite of about this size against Tennessee, they did not look very good. Tennessee had opportunities to try and win that game in the fourth quarter. You're getting Cincinnati off of a horrendous performance where they didn't score a touchdown. They lost by 40-plus points. I think this is a good bounce back here for Cincinnati. So I do like them plus the 7.5 against Denver. Some props that I would look at: Will Lutz over 1.5 field goals for Denver at minus 125. If you like the Bengals like me, plus the points, we know that Cincinnati defense is not good. They have to bend, not break tonight. They have to be able to give up some field goals. Denver's going to be able to move the ball, but can Cincinnati keep them to field goals? If they do, I think Cincinnati does have a great chance of covering the spread, so I like Will Lutz over field goals. Jamar Chase over over 5.5 receptions at -120. I think one of the big takeaways, obviously, from that first game with Browning starting without Burrow is you've got to find a way to get your playmakers the ball. They just have not been able to run the ball this season with Chase Brown, but you have those two elite wide receivers on the outside with Higgins and Chase. Higgins is more the down-the-field type guy, the 50-50 guy, the jump ball guy, even though obviously Chase makes plenty of explosive plays down the field. But Chase is the more in between. He's the more screen pass, slants, those kind of things. Yes, he's going to have Pat Surtain on him most of the night, but Chase did pretty well in that matchup when these two played against each other last year. I like Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions. I think there's going to be a lot of easy rhythm throws for Jake Browning tonight. Do whatever they can to get the ball in the hands on number one.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. 20 minutes from now, Femi and I will give you the bets that we have already made for the coming weekend of football, Week 6 in college football, Week 5 in the National Football League, and some updated injury information that will impact some point spreads, including Brock Purdy not practicing today for the 49ers on their estimated injury report ahead of Thursday night's road game at division rival, the LA Rams. So we will give you our initial look at Week 5 in the NFL, Week 6 in college football, 20 minutes from now. And then 40 minutes from now, it's all our bets for the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Just for our listeners and viewers, if you want to join the conversation, let us know your best bet for Monday Night Football tonight. Dolphins, Jets, Broncos, Bengals. YouTube, Twitch, you can tweet us as well, but we really want to take the submissions from YouTube and Twitch. Your best bet for Monday Night Football could be a side, a total, or a prop. We are holding steady in both games. The Dolphins still a 2.5-point home favorite. That total still 44. And the Broncos still 7.5 against the Bengals. That total remaining 44.5. So nothing doing in these betting markets throughout the entire day today. If anything happens, we'll let you know. We are not expecting any injury situations unless something comes out of nowhere. We will know the actives and inactives for both games before we are off the air at about 6:54 p.m. Eastern tonight. So send those in on YouTube and Twitch. Bill Zimmerman will read them coming up later in this hour. Couple other thoughts from NFL Sunday, Week 4 in the National Football League. How about my Giants? Game 1 with Jackson Dart beating the Los Angeles Chargers. First win of the season for Big Blue. First loss of the season for LA. The Giants improved to 1-3. The Chargers drop to 3-1. We just got news on Chargers offensive tackle Joe Alt, who had been one of the best offensive linemen in the league to this point. And I want to make sure that I get the tweet read correct here, because this just happened a few minutes ago. Joe Alt, high ankle sprain, per Ian Rappaport, expected to be at least several weeks on the shelf. We're waiting for like a confirmed amount of time missed for Joe Alt. But high ankle sprain for the Chargers star left tackle, and he's going to be out several weeks. And remember, for the Chargers, Rashawn Slater was lost right at the beginning of training camp. So the strength of this team was supposed to be the offensive line. Jim Harbaugh called it the tip of the spear when he drafted Joe Alt a couple years ago with his first draft pick in Los Angeles. And now they have lost both of their starting tackles, one for the season, obviously, and Slater. Alt will be back, but it's going to be tough sledding for the Chargers until that happens. So when Alt goes down yesterday, I bet the Giants live money line. Because remember, the analysis prior to the game was it has to be both Jackson Dart looks pretty good, and also the Chargers offensive line can't protect Justin Herbert. And once Alt goes down, this offensive line sucks. And Mekhi Becton didn't play in the game yesterday. And the Giants' pass rush is good yesterday, and they get Herbert off kilter, and he throws a couple picks. And the Giants do enough on offense to win the game 21-18. Let's be clear, though, on where things stand for my New York Football Giants. Because, yes, the Giants did win the game yesterday. But this is a win that falls under the dreaded Pyrrhic umbrella. And for people that don't know what Pyrrhic is, you might be like, wow, mine's in the gutter. No, look it up. A victory that comes at great cost. For those of you ensconced in meme culture, this would be like the Waluigi Mario Kart meme. I've won, but at what cost? Because yes, I'm a Waluigi, and I'm gonna win. Because yes, the Giants did win yesterday. Star wide receiver Malik Neighbors, torn ACL, done for the year. This is the kind of thing where if I were still 15 years old, I wouldn't have gone to school today. I would have been in mourning. It would have ruined my week. Maybe my month. Malik Neighbors lost for the season. It sucks. It sucks for the Giants. It sucks for Jackson Dart. It sucks for Brian Dable. It sucks for Joe Shane. It sucks for Giants fans. It's really going to make something very apparent. Yes, the Giants won yesterday. They are bad. And they were lucky to win. The offense was abysmal. Terrible. Kept getting handed short fields by the Chargers, and to be fair, look, they won the game, so credit goes to them for winning, and I'm happy they won. I bet them, Femi bet them, I'm a Giants fan. I'm happy they won. This team's not going to be good this season. And without Malik Neighbors, they're not going to have a passing game to speak of. Now it's Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson and Jalen Hyatt and Bo Collins and Theo Johnson. You've got no shot. You've got absolutely no shot. Zero. And the fact that they won yesterday, I think is going to give them some artificial credit that they don't deserve. Coming up this Sunday, the Giants are on the road at the New Orleans Saints. Last night, the Giants were a 1.5-point road favorite. And to me, that number was ludicrous. Coming for that number one spot. That number was ludicrous. That's a, Giants are good and Malik Neighbors is playing number. That number made no sense. That's a WTF number. The Saints need to be favored in the game. And now they are. New Orleans is flipped. It's now a 1-point favorite. I did bet a little New Orleans last night just because I felt like the number was absolutely ridiculous. Not that the Giants can or won't win the game, and I'm not saying I won't come back and bet the Giants at some point this week. We'll see what the injury reports hold for both teams. As a Giants fan, I want to be very honest about my team for our listeners and viewers, to not get seduced by what the Giants did yesterday and that they won. They are still bad and are going nowhere this season without Malik Neighbors. No passing attack. Teams aren't going to have to respect Cam Scatterbo in the run game. I don't see it for the Giants this year. And right now, I don't even see it for the Giants on the road at the New Orleans Saints coming up on Sunday. You bet on this magnificent football Monday. Yesterday, we saw two matchups featuring NFC West teams against AFC South teams. And I thought the results of both games were utterly fascinating. The LA Rams beat the Indianapolis Colts 27-20. And the Jacksonville Jaguars took down the Niners in the Bay Area 26-21. And after the game, Liam Cohen, who's crazy, and we told you that earlier, like not even in the offseason, this season, Liam Cohen's nuts. He strikes me as the kind of guy who like watches film for 23 and a half hours a day and then has to like awkwardly interact with other human beings the other half hour. I don't think he has many social skills. And if Robert Saleh wanted to, Saleh would like bury him in the ground. But I did appreciate Liam Cohen going after Robert Saleh, for Saleh calling him out for legal sign stealing, which like Kyle Shanahan definitely does with the Niners. And for me, I don't know if this is true. My sense is that Saleh didn't sign steal when he was with the Jets and probably is upset that he didn't because maybe he would have kept his job. He's also a snitch. He snitched on Liam Cohen and Kevin O'Connell and Sean McVay. And where I grew up, the mean streets of Queens, New York, snitches get stitches. Not from me. I would never step to Robert Saleh. But the Jaguars did beat the Niners, so Liam Cohen got a little revenge in that game. I actually think, and this is coming from a huge Jaguars guy, in yours truly, that has Jacksonville to win the AFC South. I was Mr. Jaguar this offseason. I actually think that the team that won both games deserved to lose. And the team that lost deserved to win. And I love A.D. Mitchell. And I've talked about it. I talked about him in the fantasy segments we did leading up to the start of the year. I had his over yards, which was awesome yesterday. I also bet his anytime touchdown. If A.D. Mitchell does not throw the ball out of the end zone like he's Pete Weber, who do you think you are? I am. Out of the end zone going in. Tell me the Colts don't win that game yesterday at the Rams. I want someone to make that case. Colts should have. I did bet the Colts plus 3.5 for a little bit. It's nothing to do with my bet. Let's be honest. The Colts probably win the game. And Puka Nacua went off, and we had Nacua props. It was the easiest prop of the day yesterday. I think the Colts actually deserve to win the game yesterday. And Tutu Atwell gets behind the defense, and one of the Colts corners falls down, and it's 88 yards to the house, and Daniel Jones throws a pick. He threw a couple picks, and the Rams win by 7. And A.D. Mitchell also held on Jonathan Taylor's touchdown run at the end, where I know Femi and Jay Croucher both wanted to throw the fine china at the wall for Taylor Offensive Player of the Year bets. The Colts deserve to win the game yesterday. It's not sour grapes by me. I'm just calling it like it is. And the Niners deserve to beat the Jaguars. I actually don't know if I want to go that far, if the Niners deserve to win. I think both teams probably deserve to lose. Brock Purdy should not have started yesterday in that game. And that's a first guess, watching him try and throw the ball and push off of his injured toe. He got nothing on these throws. It was pretty obvious watching him yesterday that he was not healthy and should not. Mac Jones should have started the game yesterday for the 49ers. The Jaguars still can't get it together on offense to any firm degree. Trevor Lawrence still has a couple plays every week where you're like, is this guy out to lunch? But the Jaguars defense keeps forcing these turnovers. 13 through 4 games. Look at the box score. Niners probably deserve to win the game, but they didn't. And that's why games are played on the field and not a box score, right? And not on a spreadsheet. So that takes us now to the AFC South market, where the Colts are minus 105 and the Jaguars are at a plus price to win the division. Everyone knows that I'm Mr. Jacksonville. I love the Jaguars. I've got Jacksonville at a way better number than this to win the division. But if I'm being honest and objective, I think the Colts are the bet. It's not Houston, despite Houston's win, and it's never Tennessee. And if you want to bet Tennessee to win the division, look yourself in the mirror and say the following. If I'm keeping it a buck, I'm ass. Houston's schedule is brutal the next couple of weeks. Even if you wanted to be like, oh, now's the buy low time on Houston, I absolutely do not see it. Maybe Jacksonville's defense is just going to do this every week, and that's what this is going to be this season. These things happen. Maybe they're going to force 1 billion turnovers. And if that happens, they're going to go like 11-6 or 12-5. They're going to win the division. They're going to be a playoff team. I think it's more likely that the defense comes a little bit down to earth in terms of the turnovers. And I actually think I'd rather bank on I can't believe I'm saying this, but I trust the infrastructure in Indianapolis. I trust Shane Steichen. I trust the skill position players. I trust the offensive line. I think you can bank on the Colts offense keeping this going more than you can bank on the Jacksonville defense keeping this going. And, I've got the Jaguars already. So if I'm wrong, I win. But that's my honest analysis. And I think that's an interesting juxtaposition, right? The Jaguars beat a highly rated team in the NFC West. The Colts lost to a highly rated team in the NFC West. And I walked away from those games feeling better about the team that lost than I did about the team that won. And just, I guess, the last note for now, and we'll talk about bets on the other side. Last year, a lot of people said that Caleb Williams was the first true Gen Z quarterback. No. That distinction belongs to Cam Ward. And I don't mean that as an insult. I think he's hysterical. If we keeping it a buck, we ass. Could you all imagine what would happen if Caleb Williams said that after the Week 2 game against the Lions? Cam Ward's lucky he plays in Tennessee. He's lucky he plays for the Titans. On the other side, Femi and I will give you the bets we've already made and the bets we're thinking about making for the NFL and college football weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
As for the Bengals and the Broncos tonight, Denver 7.5-point favorite. The total is also 44.5. I do like Cincinnati plus the points in this game, plus 7.5. Denver, I worry about them psychologically, right? It's very similar to like the Rams yesterday, where I understand why most people were on the Rams because the Colts had this 3-0 start. They very easily could have lost to Denver. They hadn't really played anybody, and it felt like that was a good spot to back the Rams. But I worried about the emotional letdown from LA after blowing that game against Philly and what that would look like. And if it wasn't for an 80 Mitchell fumble, or if it wasn't for his hold on that Jonathan Taylor run, they probably end up losing that game. So now here's the Broncos, who have lost back-to-back brutal games on the road, right? The game against the Colts, and then last week blowing that lead in the fourth quarter against the Chargers. They come back home as a big favorite. And when we saw them in week 1 as a favorite of about this size against Tennessee, they did not look very good. Tennessee had opportunities to try and win that game in the fourth quarter. You're getting Cincinnati off of a horrendous performance where they didn't score a touchdown. They lost by 40-plus points. I think this is a good bounce back here for Cincinnati. So I do like them plus the 7.5 against Denver. Some props that I would look at: Will Lutz over 1.5 field goals for Denver at minus 125. If you like the Bengals like me, plus the points, we know that Cincinnati defense is not good. They have to bend, not break tonight. They have to be able to give up some field goals. Denver's going to be able to move the ball, but can Cincinnati keep them to field goals? If they do, I think Cincinnati does have a great chance of covering the spread, so I like Will Lutz over field goals. Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions at minus 120. I think one of the big takeaways, obviously, from that first game with Browning starting without Burrow is you've got to find a way to get your playmakers the ball. They just have not been able to run the ball this season with Chase Brown, but you have those two elite wide receivers on the outside with Higgins and Chase. Higgins is more the down-the-field type guy, the 50-50 guy, the jump ball guy, even though obviously Chase makes plenty of explosive plays down the field. But Chase is the more in between. He's the more screen pass, slants, those kind of things. Yes, he's going to have Pat Surtain on him most of the night, but Chase did pretty well in that matchup when these two played against each other last year. I like Jamar Chase over 5.5 receptions. I think there's going to be a lot of easy rhythm throws for Jake Browning tonight. Do whatever they can to get the ball in the hands of number one.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, all our bets for Monday Night Football's doubleheader coming up 20 minutes from now. The Dolphins and the Jets, the Bengals and the Broncos. Basically, no movement all day on side or total. Dolphins remain 2.5. Total still 44. And the Broncos 7.5 against Cincy. The total there 44.5. All right. Let's talk about Week 5 in the NFL and Week 6 in college football. Yeah. Our early look that we give you every single Monday. Femi, before we give some bets, I have an idea. I think it's time for us to go into the old betting toolbox and take something out. Now, if you consume other betting content, and I mean this sincerely, it's not meant to be a shot. It's a choice that we make on the show, and we have both consciously and subconsciously made. We have not given out, as a show, one 2-team teaser this entire football season.
Ooh.
Not one. We want to make sure, and I guess there's an argument to be made that maybe we still don't know who these teams are yet through 4 games. Mm-hmm. For me specifically and me personally, I feel like I've got a pretty good idea, at least, I don't want to say, honestly, maybe most. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what these teams are. And I, last night, waded into those 2-team teaser waters. I think it's time.
Let's go.
I think it's time.
Did you dabble with tonight's game with the 2-team teaser, or just for all Week 5 stuff?
So I put in a 2-teamer last night. Bills down to 2.5 against the Patriots. And I don't know if this is great given where things have moved, but I teased the Bucs up to +8.5 on the road in Seattle.
Okay.
So I have a Buffalo-Tampa 2-team teaser.
So it's going to give us a nice
Ryan
big middle.
Fitzpatrick Memorial teaser.
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of Ryan Fitzpatrick Memorial teasers with how many teams he played with back in the day. But it's going to give us a pretty big window in that Bucs-Seahawks game, which is a really fun game, too, for the afternoon slate, which is that afternoon slate, looking at it for this upcoming week, it was relying on Joe Burrow being healthy. Because we all know, Lions-Bengals was supposed to be the premier game, but unfortunately we got Jake Browning in the spot of Joe Burrow, who's out for a few months here. But Bucs-Seahawks is awesome. And we'll have a middle because I like Seattle. I texted you guys in the group chat last night saying, hey, you know what? Seattle under a field goal, that's appealing to me. We are no longer under a field goal. In fact, we're on the other side of a field goal at a couple of sports books. BetMGM has 3.5. A handful of others have 3.5 as well. Now, it's early in the week. What does this all mean? Does it mean we're going to win our bet? No, but it means that we're at least in a solid position as it stands right now, about 6 days out from game time. We all know how Steelers 2.5 against Seattle went, with that game closing 4 and Pittsburgh losing by 2 touchdowns. So it doesn't guarantee you anything. But I just really like that side, just given all the injuries for Tampa, man. With Evans out.
Run through them here, because I think that because everyone knows Evans and everyone knows Cody Mock's out and Gottake's on IR, I think, for a little bit longer for Tampa. But this was they lost a bunch of players during yesterday's game. Todd Bowles kind of alluded to that at his press conference today.
Yeah, Hassan Reddick, their edge rusher who they got from Philadelphia, was kind of like a low-key Hassan Reddick revenge game yesterday. But he got injured in the game. Jamel Dean, one of their starting corners, he's been there for a handful of years. He was hurt. Now, these guys could all come back this week. We're not going to find out the injury report until Wednesday, but I just wanted to kind of get ahead of that news of all right, if these injuries are bad to where they're not going to play in this game, this number's only going to continue to climb, especially with Seattle kind of being that team that a lot of people are gravitating towards after how they've looked in the first month of the season. So I have a few bets that I'm eyeing, but that's the one bet that I did place last night was on the Seahawks under a field goal at home against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs.
Yeah, and like Femi said, even at BetMGM, the number's 3.5 right now, juice towards Tampa. So I've started doing my own numbers for games again, and I'm not trying to make it like I'm Billy Walters, but I think I've said this on the show before. I really don't think it's that difficult to do when you understand how to do it. It's really I'm an idiot. I speak well. That's it. Otherwise, I mean, when it comes to stuff like that, when it comes to math, I did win the math bee.
I guess.
But I don't think I'm the
Put
smartest
some respect
person.
on your name, man.
I appreciate it. I don't think I'm the smartest person, and I'm able to do it, which does not mean that I win all my bets. I think I'm pretty honest about all of that, right?
Yeah.
So when I did my numbers last night, let me see, because I have this here. I do it in a Gmail draft, just to show, not even Excel, just to show everyone how. And I'm usually stoned. So
pen is mighty.
This game? The pen is mighty. I had Seattle 1.5.
Ooh.
Now, maybe the injuries for Tampa get you to 3. I would say that at 3.5, I may end up betting Tampa plus 3.5 if that number's going to stick around for a while. So the injuries for Tampa might be bad, and maybe that gets you to 3 again. But through 3, I'm not sure about. We'll see in the coming days. But I was a little off on that game from where the market had it, which, candidly, that probably means I'm wrong. But I'm just saying that's my opinion, because I think the number's a little big.
I don't hate a Tampa bet at 3.5. It's Tampa's offense is still pretty live. They still have Ibuka, Godwin's back. At some point, they're going to get McMillan back. I'm not sure as to when, but that offense is still pretty live.
Not for a little while longer. McMillan's not going to be back.
So it sounds
until
he's not on
mid-season.
the way. But yeah, with the way Seattle's defense is playing at home, I just felt like this is a good bet to make, and this is going to be a bet that ages well for us. I know we have not seen this team play. We're going to see them play a little bit later on tonight, but I did want to ask you about this Broncos-Eagles game, because I think the Eagles markets are going to be really fun to track.
I've done no work on it.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't want to. I'm going to do the work on those games. The 4 teams that play tonight, there are games next week after tonight.
Gotcha. Because early on, sight unseen, there's a lot of bets on Denver. This was 5.5, 5 last night. And it's now down to 3.5 at BetMGM and a couple other sports books. I think the Eagles going forward, just based on what the box scores are telling you, as opposed to how it's kind of the whole the Eagles are the inverse Ravens, essentially. The Ravens win the box score, they lose the game. The Eagles lose the box score, they win the game. And I feel like a lot of bettors who like look at the box score and look at the underlying stuff, go under the hood, they're going to hate the Philadelphia Eagles over these next months. I could see a scenario where you're seeing Philly getting bet against hard in a lot of these games. And I mean, as they always do, maybe they just keep winning and covering, as we saw this past Sunday. But I thought that was super interesting. We don't know what's going to happen tonight with Denver, but if Denver is impressive, like I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this ends up being like Philly 3.5 and it's like even money with the 3.5. And people are really looking to bet Denver against them because I think a lot of people want to fade Philly with this passing game.
Great. I'll tell you what. I love the Broncos. I love the Broncos this year. This is 3. I mean,
it's insane.
I will run over women and children to bet the Eagles. Not my own daughter, my own wife, but maybe yours.
Time out there.
For the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, you bet on this Monday. Couple thoughts that I have in the NFL, and then I do have a couple college thoughts. I want to give a quick college one. Not one of the marquee games. Iowa State's at Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a 1-point favorite. And when I first saw that game, after what Iowa State did to Arizona this weekend, Cyclones are undefeated. My thought is like, well, I think Cincy's going to be a hotbed, right? Cincy's favored, and like, people are going to like, oh, they shouldn't be favored. Everyone's going to bet Cincy. I actually like love Iowa State in a situation like this just to win a game, and I get Rocco backed. So I haven't made the bet yet, but I do kind of want to bet Iowa State. I have a couple other college thoughts. Maybe we'll get to them here. But as far as the NFL is concerned, so a couple bets that I did make last night. The Niners-Rams game is really interesting. There's just a lot going on from an injury perspective. We don't know if Brock Purdy's going to play.
Yeah.
That number's out to 5.5 now. And like I understand if it's going to be like Mac plays and like we don't know if Pearsall and Jennings are going to play. I did think that the right number of the game was like Rams minus 3.25 if everyone was playing for San Francisco. So we'll see like what happens injury-wise in that game over the course of the week. Elsewhere, I took 4.5 with Cleveland in the London game against Minnesota.
That makes a lot of sense.
My thought is, now look, I like the Steelers this year. Bet them to make the playoffs, bet them over the win total. I don't know like how big of a difference there is right now between like Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Like Pittsburgh's better, but I don't know how big of a difference there is. Someone tell me like how the Vikings are scoring in this game. And maybe they get a bunch of their offensive linemen back, and then we can like readdress the situation later in the week. But 4.5 looked like a smidge too big to me. The betting markets agreed. It's 3.5 now. So I did place a bet on Cleveland. I reserve the right to change my mind if like, hey, everyone's playing for the Vikings. But for now, I'm happy with that bet on the Browns for right now.
So I think this is going to be a super interesting game because like I agree with you. I texted you guys saying like, hey, like if Minnesota's guys are going to be out, like I kind of like Cleveland. I have not made the bet yet because I want to see the injury report. I actually still think they're like, if these guys are out, there's still meat on the bone at 3.5. So I think there's still some meat on the bone there for the Vikings and the Browns. But also, like, do we know for sure who's starting at quarterback for Cleveland? Because like Kevin Stefanski was asked about that, and like, are we getting to that point to where maybe Flacco gets benched and Gabriel's now the QB? Like, it feels like there's some stuff up in the air with this game.
It's within the realm. My guess is that Flacco will play. Maybe it'll be Dylan Gabriel. We will see. I think the betting market's telling you that it thinks it's going to be Flacco.
Yeah. There's no way Gabriel's only catching 3.5. And I mean, first start is in at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. that's a little
Brian
weird.
Flores.
Against Brian Flores, yeah. I think they might want to start him in a different scenario.
So like the betting market tells you Flacco's going to play.
Yeah, but I do like Cleveland though with you. I just haven't placed the bet yet because I wanted to see what the status of Ryan Kelly, who had I think we believe he had a concussion yesterday in the game. At least that's why he was ruled out. Brian O'Neill as well, their offensive tackle. Let's just see what the Vikings O-line looks like once we get to Wednesday and
Jackson
Thursday.
Also, who didn't play in yesterday's
the rookie
game. We'll see if he's ready to go.
Yep, correct.
Couple other thoughts. Couple other thoughts for me on Week 5.
Yeah.
Okay. There are a couple of gross dogs.
Yeah.
That I'm contemplating.
I think you might say what I'm thinking.
Well, like the Raiders' point spread is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just like
Now, look, like Colton Miller may not play. He's probably not going to play.
Yeah.
And their
Seems
offensive
doubtful.
line's horrible to begin with, so like, I understand why the Colts are getting bet. And I just spent 5 minutes in the last hour bitching and moaning about Geno Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm going to end up betting if the number is going to be 7.
Yep.
Like I think I'm going to end up betting the Raiders. I haven't made the bet
bet
yet.
at 7.
I talked about like the Saints need to be. It doesn't mean that they're going to win. The Saints need to be favored against the Giants. Like, if the Giants are favored, that's WTF. No neighbors. Like, first road start for Dart.
Yeah, no neighbors is tough.
It's I would say it's crippling. Another gross underdog. I don't know if I can get there.
Please don't say Tennessee.
The Titans
my
Cardinals
God.
spread is it's ridiculous.
They never cover.
No, they don't.
That's they never cover.
Dude, think about the Arizona Cardinals are a 9.5 point favorite in an NFL game.
Based off what we just saw this past Thursday night, it seems insane. But also, the Titans never cover.
I might bet them. I have not, and I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to. Just that, like, I guess like
Do you think we
they're
go to
just
10?
that bad that no, because last night we were at 9. I would say no, barring injuries, because it would have gone to 10 already. I think because it was 9.5 minus 15 last night, and I was thinking, am I going to have to bet plus 10 with Tennessee? And maybe I'm going to be rescued from doing that.
I hope it doesn't get, because at 10 it's probably a bet that you need to make. But like, I mean, how many of these have we done with the Titans? Oh, it's a 6 against Indy at home. You need to make the bet. Oh, it's like a 7.5 on the road at Houston. You need to, and it's just here's 26-0. It's like what are you supposed to do with that? And the team, I don't know. Yeah, Callahan seems like the walls are closing in. I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that team.
We have a couple others here very quickly, and then we'll bring Bill on to do the real ones bets. So the market's moving against me with Bills Patriots. I like Buffalo. This was 8.5 last night. It's 7.5 now. I do like Buffalo early in the week. I placed a small bet on the Bills. So the bets I place early in the week are like not. I'm trying to. I'm shooting from the hip on Sunday night. Yeah. Yep. The market's moved against me there. I do like Buffalo. I bet Commanders +3 under the assumption that Jaden Daniels will be back against the Chargers. I did not bet Jaguars Chiefs. We'll save that for tomorrow. Bill Zimmerman, what are some of the bets from the real ones for Monday Night Football?
All right, Nick, let me jump right in here, and we'll start with Jason Davis. Fields over 8.5 rushes. If Wilson is an open versus zone, Fields will take off to stay in positive yard and distance, plus he'll get some designed runs. How about Mr. Chubbs? Garrett Wilson over 5.5 receptions. He's their entire offense. Ladder that sumbitch, as Nick would say. I have it up as far as 10. And we'll wrap up with Brian Van Gorder's mustache. He says, Jordan Battle, 5 tackles plus 186. The rationale, Bengals safety, and Bengals play mostly man, and he is more of a box safety. Predict a good amount of Broncos ground game and short dink and dunk passes.
Tackle props.
Thanks to the real ones on YouTube and on Twitch. Bill, you did a great job there. Take us to break.
You got it, Nikki, baby. We'll do it as Christopher Russo, who should be on tomorrow. Let's see from Brad Evans and plus Femi's Island and the Prop King coming up next.
I didn't ask. Why'd you do Mad Dog? That was weird.
I don't know.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
anyways. All right, Monday morning market moves. College football side of things. Hey, Sam, it's a Monday. So you know what we have? We have a new favorite for the Heisman because it changes every week. Like we should go back and look week 1, week 2, week 3, who the favorites were.
I have them top of head. I can do it. You can't do it.
Oh, you do. Okay. Let's do it. I mean, I know how it's. So last week was
Mendoza.
Mendoza. A week before that,
it's Mateer. Before that, it's
Beck. And
Arch.
Then we're at the start of the season with Arch.
Yep.
Wow. Who's the favorite now?
I didn't even look. I'm going to guess it's Dante Moore. It should be.
Correct. It is Dante Moore. Yep. And that makes sense. What about the second favorite?
We talked about this on Friday.
Mm-hmm. The other team, the quarterback of the other team that won a big game on Saturday night, Ty Simpson.
Yep.
You talked about this as well. I know you talked about it with the morning show because they brought it up about Ty Simpson. Like, yes, if you think something's going to happen, like you've got to think about all the ramifications. And Ty Simpson was part of that. If Alabama was going to beat Georgia, he was going to have a big game. And he's the quarterback of Alabama. And that would shock people. Both dogs end up winning. I thought it was going to be one dog, one favorite. In those big matchups Saturday night, both dogs end up winning outright on the road. Amazing. Even though college football home field is so much more than the NFL, it happens. And those are the two names at the very top, the winners of those games.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for Monday Night Football. The one outstanding piece of injury news we didn't know if Marvin Mims would be active or not. The reports were that he was going to play in the game. Mike Kliss, who's covered the Broncos forever in Denver, just tweeted that Marvin Mims will be active tonight for the Denver Broncos. So that was the expectation. He's listed in all the prop markets. I don't even think it was a big enough deal to mention earlier in the show. The expectation was he was going to play. Marvin Mims, per Mike Kliss, again, has covered the Broncos forever. Marvin Mims will play tonight. This is why he's hot. BetMGM account holders BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And make sure you like and subscribe to the BetMGM Network YouTube page. That is youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network. And subscribe to our Twitch page as well, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. We are making a stronger emphasis and a strong push towards our video content. We'll have exclusive YouTube content coming your way here on You Better You Bet. youtube.com/@ the BetMGM Network. Like and subscribe. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. and search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts to like and subscribe to the show in podcast form. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. He booked us Christopher Mad Dog Russo for tomorrow. Thank you very much to Bill. Our technical director, the great Tyler Morales, who's last in the power rankings, number one in our hearts.
That's where he wants
our
to be.
Engineer, Jake Hassan. Our associate producer, Addie Bates. Our video producer, Mike Brown. Coming up after us, a 4-hour live betting extravaganza, known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring the red-hot Ryan Horvath, who crushed college and the NFL this weekend, and our guest at this time, the one, the only, the great, Brad Evans. Brad, welcome back to the show. Happy Monday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy Monday to you, fine gents.
Brad, what is your one favorite prop for either game tonight in the National Football League?
Oh, let's go to the sicko market, shall we? We're going to start off with the game that is first up between the winless Dolphins and Jets. I'm going to go with Malik Washington on the over, not receptions, not receiving yards, not anytime touchdown, but rush yards. It's available, and it's beautiful at BetMGM. I took the over on 4.5 rush yards at a minus 115. And look what he's done in the first 3 games of the NFL regular season. 1 for 9 on the ground, 3 for 23, 2 for 20, and it was like the last play of the game in which he cashed the over the last time against the Bills. He's playing 58.2% of the snaps. You look at the Jets, they're just number 17 in rush EPA so far this season. But you go back to last year, 7 wide receivers have gone over the 4.5 rush yards against this defensive unit. So Malik Washington of the Fighting Flippers, I don't care if it's a jet sweep, backwards pass, a direct handoff. All I need is for you to bank 5 yards on the ground, and we cash. I love that wager tonight. And yes, I am a sicko.
I thought you were going to say all we need is a rhythm divine. Brad, great job on the show as always. Have a great show tonight, and we will catch up.
Cortland Sutton, anytime touchdown, plus 130. I'm out.
Brad, that was especially unhinged. Brad Evans joining us here on You Better You Bet. All right, it's time for our bets for Monday Night Football. Femi has donned his Hawaiian shirt for the first touchdown scorers. The prop king is here, ready to go. Coming off a winner last night with, say the Packers tight end's name for us.
Dontavian Wicks, man.
No, not the tight end, not the wide receiver.
Oh, sorry, I just think about Packers. Tucker Kraft.
Tucker Kraft. Just going.
I just wanted to say Dontavian. People still tweet me at Dontavian Wicks, but special.
I think Tucker Kraft is funnier than Dontavian Wicks. I don't know why. They're both really funny. All right, let's drop the dope ass beat. Bets coming up for both games here. All right, Dolphins and the Jets, Femi, in Miami. Dolphins a 2.5-point favorite. We're close to going to 3, but we have not gone there all week. Total in the game is 44. Storm Duck and Jason Marshall out for Miami. 2 other starting cornerbacks. Jermaine Johnson, one of the Jets' pass rushers, is out. Josh Reynolds returns to the lineup. How are you betting side and total, Jets and Dolphins?
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while since I bet this game. It was last Sunday night, not this past Sunday night, the one previously when the lines first opened up. I'm on the Dolphins laying the 2.5. I just like the home field advantage, extra rest. And I think, too, like with Miami's passing game, I know they've had some issues, but I feel like they can figure it out against this Jets defense that I think is a more hype than actual substance going into the season. I don't think the Jets are playing good defense. So give me the Dolphins at home, probably a back-and-forth affair because Miami's defense isn't that special, but I do think they can put some pressure on field. So I laid the 2.5 with Miami.
We will be oppo on this one. I waited for a 3 all week. I don't think we're going to get it. I'm on Jets. I'll take the points and the Jets on the money line. I think the Jets are going to win this game tonight. I think the Dolphins are dead team walking, season circling the drain here. And the Jets are 0-3, but Aaron Glenn is at the start of his tenure. Mike McDaniel's at the end. I like the Jets to win tonight and put more pressure on Mike McDaniel. Give me gang green. Femi, Broncos and the Bengals and the nightcap. Denver, a 7.5-point home favorite, 44.5 the total. Marvin Mims is going to play for Denver per Mike Kliss. Noah Fant and Shamar Stewart out tonight for Cincinnati, obviously, as is Joe Burrow.
Yeah, no bet for me in this one. This betting market, I feel like has just been right the entire week. Broncos 7.5 is kind of how I thought about this game, and we have been sitting here at 7.5 over the last 7 days. I don't think there's a whole lot to do here from a point spread standpoint. The total, if you had to twist my arm and make me bet something, I would lean a little bit to the over, kind of like a contrarian over in a Denver game, just because of Cincinnati's defense being so bad. And also Jay Browning is somewhat capable, even though he's going against a really good defense. But it'd be like a small lean to the over, but I'm not going to bet it because I'm going to be sweating the other game. So I'm going to pass this one.
I took 7.5 with Cincinnati. I mentioned that on the show last week. I don't know. Like, of course, Denver can win and they can win big. Like, since he's coming, like the Bengals are unlikely. It's possible they could. Unlikely to look as bad tonight as they did last Sunday against Minnesota. It is unlikely that it's as bad. I love the Broncos coming into the year. It's like, if you bet Denver, you're not betting Denver to win. You're betting Denver to win by 10. I guess they can win by 8 or 9, but you probably need them to win by 10. I don't trust the Broncos right now, and I'll pay to see if I'm wrong. And I hope the Broncos win the game because I have bets on the Broncos from before the season. I don't think they win big. So I'm on both dogs tonight. Jets to win and Jets plus the points. Bengals plus the points in Denver against the Broncos. All right, side and total. Done and dusted, as Leanne Hainsby would say. It's got really nerdy all of a sudden. I like Peloton. Sorry. So does Femi. So does Jake. Anyway, let's find out the first touchdown scorers for tonight and take a trip to the island.
Monday Night Football double doozy tonight. Not a late night one for our friends on the East Coast, but a couple games to get the two screens rolling. And in the first one, an AFC East rivalry renewed between the Jets and the Dolphins. For Gang Green, we need some short yardage bruising running backs. We need someone that can get the ball into the end zone. How about Braylon Allen at 15-1 to be your first TD scorer for the New York Jets and for the Miami Dolphins? Last week, we won with Tyreek Hill. This week, the price is too short. Cannot afford it to stay on the island. This week, however, we're in for a delight. A rapper's delight. Football player turned rapper back to football player. Darren Waller, 25-1 as he makes his 2025 debut. Hip, hop, a hippity hop, and you don't stop. He's going to be hip and hopping into the end zone tonight as your first TD scorer. And in the second game, out in the Rocky Mountains where there's no islands, but it's still a beautiful area. For the Bengals, Jake Browning, once a great Washington Husky, called Montlake Jake, taking them to the CFP. Now he's trying to save the Bengals season. He's going to go to his favorite target. It's not Jamar Chase. He's not on the case. It's T. Higgins at 16-1 to be your first TD scorer for Cincinnati. And for Denver, how about Bo Nix? Because Bo knows at QB, calls his own number 14-1. So it's Braylon Allen, Darren Waller, T. Higgins, and Bo Nix. And I'll see you on the island.
That was a great job. You leave the prop king with no time here. We got to let's get to the imaging here, guys. Let's fire it up.
I'm on island time. I'm sorry.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, pigs. Prop King off the schneid yesterday. Prop King cashing last night in the last game with Tucker Kraft. The worm is starting to turn. Let's see if we can put some winning props together tonight in both games. We first go to thy royal Jets and thou royal Dolphins. Where the Miami Dolphins, despite having an embarrassment of riches on the defensive line, can't get home, can't sack the quarterback. Anthony Weaver resorting to sending lots of blitzes, and when that happens, their terrible corners are going to get eaten alive. Bet Square, don't care. Garrett Wilson over 65. I bet 62.5, 64.5 I think is still good for Garrett Wilson. Anytime touchdown. Arian Smith, Jets rookie wide receiver. I think he's going to be in 3 wide receiver sets for the Jets, with Josh Reynolds on one outside spot and Garrett Wilson in the other. Arian Smith, 10-1, anytime touchdown for the Jets. And for the Broncos and the Bengals, I want to bank on talent here. I think he can go over without a huge workload. RJ Harvey, over 23.5 rushing yards for the Broncos against the Bengals, even with J.K. Dobbins as the number 1. And for Cincinnati in the anytime touchdown market, Chase Brown's been pretty ineffective this season. I'll take a shot on Taj Brooks to score a touchdown. This is a small money bet. I don't really like the prices in the anytime touchdown market. Honestly, Drew Sample's not a bad look either for Cincinnati. Taj Brooks, maybe a couple shekels on Drew Sample. But Arian Smith, the Prop King's favorite touchdown bet for tonight. That does it for the Magnificent Football Monday edition of You Bet or You Bet. We will catch everybody tomorrow on a terrific Football Tuesday. We'll be sweating the beginning of the Major League Baseball playoffs. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Bet or You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process, as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone, where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball, because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that, and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there, and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my guy, my dude, my main squeeze, Ryan Horvat, who made a whole lot of moolah over the weekend in his favorite sport, college football. So we're going to try to run it back and stay hot and turn it up that heater. Hopefully it's going to burn continuously brightly through the twin bill tonight of Monday Night Football action, which we're going to be sweating out. Here in a minute, we're going to go through our cards, our top 3 plays that double dipped under the primetime lights. Then we're going to get more action. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. From there, we're going to rapidly react to the weekend that was, not only in college football, and it was a memorable one to say the least. I'm still ultra sweaty from my ILL pulling out in the final moments there against USC. Nearly blew that sucker. And of course, we had some other esteemed action. I'm talking about an unforgettable game and really stamping out the white out there at Beaver Stadium. The Oregon Ducks flying high. So we're going to talk some college football. We're going to rapidly react as well to the NFL in week numero 4. Plus, Jason Cole, my former Yahoo colleague, is going to be stopping by talking all things NFL, and a guy that covered the Miami Dolphins for a number of years. We're going to talk some market movers as well. Guys, we're going to buy, sell, or hold coming up a hot week, or maybe flip side of the coin, they're down there in the dregs of the keg, the doldrums. Are they going to be able to snap back? Is it a prime buy low opportunity? We're going to talk about a host of names from a fantasy football perspective. Then, hawk of the waiver wire. Ahead of week number 5 in the NFL, we got some big names at running back that you might want to break the bank on. We're going to talk about who that is and how much approximate fab cash you should spend in your fantasy league if you're needing an RB. And then Jared Smith, he is going to stop in and he is going to break everything down in the world of the NFL in the week that was. We'll look at some futures markets and, of course, college football as well. Looking ahead to the week 6 slate. Then we're going to do a little college football fade or follow. follow, as we always do, a 4-pack of games looking ahead to that main slate, including some action upcoming on Friday night to get things started. And, of course, too, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions with us, if you want to share any of your favorite bets tonight in the double dip, and you might want to fire something off with these sick black jerseys of the Miami Dolphins, those alternates are wearing in rivalry week, please, by all means, share your thoughts by picking up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it says this: 2 Monday Night Football games, 1 bet. Among the following wide receivers, who would you pick for 75-plus receiving yards? The whole market poll, of course, on BetMGM. Your choices are Tyreek Hill at plus 100, Garrett Wilson at plus 125, Cortland Sutton at plus 110, or Jamar Chase at plus 120. So far, nearly 200 votes cast. Keep the votes coming. Make your voice be heard and exercise your democratic right. Go ahead and fire off a comment. We're going to read them off in the next segment because this game's going to be kicking off here in about 10 minutes. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my fattened wallet sidekick here, Ryan Horvat. An outstanding betting weekend for you, mi amigo. Let's go ahead and dive in on tonight's Choose Your Own Adventure topics, and here they are. Option number 1, another week, another major fantasy star suffers a devastating injury. Malik Neighbors suffered a torn ACL. Who will be the next man up for Jackson Start and the New York Giants? Option number 2, Aaron Wilson reports Joe Mixon remains without a timetable. Has Woody Marks officially overtaken Nick Chubb coming off that monster effort in week 4? And option number 3, Bucky Irving is going to undergo an MRI on an unknown body part sometime today. We're still waiting for the results on that. Todd Bowles expressed concern about Irving's status earlier today. Rashad White and Sean Tucker would be the next men up. So out of Malik Neighbors being done so for the season, unfortunately, with that ACL. Maybe Woody Marks being the RB1 in H-Town and 2 permanents overtaking Nick Chubb, with Joe Mixon, complete unknown, but he's even going to come back this year. Or Bucky Irving, another complete unknown, because we don't know what he's suffering from, and we don't know the results of the MRI, but we can hypothesize and move forward if it is a major setback. What does it mean for Rashad White and Sean Tucker? So out of those 3, Horvey, choose your own adventure.
Well, I think Woody Marks is about to explode. So if you could buy low, or if you could get your hands on Woody Marks right now, man, I'm a huge fan of his skill set. All he needed was an opportunity. So big fan of him, but I want to hit on the Malik Neighbors injury, which absolutely sucks, man. Because for the first time in a long time, the Giants were fun with Jackson Dart.
Yeah, they were.
Man, I mean, he smashed the rushing yards. He got hit a lot, but he was good. I mean, not extra, nothing crazy or anything like that. Solid rushing performance, though. And I was starting to get excited about the Giants. He scores that touchdown. Him and Malik Neighbors are celebrating. And then a couple plays later, Neighbors goes down. So that absolutely sucks. Scattaboo, I love him, obviously. Hard not to. Wendell Robinson probably benefits the most. Darius Slayton. But in deeper leagues, man, I know he's a rookie and hasn't done anything. Bo Collins out of Notre Dame maybe gets more of an opportunity. Those would probably be the guys that I would be looking at. But the Neighbors injury is so tough. And, of course, I have him on one of my rosters in my family league. So I need help at the wide receiver position. Those are some of the guys I'd be looking at.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to some of those guys later, including Jackson Dart for your single quarterback fantasy football managers out there, and who should be the primary guy to benefit. Is it going to be Wandale? Is it going to be Slayton? Maybe Theo Johnson, the tight end, who has shown his moments at times. Yeah, get back to Cam Scattaboo, 25 total touches, man. The guy is absolutely built like a bleep house, and he is just a dude that is a tank. Just takes a licking and keeps on a ticking. Whether the pass game only had a couple of receptions, let me down in that category, but got it done with some of those tough yardage between the tackles. So he stands to benefit, again, with Tyrone Tracy out for the next probably about 3 weeks at a minimum with that dinged wing. But, yeah, Jackson Dart may be here to stay as a fringy quarterback one in 12-team and deeper formats for fantasy football purposes. All right, let's go ahead and march on and get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night on the double dip of Monday Night Football affairs. So numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What you got?
All right, man. I'm almost like exhausted after the weekend. I told my wife it's like when I merged onto the highway in driver's ed for the first time because we had 31 bets last week and we went 25-6, meaning we're probably going to go 0 for the night here. But we're going to start off. We're going to start off with a first touchdown because we need one of those that we're going to throw out really quick. Let's go with Mason Taylor, 25-1. And I'm also going to go with play number 1, a gross one. Darren Waller. His receiving yards went from 11.5 down to 9.5. I still like it. I bet under 11.5 at -115. I still like it at 9.5. He's going to play his first game. Hasn't played in a year. Now he unretires. He's back. He's 33 years old. He's coming off a hip injury. I don't even know if he's going to play. Hopefully, at least he runs a route so we could cash in here because the Jets, while they've been a little bit of a letdown, especially their pass defense, they've given up just 5.2 yards per coverage to tight ends. So the 7th fewest right now in the NFL. So let's go Darren Waller, under 9.5 receiving yards tonight, -110.
Yeah, that's a muy interesante play, to say the least. Low-hanging fruit, but I don't think he's going to be able to pluck it. I'm totally with you, man. I bet the bus on the under, that one coming through for you. Numero uno on my card tonight. Give me Garrett Wilson on the over 5.5 receptions. Now, I grabbed it about 24 hours ago at even Steven +100 juice. It is now -120 at BetMGM, and I would still certainly play it. A guy that's already cashed the over on this in 2 or 3 matchups. He's gone 7, 4, and 10 receptions over the first 3 games, and it's the mother of all matchups, facing the Miami Dolphins, or even worse, the Dallas Cowboys. Entering the week in pass EPA defense, they are dead last in that category. Now, Michael Pittman, the only wide receiver to go over this number against the Fighting Flippers this season. He had a half dozen catches, but Garrett Wilson going to get a lot of Jack Jones in coverage, who has allowed a 60% catch rate and 115.4 passer rate into his assignments. And Wilson, too, he has enticed 10 targets per game with Justin Fields back at the controls. I say Garrett Wilson eats a lot of those quick hitters, and he can accumulate the catches. Gets to 6. He will cash in the over on 5.5 receptions at my +100. And again, -120 right now at BetMGM. Numero dos on your card tonight. What else do you have?
I'm not in love with this first game, but I need some bets, right? And so I wanted to see what everybody else was up to in this one. And I hear a lot of love because of the win, because 2 underwhelming offenses on the under. Right now, 43.5, -105 to the over. I'll go over. 24-20 sounds doable, right? Both of these teams outside the top 20 defensively in DVOA and offensively. I think we might get some fireworks, actually, man, right? Like, I think that the Dolphins are going to be able to take some shots down the field. I think Tyreek Hill is going to catch a touchdown in this one. I think the Jets will score just enough points. So let's go over 43.5 right now, -108.
Yeah, I love that one quite a bit. Numero dos on my card, my man. Let's do a little same-game parlay game. Numero dos tonight, the twin bill of Monday Night Action. Leg numero uno, give the Denver Broncos -2.5 on that alt line. All they got to win is win by a field goal boot off the foot of one Will Lutz. And then give me J.K. Dobbins, anytime touchdown. I put those hands together. Again, even Steven +100 juice. You look at J.K. Dobbins. He has scored a touchdown in all 3 games so far this season. He's number 5 entering the week in yards after contact per attempt to 4.17, seeing 62.7% of the opportunity share. Also has 8 red zone touches entering the week, so he has been the primary guy near the goal line over R.J. Harvey, and it's the Bengals or the Bungles, number 26 in rush EPAD entering the week, giving up 4.47 yards per carry and 5 total touchdowns to the running back position. So to recap, numero dos, same game parlay, Broncos -2.5, J.K. Dobbins, anytime touchdown, +100, built there at BetMGM. Numero tres on your card, mi amigo. Bring it home.
Looking at Cortland Sutton anytime touchdown, I see +115, and then I see +130. I'm going to go +130 on Sutton anytime touchdown. Not a big Bo Nix fan, but I am a big fan of Sutton. I don't know if he's going to catch 6 balls, so I'm going to stay away from that, but I'll go against this Bengals secondary. They've given up a passing touchdown, 5.4% of attempts, 11th most in the NFL. Let's go with Cortland Sutton anytime touchdown, +130.
Oh, you might be hearing that bet again a little bit later. So there's a little clue in on where my mind is at. Numero tres, though, on my card. I actually love this wager. I've been betting on it every single week, and it just keeps cashing. Let's make it 4 in a row on money-making opportunities tied to Malik Washington, of all people in this game. Give me the over 4.5 rush yards at a -115 juice. What he's done the first 3 weeks of the regular season. 1 for 9 on the ground, 3 for 23, and 2 for 20. And man, it was a sweat. Baby. Last week it's the Bills. He got on the last touch of the game. Still seeing 58.2% of the snap share. You look at the Jets, number 17 in rush EPA defense on the year. And you go back to last year, since week 1, 7 wide receivers have run for at least 5 yards against them, including a pair of Miami Dolphins, not named Malik Washington, but Tyreek Hill and also Jalen Waddle. So again, to recap, Malik Washington. Let's stack up those dollar bills, y'all, on the over 4.5 rush yards at a -115. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. You want bets? We got bets, and more bets. Parlay Pete stopping by. We're going to say hello to our little friend. Roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time wagers as well. Don't go anywhere, fools. We're barely getting warmed up here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at +200, followed by Toronto +275, Yankees +340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick, and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. 2, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric. But then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here. And they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo. And if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series, because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again, just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League. I think it's a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exact.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. Of course, got the twin bill of Monday Night Football games. The first game has already kicked off, and we already got loser for Ryan Horvath. As Darren Waller, first catch of the game, goes for 14 yards. He had the under on 11.5 receiving yards. Don't worry, friend. There'll be plenty of additional opportunities for you to recuperate funds lost. But I was kind of with you on that one. I didn't think that one was remotely going to come through. And obviously, they force-fed him. Looked really good, springy and spry on that route, as I just watched Devon Achane catch his first ball of the game. It is right now 0-0. 11:30 to go here in this first half. Miami marching down the field already inside the 30-yard line of the New York Jets. So this is looking like This is going to be a shootout, possibly. That was your gut feeling on this game, Horvey. So we'll keep tabs on all the information. And if anybody gets in the end zone, you're going to hear our Tecmo Bowl sounder. I will then pull up the box score, chime in, and give you the automatic update. We'll do a live dive straight away as well. It is now 4th and 3. Miami in field goal kicking distance, so they're going to try to put 3 on the board as they were not able to convert there on 3rd and short. Quick slant route to Jalen Waddle, but knocked away there by the Jets defenders. So hopefully Miami's going to be able to get on the scoreboard, and the scoring will take off. I'll just go ahead and give this to you live, at least my version of live. The snap is down, the kick is up, and it is a good 3-0 Miami Dolphins over the New York Jets, getting first on the board and drawing that initial blood. Just give you a quick live update on the line right now at BetMGM. Miami is laying 3.5 at a plus 100 juice. The over-under now crept up ever so slightly from 43.5 to 44.5. If you believe the Jets going to come back and win, they're plus 130 on the money line. We got to give you the pole dancing poll question results because this game has already kicked off, and it was this: among the following wide receivers, who would you pick for 75 plus receiving yards? Odds were pulled, of course, from BetMGM. Option number 1, Tyreek Hill at plus 100, Garrett Wilson at plus 125, Cortland Sutton at plus 110, or Jamar Chase at plus 120. Officially 199 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way?
Jamar Chase.
Oh, let's see here. And no, it was Garrett Wilson, believe it or not. 37.2% of the vote. Jamar Chase went even second place. I went to Cortland Sutton at 25.1%. Chase was the bronze medalist at 21.6%. And dead last, Tyreek Hill at 16.1%. Brandon Combs, our outstanding EP and man working the board here on BetMGM tonight, chimed in and said, Garrett Wilson, with Fields back under center of the Dolphins secondary, that allowed me to go for 75 plus. I love Sutton also tonight, but if I'm picking just one, it's Garrett Wilson. That would have been my call as well. Love the value there at plus 125. We're going to find out if he's going to start off hot here in a sec with the first possession of the game for the Jets, down 3-0. There in SoFla. You've thought out the parlay. Now boost it. Use the boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win. Only at BetMGM. So opt in right now on that same game parlay boost and really jack up the juice. They're the king of sportsbooks. Of course, that is our fine sponsors and partners at BetMGM. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this ding-dong at the bar. Hey, you bony punk, get over here. Yar, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's going to get some action on the Monday Night Football twin bill, and it's a simple two-legger across both games. Leg numero uno. And you can still bet this live right now. Justin Fields, 1+ passing touchdown, and leg numero dos, Jake Browning, 1+ INT. Before I give you the juice on that, straight from the gold dead hand, I have the reasoning here from Parlay Pete. Again, leg numero uno, Justin Fields, 1+ passing touchdown. He's only done this in 1 or 2 starts this season, but he has accomplished that feat. And again, Miami is dead last in drop back EPA defense. And tonight they have allowed 6 passing touchdowns over the first 3 weeks of the NFL regular season. A team that's just completely out of sorts in the back end defensively, whether it's with Garrett Wilson, maybe one of the tight ends, Mason Taylor, hopefully for Orion's billfold, or maybe a dump off to Breece Hall. Parlay Pete believes that Justin Fields is going to find the end zone with the arm. All he needs is for that to happen one time, and he cashes the front end of his parlay play. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Jake Browning for the interception in the Mile High City, taking on the Broncos. Browning's been atrocious, to say the least. Number 1 in interceptable passes as tracked at playerprofiler.com. that number being 5. Well, all 5 of those actually went for interceptions because that's what he has on the season. I think he's still throwing picks last week in Minnesota, so hopefully that's going to travel with him to elevation there in Denver, Colorado. The Broncos have an outstanding secondary, as we know, though Riley Moss has played like booty cheeks. You still have Patrick Surtain there as a collective number 8 in dropback EPA defense, and they did snag their first INT of the season last week. So, shiver me timbers to recap. A little two-legger, Justin Fields, 1+ passing touchdown. Jake Browning, 1+ INT. That works out to a cool +110 there at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up 11.24 units lifetime in his parlay plays, given out every single night right here on BetMGM tonight. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. All right. I'm all screwed up on what time these damn games start. So let's go with, I like the Bengals, actually, to cover tonight at 7.5. I would make the number 6. Good chance I could easily lose this one, man. I don't really love these two games tonight. And the Broncos, I've actually faded them a couple weeks in a row here. Eventually, I think this is going to be a top 10 defense, one of the better defenses in the league. But I don't trust Bo Nix. And right now, I don't think Sean Payton does either. I mean, he's not really pushing the ball down the field when he's tried. There's been some wobbly ducks, some bad, some interceptions. So I'm going to go with the Bengals. I don't think it could look any worse than it did against Minnesota. That was Jake Browning's first start. Another week of practice. I still like the weapons, even though the offensive line has been a complete letdown for our guy Chase Brown. He has never even had a chance this year because every time he gets the rock, he gets crushed. But, I mean, come on. You still have T. Higgins. You still have Jamar Chase. Mike Gesicki, kind of like his receptions tonight over 2.5. But instead, I'm just going to go with the Bengals to keep this game competitive, +7.5.
All right, I like that one not so much because of me being on the Denver side. But, hey, we both can win. Again, I took the old spread of -2.5 in my parlay play. All right, let's say that same game, and I'm going to get my bet out there. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it, brother. Let's go. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Wielding the sledgehammer on J.K. Dobbins yet again. I'll take the over on 61.5 rush yards at a -115 juice. I think he's got a really good shot of possibly cracking the 70-yard mark. You look at what Dobbins has done this season. He is numero 5 among all NFL running backs entering the week in yards after contact per attempt. He has gone over 61.5 rush yards in all 3 games this year, seeing 62.7% of the opportunity share. And again, it's the bumbling Bengals there with the Queen City. Number 26 in rush EPA defense, giving up 4.47 yards per carry, 82.8 rush yards per game. Horvat and I disagree on how this one's going to shake out, but I believe that the Denver Broncos will, nice run there from Braylon Allen, will get the job done and be able to salt away the clock with a whole lot of handoffs of one J.K. Dobbins. Hopefully he's going to make me some dollars on the over 61.5 rush yards at a -115 juice. All right, we got to switch gears right now because we got to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender, for the handsome pour. So let's go ahead and step up to the bar, take a few shots, fire off some bets, and hopefully cash some winners. So at plus money, Horvat, what has your attention?
All right, we got the Mason Taylor first touchdown, 25-1. You could also get an anytime right now, +550 at BetMGM, and I like that price. So career high in targets and receptions week 3 against Tampa, and I'm a fan. The Dolphins have also given up yards to tight ends at the 8th highest rate, 11.9 yards per attempt. So let's go with an anytime touchdown, man. It's better than 5-1 +550. And then in the late game, as gross as it is, let's get RJ Harvey in the end zone +260, whether it's on a reception or a carry. He's only got 13 attempts for 80 yards. I did buy low in fantasy. I was so desperate at the running back position. And it's a dynasty league, so I feel okay. Let's go with him and Mason Taylor to get in the end zone. Those are my last 2 touchdown bets of the night.
All right, I'm going to fire off on a live dive right now because I have a profit boost, and with that, it's plus 213. I'm going to go with Justin Fields, anytime touchdown. They are marching down the field right now, and Fields is having his way. Already has a 6-yard rush and a 19-yard rush under the belt. Make that additionally a 4-yard gain right now. It is 1st and 10, just outside the red zone for the New York Jets. And again, they're just there's no resistance whatsoever from this Miami defense, even though they got the snazzy black jerseys, which are just absolutely sick. I would be backing up the truck to acquire one of those if I were a diehard Miami Dolphins fan. I certainly am not. Right now, though, I'm a massive fan of one Justin Fields to get into the end zone. So that one is my plus money bet, and I'll give you a bonus time early one as well. Cortland Sutton anytime touchdown for all the same reasons you mentioned earlier. Plus 130 is what I got it at. Same as you. I got this up for 14 total air yards. Already has a touchdown in 2 of his first 3 games. And probably going to get a lot of Cameron Taylor-Britt in coverage, who's given a 117.1 passer rating, 60% catch rate, and a touchdown so far to his assignment. So I'm on Fields anytime touchdown live, and I'm on Cortland Sutton kicking off here in about an hour in game numero dos in that same market at plus 130. So more bonus time. Horvat, I don't care what it is. Just give me another bet in one of these Monday night games. You could do a live dive, or if you want to get additional action in Denver, Colorado with that second matchup, all I ask of you is for you to give me another bet. So give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, I got one more prop. Let's go Chase Brown. I really like the receptions over tonight, but I like the rushing yards under at 54.5, minus 110. I brought up how bad the Bengals offensive line has been. Now that I'm not distracted by a Mason Taylor anytime touchdown, they have a 37.4 PFF run blocking grade, which is the second lowest ever recorded in the PFF era going back to 2006. 2.0 yards per carry, last in the NFL among all running backs with at least 10 carries this season. 63 running backs. And now you're going against the Broncos, who haven't been as good as I thought coming into the season defensively, but they still have the 11th best mark in rate of successful run plays allowed. So I'm going to go under on Chase Brown, under 54.5 rushing yards, minus 110.
I can't go wrong with that. I mean, he has got no daylight whatsoever. He is the only running back with a negative return in yards before contact. So before you start pointing the fingers at my guy, always getting down with some Chase Brown.
Not his fault.
It ain't his fault. No, the offensive line is broken. The offense in general, schematics absolutely stink. It ain't going to get better, folks, at all. And it looks like the Jets are getting even closer now to scoring a touchdown. Call your own number, Justin Fields. Bonus time for me. Again, I'm going to get down with my guy, Chase Brown. And, Marky, you mentioned that you also like. I'll take the over, and I'll go the alt market. 4+ receptions for him at plus 120. The standard line right now is 2.5 there at BetMGM, but it's true sky high. It's like minus 170 on that. I think Brown is going to be busy as a check down weapon. Why Denver is so outstanding on the back end defensively and pass coverage because of Patrick Surtain. They're number 9 area 9 drawback EPA defense. They've only allowed 9 receptions to running backs, so they gave up a half dozen catches to Omari and Hampton last week. Brown seeing 3.7 targets per game. He's running 15.7 routes per game. He's run around on 44.8% of his snaps, catching 72.7% of his opportunities. I went for 4 receptions last week. All I need is for him to duplicate that, and we cash in at plus 120. Oh my gosh! Is it Justin Fields? Please tell me it's Justin Fields. All right, I must be.
I don't have it yet. Who's got it?
Give it to you live. And I know we're up against it, but I don't give a damn. We're still going to go live on air. Fields is going to take the snap here out of shotgun. We have like 7 seconds to break. Fields, he fumbled it. Braylon Allen did. Oh, no. All right.
Overkiller.
We're going to have to sort all this out. Right now, they're pointing Miami ball. Did he get across the line? I don't know. We got to go, though. We come back. more betting conversation right here on BetMGM tonight. Don't go anywhere.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field, the Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process, as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone, where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball, because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like, the fact that it came down to that, and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there, and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
I will say I watched that entire Texans game because I had my most amount of entries in Survivor on Houston. I still don't trust that Houston offense. I know the score says 26-0. They didn't get into the red zone, I think, until the fourth quarter of that game. And this is against the Tennessee Titans. So if you're depending on them scoring a bunch, like, I don't know. But we're in this situation, we are getting 6.5. They may have found a running back, though. They ended up leaning more on Woody Marks. He got 17 carries for 69 rushing yards. He was using tandem with Chubb, but Marks got more run than Chubb. That was one of my takeaways. Here's the other thing with the Texans. What's the total on this game? You have it up on this page?
Houston, 43.5. Yep.
Houston's 4-0 to the under this year. I think they're the only 4-0 under team. Yeah. So people are going to bet that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise happens with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition. Of course, we got our eyes peeled, our attention zeroed in on the first matchup. Tonight's twin bill, a double dip on Monday Night Football. We got Jets and Dolphins. Who is going to score the first win of the season? Or is it going to be like last night's primetime affair, which I think ended at approximately 3:33 Eastern Time a.m., folks, with that overtime thriller that wound up in a tie between the Dallas Cowboys and Green Bay Packers at 40 apiece. And if you had the over in that game, bravo to you. Easy cash, relatively sweat-free. Braylon Allen nearly scored the first touchdown of the game for the Jets, and then he coughed it up right before he got to the goal line. And gave it up, sadly, to the Miami Dolphins as they were able to recover. Miami up 3-0, driving right down the field yet again on their second possession. And let me give you an update right now, a scoreboard update. Again, 3-0, Miami, nearly the end of the first quarter. From the Jets side, Justin Fields has only attempted one attempt, but he did complete it for 5 yards. That's a Breece Hall. Also, 3 runs for 29 from Fields. Braylon Allen was running roughshod through the defense on that initial drive. Had 4 carries for 26. Breece Hall, 3 for 15. Isaiah Davis had a carry for 6, 11 rushes for 76 yards for the New York Jets, but they just couldn't get in the end zone because of the miscue and mishap by one Braylon Allen. Meanwhile, for the Dolphins, Tua, 4 of 7 so far for 42 yards. Devon Achane, 6 carries for 26. That's 4.3 yards per clip. Ollie Gordon, a carry for a yard. Tyreek Hill, already 3 grabs for 28. Darren Waller, the first catch of the game, that sunk, unfortunately. One of Ryan Horvath's tickets. That one for 14 yards. Waddle has a target, no catch. Achane has a target, no catch. I thought it was a catch. They ruled it on second glance as a rush for one of the plays that he had. I guess it was right along the line of scrimmage there. Ollie Gordon also a target and no catch. So there you go, all updated. 3-0 into the first quarter. Miami Dolphins over the New York Jets right now. They're at Hard Rock Stadium. And just so you know, for S's and G's, here is the updated live dive. You want to get in on some of that action. Miami laying 2.5 at a -130 juice. It is a +2.5 at +100 on the JETS Jets. So the over-under right now is sitting at just 36.5. It is +135 the money line for the Jets. Horvey, you were kind of digging the over in this game. You got to love it even more now at 36.5, right?
I hate that I bet the over in this game. Right now, I would live bet the over in this game at 36.5. You're getting a much better number. We should have a 7-3 ball game, but unfortunately, we get the fumble by Braylon Allen, like you said, in the end zone. If I had to live bet this game right now, I'd probably take some points with the Jets. Wait and see how this drive goes with the Dolphins, because the Jets, other than the fumble, did march right up the field, and Fields himself looked pretty impressive. So I do think that this game's going to be close. I'd maybe stay away from the total, actually. Instead, I got some bets because, like you always say, nobody bets more than us on this show. So we're going to go Marvin Mims Jr. first touchdown, 18-1. We're going to go T. Higgins first touchdown, 15-1. Pizza money bets. But then you know what? I may be wrong on this total. I kind of like the over, 44.5, Bengals, Broncos. We had a good weekend. We're all here. So we're going to add that as well. And now I'm throwing my phone over there because I'm done for the night. Because I said I'm taking it easy and I'm staying away from these 2 stinker games. And here I am firing off first touchdown bets. But yeah, T. Higgins at 15-1 is a crazy price. So we'll play a little bit of that. And if I had to bet this game live, I'd probably bet the Jets.
But wait, there's more. If you're going to give some bonus time bets, I'm going to get on some of this action as well. I'm a sicko. I took the over on a half a rush yard from Tua Tagovailoa, and you can still get that right now at a standard -115 juice. You want to join that party? Will he have a rush? I probably will go for like 2 yards, and I'll have a bunch of kneel downs at the end of the game, and I'll roll and smoke my ticket. The other one I like, Troy Franklin, over 19.5 yards on the longest reception. He's got an appreciable ADOT. He's already gone over this prop 4 times this year. And you look at the Cincinnati Bengals outside the top 25 and drop back EPA defense. So I think he'll catch a bomb. One duck to another duck, former Oregon products there. And Bo Nix to one Troy Franklin, again, on the over 19.5 yards on the longest catch. All right, we got to get to some rapid reactions. Could be in the NFL in week number 4 or college football in week number 5. And Horvey, you're going to start off with maybe the only game in which you actually lost your shirt on because you were talking it up for weeks, really for months. You fired off a bet way back in early summertime when the Lions first showed up at BetMGM, and it did not come through. And it's Penn State and James Franklin again. What is your rapid reaction?
Yeah, I always say not to overreact to 1 week in college football, right? Because a team I don't think there's going to be an undefeated champion this year. There's so much parity in college football. There's so much change. There's a lot of good teams. There's also, you know what? Let me check that. I don't know that there is a good team. In this quarterback class that I was in love with, Cade Klubnik, Lenora Sellers, all these guys, Carson Beck. Now Carson Beck's been pretty good. I don't know who's any good anymore, man, but I can tell you who's not any good. That is Drew Aller. I'm all the way out on Drew Aller. Drew Aller is Christian Hackenberg 2.0, right? Like in 1985 or 1992, he's going to be a top 10 overall pick because he's 6'4", 6'5", should be a classic drop back quarterback, looks like a quarterback. Here's the issue, though, man. He has a rocket for an arm, but the intermediate stuff, he can't make the throws. And the mechanics are bad. I don't know why he doesn't set his feet. Me and Brandon and I were texting throughout this game because we both like Penn State. We both like Drew Aller last year, and he's a mess. And I'll never trust James Franklin in a big situation, right? I kept saying all summer long, if Penn State can't get it done this year with this roster, with this talent, with these coordinators, they're never going to get it done. I don't even think, though, it's all James Franklin. Andy Kotelnicki, the game plan was a mess. I thought they were saving like the first 3 weeks of the season against like Villanova, the reason that the offense was clunky. I thought they were saving something for this game. Oh, no. Penn State's overrated. They're not winning the Big Ten. That would be Ohio State or maybe Oregon, but Penn State, not the team to beat. Who do we got? Malik Washington? Damn it, I needed a
Malik Washington cashes, baby, on rush yards. Hell to the yes. Easily got that, baby.
Show me the
money. Show me money.
Oh, I got first touchdown with him.
I like that cash. Yeah, absolutely love that. All right, let me go ahead. And by the way, the other major play on this drive, as they're knocking the door right now, splash and 6. They're inside the 15-yard line. Direct handoff to Ollie Gordon right up the gut down the 6-yard line. First and goal for the Miami Dolphins. Could go up 10-0. Jalen Waddle had a 25-yard reception on an absolute dime drop by Tua Tagovailoa. So way to go, Malik Washington. And by the way, that went for 9 yards. I needed 5 to cash. That one came through already for your boy. To speak on this game again, because it was one of the more monster affairs of the weekend. Man, the Oregon Ducks, not only are they officially the class of the Big Ten, but they're looking like the national title frontrunner right now. They're plus 600 to win the whole shebang. Ohio State, obviously, very much in the conversation, has a strong argument at both those distinctions. They're at plus 525, the only team ahead of the Ducks for national title odds. But Oregon just won in Emmy territory in front of over 100,000 full-throated fans there at Beaver Stadium inside the whiteout. They're number 1. According to Football Power Index there at ESPN, they got a 16.2% chance to win the national title. They're number 12 in offense efficiency at PFF, number 27, subpar there, and defense efficiency, number 12 overall, according to PFF Advanced Analytics. But look at the rest of the season schedule. Their toughest game remaining, Indiana at home. That one is going to be monstrous in a couple of weeks. Maybe game day is going to be there for that one in Eugene. At Iowa, coming up later on this season at Washington. Those, in my mind, are the 2 toughest games they got left. They got USC as well, but that one played in Eugene. I don't think the Ducks are losing, man. I think they could run the table. Maybe they get tripped up in the playoff, but they are playoff bound. and they are going to be the team to beat. I would be shocked if they're not the number 1 seed. Maybe they get tripped up, say the Big Ten title against Ohio State, but the Ducks very much for real and certainly flapping right now. I was really impressed with them sealing that victory there in Happy Valley. All right, let's move on. Another rapid reaction. And you're going to switch gears now, the NFL, aren't you?
Yeah, I got to go to the NFL here. Oh God, Tua's terrible. So you know what, man, I got to take a little victory lap, right? Because before the season, when everybody was down on the Chiefs and writing off Pat Mahomes because he has a dad bod and whatnot, I said, oh no, pump the brakes. Pat Mahomes, if he's not the greatest of all time, he's 1B next to Tom Brady. But he's still the best. In the first couple weeks of the season, I know the fantasy numbers weren't very good, but a lot of people are like, what's wrong with Mahomes? You know what was wrong with Mahomes? He was the leading rusher. The offensive line has had issues. Tell me it's Malik Washington.
Guess who? Your boy, Darren Waller.
You know what sucks, man? You know what's funny about that? I considered it because I was like, watch them try to his first game back. He's 33 years old with a bum hip. Like, watch them try to get him in the end zone and run something for him. And, of course, it's there. I overthought it, Brad. I overthought it. I tried to get too cute. 4-yard touchdown reception. I think that was like 28 or 35-1, too.
Wow.
Ooh, is he in? Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, he was definitely in. He got the second foot down. There's no doubt about it. He was in. So the kick is up and good. The extra point is through 10-0 officially right now. Dolphins over the Jets, but continue.
Oh, yeah. My whole point was the Chiefs are fine. Turns out, to be a successful quarterback in the National Football League, you have to have healthy wide receivers. When all your receivers are deceased by week 3, that's never a good thing, right? But if Hollywood Brown is wide receiver number 1, that's never a good thing. But Mahomes and the Chiefs are going to be fine. Book your tickets now. They will be in the AFC Championship game. You should just bet them right now to win the AFC. You got a great hedging opportunity. Meanwhile, the Ravens won't be there because they're going to miss the playoffs. Steelers are winning that division, like I told everybody in July.
All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Jason Cole, longtime awesome NFL writer, is going to be joining us next right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
The odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 350 as opposed to the Packers at plus 375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like, on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, like the Packers who are getting too much credit, I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucks should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out, their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucks, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucs are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation.
I need to ask you about Green Bay. They look unstoppable for 2 weeks. Yeah. And we got Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog. Oh, they're the best team in the NFL. Okay. Then they lose to Cleveland and give up 40 to Dallas. What are the Packers right now? Do we even know?
I don't know what the defense is. I mean, that's my thing. Like, offensively, their problem is they take their foot off the gas. I like a lot about LaFleur, but not going for that 4th and short. I will never figure out why he doesn't have that assassin gene. Like, he's coming from the McVay family tree. And I know Sean plays with his food a little bit, but Sean also knows how to close out games. And I think he can smell blood and go for it. I don't get why you're bossing that team around and you don't just try to go up 3 scores with your offense and end that thing. And defensively, I don't know. Now Parsons with the back. Now it looks like they could use Kenny Clark. Where the first couple weeks, just an adrenaline rush. I mean, this was a top 5 defense last year in yards allowed per play with the D coordinator in his freshman year in the NFL calling plays. My concerns are more there. Like, what's happened to the pass rush? Like, we know that they're not overloaded with elite cover corners. I can't. It's been 2 different defenses, right? The first couple of weeks. And the Browns don't even count because, that's not an NFL offense. So, I mean, holding them to however many points, 13 or whatever, is I can't read a lot into that. But, yeah, that was an embarrassment last night. I mean, no CD Lamb. They were able to run it and throw it and do whatever they wanted to do to move that ball from really the second quarter on. I don't know what to make of them. I do know this. The fighting Dan Campbells are biting kneecaps again, so look out.
Bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. Of course, we got the Twin Bill going down right now. We're waiting for kickoff. And game numero dos between Denver Broncos and Cincinnati Bengals. Jets and Dolphins right now. Miami are already up 10-0. Darren Waller, of all fools, with the first touchdown of the game, 9:15 in. Braylon Allen, unfortunately, just got injured. He was moving very gingerly on the sideline. Looked like his knee buckled. We'll have to see if he does get back in this game. So going to get a lot of Breece Hall for the Jets on this drive, and really henceforth the little peppering of Isaiah Davis as well. We'll keep up to date. All the action there. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, if you want to talk sports betting, maybe ahead of the Broncos and Bengals matchup, simple way for you to contact Horvat and I here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, we're going to talk to my awesome former Yahoo Sports colleague Jason Cole, a man who has covered the NFL for a number of years and is a Hall of Fame voter, author of 8 books, including Elway, A Relentless Life. Check out all of his offerings right now, I presume, on Amazon and various bookstores. Also follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jason Cole 62. Again, on X, at Jason Cole 62. Jason, welcome to BetMGM tonight. It's been a long time coming, my man. Hey, you cover the Miami Dolphins for a number of years. How long, in your estimation, is a leash on Mike McDaniels? And will he be the first coach fired as well? And what's your assessment of the action so far tonight? They're looking pretty damn good. Already up 10-0 in this game. Do you feel for Mike McDaniels to hold down his job tonight is a must-win?
Well, you got to win tonight. I mean, I don't know that they would fire him necessarily after this game because I don't know that they have a plan about who they want to go with next. Obviously, you can go with an interim coach. You can put somebody like Eric Studesville in charge, somebody like that. I think it's sort of an academic point because I don't think this team is going to be very good by the end of the season. Because, you look at the second half of the season, it's awful. Now, just because you happen to win a Monday night game at home in September against another bad team doesn't mean that you fixed your season. Weird things could happen. They could win 11 in a row. It's happened before in this league. I don't see that happening. I think that Mike McDaniels is done. Furthermore, I just don't like the way they play football. I like Mike McDaniels as a coach. I think he's an inventive guy, but I don't think they attack the middle. I don't think they're very forceful in the way that they run their offense, and that doesn't hold up long term.
Totally agree. Jason, I wanted to ask you about this second game, or the game that's about to kick off right now, as we see Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call. Week 1 without Joe Burrow was rough, to say the least, for the Bengals as they got blasted by the Minnesota Vikings. Carson Wentz behind center. Any chance that they could at least keep this game competitive against the Broncos? And can they survive life without Joe Burrow? Because this team obviously has a lot of talent, not so much on the defensive side of the ball, but they're spending a lot of money on that offense, man. I know it was one bad week, but do you think maybe they could regroup a little bit tonight?
No, they can't. Who's kidding who? I understand the desperation of the question. But no, can they win 6 or 7 games? Yeah, you could do that. You can trick your way into enough games, but you can't trick your way into the playoffs. Not a division that has Pittsburgh, Baltimore, a Cleveland team that has a decent defense. That's not going to happen. And I know Baltimore's not playing very well, but I got to think that they're going to fix this. Depending on, I haven't checked the Lamar Jackson news today, so I don't know how bad that is. But this is not, this is not a good team without their trigger man. Their defense is suspect. This is a team that they're going to parlay whatever they get in the draft into trying to help Joe Burrow, I would think, and try and keep him healthy and keep people off of him, because that's priority number one. They have to find a way to keep this guy on the field on a consistent basis, and they have not done that through his career so far.
Yeah, you brought up the Ravens, and they were actually the Super Bowl favorites coming into the season. A lot of people picking Baltimore to come out of the AFC, and now here they are at 1-3. I think, if any team that started slow could turn it around, it's probably them. But on the flip side, what about Kansas City, man, as they get a little bit healthier? I know the defense, not your typical Spags defense, but do you think, Kansas City, as long as Mahomes is still there, do you think they should be considered one of the favorites in the AFC after what you watched yesterday?
They kind of, I think the Baltimore defense is so bad. I haven't seen Baltimore's defense play this poorly since 1997? And we're talking almost 30 years.
Wow.
This is how bad they are. And I mean that seriously. I'm not trying to go overstatement. This is a team that is playing like it thinks too much. It's not active. It's not attacking. And that's just with the players that they have. And I know they have some injuries, but with the players that they have, they should not be playing that way. This should be a much more active attack on defense. And they're not even close. They look like they're still back in two-a-days. that's with the kind of speed that they're playing at. So I hate the way they're playing on defense. I think that Kansas City took advantage of a team that's playing really poorly right now. It's almost to the point where you're looking at it and going, is Zach Orr going to be the defensive coordinator of this team very much longer? And I was calling for that in the previous game when they got humiliated on defense that way, but it's only gotten worse. So Kansas City, do I trust them to be in the playoff hunt? Of course I do. They have the best quarterback in the league, and I don't care what anybody says about Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or whoever you want to name. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the game. If the goal of your team is to win a Super Bowl, that's the guy that you want. And that's the point of this game, is to win a championship. If you want to put up stats, okay, the other guys can put up stats. I mean, if we're playing fantasy football, yeah, I'm taking Josh Allen. I'm taking Jalen Hurts. I'm doing things like that. If I'm trying to win games, I'm taking Patrick Mahomes. And so this team's going to be there. Are they a great team? No. They hid a lot of weaknesses last year. They got really, really lucky. They won games that they really had no right winning, and they got really, really fortunate. But that means they really should have been more like a 13 or a 14 win team, not what they ended up being. So that's where I say this is still a very good team with the best quarterback in the league. And, they got Worthy healthy. They're going to get Rashee Rice back. They're going to have some depth at receiver. I still don't think they're incredibly explosive, but they're going to be way better than they are right now.
We're talking the tremendous Jason Cole right now, longtime NFL writer, Hall of Fame voter, author of 8 books, including Elway, A Relentless Life. Check it out on Amazon and check him out on the X, where he's always giving it to you there at Jason Cole 62. Again, on X at Jason Cole 62. Jason, right now, on BetMGM, Josh Allen is the runaway front runner to win NFL MVP at plus 110. Is there anyone else 4 games in you feel will enter the MVP conversation and challenge Allen, or is it a foregone conclusion the Buffalo Bill hoists the hardware come year's end?
Well, nothing's ever foregone conclusion. I mean, come on, it's 4 games in. But he is the overwhelming favorite at this point in time. I'm not going to dispute that, especially with Jackson hurt and with Burrow hurt as well. I mean, that obviously helps a lot. But I will say this: they had a hiccup yesterday, but Justin Herbert, really in the first 3 games, was playing the best. I mean, again, winning football, making, critical plays. Yesterday was a bad day, and the Chargers are still not quite there. But if you look at the history of Jim Harbaugh and how he's built teams and the way he sets up the run to complement a passer and make it work, like, to me, Justin Herbert could go on. The only exception I say here is he's not going to put up the stats. Again, he's not going to look like your fantasy football, hero. Maybe Jalen Hurts is in this one a little bit too, but everybody, just doesn't take Jalen Hurts seriously, and they just think he's a product of a system. So you're never going to get a lot of support for Jalen Hurts. But to me, Justin Herbert is a guy, like, if the Chargers do what they showed they can do in the first 3 games, and not what they did yesterday, but in the first 3 games and the dominant kind of football that they played, Herbert could work his way into the conversation. Again, if you're putting up a stat sheet, you're putting up a stat sheet, and that's what Josh Allen does. He puts up a stat sheet, and he wins. Don't get me wrong; he's a great player, so they win a lot of games with him. But he fills up a stat sheet unlike very many players.
And I agree. Justin Herbert still firmly in that conversation. Hopefully going to be in a bounce-back spot this upcoming week against the Washington Commanders there in the City of Angels. Jason, we'll get you out of here on this. With 4 weeks in the books, where have your beliefs on a team or two shifted most, whether positively or negatively? Is there a squad that's greatly overachieved and one that's greatly underachieved in your estimation?
I think San Francisco's overachieved, considering that they had 2 games with Mac Jones. And really, they should have won yesterday. Yeah. They just prevent one of 5 really bad plays from happening. Like, if you don't have 4 turnovers and you don't allow a punt return, you probably win that game, right? And that's not great football. I'm not saying that, but I didn't think this was going to be a great team, especially when Purdy got hurt after week 1. The fact that they got through 2 games makes me say there's some hope here. Now, is it a great team? Yeah, not quite. Is there some interesting stuff going on? Yes. And if Ayuk comes back at all and Pearsall continues to progress the way he's looked so far, by the end of the season, if they can just stay healthy, they got a shot. But, Bosa's hurt. I mean, the best that they can hope for is that, the Dolphins have a fire sale and give them Chubb at some point in time, which I fully expect is going to happen. They'll make a deal with the Dolphins and get Chubb for like a 2nd-round pick or something like that.
Well, yeah, that would definitely move the meter, to say the least. That's a team that they just can get healthy. That's the biggest key for them. Jawan Jennings suffered that shoulder injury yesterday. His status relatively unknown. Ricky Pearsall's been dealing with that ding knee. He's got to get right as well. I mean, they got the tools. They got to get George Kittle back on the field. And CMC, believe it or not, is looking like the healthiest of the bunch. And a lot of people write him off before the season based on last year. Awesome stuff, as always, from our guy Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer, Hall of Fame voter, author of 8 books, including Elway, A Relentless Life. Check it out and follow him on X at Jason Cole62. Again, on X at Jason Cole62. Jason, we appreciate the time. Good catching up with you, amigo. And please come back soon.
Thanks, man.
Anytime, dude. Thanks, man.
Thanks,
there he goes. Jason Cole, Stanford's own, baby. Go Cardinal.
Yeah.
Guy that I have shared a beverage or two with over my long esteemed career at Yahoo Sports. Just one of the best NFL writers in the business, breaking it all down, to say the least. All right. Miami Dolphins are marching down the field again inside the 30-yard line right now. Tyreek Hill being really shifty and shaky in the open field. He's looked tremendous. Justin Fields had a fumble-rooski, although this play looks like it's going to be coming back. And Miami was able to recover that. 10-0 right now. Miami Dolphins under 3 minutes ago, 2:38 to be exact, in the first half. Miami up to right now, Tua Tagovailoa 11 of 15 for 121 yards and that touchdown. Of course, it went to Darren Waller, who's got 2 grabs for 18. Tyreek Hill, 5 receptions for 57. Waddle's got a catch for 25. Malik Washington cashing for me. Just got another carry. Went for a 1-yard loss, but I needed the overall on 4.5, and that's already come through. 2 for 8. Devon Achane, 6 for 26. But Miami looking like they are going to try to extend this lead in some form or fashion. Already up 10-0 on the New York Jets. How you feeling so far in this one? It's been Miami dominant, Horvey.
Feel very good about Dolphins money line. I do not feel very good about the over in the game. I wish I would have stayed away from the over because, the Jets have kind of marched down the field. They fumble in the end zone with Braylon Allen, and then you get whatever that was from Justin Fields. So they should at least have some points on the board. At least one score, you would figure, but they don't. So feel good about the Dolphins, not so great about the total. Got to get Mason Taylor in the end zone. That saves the night right there.
Yep, no doubt about it. We're going to be sweating those suckers out when we come back. We're going to do some market movers. By the way, Braylon Allen officially out, according to Adam Schefter. Stay tuned. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
We'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at plus 200, followed by Toronto plus 275, Yankees plus 340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. Two, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric. But then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here. And they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo. And if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series, because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again, just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League, I think is a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exacta.
Oh.
It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Edmonds with you. Ryan Horvath in the house, monitoring the double dip on Monday Night Football. We got Jets, we got Dolphins. Right now, Miami already up 10-0. Nearing halftime, under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Oh, what a catch! T. Higgins there on the sideline. massive job of body contortion and control, staying in bounds to get the first down on the first drive of the game for the Cincinnati Bengals, out marching in to Denver Broncos territory. Again, Horvat and Brandon Combs, our producer here on the program, they're absolute sickos as they bet on the Cincinnati Bengals plus 7.5. I think even Brandon was saying that the Bengals have a fighting chance of winning this game. I'll believe it when I see it, and chances are I'm probably going to see it because everything is upside down in the NFL. They're just got another 9 yards there as Tinsley gets the reception. By the way, again, Braylon Allen, breaking news right before we went to break last time out. He is officially out of the game. A pretty nasty shot to the knee. Was limping pretty heavily there on the sideline. He ain't coming back. We'll have to wait and see what the official diagnosis is. So you're going to see a lot of Breece Hall, a little bit of Isaiah Davis mixed in on this 2-minute drill under a minute to go for the New York Jets. Right now, about the 35-yard line on their side of the field as Justin Fields completes to Breece Hall for a first down. Breece Hall going to really eat in terms of receptions here on this drive. By the way, Chase Brown getting some action, not only as a rusher, but also as a receiver. He has a catch for 9 yards, 2 carries for 10 yards. That's 5 yards per clip. I'm no mathematician, but that's light years better than almost everything we've seen from this rushing attack 3 weeks into the regular season. So he's not getting stuffed behind the line of scrimmage, as right now the Cincinnati Bengals inside the red zone and knocking at the door as Brown gets another carry, tries to stretch it out, cuts back up the field. First down, Cincinnati. Another gain of about 5 yards there on that carry as Chase Brown up to 3 carries now for 12 yards. And again, they have a chance here maybe get the first points of the board, Horvey.
Yeah, I hope that it goes to T. Higgins. I do have the first touchdown with him, 15-1. But if Chase Brown wants to score, I also bet a Chase Brown anytime touchdown. So I'm just fine with that as well. Like you said, he's looked really good on this drive. That's why I had to take the Bengals at 7.5. I would have made the number 6. I think 7.5 is a little bit of an overreaction because they got blown out in Browning's first start. I don't think it could look much worse. And I don't fully trust Bo Nix, laying a big number, even at home right now. So we'll see. Oh God, fight T, damn it, fight. No,
he almost got it. He's already got 2 catches over 25 yards. T. Higgins on fire to begin this game. Right now on the live line, if you're curious, Denver is laying 6.5, so down for the -7.5 at closed at. The over-under at 44.5. The Bengals plus 240 on the live money line. Again, inside the 10-yard line right now. 3rd and 2, though, for Cincinnati. On this one, we're going to take this live. Jake Browning and shotgun, takes the snap, looks to his right, immediately throws to his right, and way over the head of one T. Higgins. So the Bengals looking like they're probably going to have to try to boot it through the uprights to get the first points on the board. Though we shall see what Zach Taylor ultimately decides here. It looks like, they're going to bring in the field goal unit, which I think is honestly a cowardly move. Considering that you're a major underdog in this game, but I think he wants to get them off on the right foot and get some points on the board with an Evan McPherson split of the uprights. Again, I'll give this to you live. He's getting him set. Arm goes up. And then make sure that he is online. It's only a 26-yard attempt, so really a chip shot for him. The kick is up, and it is good. 3-0 Cincinnati. Impressive first drive of the game as Browning 5 of 7, 43 yards. Getting down, my boy Chase Brown. 3 carries for 12, also reception for 9. But T. Higgins really the star on that drive. 2 for 25, had a 19-yard reception as well. And the Jets have the ball still in hand here, 46 seconds to go in this first half, though I think they just got flagged for a full start, and they did. Again, we'll keep you up to date. We'll chime in on all this action as it unfolds. You hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder? That means somebody scored a touchdown, and we'll interject and give you that update instantaneously. Hey, BetMGM account holders are receiving any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and on SGP. So opt in right now. You can even do a live one. Any Sport Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. All right, let's do another edition here of Market Movers and talk about guys that could be moving up or moving down right now. The fantasy football pecking order. Let's start with the guy, arrow pointing way up, Ashton Genty of Viva Las Vegas, absolutely plowing over my Chicago Bears. A guy that has now elevated his word to RB8 overall in the season, Horvey. 68 carries, 282 yards, a pair of touchdowns on the ground, 7 receptions for 20, and a pair of touchdowns through the air. He's been a scoring beast, to say the least, including that ridiculous output that he had on Sunday against the Bears. The next 3 games at Indy, number 16 in rush EPAD, then Tennessee at number 30 in the category, then at Kansas City. Second to last right now are the Chiefs in rush EPA defense. Genty seeing 71.6% of the opportunity share. He is number 2 in total missed tackles for so far this year. He's been outstanding on a per-touch basis, though really the numbers are just now starting to roll in. So what are your thoughts on him? Buy, sell, or hold? And I'll start it off this way. These are one-for-one deals that have happened last 24 hours at Yahoo. You tell me you'd rather have Ashton Genty or Josh Jacobs?
Genty. Not even close.
Not even close. Wow, and that's
no. I'm worried about Josh
Jacobs. I think it is close. Yeah. It's really close. I'm going to go Genty. Genty or Jamar Chase?
Genty.
Genty for me as well. How about Genty or Nico Collins?
Genty.
Yep, it's a Genty sweep. Break out the brooms. Totally agree. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I never really had an issue with Genty. It was the issue with the Raiders' offensive line, right? Like Josh Jacobs last year, it was a career worst year. He only averaged 3.5 yards per carry. He goes to Green Bay, has a career year. My worry about him, man, is he's getting a little bit older, and I play mostly in dynasty leagues, so I'm stuck with guys. So I would do anything to buy Ashton Genty right now. Granted, it was Chicago's defense, but he's been good. I mean, he's breaking tackles. The issue is, run blocking. But you mentioned the schedule, and I think that he's going to have some really big games. I think that was his coming out party yesterday against Chicago. I don't know if he's going to be able to duplicate that every week. But other thing is, man, Geno is bad. Like, really bad right now. Yes. And I don't know, even though Pete Carroll loves him and put all of his chips in the Geno basket again, I don't know that he makes it through the season. If he doesn't, that means it's Kenny Pickett time. So a lot of check downs, and Genty's also a really good route runner and pass catcher. So buy, hold. I'm not even selling high because I'm not going to say that was just the Bears defense because he's a hell of a player.
Yeah, look, Ashton Genty, your buy low window, it's slam shut. It's over now, guys, because the maximized matchup against the Chicago Bears has just absolutely showed up and showed out. And again, the matchup next 3 games, delightful on paper at Indy, Tennessee, at Kansas City. Yes, again, KC, number 31 in rush EPAD. So Ashton Genty is here to stay as a top 10 fantasy running back, I believe, rest of the season. What about Seahole, Smashhole? Oh, the football Frankenstein, Derrick Henry, ultra motivated to prove that he was going to try to right the ship, right the wrongs of the prior week and the fumble loss that cost him a game against Detroit. But, man, they got blitzed. They got blown out in KC. You look at Derrick Henry, still RB10 overall. The next 3 matchups against Houston, number 22 in rush EPAD so far this season. The Rams are number 20 in that category. Then the bye week. Henry still seeing 74.1% of the opportunity share, but just under 36 yards created per touch. Number 20 as well in fantasy points per opportunity, and a modest, by his high standard, number 16 in yak per attempt. We'll know the verdict on Lamar Jackson and the injured hamstring. Here's some one-for-one deals. You tell me you'd rather have Derrick Henry or DK Metcalf.
Ooh, Derrick Henry still for me.
I go DK. Derrick Henry or Roma Dunze?
Roma Dunze.
Roma Dunze for me. Derrick Henry or Puka Nacua?
Oh, Puka Nacua.
Puka in a romp. Last one, Derrick Henry or Travis Etienne?
Ooh, Travis Etienne.
I will go still with the football Frankenstein there and Derrick Henry. Additional thoughts on the Ravens running back who's kind of on the struggle bus right now?
I don't think the Ravens get it fixed. I think the Ravens are last year's 49ers. Everybody loved them. I didn't necessarily love this team like everybody else did. I actually bet the Steelers to win the division. I like the Bills more in the AFC. I like the Chargers more in the AFC. Now Lamar's dinged. And I'm not saying Derrick Henry's completely washed. Against Buffalo, he had, 159, 169 yards, but 3 straight weeks of fumbles. Didn't fumble, I know, against the Chiefs, but they were never really in that game to get the ground game going. I would sell high, right? Like, especially, it depends on your need, right? I would say hold, but like you said, 3 weeks to get the bye. The Rams matchup, not so great. I do like him this week coming up, but if you need like a wide receiver and you could get a stud, like some of those, like a Roma Dunze, I would probably make that deal.
Oh, yeah, 100% to get Roma Dunze. Roma Dunze is here to stay, folks, inside the top 10 of fantasy wide receivers all diggity day long. Just continues to score. Great and bubbling chemistry there with Caleb Williams. And again, given the shortcomings of that defense, they're going to be involved in a lot of shootouts. Jets are going to try to kick a field goal, get some points on the board here before the half. Only 2 seconds remaining. Nick Folk out. This one, a 59-yard attempt. He may be no Chase McLaughlin, but it's up, and it looks like it is through, and indeed it is. 10-3 is going to be your halftime score. Miami over the Jets. Meanwhile, Bengals getting the ball back as Denver just had to punt. All right, let's move on to wide receiver. Jordan Addison, welcome back. Impressive effort coming off the suspension. He had 8 targets, 4 receptions for 144 yards, no touchdown against the Steelers there in Dublin. Next 3 matchups at Cleveland, bye week, Philadelphia. Cleveland 18 and drop back EPAD. Philadelphia number 12. Again, Addison had 19.1% of the team target share in that week 4 tilt against the Steelers. Saw 14.3 yards per target. Remember, he was wide receiver 22 in PPR formats last year. So 1-for-1 deals. Tell me you'd rather have rest of the season, Addison or Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers.
Bowers for me. Addison or DeAndre Swift?
Addison.
Addison all day, Addison.
Yeah,
Addison or Tony Pollard?
Ooh, Tony Pollard for me.
I go Addison. Honestly, I think there's a pretty sizable gap between those two. What were your thoughts on his first game of the year? Again, greatly impressed.
Yeah, I got like 15 great receivers. I'm starting, my guy RJ Harvey tonight. So I'm really desperate for backs, but I like Jordan Addison. I do have Jordan Addison in one league, and that was his first game back. So I think, it's going to be a little bit of a ramp-up process, but I like him because he's the vertical threat, even with Justin Jefferson, even with TJ Hawkinson, even if you're going to say there's shaky quarterback play because it's Carson Wentz and then maybe eventually JJ comes back. I still really do like Jordan Addison because, he could be that vertical threat, solid route runner. And I'm not really all that worried about the Vikings offense. It's still Kevin O'Connell, and there's some easier matchups coming up. So I like Jordan Addison. I would hold or I would maybe buy.
Yeah, I try to buy now, although that window, again, the cheapest price no longer applies. But you might still be able to get like 90 cents on the dollar, 85 cents on the dollar. If you need wide receiver help, definitely seek his services. What about Lab McConkey? The donkey has been pure ass, pun intended there. Wide receiver 59 right now on the season at half-point PPR leagues. Next 3 games, schedule really opens up. You get Washington, number 28, and drop back EPA defense. So you're at Miami. Again, dead last in that category. Then Indianapolis, much better, number 10, and drop back EPAD. McConkey is seeing 18.5% of the team target share at 7 targets per game, but only number 41 in air yards, only number 55 in yards per route run, and 66 in fantasy points per route. Tell me you'd rather have rest of the season. These are real 1-for-1 deals. I've gone down to Yahoo the last 24 hours. McConkey or Chris Olave?
Chris Olave for me.
Olave for me. McConkey or Cortland Sutton?
Cortland Sutton still for me.
Yeah, Sutton, the touchdown's just way high. How about McConkey or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I'll go Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, clean sweep. Marvin Harrison for me. Why is McConkey struggling so much?
No clue, man, right? Like, I thought going into year 2, really good route runner. I was like, he needs more of an NFL build. He's got to put on some muscle. But that's not even his issue. Quentin Johnston has been the more reliable target, and every time you hear from Justin Herbert, he brings him up. not McConkey. Now, if you want to buy, right, like now would be the time because of the 3 matchups that you just brought up. But the metrics and the numbers are, I don't know if it's going to get turned around. So, gross.
Yeah, definitely puke-inducing to say the least. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Hawk of the waiver wire and fantasy right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
I will say I watched that entire Texans game because I had my most amount of entries in Survivor on Houston. I still don't trust that Houston offense. I know the score says 26-0. They didn't get into the red zone, I think, until the fourth quarter of that game. And this is against the Tennessee Titans. So if you're depending on them scoring a bunch, like, I don't know. But we're in this situation, we are getting 6.5. They may have found a running back, though. They ended up leaning more on Woody Marks. He got 17 carries for 69 rushing yards. He was using tandem with Chubb, but Marks got more run than Chubb. That was one of my takeaways. Here's the other thing with the Texans. What's the total on this game? You have it up on this page?
Houston, 43.5. Yep.
Houston's 4-0 to the under this year. I think they're the only 4-0 under team. Yeah. So people are going to bet that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to continue with the fantasy football conversation and hawk the waiver wire here in a second. An activity you always do here on every single Monday episode during the NFL season. But we got to give you some updates here. What is going on? The pair of Monday Night Football affairs. Miami and the New York Jets right now, 10-3 at the half. Miami on the live line is laying 5.5 points at a -115. Juicy over-under is really tumbled down the mountainside. Now at 34.5. The JETS Jets a +230 on the money line. Side total money line. Horvat, what do you like? And Dolphins Jets. Expect the scoring to pick up here in the second frame.
I really hope so, because I still am trying to hold out some hope that maybe the original number could hit on the over 43.5, which I mistakenly bet. Right now, 35.5. Yeah, if I liked it at 43.5, you bet your ass I love it at 35.5. I do think the scoring will pick back up, and here's why. The Jets have marched down the field twice. Once only to fumble in the end zone with Braylon Allen. Yeah. The other to fumble with Justin Fields. I don't know that they could fumble again in this game. I would bet over 35.5, and I would bet the Jets at 6.5, -120. Those would be my two bets. I would take the Jets better than 6, and I would take the over in this game and hope for some fireworks in the second half. But man, hasn't been too exciting here in the first half. Not gonna lie.
It's not been pretty football, really, for either team, to be honest. Breece Hall with Braylon Allen Denzo for the game. Looks like with a knee injury. I did grab him at a live player prop for 6 or more receptions at +115. Yeah, I got seduced by that juice. Already has 3 receptions. He could be a busy man, I feel, in the checkdown game. And more than that, I mean, they run a lot of action specifically for him as a receiver. So all I need is 3 more grabs, and I cash in there at +115 for him to have 6 or more grabs in total in the game, and only need 3 or more to cash. 3-0 right now. Denver Broncos just got the ball back. 4:24 to go in the first quarter. It's 3-0 Cincinnati over Denver. So far, here is what Jake Browning and company have done. Browning, 6 of 9, nice, for 48 yards. T. Higgins on 4 targets, 2 receptions for 25. Jamar Chase, 3 targets, 2 grabs for only 5 yards. My guy Chase Brown, 1 for 9. Tinsley, 1 for 9 as well. Chase Brown ran the ball effectively, which is shocking. 5 carries for 20 yards. Browning also has a carry for 2. Meanwhile, with the Broncos, Bo Nix just had a carry for 3 yards, first of the game. J.K. Dobbins only has 1 touch. That on the ground for 3 yards. Marvin Mims, the only reception for 5, as I see Bo Nix get flushed out of the pocket. Oh, off the hands of his receiver. I think that was Franklin. Didn't catch it. That was a really nice throw from Bo Nix. Could not connect. Duck to duck as Franklin missed the opportunity there. Again, Knicks only 1 of 2 for 5 yards so far on their second drive of the game. Live dive right now if you're interested, Horvey. Broncos are laying 6.5 at a -125, -105 +6.5 for Cincinnati. Over under at 41.5, -115 either side of the ledger. And if you think the Bengals are going to win this sucker, +280 on the live money line, as I just saw Cortland Sutton catch his first pass of the game for 12 yards and a first down. Denver, anything entice you there?
I still have a little value right now on the Bengals, although I really liked it at 7.5 because we were getting over a touchdown, right over a key number. But I just think that the number, I would make it 6. So still a slight lean to Cincy. I would right now. I don't think I would go money line. I do think Denver wins this game, but I'm hoping by more like a field goal, maybe 4 points. As far as the total, kind of like the over. I know I said that about the first game, but eventually I think Denver's offense is going to figure it out. And, the Bengals, I have no idea really, to be honest with the Bengals, right? What we're going to get from Jake Browning. So my lean would still be Cincy at +6.5.
Yeah, Troutman just caught a long reception there. They're marching right down the field here. Hopefully, J.K. Dom is getting an opportunity to punch in. Now, again, we'll keep you up to date. We hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder. We'll chime in and tell you who scored. But right now, we got a hawk the waiver wire in fantasy football. Let's fly through some of these names. Let's start with Jackson Dart getting his first start. Looking pretty decent. Only 23% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. He was quarterback 10 for the week, at least so far, despite throwing for just $111. But really, what made up was the efforts on the ground. 10 carries, 54 yards, and that rushing touchdown. He was only quarterback 21, just completion percentage. Better, but not great. Quarterback 17 and A-Dot. Of course, lost Malik Neighbors for the season with the ACL being compromised. Next 3 games, at New Orleans, Philadelphia at home, and then at the Denver Broncos. Great matchup against the Saints. Next 2 after that, not so great. What are your thoughts on Dart? How much are you spending? Again, in a single quarterback format, if he's available in Superflex, I don't know what you guys are doing because he should have been long gone. But Dart, to me, is probably like a $5 to $8 player at most, given the upcoming schedule. But I want to hear your thoughts, Horvey.
I would go probably the max, like maybe even like 8 to 10, just because you brought up the upcoming schedule, which absolutely sucks. But I do think that, especially with Cam Scattaboo, there's going to be check down opportunities. And, even against these good run defenses, there's going to be design quarterback stuff, but a lot of scrambling opportunities. And, they call him Vanilla Vic for a reason. I don't think the passing yards numbers are going to be all that great, especially without Malik Neighbors. They weren't yesterday, right? He's kind of just figuring out how to play in the NFL, but he's a hell of an athlete. So, if you really are desperate at the quarterback position, I'd spend a little bit more money. But, yeah, I think you're right. Good backup option, and I love him this week, especially the rushing yards.
Yeah, I do too. I already wrote about him on my Fantasy Flames. You can check out that column right now for free at thegamingjuice.com. Again, for free at thegamingjuice.com. We got a couple of sexy running backs available. Let's go to Kenneth Gainwell. Last-minute scratch for Jalen Warren with that bum knee in Dublin, and, man, he earned all the Guinness in that game. A guy that was RB2 on the week, 99 yards on the ground on 19 carries for a repair touchdown, 6 receptions for 35. He's number 7 right now in fantasy points per opportunity, number 20, kind of surprising in yak per attempt, 9 missed tackles forced. He's been ultra efficient. Here's the schedule upcoming. Bye week this week, and then he comes back against the Browns. Good luck. And then at Cincinnati and Green Bay, who's been a bit of a defensive disappointment. Also only 23% rostered. If you need a running back, know that Warren's going to be back at some point. What do you spend on Kenneth Gainwell? I'm thinking like 12 to 15 at most.
Yeah, 12 to 15. Definitely, man.
We got touchdown! Oh, it's Bo Nix on the rush! How about that? Bo Nix calling his own number, getting in for 6 as the Broncos grab the lead over the Cincinnati Bengals. Sorry there, Horvey, on your first touchdown prop. That's why I never bet those things. But I didn't have Bo Nix anytime touchdown either. Anyway, go ahead and digress on Gainwell.
Yeah, man, I'm a fan, right? I was talking with some Steelers fans, including our boss, Andrew Williams, today, and he was like, I really like Gainwell. And you know what? I've always liked Gainwell. I thought he was better suited as a third down back or a career backup, but I don't know, man. Looks like he can handle that full workload. I considered yesterday taking the under on his rushing attempts. Thank God that I didn't. He can handle, it looks like, 12 to 15 carries per game, and he's always going to be a threat in the pass game. I thought he was like 30 years old. I'm not going to lie, man. Kenneth Gainwell, I feel like he's been around forever. He's only 26, too, so he's in the prime of his career for a running back. I like him. So if you're desperate, 12 to 15, and I'm really desperate at the running back position, so I might even overspend.
And he's got the proper last name, Gainwell. Are you kidding me? He should have been a running back from birth, and he certainly was that and is currently in the NFL. Woody Marks. Marks the spot right now. for a lot of fantasy managers out there. I think he is overtaken Nick Chubb in this backfield. Only 31% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. And a guy was RB4 this week, 17 carries for 69 nice on the ground, a touchdown, 4 receptions for 50, and another touchdown through the air. He's a guy that is number 6 in fantasy points per opportunity, 33 in yak per attempt, has only forced 4 missed tackles, and he's only number 45 in yards created in total. But again, he hasn't seen a ton of work, unlike this week. Next 3 games are coming at Baltimore, number 29. We've already talked about how they've really struggled in the trenches defensively, and that's in rush EPA's ranking. Then the bye week, and then at Seattle, number 3 in rush EPAD. What are you looking to spend on Marks? I say it's going to take at least 50 to 60% of your budget. You're going to have to shell out a pretty penny to get him. I think Chubb is still going to be involved in this backfield, but do you believe Marks is going to be the main man now moving forward?
I really do, and I loved him at USC. I'm glad that people are finally starting to recognize the talent. I might go like 70 to 80% of my bankroll. I considered today, I have the Jackson Dart Offensive Rookie of the Year. I considered maybe just like a little sprinkle on Marks, man. I really do like him. He needs the opportunity. My concern, though, was the offensive line, which hasn't been very good. But that's more in pass protection. I'm a fan. So after 119 yards and 2 tutties, granted it was against the Titans, I'm a believer in Woody Marks. I love him.
Yeah, he's going to be the most sought-after guy off of waivers. Contingency prize could be Kendre Miller of the New Orleans Saints. The running back, really a breakout game for him. He was RB14 on the week, 11 carries, 65 yards, and a touchdown. A competitive affair there in Western New York against Buffalo. Next 3 games against the G-Men, dead last in rush EPA defense. And New England, number 7 in that category. Then at Chicago, we know how bad the Bears have been up front, number 21 in rush EPAD. You look at Alvin Kamara, may or may not be with the team by the trade deadline. There's a lot of rumblings he could be on his way out. And Miller's been ultra efficient, number 9 in yak per attempt, 12 missed tackles forced. What are your thoughts on him? I'm spending like probably 15 to 20.
Yeah, 15 to 20 for me too, although it would be a big mistake because I actually released him right before the season began. Didn't think he would get any work, but eventually I think there will be the youth movement. And I think that there's a good chance, like by the end of the season, man, he's going to get the majority of the touches. So I think that's a fair price right there. Ooh, Tyreek.
And Tyreek Hill getting carted off, his leg immobilized. It looked like a gruesome leg injury. He is pretty much done, folks. So we'll keep tabs on that and give you an update. We got to take a little siesta. We come back. Jared Smith's joining us, talking all things pigskin right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 350 as opposed to the Packers at plus 375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like, on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, you know, like the Packers who are getting too much credit, I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucks should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out, their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucs, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucs are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation.
I need to ask you about Green Bay. They look unstoppable for 2 weeks. Yeah. And we got Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog. Oh, they're the best team in the NFL. Okay. Then they lose to Cleveland and give up 40 to Dallas. What are the Packers right now? Do we even know?
I don't know what the defense is. I mean, that's my thing. Like, offensively, their problem is they take their foot off the gas. I like a lot about LaFleur, but not going for that 4th and short. I will never figure out why he doesn't have that assassin gene. Like, he's coming from the McVay family tree. And I know Sean plays with his food a little bit, but Sean also knows how to close out games. And I think he can smell blood and go for it. I don't get why you're bossing that team around and you don't just try to go up 3 scores with your offense and end that thing. And defensively, I don't know. Now Parsons with the back. Now it looks like they could use Kenny Clark. Where the first couple weeks, just an adrenaline rush. I mean, this was a top 5 defense last year in yards allowed per play with the D coordinator in his freshman year in the NFL calling plays. My concerns are more there. Like, what's happened to the pass rush? Like, we know that they're not overloaded with elite cover corners. I can't. It's been 2 different defenses, right? The first couple of weeks. And the Browns don't even count because, that's not an NFL offense. So, I mean, holding them to however many points, 13 or whatever, is I can't read a lot into that. But, yeah, that was an embarrassment last night. I mean, no CD Lamb. They were able to run it and throw it and do whatever they wanted to do to move that ball from really the second quarter on. I don't know what to make of them. I do know this. The fighting Dan Campbells are biting kneecaps again, so look out.
And sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to be talking to our guy, Jared Smith, here momentarily. But a quick reminder. 1, you want to talk fantasy football with us? You want to talk sports betting as well? Hey, you can do so. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Update right now, Miami up 17-3. Darren Waller with his second touchdown of the game. He's got a pulse, folks. And again, Tyreek Hill, I'm no physician, but that looked like a break. That looks nasty. I just got a text photo from our producer, Brandon Combs, who grabbed it and sent it to us. Yikes, that's going to haunt my nightmares. They immediately put his leg in an air cast, got him on a cart, and he gone. I'd be shocked if he returns at all this season. I think he is donezo for the year. So Darren Waller might be somebody you want to pick up ASAP there, Horvat. You were dogging him before the game, but man, he could be dialing back the clock rest of the season with that target share now skyrocketing, knowing that Tyreek Hill is likely donezo for the year.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was going to be instantly involved in the offense at 33 years old after not playing for a full year. He's got a bum hit, but yeah, 2 touchdowns. I should have bet that, and I would have been retired somewhere on an island right now. Dolphins looking good. See if the Jets can get anything going on the offensive side of the ball. At least make this a game. This is one of those nights where I'm not the biggest fan of the Monday night doubleheader, but I will take 2 games tonight because if Jets and Dolphins were a standalone, I'd probably have to exit with you at 10 p.m. and Brando would be doing the solo hour himself.
Or you would just need a full bottle of tequila to try to get you through the hour, to say the least. By the way, Denver on 7-3 on the Cincinnati Bengals. Over under right now, live 43.5. He likes Cincinnati to somehow win that game. We got a touchdown. It's Justin Fields. Remember, I bet him live earlier at plus 213 if this is holding up, and I believe it is. Way to go, Jets. Oh, outstanding stuff. Wow. All right, so that one's going to cash. We got a guest, and we don't want to have him waiting any longer. Despite our victory laps here on BetMGM tonight, it's the one, the only, the tightest beard in the sports betting game. A man right here all the time on the BetMGM network, on Fox Sports Radio as well. Jared Smith. Jared, through animated picture and sound, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Again, follow him on X at Jared Smith Bets, on X at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, among the following teams that plus money to make the NFL postseason, which one entices your wallet the most out of New England at plus 130, the Houston Texans at plus 235, Atlanta at plus 160, or Bear Down, Chicago Bears, plus 450. Give me $100 of my money. Where are you laying it down?
Well, guys, this is going to be back. I think Houston is intriguing because even though they have looked awful offensively, we expect their defense to still compete. And I know it's the Titans, and I don't want you to get overly enthused over their performance yesterday because Tennessee really is that bad. But Houston does play in a division that I think is gettable. The Jags have looked really good. I think that's the part about Jacksonville that has surprised me a little bit. They really should be 4-0. That late loss to Cincinnati where they had that game won, if they convert that 4th down in Cincinnati territory, they would have won that game, and they'd be a very intriguing team at 4-0. The problem I have with Chicago, and it's nothing against Chicago, I really think Ben Johnson's starting to figure it out. And I think Caleb Williams, right, they're starting to figure out what works best for him and how to best utilize his skill set with this offense. The problem with Chicago, Brad, is they play in the toughest division in the sport, where the Packers and the Lions and even the Vikings are kind of right there in the mix. So it feels like Chicago's going to have to be a wild card team, where the other teams you mentioned, New England, I think Drake May is looking like an MVP candidate, but you got to deal with the real MVP, Josh Allen. So they're going to have to be a wild card team. Of those teams you mentioned, I think Atlanta has a chance to win the division. But I think Tampa's still the top dog there, and they've already got a game in hand from week 1 earlier this season. I think it's Houston. I really do. And I don't love what I've seen from CJ Stroud, but I do think that at least their division, there's a path I see to them winning the division, or they, of course, could be a wild card team.
Jared, as long as everybody's healthy, or hell, the majority of the team for the Niners, we should get a decent Thursday night game for once, although the numbers moved from 3.5 to 5.5. I really like this Rams team, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Saw today, your videos and you tweeting about Puka doing the film study. A couple weeks ago, I played a Jonathan Taylor Offensive Player of the Year, but now that number is passed. Your thoughts on this Rams team, that Thursday night game, and more importantly, Puka Nacua?
Yeah, you're right, Ryan. So that's the best tape. I try to, I have just don't have time to watch every single tape, every single week, every single game, but I do pay attention mostly to offenses, quarterbacks, receivers, because that's kind of my MO. The Nakua tape yesterday was surgical, clinical. It was unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
How good he is at running different routes in different times against every coverage imaginable. The Colts yesterday, and listen, I know that it didn't end well for Lou Anarumo in Cincinnati, but we need to remove the narrative from our head that it was his fault. You see this Bengals defense week to week. The personnel was terrible in Cincinnati, and they didn't want to pay Hendrickson and all the issues that they were having at the end of his tenure. Lou Anarumo is a gifted defensive coordinator, and he has a lot of dudes at his disposal with Indy's pass rush, but they couldn't stop Nakua yesterday. There was nothing they could do yesterday. They threw man, they threw zone, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3. I saw some cover 6 in there. It was crazy, the routes that he was running. And we thought Stafford was going to kind of be a slow starter because of the no preseason and the bad back. But this is surgical stuff. 3-1 to win Offensive Player of the Year. He's going to lead, as long as Stafford stays healthy, he's going to lead the sport in receptions and targets and yards. I'm pretty confident of that. If we have another Saquon type year, which it doesn't look like Henry or Saquon or any of those running backs are kind of starting fast, that would be the only thing that would trip up a guy like Nakua to win Offensive Player of the Year. Because, again, I think he's going to lead the league in receptions and yards this year. As for the game this week, listen, the Niners kind of have this voodoo against them right now, where they actually played well enough to win yesterday, minus the 4 turnovers. They outgained Jacksonville, but they gave up a big play on special teams, and they just don't seem to have all their T's crossed and their I's dotted right now. So I understand the line movement. I think the Rams are the best team in that division. Maybe they're the best team in the NFC. The Eagles haven't gained more than 5 yards per play in any game this year, yet they're 4-0, and they've been outgained yards per play in all 4 games. The Lions look legit. We'll see if that defense can hold up, but maybe the Rams right now, guys, are kind of the NFC contender.
I know you do most of your college work on Wednesday. Any other early looks in the NFL from you here on a Monday?
Yeah, I bet the Saints +1
Yes.
this morning. I mean, guys, listen.
Yes.
Jackson Dart was stringing it together with shoelaces and bubble gum yesterday. And now you lose Neighbors. Terrible injury. MetLife Turf claims another victim. That feels like the perfect spot for New Orleans to get their first win. They've played well enough to win some games. They were hanging with Buffalo yesterday. They've hung in these games, right? Like I think the Seattle thing, it was a blitzkrieg early. They got the special teams turnover and then another turnover early in the game, and then the snowball just went rolling against them. But they were in the game against Buffalo. They were in the game against San Francisco. I think they can battle. And I think at home against this, listen, Jackson Dart going on the road in that tough environment, this smells like a dud of a performance coming for New York.
Totally agree.
We're talking to the great Jared Smith right now, a man you can hear right here on the BetMGM Network. You can also hear him on Fox Sports Radio, and give him a follow, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Bets on X. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, let's go to the college gridiron with Oregon knocking off your Penn State squad, sadly, in a whiteout on Saturday night. Are the Ducks the national title frontrunner in your opinion? Right now, the Quackers are second to only the Ohio State. Ohio State at +525 to win the whole shebang. Meanwhile, Oregon at +600. So are you firing off any action on Oregon to win the national title, or do you think they're going to be the outside looking in when it's all said and done?
I think they're legit, Brad. I think they're really young and they're incredibly talented. I don't think Penn State did anything to challenge them on Saturday. That I'll say it right here. That's the worst loss of the James Franklin era. They had over a week to prepare for an inexperienced team coming into their house, and they didn't wake up until they were down 2 scores in the fourth quarter. They thought they were just going to run the ball and get out of Dodge with like a 17-10 win, and they had no respect for Dante Moore, who was an incredibly talented quarterback, and no respect at all for that offense because Jim Knowles, who they paid a boatload of money to, couldn't generate 1 sack or 1 impact play on defense with all these exotic blitz schemes. It was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic, and the Nittany Lions are dead to me. Oregon, though, I think they're still a year away. I'm not upset at all about that game. Oregon, I think, is a year away, guys. Honestly, I think if a Bama or a Georgia challenges them, or even an Ohio State, I don't think they're that good yet. I don't think they're that experienced yet. I still think they're a year away. Now, their schedule is a cakewalk. Dante Moore probably is going to be the inside track for the Heisman because they might not lose a game in the regular season, so he'll probably win the Heisman. But I think Bama's better than them, honestly. I think Bama's better. I think Georgia's better. I even think there's a couple of other middling teams in the SEC that can run with them because I just think they're not experienced enough yet at all these key positions to really stack up. They're a really talented team. I think next year they deserve to be the favorite to win the national championship. But I think this year, especially Bama really got their season back on track on Saturday, guys. I think they would be the team. If I had to pick one team today that's going to win the Natty, I think it's the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Oh, yeah. What is old is new again. The Alabama Crimson Tide being back in the national title conversation. Jared will give you one more here. What team at plus money do you feel has the best chance to make the college football playoff? Your options are Texas Tech at plus 130, Indiana at plus 135, Notre Dame at plus 140, Oklahoma at plus 170. Or you want to go someone else deeper down the list, just looking at the teams I rifled off. Indiana plus 135, that seems like a layup, doesn't it?
Yeah, Indiana does have a really favorable schedule. Yeah, they're probably going to be 10-2, and they have a chance to beat Penn State in Happy Valley, honestly. They really do. Maybe I'm just, again, a little bit salty from Saturday night, but nothing Penn State has done right now this year leads me to believe that they're better than anyone else in the Big Ten, outside of, the really bad teams, like the Northwesterns and the UCLA. Like, they'll beat UCLA this week. But when they face legit teams in that top tier, they're going to battle. Indiana, man, like they've got the style points thing down, Pat. I think Mendoza's legit as a quarterback. He's top 10 in like every efficiency metric. I don't see why who else do they play? Like, they go to Oregon next week, and then they go to Penn State later this year, and then it's Michigan State, UCLA, Maryland, Wisconsin, Purdue. Like, if they go 10-2, they're getting into the freaking playoff. And I think that's a decent bet to make it plus money because they're going to be favored in pretty much all these games. And I'll be honest, they have a decent chance to knock off Penn State in an upset.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. Again, the monster game is going to be in Oregon. That coming up here in a couple of weeks. But Indiana, again, looking like the real deal Holyfield. I cannot believe they're plus 135 to make the college football playoff. Outstanding stuff as always from our guy. Oh, we got another touchdown. Miami in. It's Devon Achane as the Dolphins are about to go up 24-10. That was of the rushing variety. 9-yard touchdown. Oh, and Cortland Sutton breaks loose in the open field. Oh, man, I love this Monday night twin bill. Absolutely has me titillated and quite excited, to say the least, much like Jared Smith does every time he joins us here on BetMGM tonight. Again, give him a follow at Jared Smith Bets on X. Give him a listen. Fox Sports Radio right here on the BetMGM Network. Jared, keep that beer tight. We appreciate the knowledge. We appreciate the advice. And go win some more money.
Love you, boys. Good luck this week.
Thanks, dude.
All right, good luck to you. There he goes, Jared Smith. Man, that was just kind of bonkers what I saw there. I got the split screen up on my YouTube TV feed. Devon Achane getting in. A guy that's absolutely balling out in this game. Really, the Dolphins are collectively. Achane up 10 carries, 51 yards, and a touchdown. Also, only has a 1 reception for 2 yards so far. Of course, the big news that Tyreek Hill is done. Last we saw him, he was in a wheelchair. Again, the leg immobilized, looked like he broke something. It looked like it was awfully serious. So we're going to get official word on that. And then meanwhile, the Broncos are driving. That was a 22-yard gain for one Cortland Sutton in this affair, though the Bengals have been somewhat hanging tough. All right, let's go ahead and reset. And when we come back, before we do our college football fade or follow, our first batch of Week 6 games, we're going to give you a full rundown and some live dive options as well, right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. More bets to come. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM Tonight will be right back. If you missed any part of the show, check out our podcast on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
we'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at plus 200, followed by Toronto plus 275, Yankees plus 340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees, Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick, and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. Two, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric. But then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here. And they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo. And if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series, because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again, just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League, I think is a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exacta.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. Phone line still wide open if you want to talk fantasy football with us. You're thinking about waiver wire priorities. Maybe you're sweating out a couple of these games, hopefully to score the dub. Maybe you're already looking ahead to week numero 5. Maybe you want to talk some college football futures with us. College football bets this upcoming weekend. We're going to do some more fade or follow here in this segment. First batch of games for the week. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's give Horvat some options here on some live dives. Right now, Dolphins, Jets. Miami up 24-10 as the Jets just had to punt it away back to the Fins, who are really in command in this game. Miami laying 12.5 on the live line. Juice to Miami at -120. The over-under has now jumped to 46.5. And again, Horvat said while it was in the 30s, keep betting the over. Looks like he was on track there. If you believe the Jets are somehow, some way going to come back and win this thing, 11-1. Make that 12-1 on the updated live money line. And then meanwhile, Denver up 14-3. Marvin Mims with a rushing TD. They are laying 17.5 on the live spread. Live total at 46.5 against the hopeless and hapless Bengals. The Bengals plus 1,400 on the live money line. Still 8 minutes ago there in the first half. So Jets, Dolphins, Broncos, Bengals, anything in tie shit side, total money line, Horvey.
I would stay away from the total now in the Miami game. You've missed the boat on that one. If I had to bet the game, you know what, man? I could not bet the Jets to cover right now. They are treating this game like they're a service academy team. I know that they want to be a run-first offense, but right now they're beat up in the backfield with no Braylon Allen, and on 3rd and 6, they just called a halfback draw. So Jets might be playing for the number 1 overall pick. I want nothing to do with them. But I would live bet if I had to take a dog, it'd probably be the Bengals, as gross as it looks right now, man. At least Jake Browning is just throwing nothing but go routes, go balls, and they're trying to draw pass interference. So I feel like if anybody's going to cover, it's going to be the team that's at least attempting to push the ball down the field, not the team that on 3rd and 6 is calling halfback draw. So Bengals live, if anything, completely pass on anything in this gross Miami game. I need 34. I need 2 more touchdowns and the over hits and the Dolphins win, and I'm out of that game. That's all I want.
Yeah, and you may get it. And again, garbage time could be arriving here very soon for the Jets, Jets, as they just drew an encroachment foul. Again, 2:35 remaining in the third quarter. They're down 2 touchdowns. By the way, the other thing mysterious that Michael Montgomery Monty, who works our video board here and does a tremendous job with our graphics on BetMGM tonight, brought up, how the hell is J.K. Dobbins only have 2 carries? Like, I don't get that either.
Right.
2 for 8 in this game. Obviously, a guy's going to get fed at some point. R.J. Harvey, 3 carries for 14. Your leading rusher for the Denver Broncos, Marvin Mims, on that carry that went for a touchdown. That was for 16 yards. Chase Brown, 7 carries for 26. The YPC is Diplo 4 as usual because the offensive line is rubbish. Just so bad. Hopefully he's going to get more involved in the pass game. Only 1 target, 1 catch for 9 yards. So find him, Jake Browning. Find him. All right. We'll keep you up to date. If you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder at any point during this segment, I will chime in. I will give you who scored the touchdown, and we'll spin things forward. But right now, we got to get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade? Or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, our first batch, I should say, not patch, of college football Fade or Follow games here ahead of Week 6. We got 4 games. We do 4 games a day. So I try to go in order sequentially of approximately the time these things kick off. So let's start with a Friday night affair. This is how this game always works, folks. I'm going to give you the matchup. I am going to give Horvath, who is favored by how much. The numbers near is going to come out, give you a little bit of background. Then Horvath is going to decide if he's going to fade or follow the favorite and give you the reasons why. All right, so let's get after with a Friday night affair. BYU, nationally ranked right now, laying 18.5 at home there in Provo against West Virginia. A pretty monstrous spread. Football Power Index has BYU at number 18 in the country. The Mountaineers at number 82. Offense efficiency data, according to Pro Football Focus. BYU at number 14 in the nation. Meanwhile, you look at West Virginia, number 130. That's real and very unspectacular, folks. Defensive efficiency, according to PFF, BYU at 34, West Virginia number 98. Barf. So with all those numbers milling about, and you could use them at your disposal, what do you think? Fade or follow BYU minus 18.5, taking on WVU?
Ooh, man, maybe you could make the case for, I could not bet this game. If I had to, you know what, actually, if I had to bet the game, I would probably take the points with West Virginia. So I would fade BYU at such a big number. Yeah, I mean, that's just a really, really large number. West Virginia, a couple of weeks ago, backyard brawl, man, they beat Pitt outright in overtime. And Pitt's a pretty good football team. Granted, they're just beat up right now with no, Reed, and Eli Holstein got hurt as well. Big number, probably West Virginia. But, God, that is a really gross number. I would fade BYU. I think they win that game by 2 scores, right? They're kind of a balanced attack, but they're going to want to run the ball. They play tough defense. I don't know that West Virginia is really going to do a whole lot on offense, so I'd probably lean under in the game. So I would take the dog here.
Yeah, probably alt market living hell out of that game, quite frankly. Oh, there goes J.K. Dobbins. Go, J.K. Go, you beautiful boy, go! Oh, flag down. But he's running hard on this drive. 4 carries now for 29 yards out of nowhere. Oh, it's coming back. Dislocated knee per Adam Schefter, the official diagnosis for one Tyreek Hill. Again, folks, he is done for the season with that kind of gnarly injury. All right, let's move on. Next game, one is going to be far more competitive. Though on Saturday, Iowa State at home. They're in Ames, laying 1.5 against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Numbers near it says this: Football Power Index, Iowa State number 28, Cincy at number 39. Offense efficiency, according to PFF, Iowa State 28, Cincinnati at number 9 in the country. Defensive efficiency, Iowa State at number 75, Cincinnati at number 40. So if you look at it, Iowa State really kind of dwarfed by Cincy, according to the advanced analytics. So with all that data, again, to use at your disposal, fade or follow, touchdown Jets, maybe, although a flag down. Garrett Wilson.
Coming back.
Oh, he's shaking his head. I think it's coming back.
Yeah.
We're going to find out here momentarily. Are they calling offensive pass interference on Garrett Wilson?
I believe that's going to be the call or a hold. Yeah. Mason Taylor had a huge reception, man. I was about to jump up and down. I need him to get in the end zone better than 5-1. Instead, it's Garrett Wilson and, offensive pass interference.
Offensive pass interference. Yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, so what do you say? Fade or follow Iowa State minus 1.5 against the Bearcats?
Oh, Brandon, I'm going to ask for a quick favor, and it's I'm going to need the sledgehammer here. So Daddy wants, Daddy needs, Daddy's got to have it. Game of the year bet. College football. Game of the year. Biggest bet of the year coming up this weekend. I might bet this 8 different times. I love Cincinnati in this game. I think they win this game by a field goal. I've been waiting for the spot to fade this Iowa State team. Did it week 1. Unfortunately, Avery Johnson still can't throw the football. They didn't cover for me last week, though, Kansas State. But, dude, this Cincinnati offense is humming right now. They're at home. I love their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. He's only been sacked 1 time this season. So in pass protection, the offensive line really holding up well. 10 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. He's thrown for over 1,000 yards. He's completing 69% of his passes for nearly 10 yards per completion. He's also the leading rusher right now, averaging almost 7 yards per carry with 4 scores on the ground. Walker also has 3 rushing touchdowns, and I like their receivers, man. Cyrus Allen already has 23 grabs and 5 touchdowns. Caleb Goody has also been really solid. I like Cincinnati. There's a reason I think why the unranked team is favored over the ranked team. Give me the Bearcats and the Fighting Brendan Sorsbys to win this game by a field goal. Love this bet.
And I love the fact I just cashed another ticket. Troy Franklin hit the over on 19.5 yards. Longest catch. Has had a 23-yard snag. Way to go, Denver Broncos. As they're about to score again, they're down to the 5-yard line. Can we get J.K. Dobbins in, please? Selfishly, that would be tremendous. Up to 5 carries for 30 yards. Next game, Clemson laying 13.5 against the not-so-fighting Bill Belichick's of North Carolina. Football Power Index has it. Numbers Nerd says at number 45 for Clemson, 87 for UNC. Offensive efficiency, Clemson 94, Carolina 100. God, that's ghastly. Defensive efficiency, 55 for Clemson, 58 for Carolina. Again, Clemson laying 13.5 against the Tar Heels. Fade or follow, and I think you got to have money on this game to watch it.
Hear me out, everybody, right? There was a couple weeks ago where I gave out Duke, and everybody tailed, and I let you guys down, and I said, it's okay. We're going to take Duke again next week, and they're going to win the game by 30-plus points, and they did just that. Duke also did it again for us. I'm asking you again, we have to trust Clemson. It's going to be gross, but they're playing against Bill Belichick in North Carolina. They've had some time to think and to prepare for this game. I actually think that they're going to score 35-plus points. I laid it with Clemson, and 13.5 is juice minus 120, so I actually took the 14 flat, even money. I think Clemson wins this game by at least 17 points. Famous last words. I said the same thing a couple weeks ago. I said they're going to beat Syracuse by 21. They lost by almost 21. I'm not going to let you down this week, and either will Dabo. Clemson rolls. We follow Clemson.
Oh,
Harvey,
man, and your boy almost followed himself into the end zone. R.J. Harvey got tripped up there in a Wildcat formation, trying to bounce it out wide. A shoestring tackle. It is 4th and 1 as the Denver Broncos are going to go for it. All right, last game, Georgia minus 22.5 against Kentucky. Football Power Index has the Bulldogs at number 7 in the country. The Wildcats number 48, offense efficiency. UGA at 47. University of Kentucky at 112, defensive efficiency. UGA at 62. University of Kentucky at 22. So again, fade or follow. Georgia minus 22.5 at home against Kentucky.
RJ Harvey, why you got to do me like that, man? I'm going to fade
Brutal.
Georgia because everybody's going to think, roll out the helmets. They lost to Alabama. I don't love this Georgia team like everybody does. Man, going into that Bama game, this is why I love Bama. They had 3 sacks all season long. Georgia historically has the best defensive line in all of college football. Hell, their starting defensive line plays for the Eagles right now. They have no sacks from their defensive line. All 3 of their sacks this season have come from the linebacker position, and they're getting no natural pressure. They had to blitz on all 3 sacks. That's why I love Ty Simpson. I think Kentucky is just going to do what they do best. Ground and pound, play tough defense. Georgia wins, but I think they win this game by like 14 to 17 points, not by 24. So I'll fade the Bulldogs for the 2nd consecutive week, and I'll grab Kentucky here.
Oh, and Bo Nix just throws an interception in the end zone. And that was on 4th down, so it really doesn't matter, but it gives the Bengals better field position. As a result, Denver up 14-3. Whole lot of R.J. Harvey on that drive and in a goal line package, and it wasn't J.K. Dobbins. I'm perplexed, to say the least. Justin Fields getting flushed out of the pocket, got a call zone number for about a 5-6 yard gain. It's 3rd down and a gazillion, roughly, for the New York Jets. I don't know. Here's a thought. Throw it to Garrett Wilson, you jackass. Have some selfish motivations there. What do you think so far? I mean, Bo Nix has been rather rocky in this game outside of a couple of meaningful completions. Again, he missed your boy R.J. Harvey on a surefire touchdown in the open field on a basic seam route. And then that pick in the end zone. Again, it was 4th down. Needed to, try to punch it in, but, gives him better field position as a result, man. He's been questionable, to say the least, so far in this affair.
A couple of the guys that I go on with, everybody thought that this was like a hot take, right? Because he's a top 10 fantasy quarterback. Bo Nix is not good. Bo Nix looked good last season because Sean Payton had the controller and there was no tape on Bo Nix. Now there's a whole season of tape on Bo Nix. Go back, everybody, and please watch Bo Nix at Auburn. There's a reason why he transferred and went to Oregon. Bo Nix couldn't win a road game in the SEC. He goes to Oregon and he looks great in the Kenny Dillingham system. And then the Will Steen system, the every quarterback. All these guys look great in. Dante Moore this year, Dylan Gabriel last year, okay? So Bo Nix can't push the ball down the field. When he tries to, he throws nothing but ducks. Who do you want in the fourth quarter of a game? Justin Herbert, Pat Mahomes, or Bo Nix? Yeah, the Broncos are not going anywhere because Bo Nix is no good. I'm sorry, this is not a hot take. He's a fine fantasy quarterback, but he's not a good reality quarterback. No, sir.
Yeah, and neither is Justin Fields. All right, we'll update you on why when we come back. Stick around right here. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 520 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, like Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
I will say I watched that entire Texans game because I had my most amount of entries in Survivor on Houston. I still don't trust that Houston offense. I know the score says 26-0. They didn't get into the red zone, I think, until the fourth quarter of that game. And this is against the Tennessee Titans. So if you're depending on them scoring a bunch, like, I don't know. But we're in this situation, we are getting 6.5. They may have found a running back, though. They ended up leaning more on Woody Marks. He got 17 carries for 69 rushing yards. He was using tandem with Chubb, but Marks got more run than Chubb. That was one of my takeaways. Here's the other thing with the Texans. What's the total on this game? You have it up on this page?
Houston, 43.5. Yep.
Houston's 4-0 to the under this year. I think they're the only 4-0 under team. Yeah. So people are going to bet that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Ormond in the house on this twin bill of Monday Night Football action. We're going to give you an update on our cards here momentarily. See how our bets are shaping up. Hopefully, we're shipping some dollars into our pockets, and then we'll give you some live dive information and stat updates as well. Right now, Miami up 24-13, under 12 minutes ago in the game, as the Dolphins have the ball right now. So Jets have got to get out of this, and they did. That was third and 4, did not convert. Another throw to Darren Waller, who's absolutely balling out tonight, looking vintage. And again, Tyreek Hill looks like he is done for the season with a knee dislocation, as reported by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Meanwhile, Denver up 14-3 right now. And they do have the ball on their side of the field at about the 33-yard line. It is 3rd and 10. I'm going to give this to you live. Bo Nix takes a snap out of shotgun, fires it. Oh, yeah, completion. Down the field, others that Marvin Mims, 25 seconds ago in the first half. They're in field goal range right now. The Bengals, again, stuck in the hind teat. They're awful, America. And they're actually playing better football tonight. But again, offensively, they're just broken. Why am I suggesting they're playing better football when they're already down 14-3 and probably got to build a bigger deficit? Well, Chase Brown, close to 4 yards per carry. Moral victories, 8 for 30 in this game. Jake Browning, 2 for 5 on the ground. Higgins, your leading receiver for this franchise. 5 targets, 2 receptions for 25. Jamar Chase, 4 targets, only 3 grabs for 15. Chase Brown only has a 1 target, 1 reception for 9. Tinsley, 1 for 9. Gesicki, 1 for 8. Again, the Bengals offense just in complete disarray. And this is going to be the story of the rest of their season. We're not going to see Joe Burrow again because they're going to have no reason to play him by the time he's able to return in December. So it's going to be a wrap. And they are very much in the conversation, Horvey, to potentially be the number 1 overall pick come year's end, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, that would help them out, actually, probably, like, rather than Burrow try to come back and make a miraculous run to the playoffs. Because right now they don't look very good, and they need some help on the defensive side of the ball, right? And the offensive line. So if they did get a top 5 pick, that'd probably benefit them in the future. Because, I mean, I know they're a 2-1 team, but I thought they were going to at least be competitive in this game, and they're down 11 points. And it should be a lot worse if Bo Nix doesn't throw that pick in the end zone. And also he should have had my guy, RJ Harvey, for 6 as well. So really, like, Denver's outgained them by almost 200 yards. They could be up by 3 or 4 scores in this game. So there's a good chance the Bengals are really just that bad. And also, is Zach Taylor's job safe? That's another question.
Yeah, it really is. I think he's on rickety ground. Unfortunately, incompletion there on a quick slant. I believe that was to Beatty, if I remember correctly. It was not RJ Harvey. So, again, J.K. Dobbins, kind of mystifying that he did not get the goal line work on the last series. He's been one of the most efficient goal line backs in the NFL this season. He scored a touchdown in all 3 games, and I felt Sean Payton was getting a little bit too cute there with the R.J. Harvey action. And much to your chagrin, because you're rooting for Harvey to find the end zone, because that was one of your selections tonight. I'm sweating out Breece Hall. He could still grab him at 6+ receptions at the exact same number I got him at plus 115. Jets have the ball right now. They're down 2 scores, 11 minutes and change to go in the fourth quarter. So hopefully Breece Hall, with their backs against the goal line, is going to be involved as a receiver here on this drive. So we'll keep you abreast of all the action as Breece Hall gets a carry. Instead, it goes nowhere. In fact, that was a loss of a yard. So looks like the Jets are going to be setting up for a 2nd and long at their own by 1.5 yards. All right, again, we'll keep you up to date on both these games. We'll chime in if there's any scoring. But let's go ahead and get after with our cards tonight. How are your picks looking so far, amigo?
RJ Harvey went over the rush yards. I don't know if that made my card. Let me pull it up really quick. I had way too many bets for these crappy games, but RJ Harvey did go over 24.5 rushing yards. I need him to get in the end zone. Darren Waller, under 11.5 receiving yards, lasted about 5 minutes. That was a loser. Jets Dolphins over 44. Looking pretty good. I need one more touchdown for at least a push. Cortland Sutton, anytime touchdown.
Denver Broncos, Cortland Sutton, who you called, I called as well.
There it is.
Plus 130.
There it is. Well, there's number 3. Cortland Sutton is a winner. Thank Christ. Plus 135. So right now, looking like it could be a 2-1 night on the card. Sledgehammer special, Bengals plus 7.5. Toss that in the toilet. Seduced by the Juice, RJ Harvey anytime touchdown plus 260 should have hit. And then bonus time, Chase Brown under 54.5 rush yards. I feel a lot better about that now that this game, I don't know that the Bengals are going to be able to establish the run, so I feel pretty good about that as well.
All right, my card so far, Garrett Wilson over 5.5 receptions. I need 3 more grabs. Again, they're dealing with a deficit. They have the rock, but throw to them. Hit number 5, please, Justin Fields. Number 2, SGP, Denver minus 2.5. I think that is going to cover. And I also had J.K. Dobbins anytime touchdown at plus 100. We're going to see if that one comes through. A lot of time left. Chase Brown, number 3 for me on the over 3.5 receptions at plus 120. Does have odd grab, and they're dealing with a monster deficit. I have Malik Washington over 4.5 rush yards. That came through. I had Tua over 0.5 rush yard. That is going to come through even with some deep knees. Should be able to hit that. Has 6 rush yards in the game. I also had Cortland Sutton and Seduced by Juice anytime touchdown plus 130. Have J.K. Dobbins in my sledgehammer special, 61.5 yards. Just give him the damn ball, please, Sean Payton, in the second half and let him just eat the clock. Right now, he is at, drumroll, 5 for 30, so we're almost halfway there. And then I had all kinds of bonus time bets as well that I tossed out there. And one of those, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up again, was, Chase Brown is where I had the over on 3.5 receptions there. So Malik Washington was on my card, technically, on the over 4.5 rush. So I already got 1 winner home, 2 still alive. The Garrett Wilson one is the one I'm really going to be sweating out. Just had a target. It was nearly an INT off the hand there of Justin Fields. So could be a decent night for both of us, quite frankly. We're going to see what happens here in the second half. But, man, the ghastly offensive play of the Cincinnati Bengals just continues. I traded Jamar Chase away in a fantasy league. I got Trey Benson and Jamison Williams. A lot of people really were like, man, why'd you sell Jamar Chase so low? I'm like, dude, I got to win. B, I think Benson, his role is going to ramp up. I know he had a decent, not a great game on Thursday night, and Jamison Williams didn't do a whole lot of anything, but I think this is going to be par for the course. Jamar Chase may be more of a, WR2, like a back-end WR2 rest of season because Jake Browning just can't get him the football on explosive pass plays, Horv.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. I didn't think there was going to be that much. I mean, I thought there was going to be a drop-off, right, when you're trying to replace a guy that could legitimately win an MVP every season that he's healthy in Joe Burrow. But Jake Browning was more than serviceable a couple of years ago. And, we talked about this. He's also got that gunslinger mentality where, hey, he might throw 2 or 3 picks, but he also might throw 2 or 3 touchdowns, especially when you have T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, those weapons. But it's in the offense, man, is not very creative. They had, I think, 6 penalties, so sloppy football. And it's all just like go balls and go routes and vertical routes. There's no creativity. There's no pre-snap motion. There's no play action. I think a lot of that falls on Zach Taylor, right? It's easy just to blame the backup quarterback and Jamar Chase, but it's Zach Taylor. It's the play calls. If you have a backup quarterback, you got to be extra creative. And the Bengals have not been. And that's why they're most likely going to get blown out. And most likely they'll be picking in the top 10 unless Joe Burrow makes a miraculous comeback. Or they make one tonight with Jake Browning behind center. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that was a fair trade, right? A good buy low on Jamar Chase. And then for you, needed help in a backfield with a running back. So I think that was a fair trade and a good move by you.
Yeah, and only a $2 keeper is Trey Benson, and that is a keeper format. So that was the upside there. By the way, the live line on Denver and Cincinnati at the half, Broncos laying 22.5, Horv. 22.5.
Unreal, man. And I need somehow Cincinnati to cover 7.5. Now I'm just cheering for the over. I just need, and this is probably like the best thing, right? Because it's a 21-3 game if you have the over, because Jake Browning is going to be throwing the football in the second half. I don't think that they're going to try to establish the run down 18 points. So with that, hopefully comes some big plays down the field, maybe some DPIs at least if you can't convert, and then maybe some pick sixes. So I feel better about the over. I don't even think I'd grab Cincinnati right now catching 3 touchdowns. I have no faith in them on the offensive side of the ball. So I'd probably stay away from the game. Maybe live bet the over with me if you want to sweat in that one.
Yeah, and I need 2 more receptions for Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson to cash on both those tickets. They're punting the ball away with just over 7 minutes to go. So I need a quick 3 and out, and the Jets get the ball back because they're going to be in a air it out situation, down 2 scores here with 7 minutes remaining in this contest there in SoFly against the Miami Dolphins. But yeah, baseball bets tomorrow. We're taking the Cubs. I'm going to lay the 1/2 of the run line. Screw it. Plus 171. Let's ride, Horv.
Yeah, I'll be on the Cubs tomorrow as well. Have to do it. I'll be a coward and just go minus 115 on the money line. I'm going to go under 7 with Pivetta on the bump for the Padres, a 2.87 ERA. We're rolling with Boyd at his 3.21 ERA. I can't bet against the Cubs in the postseason. And then, I got to be honest, man, I know it's Scooble, but minus 165, I think I'm going to roll with Cleveland. In baseball, I like to roll with the hot team. Give me the Guardians and Williams tomorrow. Plus 138 is the best price that I'm seeing. Low total, 6. Still lean under. I could see that being like a 3-2 Cleveland victory. Maybe they got to get to the pen when Scuba leaves. But I'll go Guardians plus 138, Cubs minus 115. And then, I guess I'll have to bet Boston, New York before we get on the air. Give me Boston plus 114. Another team that's rolling going into the postseason. And they got our guy Crochet on the bump. So I'll roll Boston, Chicago, Cleveland.
And I'll take Crochet. I don't know what the number is on the over on strikeouts all day long. He's probably going to punch out 10 in that start. So totally agree with you there. All right, we're going to be sweating out baseball tomorrow. We will have one game on while we're live on air. We'll give you more in terms of football. Stick around for the bonus hour of BetMGM tonight. Until next time, adios, amigos. Come on, Jets, wake up.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
The odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're plus 350 as opposed to the Packers at plus 375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like, on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, like the Packers, who are getting too much credit, I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucks should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is – a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out. Their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucks, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucs are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation.
I need to ask you about Green Bay. They look unstoppable for 2 weeks. Yeah. And we got Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog. Oh, they're the best team in the NFL. Okay. Then they lose to Cleveland and give up 40 to Dallas. What are the Packers right now? Do we even know?
I don't know what the defense is. I mean, that's my thing. Like, offensively, their problem is they take their foot off the gas. I like a lot about LaFleur, but not going for that fourth and short. I will never figure out why he doesn't have that assassin gene. Like, he's coming from the McVay family tree. And I know Sean plays with his food a little bit, but Sean also knows how to close out games. And I think he can smell blood and go for it. I don't get why you're bossing that team around and you don't just try to go up 3 scores with your offense and end that thing. And defensively, I don't know. Now Parsons with the back. Now it looks like they could use Kenny Clark. Where the first couple weeks, just an adrenaline rush. I mean, this was a top 5 defense last year in yards allowed per play with the D coordinator in his freshman year in the NFL calling plays. My concerns are more there. Like, what's happened to the pass rush? Like, we know that they're not overloaded with elite cover corners. I can't. It's been 2 different defenses, right? The first couple of weeks. And the Browns don't even count because, that's not an NFL offense. So, I mean, holding them to however many points, 13 or whatever, is I can't read a lot into that. But, yeah, that was an embarrassment last night. I mean, no CD Lamb. They were able to run it and throw it and do whatever they wanted to do to move that ball from really the second quarter on. I don't know what to make of them. I do know this. The fighting Dan Campbells are biting kneecaps again.
Time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM tonight after dark, final solo hour. Ryan Horvath with you here on a Monday, September 29th. Feels like I just got off the air on Friday and then Saturday and then Sunday, and here we are again. But we got not one but two Monday Night Football games, and great news, man. I'm pumped to be with you guys because both games suck, and we're going to talk about them really quick. The Dolphins are up 24-13. Yeah, the Dolphins and the Jets are playing a Monday Night Football game. The Jets, even though they are down 24-10, decide to kick a field goal to make a two-possession game a two-possession game. And then on fourth down on the next possession, they punt down 2 scores, which leads to Miami kicking a field goal. So now 27-13 Dolphins on a real nail-biter here on Monday night. And then in the second matchup, this is why I love 2 Monday night games, we got the corpse of the Cincinnati Bengals out in Denver down 21-3. So if you're looking to live bet these games, 1, get a life. 2, here's your lines. You got the Dolphins laying 13.5 on the live line, live total 40.5. Then you have the Bengals catching 22.5, live total 44.5. All right, let's talk a little baseball, which we usually don't do here in the solo hour on BetMGM tonight after dark. Ryan Horvath, Brandon Combs, Mike Montgomery. But tomorrow, I'm all in because the postseason officially begins. We got the wild card matchups. And let's look at these really quick. Right now, over at BetMGM on a Tuesday, 1:08 p.m. Eastern, first pitch. The Guardians, plus 138 dogs. Detroit, a minus 165 favorite. The total in the game is 6. Also tomorrow, the Padres, minus 105. The Cubs, minus 115. Total in that one is 7. Boston, the Red Sox, sneak into the postseason. They're plus 114 in game 1, taking on the Yankees, who are a minus 134 favorite. That total is 7. And then in the nightcap, the game that will actually be live for 9:08 first pitch Eastern time. We'll have our best bets before. The Dodgers minus 203 favorites against the Reds. Total in the game is 7. So, Brando, let's start with tomorrow's matchup and also take a look at the series prices. Brandon Combs, executive producer of the show. He's our baseball expert. I'm coming off a 21-5 college football and NFL weekend. So, Brando's going to try to help me here with baseball. Detroit tomorrow. Let's just start with tomorrow's game. Minus 165 favorites. They take a little bit of money. This opened minus 164. The total in the game is 6. It's so low because it's Skubal on the bump with his 2.21 ERA. He's 13-6 this year for the Detroit Tigers. Going against Williams, who is 12-5 this season with a 3.06 ERA. So who do you trust more tomorrow? Gavin Williams or Skubal? And what do you think about that total at 6 too, Brando?
Yeah, so I like the Tigers in this game, and I like Skubal. I know a lot of people are going to point to the fact that the Tigers, lost 20 of 27 games in September. They lost that big lead in the division. They were 99.9% chance to win the division on September 1st, and then had to wait till the final day in a Cleveland loss to help them win that division. But I really like the people are going to forget that they were the best team in baseball for the first 6 months. I think Tariq Skubal, I think this lineup gets it done. I like the over in this game, man, the over 6, because even if this game is nothing heading into the 5th inning, both of these bullpens can be got. And 6 runs, I feel like this is I texted you earlier, I think this is a 5-3 final. I like the Tigers in this one 5-3, so I like the over on this one a lot. And I like the Tigers. I don't know if I would do the run line at plus 118. I do like the run line at plus 118, but I don't know if I would bet that. But it's for me, it's the Tigers and it's the over.
Tigers in the over for Brando. Yeah, usually when I bet baseball, man, especially in the postseason, sometimes I do like to ride with the hot team. But fading Skubal, especially in the postseason in a wild card setting, I'm with you. I don't know if I have the stomach for it. So I'll roll with you on the Tigers. I'm going to stay away from the total at 6, though. What about the series price? Do you like Detroit in the series, or do you think the Guardians got a shot to move on to the NLDS?
I do like Detroit in this series. Like I said, I mean, they for 6 months of this season, they were the best team in baseball. I mean, yes, they had a bad September, but this is still a really good baseball team. And Cleveland got hot in September, but then they started to cool off there towards the end. They lost 4 of their last 6. They lost 2 of the last 3 in the final weekend where they could have won the division. So I do like Detroit in this series. I think they win this one in probably straight in 2.
And it's a pick, minus 110 both ways, so don't hate that whatsoever. All right, let's talk about our boys. The Cubs, let's start with game 1. Did they really open at minus 125? The Cubs did? So they've
Yeah.
Right now, bounced down to minus 115. I'm sorry, you could actually get the Cubs best price minus 110 right now if you shop around. So it's pretty much a pick. The Padres minus 102. Total in the game is 7 at Wrigley Field tomorrow. We got Matthew Boyd on the bump, 14-8 this season with a 3.21 ERA, going against Nick Pivetta, 13-5 with a 2.87. You already know that I'm going to bet the Cubs in this game. I would bet this all the way up to minus 125 where it opened. I think they're going to get after Pivetta tomorrow, man. I like the Cubs in this game quite a bit, actually. I'm looking if there's a better price. I mean, I'm looking at it. I know Pivetta, the numbers are good, but right now he's in the bottom half of the league in expected ERA, average exit velocity, barrel rate, and hard hit rate. Now you're going against this Cubs lineup. And I like Matthew Boyd. I like a lefty going against the Padres. So I'll roll with the Cubs tomorrow. San Diego on the road this season, also not as strong, a much better home team on the road, 38-43. The Cubs, I'm looking at it, man. So the Cubs actually in this series are going to have the pitching advantage, the hitting edge. If you look at the Padres, they finished the regular season in the bottom half of the league in slugging percentage, OPS, and homers. The Cubs are 11th or better in every single category. It's scary for me to trust them, but I'm rolling with the Cubs game 1, and I'm rolling with the Cubs in the series. Your thoughts, Brando?
Yeah, I'm also rolling with the Cubs in the series and the Cubs in game 1. And it's not just because I'm a Cubs fan. People are going to see this. They're going to be, oh, the guy wearing the Cubs hat is picking the Cubs. Go figure. No. I like the fact that the Cubs are playing 3 straight day games. And 3 straight games for the Padres that start at noon local time for the Padres. These are games that are earlier than they're used to playing. And not only that, but Nick Pivetta going in game 1. I think that's where San Diego kind of messed up. They should have thrown Dylan Cease in game 1. Dylan Cease owns the Cubs. But Nick Pivetta against the Cubs, 5 games that he started in his career, he's given up 12 runs in those 5 games, never given up less than 5 hits against the Cubs. So I like this Cubs team tomorrow. I think that they jump on Pivetta early and often. I like the Cubs big in this one, man. So I like the Cubs. I like the over in this one as well. I know the total's set at 7. I love that over for this team. The Cubs have been swinging hot bats, man. Michael Busch has been on a tear. Seiya Suzuki has heated up. PCA is finally starting to come back to form. He's hitting the ball. He's running all over the bases. And then when you watch Matthew Boyd's press conference today, and when they're talking about starting him in game 1, and he talks about his grandfather being a Cubs fan, and he just breaks down, talking about how much this start means to him. I think he's going to have a fantastic outing tomorrow. And so I'm going to take the Cubs. I'm going to take the over. I think the Cubs win this one big. I texted you earlier. I think there's an 11-3 type Cubs win.
I'll take that. So, yeah, I'm on the Cubs, and I like the Cubs series price as well. Best price that you could find right now on the Cubs series price, by the way, is minus 125. And if you like the Padres, they are plus money, plus 105. But I like the Cubs game 1, and I like them overall in the series. If they do go home early, what would be your concern? The injuries or what? Just that they suffered late in the season?
Yeah,
bullpen?
No, it's the bullpen. Yeah, if they get into – that's the one thing with the Padres is that – the Padres, when leading after 6 innings this year, they are 67-5. They don't lose when they're leading after 6 innings. And the Cubs, they give up runs out of the bullpen like it's candy on Halloween. They just start giving up runs. They have leads, and the bullpen just blows them. So the Cubs, that's if they lose this series, it's going to be because they couldn't score and the bullpen just gave it up.
I have Dolphins money line, but I also have the over, and we got the over. Garrett Wilson with a touchdown reception. So if you got a Garrett Wilson anytime touchdown bet, that number is going to cash. Let's just make sure this counts. It looks like you got both feet in, so that should be a touchdown. All right, let's move on to the next game for tomorrow. So we've got through 2. We're moving on quickly because I also want to take a look at some World Series MVP odds and whatnot before we get out of here tonight and just go over the rest of the bracket, look at some World Series futures because I'm really excited for the postseason, man.
Yeah.
That last month of the season is so fun, but for me, I didn't really care because college football is going on selfishly, NFL is going on, and my team, we didn't really have that much of a sweat, baby. Now, if you're a Reds fan, you were obviously, you're in the thick of it, man. But as a Cubs fan, feels good, right? How about Boston tomorrow? So they open plus 110. Now it's plus 114. Justin Fields, by the way, runs it in for the 2-point conversion. Now it's 27-21. Watch the Jets come back and win this game. So Boston tomorrow, plus 114. Like I said, the Yankees are the favorites in New York, minus 134. Total in the game right now is 7. For Boston, they got Crochet on the bump, 18-5 this season with a 2.59 ERA, going against Max Fried, 19-5 this season with a 2.86 ERA. So we get another low total. It's 7. Who are you rolling with game one? Let's start with game one. Yankees, minus 130. Boston, plus 116. You going with Fried or Crochet?
Yeah, I'm going with Crochet in this one. The Red Sox won, I think, 9 of their first 11 or 12 games against the Yankees this season. This Red Sox team is really, really good. This whole AL East was pretty damn good this year. But I like this. I like Crochet. I like the Red Sox in this game. I think this is the only one that I bet the under on, because I didn't bet the total in the Reds and Dodgers, because when I was looking at the games, the Dodgers hadn't picked a pitcher yet, and I couldn't really decide whether or not I wanted to bet the under or the over. This one's an under for me. I think that this is going to be one of those games where it's battle tested. You're probably going to see a 1-1 game type game going into the 7th inning. The Red Sox will find a way to manufacture a run or two. I think the Red Sox win this one tomorrow 3-1. I think the Red Sox actually win this series. I think the Yankees are going home early.
Yeah, man. I mean, if Roman Anthony was healthy, I might look at some Boston futures, right? Because with Roman Anthony, I'm looking at it right now, 44-27 this season when he plays, 45-46 when he doesn't. The thing I like about them, though, is obviously it comes down to pitching, right? And that's the case that you made for Detroit, especially if you have Skubal and they have Crochet, and I'm a huge fan. And I don't think their bullpen gets enough love either in Boston. And, they're hot right now. So I like them. If they were a little bit healthier, I might look at their futures. I do still like them against New York tomorrow. What about the series overall? You're rolling with Boston, you said, in the series too right now?
Yeah, I'm going to go Boston overall.
Get on them, plus 145. Yeah, I like that number, dude. I like that number quite a bit. All right, we'll get back to baseball here in a second. 27-21, though. I also need the Dolphins' money line. And now we got New York with only 1 timeout remaining for the Jets, though. 1:44 to go in the game. So they'll use that timeout right now. I'm trying to do the math in my head. 1:44. So if the Jets do get the ball back, there'll be no time left on the clock. They're also showing the Jets' upcoming schedule. They get the Cowboys, the Broncos in London, the Panthers, and then on the road against the Bengals before a bye. It's just, I don't know that it ever is going to get any better for the Jets, man. You had Aaron Rodgers for 2 years, and you couldn't even make the playoffs. And you got him killed the first year, so I don't know that it ever gets better. Meanwhile, out in Denver, the Bengals doing what they do best this season, that's punt the ball away. 21-3 game, 11 minutes to go. And something weird just happened where Troy Franklin, it looked like he was catching fair catch, and the dude from the Bengals ripped it out of his hands. I don't think that's going to count, but we'll see here in a second. What about the nightcap tomorrow? We got the Dodgers minus 203 favorites. The Reds, I'm cheering for the Reds, dude. I was talking about this with Hassan, with Jake Hassan and some other people in Chicago. I should hate the Reds as a Cubs fan. I should hate all NL Central teams. I just can't do it. I can hate the Cardinals. I could hate the Pirates as much as you can. I definitely hate the Brewers, but this Reds team is fun, dude. They got Hunter Green going game 1. He's got a 2.76 ERA, 7-4 this season, was beat up. Going against Blake Snell. So Blake Snell is officially the starter for the Dodgers. 5-4 this season with the 2.35. It's a big number on the Dodgers. Run line minus 1.5 is plus 115. They're almost minus 200 favorites. What do you think about this one, Brando?
Yeah, look, I like the Reds in this game. I like the Reds a lot in this game. And Hunter Green's a beast, and people don't give this Reds team enough credit. And I know that they didn't start out hot, but the way they've played over the last 2 months of this season has been incredible. And not only that, but then they got the X factor, right? Terry Francona managing this baseball team. I think I've told you all season long, and it started back in March when everybody was telling me that the Dodgers were going to win the World Series. They were going to run away with everything. They were going to be the best team. They were going to win 110 games, maybe 120 games this season. Nobody was going to touch them. And I told everybody the Dodgers would not go to the World Series. That starts with this series. The Reds are taking the Dodgers out in this series. The Reds are winning game 1 tomorrow. I've got the Reds on the money line at, was it now plus 160 plus 180 on the money line. Give me the Reds on the money line tomorrow, and give me the Reds in this series because the Dodgers are not beating the Reds.
I'll be on the Dodgers, and I also have the Dodgers to win the World Series, especially when it moved to plus 550. Got another little piece of that. I also bet the Mariners. What we're going to do after the commercial break, because we're up against it, is we're going to go through every single team. We're going to look at their World Series future. We're going to make the case why they could do it, why they probably won't do it, and if they do it, who would win World Series MVP? Because I want to look at those odds as well. We'll keep you updated on what's going on Monday Night Football. A whole lot of nothing. BetMGM the night after dark.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
We'll start with the American League. Seattle is your favorite at plus 200, followed by Toronto plus 275, Yankees plus 340, Red Sox 8-1, Tigers 9-1, and then the Guardians are 10-1. For me, I think the winner of Yankees, Red Sox, that wild card series, I think is going to the World Series. That would be my pick, and I think it's going to be the Yankees. I like the Yankees a little bit better than I like Boston. For one, that wild card series is going to be in the Bronx, which definitely helps. Two, their starting rotation is much better. We're going to get Fried versus Crochet tomorrow, which is going to be electric, but then the Yankees can throw Rodon in game 2, and I think their starting pitching is a little bit better. I also think the Yankees bullpen might be a touch better. Chapman has been incredible this season for Boston, and after that Yankees bullpen was like a disaster in July and August, they've been much better here as of late. They went into, during the trade deadline, they traded for a bunch of closers, and it's starting to pay off a little bit here, and they made it to the World Series last year. I do have my concerns about the lineup. Judge, as we know, has not been good in October, but Stanton is fantastic. So I would expect that to continue for Giancarlo, and if Judge can turn into Aaron Judge in October, Yankees are going to be a dangerous team. So for me, it would be the Yankees at plus 340. I do think the winner of Yankees and Red Sox, though, is going to the World Series. I can't buy Seattle as a favorite. I understand why they're favored. I just can't do it as a favorite. Wait until they're trailing in a postseason series because they will. They will. They're not going to make it easy on themselves or their fans. So if you like Seattle, just bet them series by series. Wait until they're trailing at some point if you want a good number on the Mariners. I just can't bet them. Tigers, Guardians, Blue Jays, I'm good on those teams. National League, I think, is fascinating as well. I kind of think the winner of Dodgers and Reds in that NL wildcard series could be a little dangerous. You know, the Reds and the Mets I thought were interesting teams, especially if the Mets would have gotten in. I would have taken a stab with them, but now that they're out, look, the Reds have a very good pitching staff. Terry Francona is their manager, and they kind of have a Diamondbacks feel to them from a couple years ago where they have this young, talented offensive lineup. They're too young, too dumb to know any better than to just go out and win games against good teams. So maybe Cincinnati can make some noise. The Dodgers, I think there's good value on them. I just don't understand why Philadelphia is the favorite without Zach Wheeler. I understand they have one of the top records in Major League Baseball. I get that Philadelphia is a tough place to win in October, but Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and especially in October. And I think losing him is just so massive, and we're not accounting for that enough. I think the Dodgers should still be favored. The fact that they're not, I kind of like the value on LA. And then San Diego, I think I might have to do it with them again just because the fact that they're going to play the Cubs, and I think they win that wild card series, and then they would get the Brewers after that. And they got a nice price. I mean, plus 750 the Padres to win the National League, I think is a good buy. So San Diego, LA, Cincinnati, probably the teams that I would look at. But Yankees, Dodgers, World Series, 30-1. I think it's going to be a repeat of what we had last year. So I'll take Yanks, Dodgers at 30-1 exacta.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
All right, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you here. Solo hour like we do every single night, weeknight, Monday through Friday. Not every night, I die. 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. We're back tomorrow night, myself and Brad Evans from 7 to 11, by the way. Right now, somehow, some way, we got two more winners in the National Football League. The Dolphins' money line was never really a sweat. They win 27-21, but we also had the over 43.5. I saw everybody take the under, and I said we went some zig. We zag here on the show. So 2-0 start. I don't know if that's going to continue, though, because somehow I need the Bengals to cover 7.5, and right now they're down 21-3. Bo Nix facing a 1st and 25, a dump off here to J.K. Dobbins, who goes absolutely nowhere, but the Bengals trail by 18. I need them not to lose by 8. We'll keep you updated right now in the second Monday Night Football game. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. We're talking Major League Baseball, though, and we just ran through the wild card matchups. We like not only game 1 tomorrow, but also the series prices as well. Now I want to look at all these postseason teams, though. I'm going to pop up the board right now over at BetMGM. I want to take a look at the futures market, but of course, my computer is being funky. I should have did this during the commercial break. Great radio, I know, but let me pull up Major League Baseball futures. While I do that, let's see what Bo Nix does here on 2nd and 21. He does what he does best, and that's dump down, throw a check down, that time to Evan Ingram, and he goes for about 5 or 6 yards, it looks like. All right, Major League Baseball, and I scroll down here, and I get to the World Series odds. Here we go. All right, so the Philadelphia Phillies are the favorites, plus 450, not the Los Angeles Dodgers. Like Brandon said, Dodgers aren't winning at all. And right now, they're not even the favorites or the co-favorites. Phillies plus 450. The Mariners plus 550. The Dodgers plus 550. The Toronto Blue Jays plus 650. The New York Yankees 7-1. The Milwaukee Brewers are 7-1. The Cubs are 12-1. The Padres are 16-1. The Red Sox are 18-1. The Tigers are 20-1. The Guardians are 22-1, and the Reds are 35-1. So, Brando, let's do it like this. Let's start at the bottom, and let's go with the Cincinnati Reds, who right now are 35-1 to win the World Series. Can you make the case for the Reds to win the World Series at a 35-1 price, or is that a waste of money, in your opinion?
It's probably a waste of money, in my opinion, but there is a small case you can make, and that small case is that this is a very young, talented team. They've got a lot of kids that can hit in this lineup, and they've got a lot of really good pitching as well. I like Hunter Green. I like Lodolo. I like what they have in the bullpen as well. It's a strong pitching team. If they can hit, if they can find a way to hit some of this better pitching, they've got the best manager in this playoffs. And so I wouldn't put it past them, and in this baseball year, I would not be shocked to see the Reds in the World Series. I wouldn't be shocked to see any of these teams in the World Series, but that's not who my money would be on with the Cincinnati Reds. I think that they're a good story. I think they beat the Dodgers in the wild card round, but I think that's the extent of their run.
Totally agree. The case that I would make for them, man, every once in a while you get one of these young teams that makes a run. I think they're a year, maybe 2 years away. I'm just glad that they made the postseason. But, hell, I mean, you said it, man. You think that they could take out the Dodgers, and the Dodgers have to be sweating at least a little bit. I mean, you're going to get – we talked about Hunter Green already, but you're going to get Andrew Abbott as well in the first 2 games of a 3-game series. So that would be the case that I would make for the Reds. You win World Series with starting pitching and with bullpens. And if the Reds do make a run throughout October, I think it's going to be because of that pitching. They got some young players I really like, obviously, like Elly De La Cruz could go on a run if you were going to bet World Series MVP and you think that the Reds have a shot. Actually, I probably would just go Reds 35-1 if you really think that they have a shot. I don't think that they do, so let's move on and let's go up to the Cleveland Guardians, who are on a damn tear. 22-1, though, to win the World Series. Do you think that's a dumb bet? You think that's throwing money away, or do you think that that's good value? Again, I do like sometimes targeting teams that get hot, that don't peak too early and peak at the right time. Do you think that the Guardians are worth a bet or no at 22-1?
if I was putting my totem pole together of baseball teams that have a chance to win the World Series, they would be at the complete bottom. They would be the bottom of the totem pole. Look, they're a good story. They are a fun team to watch. I do like watching the Guardians play baseball. This team just isn't good enough to win a World Series. This team is not good enough to. I don't think that they're good enough to get past Detroit in a wild card round, but even if they do get past Detroit, they're not getting past Seattle. So I wouldn't touch them.
Yeah, man, I just don't think they have enough offense, right? Like, I really do like their bullpen, which helps. I just don't know, like, Ramirez got hot in September. I just don't know that I trust him in the postseason, right? Like, if you look at his postseason career, a .239 batting average, 4 homers in 42 games. So I'm with you. I'm not going to waste any money on the Guardians, even though they are hot. 22-1 is an enticing price, but I'm good on that. What about the Tigers, who at one point were the favorites, not only to win the American League, but at one point I think they were the favorites to win the World Series, or the co-favorites with the Dodgers. Now you're getting them at a 20-1 price. It's still A.J. Hinch. You still have the best starting pitcher in all of Major League Baseball in Skubal. What do you think about the Tigers here at that price, 20-1, man?
Yeah, so I filled out 2 brackets in the bracket challenge that I do every year. And one of them is my logical, this is what I believe is going to happen. And the other one is kind of like my logic mixed with what I want to see happen. And in that bracket, I have the Detroit Tigers winning the World Series. Like, I really think that the Tigers have a chance. As a matter of fact, other than the Reds and the Guardians, I would bet any of these teams. I might sprinkle a little bit on any of them to win the World Series, because I think any of them could be a good bet, to be honest with you. And with the pitching that the Tigers have, plus they've got a really good offense. I know it disappeared in September, but if they start hitting again, man, this team can really go off. So, yeah, it's not a terrible bet. Probably not going to happen, but not a terrible bet.
Yeah, I mean, like, the case that you can make for them would be, at one point they were the best team in the American League. Then they have that near historic collapse, of course. But they entered May, June, July, August, and even September with the best record in the American League. Right, I like teams that are obviously trending in the right direction. They're just going to have to hope that they get enough offense, obviously, from Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson and Kerry Carpenter. I just don't know that I trust the rotation outside of Skubal. So, still, though, 20-1, man, when a couple months ago we were looking at like 8-1 prices, I'll play a little bit of Detroit with some of my Monday Night Football earnings. Why not? And I like A.J. Hinch. I don't care about the sign stealing stuff in Houston. If you ain't cheating, baby, you ain't trying. All right, let's go up to Boston, 18-1. We kind of hit on them. Do you think they're worth a bet, or are you staying away from the Red Sox at an 18-1 price? I feel like, for me personally, Brando, if I'm playing a team in this range, I would rather go Detroit at 20-1 than Boston at 18-1. But what about you? I do really like Crochet as your wild card game 1 starter, though.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Like, I would bet Detroit before I bet Boston, but Boston's still not a terrible bet. I mean, their pitching is really good. And if they can hit the ball, they can find a way to hit the ball and go on a tear, I wouldn't be shocked if to see them in the World Series as well. These are all teams that can go on a run. So not a terrible play, but I'd rather bet the Tigers than the Red Sox. I'm with you on that one for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. You said any team can make a run. One team I don't think that's going to make a run because they're going down in the wild card round is the San Diego Padres. But if the Padres do upset us all as Cubs fans, what's the case that you can make for the Padres?
Everything. I mean, they are a complete team. I mean, they really are. They've got pitching. They've got a bullpen. I mentioned that they are 67-5 when they lead after the 6th inning. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous number for these Padres. Their offense is really good. If they are clicking on all cylinders, they can hit with the best of them. They can score runs at a quick clip. So it's not a terrible bet to put some money on the Padres. I will definitely be putting a little bit of money on the Padres, even though I'm with you. I think the Cubs win that wild card series.
I mean, just this week, man, they deployed 6 relievers who threw 98 miles per hour plus. So that's good going into the postseason. They ranked 19th in runs scored, but they were much better the second half of the season, or at least after the All-Star break, right? You have Machado, you have Fernando Tatis, and Machado's so clutch. You have Jackson Merrill. You have enough in the lineup. It just goes back to the rotation, though, right? Like, I like Nick Pivetta, but do I trust Yu Darvish in the postseason, especially at this stage of his career? No. Dylan Cease 2 years ago, yes, but not this year so much. And then Michael King, they've all been inconsistent at times other than Pivetta. So Yeah, I mean, like a decent little price on the Padres, but I would rather play the Cubs at 12-1. We talk enough Cubs here. What about the Brewers at 7-1, man? Obviously, we do not like the Milwaukee Brewers. A couple months ago, I kind of made the case for them because they were the hottest team in baseball, but they've cooled off. I just don't think that they have the talent. I can't see a world where Milwaukee's in the World Series. I just can't. A couple years ago, I know they made it to Game 7 of the NLCS, but I just don't think that this team has the talent. What about you, though?
I dislike this team with almost every fiber that I dislike the Cardinals with. I'm not a fan of the Brewers whatsoever. However, this team could absolutely find themselves in the World Series. This team is so fun to watch. If you're just watching as a baseball fan and you put the blinders away as a Cubs fan and you just watch this team, they can pitch, man. They can pitch with the best of them. They've got a really good bullpen. The offense they scrap together runs, man. They just find a way to score runs. I watched this Milwaukee team score 3 or 4 runs without hitting a ball out of the infield. That's what they do, man. And they're a team that can frustrate you. And when you start getting in your head in the playoffs on the diamond, it's a dangerous place to be, and that's what this Milwaukee Brewers team can do to you. So yeah, they're the number 1 seed for a reason, man. And I think that the week off hurts them more than it helps them. I think that that's going to be a problem for them heading into the next round. And I hope that's the case because that's who the Cubs would play if they get past the Padres. But I would not be shocked whatsoever to see this Brewers team in a World Series.
If I had to place a bet today, and I placed this months ago, we talked about this. So I have an American League mistress team, and it's the Seattle Mariners. I'm a Cubs fan, and every single year, usually in July or August, I place a wager on the Cubs to win the World Series and the Seattle Mariners to win the World Series. And they've had the pitching the last couple of years, but they just haven't had the offense. They have not had the lineup. This year, they've had the best offense in baseball in September. The rotation is stacked. Cal Raleigh is one of the best home run hitters in the game. Right, you have Julio Rodriguez, you have Josh Naylor, they have talent, they have J.P. Crawford in the lineup, you have Logan Gilbert in the rotation, George Kirby, Luis Castillo. This could be the year for the Seattle Mariners, man. So I know the price has been knocked down to plus 550, but I'm rolling with the Mariners. And I was looking at World Series MVP prices. Cal Raleigh makes a ton of sense, obviously, at 18-1, right? If they go deep, I mean, he set the franchise record with 60 dingers, led Major League Baseball, narrowly missed the AL League record. 18-1's a good price, but I kind of like Julio Rodriguez. I think that's going to be my World Series MVP bet. I'm scrolling down to try to find the number right now. What do you think about the Mariners, though, while I try to find this to place this bet? I already bet the Mariners. I'm going to bet Julio Rodriguez MVP.
So I told you I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I told you before I filled out 2 brackets, one that I think logically is going to happen and the other one that I wouldn't mind seeing plus a little bit of logic. In my logic bracket, I have the Mariners in the World Series. I think this Mariners team is phenomenal from top to bottom. There is not a hole in the lineup. The big dumper is a beast. The guy at any time can go off for 3 or 4 home runs in a game. You look at their pitching staff top to bottom, really, really solid. Their bullpen, phenomenal. I think that the Seattle Mariners are winning the American League this year, and it's about time, and that fan base deserves it, man. I would love nothing more if the Cubs aren't going to win the World Series. I would love nothing more than to watch the Seattle Mariners win the World Series.
All right, let's get rich. Julio Rodriguez, plus 3,500, 35-1 to win World Series MVP. Raleigh makes a ton of sense, 18-1, but give me Julio Rodriguez, 35-1. And I feel like once we see the John Ewing betting information, Cal Raleigh's probably going to be the most bet World Series MVP prop or whatever. So I'll go with J-Rod, who I did bet to win the AL MVP before the season began. That obviously didn't come home, but at 35-1, I think there's really good value. And even if anything better than 5-1 right now with Seattle, I think there's really good value. Again, trending in the right direction. Really good lineup. I trust the bullpen, and that lineup in September, best lineup in all of baseball. We'll take a look at the rest of the odds, the World Series prices, as well as the MVP prices. Right now, though, before we get to the break, a quick update. So Tyreek Hill, fair to have a dislocated knee. He was carted off in the third quarter. Right now, still undergoing some tests at the hospital, but not looking good for Tyreek Hill. Also not looking really good for the Bengals. Not only tonight, but for the rest of the season. 21-3 they trailed to the Denver Broncos. There's a minute 40 to go in the third quarter. Even with T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Chase Brown, Mike Gesicki, all these weapons, they can't even get on the board. And the Broncos looking to push the ball back into the red zone here. All right, we wrap up the show next with more baseball talk. BetMGM the night after dark.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
The Packers with their possession in overtime, because Dallas, they drive down the field, 10 plays, 76 yards, take up 5:20 of overtime. So about half of overtime, the Cowboys take up a little bit more than half. Green Bay gets the ball. After they convert that 4th and 6 with the game on the line, the Packers just seem so scared of Brandon Aubrey, the Cowboys kicker. They were terrified of him potentially getting a chance to kick like a 75, 70-yard field goal. So Green Bay, this offense that had been moving the ball up and down the field. The Cowboys hadn't gotten a stop in 2.5 hours of real time. Green Bay says, you know what? Let's take our time and make sure this is the last possession of the game. Kind of shoehorning themselves into that thought process as opposed to just saying, hey guys, if we just go down and score a touchdown, we win. Like, that's how anybody would usually think about that one. But Packers head coach Matt LaFleur, he was scared money on that final possession. And just the absolute insanity, the final sequence of the game where Green Bay, obviously, Emmanuel Wilson short for a loss on 28 seconds to go on the pass. And then all of a sudden, we're thinking, okay, they're just going to spike the football and then they'll kick the field goal for the tie. No. Apparently, LaFleur let Jordan Love do this, or Jordan Love went rogue and decided to do it. This dude snaps the ball with 6 seconds left and throws it into the end zone where a couple bounces, all of a sudden the clock runs out and the Cowboys win the game. When you were sitting in the heart of field goal range, like a 35-yard field goal. I could not believe that they snapped that ball. Because I'm thinking, all right, they're going to spike it. No, here's Jordan Love in shotgun. Like, they're going to run a play. And they ran the play, and they were so fortunate that the ball bounced with 1 second to go, which, I mean, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm asking who the hell is the clock operator? I mean, at least make them go to New York and review it and put the second back on the clock. Don't just give them the second, all right? Whatever happened to home cooking? You know what? Because if that game's played at Lambeau Field, they're going to have to go to New York and replay that thing and put 1 second on the clock. I guarantee you there's not going to be a second on the clock had that game been at Lambeau Field. Get it together, Cowboys clock operator. What are we doing here? Take that second off the clock. But any event, like the fact that it came down to that and they got so lucky and so fortunate for that second to be on there and if to end in a tie is just utterly ridiculous. And a tie has you feeling some kind of way about both of these teams.
I will say I watched that entire Texans game because I had my most amount of entries in Survivor on Houston. I still don't trust that Houston offense. I know the score says 26-0. They didn't get into the red zone, I think, until the fourth quarter of that game. And this is against the Tennessee Titans. So if you're depending on them scoring a bunch, like, I don't know. But we're in this situation, we are getting 6.5. They may have found a running back, though. They ended up leaning more on Woody Marks. He got 17 carries for 69 rushing yards. He was using tandem with Chubb, but Marks got more run than Chubb. That was one of my takeaways. Here's the other thing with the Texans. What's the total on this game? You have that? You have it up on this page?
Houston, 43.5. Yep.
Houston's 4-0 to the under this year. I think they're the only 4-0 under team. Yeah. So people are going to bet that.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. We had two Monday Night Football games. Dolphins get their first win of the season. They moved to 1-3 with a 27-21 win over the Jets. Darren Waller, his first game back in a year at 33 years old with a bum hip, had 3 grabs for 27 yards and 2 touchdowns. It was his first game since Week 18 of the 2023 season with the Giants. Right now, the Denver Broncos beating the living hell out of the Cincinnati Bengals, 21-3. So if you bet both favorites tonight, you're looking pretty good. 14:30 to go. The Broncos with the ball on their own 30, Bo Nix, single back formation, and they got, I believe, a false start. We'll keep you updated what goes down there. We're going to wrap up our baseball conversation. So looking at it right now, we kind of hit on all those teams. So, Brando, your pick, you're going with the Phillies over the Mariners. Is that correct? So right now the Phillies plus 450, Mariners plus 550. So you think we get an all chalk World Series?
Yeah, I think in the end, these are the two most consistent teams, and they've been the two most consistent teams all season. I like the Phillies a lot. Both of these pitching staffs are really good. This will be a really fun World Series to watch if we get it. Christopher Sanchez, Luzardo, Aaron Nola for the Phillies. This team is just so fun to watch. Plus their offense, man, is just ridiculous. That offense in Philadelphia is insane, and this would be a fun World Series to watch. To try to watch both of these two pitching staffs, try to contain both of these two offenses, would be just incredible cinema for Major League Baseball. Be a lot of fun to watch. I don't know how well the ratings would do being a team from Seattle being in the World Series, but for baseball fans that are just genuine fans of the game who just love to watch the game, this would be probably the best matchup out of all of them to watch.
All right, so if you like the Phillies and I give you $100, right, and who you going with MVP? You got Kyle Schwarber, you got Bryce Harper, who have both been playoff legends. Kyle Schwarber, our World Series hero in Chicago, only to be DFA'd. You don't even get anything in return. What has he done in the postseason? Outside of even just the 1 year in Chicago where he went on the tear in the postseason? I mean, they made the playoffs a couple times, but he has a 906 OPS, 21 dingers in 69 games. Bryce Harper, though, a 1016 OPS, 17 homers in 53 games. Would it be one of those two guys, or would you maybe look down the board if you like the Phillies to win World Series MVP? I feel like you got to go with Harper or Schwarbs, man. The clutch gene is a real thing, and both of those guys have it. As a Cub fan and a big Schwarber guy, I would have to go Schwarber's MVP price.
Yeah, I would sprinkle some on Schwarbs. I would sprinkle some on Harper. Harper is probably next to Ryan Sandberg, probably my favorite player to watch of all time. I love watching this kid play baseball, man. And Schwarber is just, Schwarber. He's awesome, and I can't wait to see him back in the Cubs uniform next season. Spoiler alert. But I would actually look for something different. I would actually look at Christopher Sanchez to be World Series MVP. I like Christopher Sanchez because I think this series would go 7. I think he might end up pitching 3 games. I think he might end up going 1-4 and then going 7 again. I I would sprinkle. I would look to see what the number is. I don't know if you've got it in front of you, but if I could bet Christopher Sanchez to win World Series MVP right now, my guess is you could probably get it somewhere around 200 to 1, 250 to 1, somewhere in that area. I would bet that now and get that out of the way before that number goes down heading into the World Series.
All right, I'm still scrolling down trying to find it right now. Oh, my Lord. I cannot find this anywhere. You got to go. Jesus, I don't even know if it's on here. It's got to be because everybody is. I like scrolling through Ellie De La Cruz, Max Fried. I mean, it's got to be better than. All right, so Bryce Harper is 18 to 1. Schwarbs is 20 to 1. I'm going to play a little Schwarbs at 20 to 1. You really got to scroll down for pitchers here. I actually don't even see it on the board, to be honest with you. The lowest I go is like Glass now, 40 to 1. So I'll keep looking for it.
Yeah, so I've got it here.
Found
and
it?
It says that it's it's 250 to 1.
I'm in. You sold me.
I'm done. Look, is it not worth $1? Is it not worth $20?
250 to 1? Sure,
You know?
I'm in. Pizza money bet. I bet him. Hell, I bet him to win the Cy Young this year. Dude was excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. Brando's rolling with the Phillies to win the World Series. I bet the Dodgers before the year, and then I sprinkled in a little Mariners. So there's our picks. Tomorrow, again, we got Detroit, minus 165 favorites over the Guardians. Total in the game is 6. Brando, you're going Detroit. And then what did you say you're doing with the total in that one?
With Detroit, I'm going with the over because I think both of these bullpens can be had. So I think that once you get past the starters in these games, you're probably going to get Skubal for 6 or 7 innings. But once you get past that, I think this is a 5-3 game, which is well over the 6. So I'm taking the over in that one.
We're both on the Cubs, minus 115. If you have to bet the total, are you going over because you think the Cubs are going to lay it on Pavetta tomorrow?
I do. I am going with the over.
All right. And then the next one we got, you like Boston at plus 114 with Crochet going against Fried. Total in the game is 7.
Yep.
What would be your play there?
My play there is the under. My play there is the under plus, and then the Red Sox on the money line.
All right. So I locked all those in with you, and then we'll be live on the air tomorrow at 9:08 p.m. I mean, before that at 7, but for Reds, Dodgers. But you do like the Reds. Right now you could get them plus 166. Green taking on Snell. All right. Right now, Denver's up 21-3. That's if you missed any of our baseball breakdown, check out the podcast, BetMGM tonight. But we'll be keeping you guys updated throughout the postseason with bets every single night. I am actually going to be off on Thursday and Friday. I forgot. So what I'm going to do here is throw out, I have 6 bets already in college football and the NFL. I'm going to throw them all out right now because I'm hoping that these numbers will be long gone. Let's start in college football. The first bet that I placed this weekend, I'll lay the 13.5 with Clemson against North Carolina. Even on the road, even with this Clemson team, who has been a major letdown, really on both sides of the ball, but especially the defensive side of the ball. They just look slow. And I had big, high hopes for Cade Klubnik in that offense. He was one of the favorites to win the Heisman. He was one of the favorites to be the number 1 overall draft pick, the first quarterback taken. He's cost himself a lot of money. And Clemson, right now, outside the top 25, 1-3. They were the favorites to win the ACC. They were plus 110 to win the ACC. Everybody else was 3-1 or worse. And now they're just hoping to make a bowl game. But they had some time to get a little bit healthier. And Carolina's a mess, man. They really are. I know that they are a 2-2 football team in the standings. Go back and watch week 1 against TCU. Now you're going against Cade Klubnik and all those weapons for Clemson. I think they actually show up. I laid it with Clemson. I'm going to grab Purdue right now at 9.5. The 10.5s are gone, so you're not getting double digits, unfortunately. I'll fade Illinois. Illinois at home, coming off a stinker against USC. They give up 63 points, and then they beat USC outright. Is touchdown dogs. I had Illinois last week. Now I fade them. I don't think they lose to Purdue, but I do think Purdue keeps this game close. Purdue's at home. Illinois is coming off a big win where they stormed the field against a top 25 team. And Purdue, they hung 30 on Notre Dame. And not that Notre Dame is a top 10 team right now or anything like that, but I do think Purdue in a letdown spot for Illinois keeps this game close. So Clemson and Purdue for me. My favorite bet maybe of the college football season, Cincinnati laying 1.5 against Iowa State. I've been waiting for the right opportunity to fade Iowa State. I tried with Iowa a couple weeks ago. It didn't work out. I know they're 5-0. I know they're a top 14 team in the country. How are they dogs then is what a lot of people are going to ask to a 3-1 unranked Cincinnati team. Well, Cincinnati is going to play this game at home in Cincinnati. Also, I really like their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby. 11 touchdown passes, only 1 pick. He's only been sacked 1 time. He's their leading rusher. Dual threat quarterback, could push the ball down the field. I think the Bearcats win this game by at least a field goal. Give me Louisville. I bet this at 5.5. Wow, that got hit. Up to 7.5 against Virginia. Virginia's coming off an outright win over Florida State at home. Now they have to hit the road to take on Louisville, who is 4-0 on the season, yet unranked. I'll go with the Fighting Brahms here. Give me the Cardinal. Florida State loses outright to Virginia. Now they go back home. Season on the line, maybe. They're a 3-1 football team all of a sudden, 18th in the country. If they want to win this game outright, they're going to have to get pressure on Carson Beck. If you let him throw from clean pockets, it's curtains. It's lights out. Going against this Miami defense really does scare me. But I'm going to take the 5, +5 right now with Florida State. And then in the NFL, I only got one bet so far, but it's the Saints. Jackson Dart looked damn good in his rookie debut, but they lose Malik Neighbors in the process. They were at home. Now they have to hit the road. Jackson Dart has to make his first road start in a hostile environment like the Caesars Superdome. I know the Saints are a known for football team. I don't think they win another game the rest of the year, but they're favored for a reason. They're going to beat the Giants. So there's my 6 bets in college football in the NFL. We're going with Clemson -14, Purdue catching 9.5, Cincinnati on the money line, or the 1.5 is fine against Iowa State. Louisville is now a 7.5 point favorite. I bet 5.5. Florida State covering the 5 against Miami. And then the New Orleans Saints is favorites. Yes, favorites over the New York Giants. So there's the 6 bets that I have. I'll add more throughout the week. Tomorrow night, while we're watching the baseball postseason, we'll actually do our college football ATS challenge. And then we'll wrap up Wednesday's show doing our football picks for the NFL. Because again, I'm out Thursday, Friday. I'm back for the college football show on Saturday. I have some family business that I have to attend to out of the state. Nothing all that fun. But then I'm back next weekend, so we'll get it popping. And I expect to do pretty well, hopefully, on all 6 of those bets. We went 2-0 on the first game. Unfortunately, it looks like the Bengals are going to be a loser. They're down 21-3. The Broncos get the ball back. 11 minutes to go in this game. Right now on the live line, the Broncos, 18.5 point favorites. The total down to 31.5. Jake Browning tonight, only 12 of 23 passing for 118 yards. Chase Brown tonight, only 10 carries for 40 yards. Jamar Chase has 4 grabs on 7 targets for 23 yards. Meanwhile, for Denver, Bo Nix has looked shaky at times, had a terrible interception, but he's also got 302 yards passing. J.K. Dobbins has 10 carries for 54 yards. R.J. Harvey, 8 for 30. Cortland Sutton, 5 grabs for 81 yards and did have the anytime touchdown, +135. So overall, a winning night. Would be great if we could get Chase Brown in the end zone or our guy R.J. Harvey, but I've pretty much given up hope. That'll pretty much do it for us here tonight. BetMGM Tonight. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Check out the podcast wherever you find your podcasts. BetMGM Tonight. Back tomorrow.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The odds are tied for the Eagles and the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are short favorites to win the NFC. They're +350 as opposed to the Packers at +375. Then we have the Lions, the Rams, the Niners, the Commanders, and then the Bucks. Like, I understand the Bucks lost over the weekend to the Eagles, but the Bucks at 14-1.
Bucks are good.
Like on the opposite end of the spectrum for teams, like the Packers who are getting too much credit. I feel like nobody wants to talk about the Bucks. The fact that they have longer odds than the Commanders, a team that's extremely banged up right now, feels criminally disrespectful.
Yeah, I think the Bucks should definitely be shorter odds than the Commanders, and the Commanders are going to get Jaden Daniels back, I think, this week.
Right.
But also Washington is a lot of teams are banged up, but the Commanders are really banged up, and they're banged up at crucial positions or positions that they're not very deep at, like receiver, for example. So when you have Debo, who's been great for the Commanders this season, but also Terry McLaurin is out, Noah Brown is out. Their primary blocking tight end, John Bates, and I know most people hear John Bates are like, who cares? It's a huge deal for this offense. So the Commanders make me very, very skittish when I think about them going through the remainder of the year. The Bucks, even in a loss, there's no moral victories in the NFL. We know that. But when you look at their offense, like Emeka Egbuka has been just what a revelation he has been. And remember, Mike Evans didn't play yesterday. So at what point do they get Egbuka and Godwin and Evans back in the lineup? They still have a very good run defense, and it was a nice rally yesterday against the Eagles. The Bucks are a team that I wouldn't put them in the top tier of Eagles, Lions, maybe Packers, but they're right there. Like, they're just knocking on the door of, okay, maybe we're not on your level, but you damn sure don't want to play us.
Yeah, absolutely. And they should be lined up pretty good for the postseason. At least, I know it's September, but they're minus 325 to win their division. And nobody else in that division is really looking like juggernauts. The Panthers are bad. The Falcons looked better this week, but have they been consistent at all this year? No. And then the Saints shouldn't even be included in this conversation.
I need to ask you about Green Bay. They look unstoppable for 2 weeks. Yeah. And we got Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog. Oh, they're the best team in the NFL. Okay. Then they lose to Cleveland and give up 40 to Dallas. What are the Packers right now? Do we even know?
I don't know what the defense is. I mean, that's my thing. Like, offensively, their problem is they take their foot off the gas. I like a lot about LaFleur, but not going for that fourth and short. I will never figure out why he doesn't have that assassin gene. Like, he's coming from the McVay family tree. And I know Sean plays with his food a little bit, but Sean also knows how to close out games. And I think he can smell blood and go for it. I don't get why you're bossing that team around and you don't just try to go up 3 scores with your offense and end that thing. And defensively, I don't know. Now Parsons with the back. Now it looks like they could use Kenny Clark. Where the first couple weeks, just an adrenaline rush. I mean, this was a top 5 defense last year in yards allowed per play with the D coordinator in his freshman year in the NFL calling plays. My concerns are more there. Like, what's happened to the pass rush? Like, we know that they're not overloaded with elite cover corners. I can't. It's been 2 different defenses, right? The first couple of weeks. And the Browns don't even count because, that's not an NFL offense. So, I mean, holding them to however many points, 13 or whatever, is I can't read a lot of